despite having the weakest F-grade talent in history upon awakening. When faced with the mockery of all the teachers and students, I responded not with anger but with laughter. Simply because I had bound myself to an invincible power system. By hunting exotic beasts I could gain attribute points, enhance my own strength and reach the pinnacle of life. At this moment I was competing with a girl for steamed buns. No, this can't be, said Luoshinger with a pitiful look, waving one hand continuously to stop the invader. With her other hand she stuffed the remaining crystal bun into her mouth. I only ate 2 buns and you ate all the rest, I said, looking at Luoshinger, who resembled a food-guarding puppy, and shook my head speechlessly. Having said that, I ignored Luoshinger and walked quickly towards the school. Today was the day of awakening and I could not be late. Wait for me, Luoshinger shouted, hurrying after me. 8 minutes later at Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School, thousands of people had gathered, all waiting for their awakening. At this moment Principal Chi DeLong was speaking passionately while absent-mindedly pulling at his sparse hair. Students, today is your day of awakening. Everyone has only one such day in their life. Those who awaken strive hard, aim for a good university, and make an immortal contribution to humanity in the future. Those who don't awaken, don't be discouraged, you'll get used to the beatings in society. The principal's words, as cheap as his hair, cheaply spoken. At that moment, in the center of the square, a huge hexagram appeared. From the center of the hexagram, a mysterious beam of light burst forth, reaching into the sky as if connecting heaven and earth. Chi DeLong wanted to say more, but seeing that the awakening array had already been activated, he could not delay. After all, activating the array consumed a terrifying amount of resources, and that was money, the school's money. He treated the school's money as if it were his own, pocketing it. After the principal's arrangement, students from Class 8 lined up one by one to walk towards the array at the center of the square. Brother, cheer for me. It was Luoshinger's turn. Luoshinger tugged at my sleeve, asking me to cheer for her. I made a cheering gesture. This awakening is not like giving birth. What kind of encouragement should I give you? Perfunctory. Seeing my gesture, Luoshinger pouted and walked to the center of the array. Just then the light beam above the hexagram trembled slightly, and immediately after an unparalleled brilliance erupted from Luoshinger, awakening an SSS grade talent, the source of life. The most incredible support system has emerged at Jiangchang No. 1 Middle School. Principal Chi DeLong was dumbfounded. At this moment Luoshinger excitedly ran out of the magic circle, came to me and said, I'm SSS rank. Bro, quickly praise me. Shinger is so amazing. I smiled, feeling very envious inside. SS rank, wow. Is this incredible talent really just due to genetics? Because Shinger's sister is also an SSS rank talent, the chaotic Ice Phoenix, and was directly recruited by Kyoto University. Then a mocking tone came, even if you awaken, F rank is already your limit. Chenhui, standing behind me, snorted with disdain. Before I could speak, Luoshinger with a cold face glared at Chenhui and said, get lost. You 3-inch, no you two, shut up. The principal, discovering that Chenhui, Luoshinger and I were talking, suddenly became furious. I glanced at the principal. I didn't respect him in my heart, but still didn't dare to provoke him outwardly. As I stepped onto the magic circle full of hope, I was immediately disappointed, awakening as an F rank, the Apocalypse Spear God. A 2-meter-long spear shadow flashed before me, thick and long, flickering with a sharp edge. Surely no one could withstand a few stabs from it. Afterwards I stepped down from the magic circle and went over to Luoshinger. Haha, awakened, but it's just F rank. Look at me. Chenhui laughed so hard his eyes were nearly watering. Get lost, I kicked Chenhui's butt. Are you happy that I awakened as F rank? Just you wait. Chenhui rubbed his butt, giving me a resentful look like a wrong little wife, and walked towards the magic circle. Soon I watched as Luoshinger was celebrated by everyone, feeling a bit bitter inside. Just then a crisp synthesized voice sounded in my mind. System loading successful, system activation successful, system binding successful. Indeed, it's a system, but this system is rather verbose, isn't it? Upon hearing a series of sounds from the system, Su Chen's previously calm heart began to stir. The system finally here. What use are you, system? Su Chen asked. In a world of awakening, don't mess around, it has to be professional and relevant. Please, no super rich system or other irrelevant systems for cultivation. The system introduced itself as the Invincible Combat System, primarily designed to assist the host in becoming an invincible powerhouse with a combat power of trillions. Capable of dominating the entire world, its function was simple: hunt exotic beasts to gain attribute points, which could be used to enhance various aspects including but not limited to luck and skills. A 2-foot virtual screen appeared in front of him. The function is simple, but it's better than nothing. No, actually it's incredibly powerful. as everyone knows systems that allow for point allocation are extremely powerful. Only those who can't taste the grapes call them sour. Anything else? Su Chen inquired as he looked at the virtual screen. The words of the system appeared on the screen complete with subtitles. After the system finished speaking, Su Chen asked, "But right now I need something else, like a starter pack perhaps. I know you're eager, but please don't rush," the system responded. "Am I rushing?" Su Chen scoffed inwardly. "Have I been hasty? I have composure. I know you're not in a hurry, but can we start with a big gift pack? Is it time to open it?" The system sensed that Su Chen wasn't really in a hurry but felt a bit uninterested. "Open it," Su Chen replied. The system was good, albeit a bit too chatty. A big gift pack. Now, this could be interesting. He was quite excited about what the gift pack might contain. Upon opening the gift pack, congratulations flashed on the screen. Received SSS tier talent endless domain and received SSS tier talent elemental realm. After opening the pack, Su Chen almost jumped with joy at his gains, 2 SSS tier talents. Previously, Shinger had awakened an SSS tier talent, while he had only awakened an F tier 1. Now, straight from the gift pack, he received 2 SSS tier talents. How could he not be thrilled? Merge, Su Chen commanded without asking how to cultivate these abilities, letting the system integrate them automatically. From what he read in novels, system rewards usually merged automatically. I hope this isn't a semi-automatic system. It better not be manual. As the talents SSS tier endless domain and SSS tier elemental realm merged, there was no noticeable activity, but Su Chen felt it, a monumental transformation occurring within him. Soon the 2 SSS tier talents were fully integrated. Name, Endless Domain Grade, SSS Tier Entry, Golden Combat Power, 1000 Effect. Endless Domain is a supportive supernatural ability spanning 9 levels. Upon cultivating to the 9th level, there is a chance to advance. Currently, at the 1st level, it reduces the attack and damage of targets by 40% within a range of 100 by 100 by 100 meters centered on the user. Seeing this information, Su Chen quickly grasped the essence of his new power. In other words, within a radius of 100 meters around him. Extending 100 meters to the left and right and 100 meters high, this endless domain could reduce the damage and attacks of targets by 40%. In addition to that, it possesses a combat power of 1000, and that's just the first stage of the infinite realm. What about the second stage, the third, fourth, up to the 9th stage? It's unimaginable how terrifying it could be. An SSS rank is simply defying the heavens. Excited, Su Chen turned his attention to the information about the Origin Realm Space. Name, Origin Realm Space. Rank, SSS. Entry, Golden. Additional, overall combat power increase of 150%. Effect, the Origin Realm Space is an independent world with 9 seals. Once unlocked, it forms 3,000 worlds. Currently, the Origin Realm Space is at the first seal, measuring 10 miles in length, width and height. This space has no combat power, but it does have an additional effect. It can increase the overall combat power by 150%, meaning it can enhance combat power by 1.5 times. Moreover, the space can store items. With such a vast space, one can store as much as they want, and besides, the Origin Realm Space can be upgraded. It's absolutely heaven-defying. Su Chen was immensely shocked. 2 SSS ranks right from the start, isn't that a bit too much? System Version 1.0, Name, Su Chen, Level 1, 0%, Luck, +3, 0%, Strength, 1650, Mount, none, Wealth, none, Skill, Apocalypse Spear Technique Basic, First Stage 0%, Special Ability, Infinite Realm SSS, First Stage 0%, Space, Origin Realm Space SSS, First Seal 0%, Note, Combat Power equals, Base plus Equipment, X Amplification Multiplier, Homepage, Information Panel. Su Chen was surprised to find that his F-grade talent had disappeared. It seems the system does not regard F-grade talents, having erased it directly. Not that the system looks down on F-grades, even he himself disdains them. With a combat power starting at 1650, originally everyone's base is 100 points, but his infinite realm comes with 1000 combat power, and the Origin Realm Space increases it by 150%, making his combat power directly reach 1650 points. At this moment, Luo Shinger approached Su Chen. Seeing him in a daze, she called out to him. Su Chen responded with a grunt, acknowledging Luo Shinger. The virtual screen before him disappeared. At the moment, the awakening process was still ongoing in the square, but most were failing. Even those who succeeded mostly awakened F or E grades, rarely C or D grades, let alone B or A grades. As for S grades, they were rare geniuses that were hard to come by. In the distance, Chen Hui was boasting to someone. His demeanor was quite something. It wasn't his fault, given that he had awakened a C-grade god of defense of the earth element. C-grade, indeed. So far, aside from Luo Xing'er, his was the best awakening. Guys, I'll go comfort Su Qin. Chen Hui laughed. Before awakening, he was a bit nervous, worried about failing and being ridiculed by Su Chen. Now he was stable with his C-grade talent. Not to strike at Su Chen would be a waste. Get the hell away from me, Su Chen said as Chen Hui approached. Motherfucker, coming over to flaunt, huh? Get the hell away from me. Don't mess with me. Just a C rank, and I'm not bragging about my 2 SSS ranks. Little F rank, eh? Look up to me in the future. Chen Hui with his smug look makes a face as if you could bite me still. Deserves to be mocked. Just a C rank. Step back. Luo Xing'er glared at Chen Hui. Is a C rank that impressive, Luo Xing'er? Am I overreacting by calling out an F rank? Chen Hui was about to explode with anger. He couldn't stand Luo Xing'er protecting Su Chen. If it were before, he would have nothing to say, but now, Su Chen is just F rank trash and I'm a C rank genius. Why are you still defending him? Intentionally disgusting me, right? I'm SSS rank. It's reasonable to call out a C rank, right? Luo Xing'er, hands on her hips, snorts. Chen Hui scoffs and glares fiercely at Su Chen, then says you just wait before turning and leaving, feeling like he would die of rage if he stayed. As time ticked by, about 3 hours passed and the awakening ended. A total of 203 succeeded, 152 F ranks, 27 E ranks, 18 D ranks, for C ranks, 1 A rank and 1 SSS rank. Those who did not awaken numbered 911. The ratio of the unlucky to the successful was about 200 to 900, a huge disparity. The first half of the year's awakening was over. Those who did not awaken, you're free now. Those who succeeded, please proceed to the auditorium. Awakening is complete. The principal, beaming, was overjoyed as Jiang City No. 1 Middle School saw the emergence of an SSS rank talent, not to mention an A rank. Moments later, the 203 awakened individuals gathered in the school auditorium, seated according to their talents. SSS rank Luo Xing'er sat at the very front. The second row held the A and C ranks, followed by D ranks in the third row and E ranks in the fourth and fifth rows. F ranks were at the very back. In this world, talents and the strong are destined to stand above the rest, even if they had just awakened and had yet to achieve anything. Yet, this was already enough. Firstly, congratulations to Luo Xing'er for awakening an SSS rank talent, the source of life. She is the second SSS rank in the history of Jiang City No. 1 Middle School. Also, congratulations to all present for your successful awakenings. The principal, Qi DeLong, sat at the podium, tested the microphone, then began his speech. It was very formal, yet he could hardly contain his excitement. As your principal and a teacher, and also as your senior and elder, congratulations on your successful awakening and welcome to our community of martial artists. Together, let's strive for the great Xia Empire, for humanity, and make an immortal contribution. 1,000 years ago, our place was a highly advanced technological civilization with some martial arts, but one day a disaster struck, having the global human population and leading to the invasion of beasts, which became a disaster for humanity. Fortunately, humans can awaken after turning 18, allowing them to become stronger and fight against these beasts, slowly regaining strength, though we could never completely eliminate the demonic creatures. Finally, our ancestors realized that it wasn't just our locality that was plagued by these bizarre beasts. The entire world, the whole universe, was under siege. Humanity's greatest enemy turned out to be these creatures, and those who successfully awakened had a mission: to hunt these beasts, to protect our homes and our people. Now that you have awakened, understand that this is merely the beginning. In a month you'll face the college entrance exam, which relies not on knowledge but on strength. Those who perform well can attend prestigious universities and look forward to a brighter future. The principal took a moment to steady his emotions before continuing in a calm, deliberate manner, explaining the broader context of our world. Indeed, what the principal discussed had already been taught by the teachers earlier, or rather, everyone is born knowing the current situation and the background of our world. Next, based on your own talents and circumstances, you may venture into the wilderness to gain experience. Of course, those with strength may opt for the dungeons. Remember, in 7 days, the beginner's dungeon at Jiang City First Middle School will open. If you wish to participate, make sure to arrive at school on time. It's a rare opportunity. Furthermore, in a month, all the awakened students in Jiang City will take the test together. After finishing his speech, the principal stood up and left the auditorium, leaving the rest to the teachers. Shortly after, Su Chen and others left the auditorium. "Brother, I have a team, you should join us too." Luo Xing'er ran over to Su Chen as they walked out of the auditorium. Just now, several talented students had pulled Luo Xing'er into forming a team, an SSS rank support talent. Her innate ability is the source of life which can resurrect people as she grows. Although Luo Xing'er's talent is in support, her rank is still SSS, and although she may not be dominant in offense, it doesn't mean she lacks damage. Her damage is even stronger than some A rank offensive talents. "We can team up, but Su Chen must join," said Xing'er. "I'll try solo for a couple of days first. We only have a month until the entrance exam. Try to boost your own abilities and then you can support me." Su Chen replied with a smile, clearly happy. After all, his sister always stood by his side regardless of talents. Luo Xing'er is his cousin, daughter of his maternal uncle. Su Chen himself is an orphan. His parents had gone to the ancient battlefield early on and never returned, presumed dead. He had been living with his grandparents in the same community. He is only a few days older than Luo Xing'er. "No, you can't go alone. Without support it just won't work. This isn't about saving face," Luo Xing'er said earnestly, thinking Su Chen was too proud, which slightly angered her. Still talking about pride, what does she take me for? Then let's make a bet. During the entrance exam, let's see who scores higher. The loser has to bark like a dog, Su Chen proposed, with 2 SSS ranks. Did he really need a team? Not necessarily. Although he'd eventually take Xing'er with him, it wasn't necessary right now. With her SSS rank source of life, there was no danger in some of the more basic areas. Once he made a breakthrough, he would take her along. Having grown up together, Su Chen knew Xing'er's personality well. Distracting her was the best strategy. "Fine, just don't back out later." Luo Xing'er perked up upon hearing this. Ever since they were young, she had always wanted to compete with Su Chen to see who would win or lose. Even now that they were older, during their playful brawls, she would end up pinning him down underneath her. Extending her delicate little finger, she wanted to make a pinky promise with Su Chen, her eyes squinting with a grin, utterly confident of her victory, fearing that Su Chen might go back on his word. 10 minutes later, the two returned to Qingjiang residential area, each heading to their respective homes. Grandma Su Chen greeted as he entered his house. "How did it go?" Grandfather Su Jingtian sat on the sofa leaning on a cane. Despite being 70 years old and remarkably healthy, more vigorous than many in their 30s, he liked to use a walking stick. Grandfather had always been this way as far as Su Chen could remember, never changing. "Grandpa, I succeeded in awakening," Su Chen said, his head bowed, hesitant to meet Su Jingtian's eyes. Normally, awakening was a cause for celebration, but in front of his grandfather, Su Chen felt uneasy about discussing his successful awakening, especially since his parents had been martial artists of dominant stature who had disappeared on the ancient battlefield. Su Chen had a feeling his grandfather didn't want him to awaken. What talent?" Grandfather Su Jingtian nodded, his expression unchanged. "Inscrutable, F-rank apocalypse spear god," Su Chen said, somewhat embarrassed. He felt awkward even mentioning the F rank, despite the system granting him 2 SSS ranks, which he couldn't disclose. "Very good," Su Jingtian said simply, his face breaking into a slight smile, puzzling Su Chen. "I awakened the lowest F rank and you say it's good? What does that mean, old man?" "Xiaochen, come wash your hands and eat," called Grandma from the kitchen as she came out carrying dishes. Like Grandpa, she was in her 60s or 70s but appeared eternally youthful, looking only in her 30s since Su Chen could remember, and she hadn't aged a day over the decades. "Wow, Grandma made braised pork." "Thank you, Grandma," Su Chen exclaimed, delighted at the sight of his favorite dish on the table. "What university do you want to go to?" Grandfather Su Jingtian asked during dinner. "Grandpa, I haven't really thought about it." Su Chen shook his head. He truly hadn't decided. He hadn't thought about it before his awakening, and there hadn't been time to think about it since. However, with his 2 SSS rank talents in only a month's time, he should be able to level up, especially with the system's help. Getting into a good university should be within easy reach. "A month is enough time to make an effort," Su Jingtian said, then continued eating without intending to continue the conversation. Su Chen took the dish Grandma offered him and ate. Seriously, still somewhat confused. According to his guess, Grandpa probably didn't want him to awaken, as becoming a martial artist was a path of no return, especially since both his son and daughter-in-law had disappeared on the ancient battlefield. And now, looking at Grandpa's expression, he seemed quite satisfied with his awakening, even if it was just the lowest F grade. The next day, in the early morning after breakfast, Grandpa Su Jingtian handed Su Chen an ancient-looking ring. "This?" Su Chen, puzzled, looked at the ring. "Didn't you say we were going into the wilderness today?" "This is a spatial ring I happened to find, Grandpa," said, his face stern. After speaking, he left the room leaning on his cane, as he liked to play chess with the other elders in the community. "Thank you, Grandpa." Suchin happily accepted the ring, though he wasn't overly excited since he already possessed a Yuan realm space. Then out of nowhere, Grandma Moronlan pulled out a jade amulet tied with a string and personally put it around Su Chen's neck. "Grandma, what is this?" Su Chen asked. Looking at the jade, "It wasn't also picked up, was it? Your grandfather and I found this together," she replied. Indeed, it really was picked up. Su Chen couldn't really believe it. After some more instructions from Grandma, Su Chen finally left the house with a simple backpack. According to Grandma, even with a spatial ring, it was wise to carry a backpack to disguise the fact that he possessed such a treasure. In the outside world, it's best to hide one's wealth. The backpack contained just some daily necessities, dry food and water, which Su Chen then packed into the spatial ring. Leaving his home, Su Chen took a vehicle to the east gate of Jiang City. Nowadays, there are only 99 cities left worldwide, each with a population close to 100 million, so the cities are very large, surrounded by tall, sturdy walls guarded by countless strong warriors to prevent the invasion of mutant beasts. An hour later, at the east gate, the city walls, 30 meters high and very thick, were visible from afar. Both inside and outside the walls were high-voltage electric fences. The city gates were open but heavily patrolled. After getting off the vehicle, Su Chen walked towards the city gate, did a simple registration and received a standard issue weapon before he was allowed to leave the gate. "Take care." Several soldiers saluted Su Chen. Those who successfully awaken and undergo trials become qualified warriors, just like them, fighting together against the invasion of demonic beasts and the elimination of mutants. Soon, Su Chen passed through the city gate and entered the wilderness. The wilderness was desolate. Occasionally, warriors would pass by, either returning from afar or leaving the city to venture deeper. With 2 top-tier SSS grade talents and a combat power of 1650 points, Su Chen's physical condition was naturally impeccable and he was very fast. After leaving the city, he ran towards the distance, envying those legendary figures who, according to stories, could fly with swords. Half a day later, Su Chen was very tired. At this moment, he had reached a dangerous area where he could occasionally hear the roars of mutants, causing his scalp to tingle. Next, Su Chen found a hidden spot to rest and drink water, preparing to hunt for mutants. About half an hour later, Su Chen began his search for mutants. As a novice facing mutants directly for the first time since leaving the city, he was somewhat apprehensive, so he moved cautiously, fearing an ambush by a mutant. Roar. Soon he encountered a beast, a tier 1 black wild boar. Beasts are classified into 9 tiers, with tier 1 being the weakest. However, for humans at level 1 to 10, even a tier 1 beast poses a deadly threat. 1 careless move could lead to being killed and eaten by the beast. Especially for a novice like him, the danger was even greater. Su Chen gripped his spear. His awakened talent was an F-grade Apocalypse Spear God, therefore he possessed an accompanying spear technique, which was the basic spear technique. After awakening, everyone gains 1 basic skill. Hiss. Boom. As the black wild boar, large as a water buffalo, entered his domain, Su Chen thrust his spear towards it. Suddenly the spear, glowing with light, struck the black wild boar, distorting the air with a loud crash. The spear pierced through the black wild boar. Immediately the beast fell to the ground lifeless. "Congratulations on hunting a tier 1 beast. Experience plus 2%, attribute points plus 10 chimed the notification as the black wild boar collapsed. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen was astoundingly surprised. He never expected that the boar, as large and formidable as a water buffalo and seemingly ready to devour him, would be instantly killed by his spear. Instant kill. Yes, he had instantly killed a tier 1 black wild boar. It was, after all, his first direct encounter with a beast. Actually, this was perfectly normal because his combat power was 1650, while a tier 1 beast had only 1000. Another point was the endless domain. Within its range, the opponent's or target's attack and damage were reduced by 40%, thus, the beast could only exert 60% of its full strength. With such a gap, it was natural for Su Chen to kill the beast instantly. Exhilarated, Su Chen roared. At that moment, his confidence surged. He quickly moved, leaving this perilous place to find a secluded spot. To stop, he blinked and a virtual screen unfolded before his eyes. Hunting a tier 1 black wild boar, you've gained 10 attribute points. It was his first time receiving attribute points. He decided to try adding points. But where should he add them? Luck, spear technique, domain, or the Yuan realm space? At that moment, Su Chen hesitated, pondering which aspect to enhance. The choice of where to allocate points was crucial. Eventually he chose luck because luck affects the rate and quality of drops. the higher the luck, the higher the rate and quality of drops, increasing the chance of obtaining rare items. Currently his luck was only at 3 points, the luck of an F-grade talent. Generally, the higher the talent, the higher the luck. He had 2 SSS grade talents which should have brought his luck to over 10 points. However, these SSS grades were gifts from the system, so his luck remained unchanged at 3 points. Fortunately, he could increase his luck by allocating points. Spending 10 attribute points, his luck increased from 3.00% to 3.10%. Considering this, to raise his luck to 4 points he would need 100 attribute points. Today it was imperative to elevate luck. Suchin turned off the virtual screen and set a goal for himself. Only by boosting his luck could he increase the drop rate and loot quality. With the booming confidence from his first experience of instantly defeating a black wild boar, Suchen's battle skills and experience steadily improved. Indeed, one truly grows only through continuous combat, a lesson he was finally understanding from the elders' teachings, immersed in the thrill of battle. Suchun found that every first-tier beast fell to his weapon with a single strike. However, the area he was currently exploring only harbored these first-tier beasts. To hunt higher-tier beasts he would need to venture into more dangerous territories. These areas were not only home to formidable high-tier beasts but also to many more human warriors. Where he was now could be considered a novice's paradise, where higher-level warriors seldom visited, as it would merely be a waste of their time and energy. 1 beast 2-3, then 48 49 50, time flew by and each first-tier beast he encountered was swiftly dispatched. Finally, upon defeating his 50th beast, a buzzing sound rang out. Congratulations, you've leveled up. Current level 2, combat power +6. A golden glow enveloped Su Chen which eventually faded and seemed to merge with him like energy. The notification announced his level up. He was now level 2. His combat power increased by 5 points, but with the augmentation from his dimensional space it effectively became 9 points, bringing his total to 1659 points. Though it wasn't a significant increase, every little bit added up. Amidst the abundance of beasts and the absence of other hunters, Su Chen did not stop after leveling up. Instead, he continued his hunt, aiming to kill more for extra attribute points and experience. While the bodies of the defeated beasts could be sold for money, the first-tier beasts fetched a low price and weren't worth the effort to collect. Now his focus was on leveling up, so he did not bother with the corpses. Time ticked by and before he knew it, evening approached. Another buzz. Congratulations, you've leveled up. Current level 3, combat power +8. Leveling up now required killing more beasts. At level 1 each first-tier beast slain would increase his experience bar by 2%. At level 2 each only contributed 1.8%. In total he had slain 106 beasts. With the area rich in beasts he could easily reach level 3 in a short time, but he needed to cease fighting before dark due to the dangers of the nighttime wilderness. Boom! Congratulations on killing a first-tier beast. Experience plus 1.5%, attribute points plus 10. Now killing these beasts only yielded 1.5% experience, meaning he needed to kill nearly 70 beasts to reach level 3. As his level increased, the experience gained from killing first-tier beasts decreased. It seems tomorrow is the day to hunt a second-order beast, Su Chen muttered to himself. A second-order beast with about 2000 combat power. With his own strength, as long as he was careful he could still kill it. Hunting a second-order beast might be slower, but the experience was high. Boom boom boom, time ticked away by the minute. The sky grew darker. Buzz, congratulations on leveling up. You are now level 4, combat power +10 with another upgrade, finally reaching level 4 and gaining 10 combat points. Currently with 1686 combat power, relying solely on leveling up for more power seemed a bit unrealistic. Su Chen sighed, but inside he was excited. In just half a day he had reached level 4, which for other novices might take a month or even never achieve before dying. After all, not everyone starts with 2 SSS class abilities and 1650 combat power. Other awakened beings usually only had about 200 combat power. Such was the disparity. Swoosh swoosh, he stopped fighting and quickly ran through the wilderness. During his previous fight he had taken note and already identified a place to stay for the night. Thus when night fell he didn't need to search for a place to stay, he just headed straight there. 10 minutes later, as the sky turned completely dark, Su Chen arrived in front of a rock wall. About 10 meters from the rock wall was a cave. The entrance wasn't large, around 10 square meters inside, and the entrance was well hidden, making it an absolutely perfect place to spend the night. He crawled into the cave and then camouflaged the entrance. With a thought, he took out some dry food, water and fruits from his spatial ring and began to eat. All these were prepared by his grandmother. After eating, he felt somewhat revitalized. He checked his attribute points, 1,700 points, not a bad harvest, only the luck was too low, no equipment had burst forth. He spent 10 attribute points to increase his luck from 3 points 10% to 3 points 20%, then from 3 points 20% to 3 points 30%, and continued until his luck reached 4 points at 0% after spending 90 attribute points. Suchin didn't stop there, he kept increasing it. A while later, congratulations, your luck has reached 10 points with burst rate and drop rate reaching 10%. Altogether he used 600 attribute points, luck had reached 10. However, this was not the limit of luck, or rather, there was no upper limit to luck. A luck of 3 is the lowest for an awakened warrior. Such low luck meant nearly zero burst rate and drop rate. Reaching 5 points significantly increased both. Luck at 10 was where the real genius burst rate and drop rate lay. It can be said that below 10 points, there's hardly any burst rate ratio. Only at 10 points does it become substantial. Kill 10 beasts, and there might be a chance of a drop or burst item. Pushing forward, Suchin steeled his resolve to keep improving. Today it's about boosting luck. Tomorrow, who knows, I might just get some epic gear. With better gear, his combat power would rise, creating a virtuous cycle. Skills and domains could wait until his luck was sufficiently enhanced. Congratulations, your luck has reached 20 points. Critical hit rate and drop rate are at 20% with a 1% chance for premium drops, costing 1,000 attribute points. Suchin smiled upon hearing the notification. He was on the right path. A mere 1% for premium drops might not seem much, but it was a chance worth taking. If possible, I should raise my luck to 100 points for a guaranteed 100% critical rate, he mused to himself, shutting off the virtual screen. He then pulled out a mat and blanket from his spatial ring, setting up a simple bed to rest. After a whole afternoon of combat, he was utterly exhausted. Despite the fatigue, the rewards had been substantial. Within 20 minutes, Suchin drifted into sleep. In the Xinjiang residential area, night had fallen on room 906. I wonder how little Chen is doing, thought the worried grandmother Moronlan. It was their first time being apart after so many years. In the living room, her favorite show played on the TV, but she was too distracted to pay attention. Suchen had been raised by her and his grandfather Su Jing Tian. They had hardly ever been apart. An overnight absence was usually spent at their neighbor Luo Xing'er's home, since both families lived in the same complex. This time, however, Suchen had left the city for nighttime training, and she couldn't help but worry. You've mentioned it countless times today already, grumbled Su Jing Tian, visibly irritated. If you're so worried, why don't you follow him? He too was concerned but didn't constantly voice it like Moronlan. Aren't you worried? He's our only grandchild, you old fool, retorted Moronlan, giving her husband a glare before turning off the TV and heading to the bedroom. She had no mood for television. If it weren't for the lack of network coverage outside the city, she would have called Su Chen. The city had network coverage, but once outside, connectivity was lost. The next day, Su Chen woke up early, quickly tidied up and left the cave. He found a water source to wash up and ate some dry food. After preparing himself, he was ready to fight. Today he planned to hunt a second-tier beast. With a combat power nearing 1700, not engaging with second-tier beasts would be a waste of time here. Hunting them would provide more experience and quicker level-ups, and the equipment dropped by second-tier beasts was certainly superior. He memorized a potential spot for resting in case he didn't find a place to stay by evening and wasn't far from this location. For now, his current location was still the safest area, frequented only by novices. Those with higher levels ventured into more dangerous zones. Although he was aiming for second-tier beasts, he wouldn't pass up the chance to take down a first-tier beast if encountered. It was just a matter of a quick shot after all. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Boom boom. Boom. Nowadays, hunting a first-tier beast, each one only increases experience by 1.2%. Half an hour later, Suchen had hunted down 84 beasts. Buzz, congratulations, you've leveled up. Now at level 5, combat power plus 14, golden light radiated from his body as he leveled up again. So you see, even the first-tier beast should not be overlooked. Just like that, half an hour later he had leveled up to level 5, roar. Just then Suchen heard a roar louder and more fierce than any beast he had encountered before. He felt a surge of danger and looked up to see a massive beast, a second-tier beast. Finally he had encountered a second-tier beast. According to what his teacher had taught, this second-tier beast should be called the Rampaging Rex. Yes, the Rampaging Rex, known as one of the most brutal and powerful among the second-tier beasts. He hadn't expected his first encounter with a second-tier to be with a Rampaging Rex. Was this good or bad luck? One word: fight. It wasn't possible to just run away from a beast, with his current speed outrunning a second-tier rampaging Rex was. Clearly impossible. Gripping his long spear, he activated his endless domain. With one thrust he charged at the rampaging Rex. Speaking of combat power, his 1700 was up against a beast with over 2000. It wasn't without a chance of fighting back, especially since, in the endless domain, the beast's power would be reduced. Indeed, the 2000 combat power of the beast within his endless domain would ultimately translate to only about 1200 in damage and attack. Boom! His crack roar, the spear collided with the rampaging Rex, instantly drawing blood. The rampaging Rex, hurt and enraged, became even more ferocious. So did Su Chen, who doesn't have a temper. Previously he had been killing with a single spear thrust, and not being able to do so with the rampaging Rex was frustrating. Bang! Hiss! For a moment the area within 100 meters was flattened. The rampaging Rex's injuries grew more severe. Boom! Finally, under Su Chen's spear strike, the rampaging Rex harshly fell to the ground. Congratulations on killing a second-tier beast. Experience plus 20%, attribute points plus 50 drop, Flame God Spear. Exclusive. When the rampaging Rex fell, Su Chen was incredibly excited. He had finally taken down a second-tier beast, proving he had the strength to hunt second-tier beasts. He was also extremely eager to see how much experience a second-tier beast would provide. My goodness, a direct 20% increase in experience. That meant by hunting just 5 second-tier beasts he could level up, and 50 attribute points. What he hadn't expected was that it would drop an item, and the item was glowing with colorful light. This was no ordinary item, especially since the voice prompt had mentioned it was exclusive. Exclusive equipment. In that moment Su Chen was utterly stunned. According to what his teacher had said, exclusive equipment was of a miraculous level with no level restrictions and stats far exceeding those of gold tier items. However, such exclusive equipment was exceedingly rare. Exclusive equipment. Su Chen trembled with excitement. His luck was simply unmatched. A newbie venturing into the wilderness, and on the second day he kills a second-tier beast and loots exclusive equipment. Who would believe such a tale if he told it? No, he had to go back. Su Chen was thrilled. Not pausing for a moment, he quickly ran back to where he had settled. 10 minutes later, Su Chen was back in the cave where he had spent the night. With a thought, an item emitting a colorful glow was taken out from the realm space. A spear 2.6 meters long, radiating terrifying flames. This spear, it somewhat resembled Nez's spear, but it was even cooler. The flames contained the power of destruction. Holding the Flame God Spear, suddenly information appeared before Su Chen. Name: Flame God Spear. Exclusive. Tier: unranked. Tags: colorful. Combat power: 88888. Effect 1: flame damage increased by 300% when attacking. Effect 2: penetration increased by 300%. Effect 3: 50% immunity to fire attacks. Effect 4: 30% chance to unleash ice rainfire covering an area of 300 mx 300 m. Seeing the tags and attributes of this exclusive equipment, Su Chen was petrified. Exclusive equipment really defied the heavens. Just the combat power alone was directly 88,888, and it also had 4 incredible tags. No wonder his teacher said exclusive equipment was like divine artifacts. They could also be called divine artifacts. His teacher had said equipment is categorized into many tiers: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, glory, king, epic, legend, and myth. Each tier has 3 types of tags: white, common, red, rare, gold, perfect. But exclusive equipment has no tier, its attributes surpass gold tags. Note: exclusive equipment will not drop. Note: once equipped, exclusive equipment cannot be traded. The notification was clear: exclusive equipment will not drop, and once equipped it becomes untradeable. Looking at the Flame God Spear, Su Chen didn't hesitate and used it immediately. Then, the virtual screen unfolded, showing his current combat power. System, version 1.0. Name: Su Chen. Level, 5, 21.5%. Luck, plus 20, 0%. Combat power, 135039. Mount, none. Wealth, none. Skills, Annihilation Spear Technique Basic, Tier 1, 0%. Special ability, Infinite Realm SSS, Tier 1, 0%. Space, Realm Space SSS, Level 1, 0%. Attribute points, 900. Note: combat power equals base self plus equipment, X amplification multiplier. Wow, his combat power directly reached 135000. With just one exclusive weapon, he soared high into the sky. with 135000 combat power he could dominate any martial artist below level 50, taking off. It seems he doesn't need to upgrade his luck for now. 20 points of luck were enough to loot exclusive items. Upgrading luck further seemed unnecessary, Su Chen pondered. Currently, with 20 points of luck, he had looted exclusive equipment, and now, lacking in attribute points, he couldn't afford to upgrade his luck further. He needed to improve his spear technique realm and realm space first and wait until he had more attribute points before enhancing his luck. With a combat power of 135,000, Su Chen simply swept through his enemies. Level up, he thought, deciding to boost his level before anything else. Calming his excited heart, Su Chen left the cave and ran towards his previous location. It took him 10 minutes to return to where he had left the carcass of the tyrannosaur now baking under the sun. The stench of blood had attracted quite a number of mutant beasts, including both first and second tiers. Over a dozen were present. With a swift movement, Su Chen charged towards these beasts. When he was about 200 meters away, he thrust his flame god spear forward, heating the very air as if to evaporate it. The spear's light turned into fierce flames, hurtling straight towards the mutants. Simultaneously, a storm of icy flames erupted, covering an area of 300 by 300 meters. In an instant, a 90,000 square meter area turned into a sea of fire, with icy rains of heavenly fire engulfing it. The ground was frosted over, and when the icy heavenly fire rained down on the mutant beasts, both first and second tier creatures were instantly turned to ash. Damn, Su Chen swore aloud upon seeing the result. This power isn't just terrifying, the flame damage is unbeatable too. Of course, he wasn't surprised by the instantaneous killing of first and second tier beasts. After all, his combat power was now an impressive 135000. To him, it would be strange if such powerful attacks didn't instantly kill beasts with only a couple thousand combat power. However, reducing them to ashes was beyond even his expectations. Experience plus 20%, experience plus 1%. Attribute points plus 10 attribute points plus 50. The effects of his attack were significant, the dozen mutant beasts vanishing with his experience and attribute points soaring. Congratulations on leveling up, you are now level 6, buzzed the notification as his combat power increased by 16. The golden light flickered. Su Chen had leveled up again and reached level 6. At this moment, he felt like a king descending into a lower league. The level of dominance was just so overwhelming. It seems that with a bit of luck today I could reach level 20, he thought, considering the number of mutants he might encounter. Indeed, the strength of equipment is crucial. His Formata Fire Flame God Spear made his heart tremble with its power. Then, holding the Flame God Spear, Su Chen ran forward, annihilating any mutant beast in his path, leaving nothing alive in his wake. The spear's additional damage was immensely destructive. Congratulations on leveling up, you are now level 7, buzzed the notification again, followed by levels 8 and 9, each level increasing his combat power further. Time ticked away, and by noon, Su Chen paused his relentless combat. By this time he had reached level 17, but leveling up had become significantly slower. Hunting second-tier mutant beasts now only increased his experience by 0.8%. To reach level 18 he would need to kill 125 such beasts. And what about reaching levels 19 or 20? Luckily his combat power was high and his icy heavenly fire attack was effective against groups. Otherwise, reaching level 20 might have taken much longer. No wonder other beginners take several months or even over a year to reach level 20. Thinking about it now, it seems quite normal. After all, which level 6 novice possesses a combat power of over 100,000? With a series of thuds, Su Chen found a secluded spot, took out some bottled water and quickly guzzled down 2 bottles, feeling instantly refreshed. After battling all morning he was indeed very tired and needed a rest. There were a few pieces of equipment in the Yuan realm space, but he didn't feel like checking them just yet. These items wouldn't significantly enhance his combat power unless they were exclusive. Otherwise he couldn't be bothered to even look at a slight increase in power. Tomorrow he would return to the city. Su Chen pondered for a moment, level up to 20 today and head back to town tomorrow. It was his first time away from his grandparents, spending 3 days in the wilderness, and he felt a bit lonely. An hour later, Su Chen's physical strength had fully recovered to its peak. He continued his journey. Boom, sizzle, whoosh, the sounds of gun flashes piercing through space, demonic beasts falling to the ground, and the destructive force of ice rain, heavenly fire obliterating everything mixed together. Continuously, both first and second tier demonic beasts were turned to ashes wherever he went. attributes plus 50, attributes plus 50, experience plus 0.6%, attributes plus 10, experience plus 0.6%. As time ticked away, Suchin was completely immersed in the slaughter. At this moment, his combat experience and skills had surpassed that of a novice. He had become a formidable fighter, able to destroy demonic beasts with minimal physical effort and strength. He could even control the frequency of area attacks. When there were fewer beasts, he minimized the use of area attacks. When there were more, he ensured that the destructive ice rain heavenly fire would erupt. As evening fell, a buzzing sound congratulated him. You have leveled up. Current level, 20, combat power plus 60, a dazzling golden light like the phantom of a golden dragon briefly flashed across Su Chen's body. The notification rang out. He had leveled up again, reaching level 20, achieving his goal. The higher the level, the more combat power was awarded upon leveling up. With a sigh, Su Chen withdrew his spear and muttered to himself. Then, moving swiftly, he started running back to his base. About half an hour later, the sky was pitch black. Suchin returned to his resting spot, took a deep breath and tiredly lay down in the cave, slowly regaining his strength. After resting well, Suchin gulped down some water and ate some dry food, feeling fully refreshed. In fact, with a combat power of 130,000, fighting wasn't really tiring for him anymore. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to sustain an afternoon of fighting. The reason he felt fatigued was because he had to control his spear technique and strength while absorbing combat skills and experience. With a blink of an eye, the virtual screen unfolded. The first thing he did was to check how many attribute points he had. Attribute points were everything to him, so they were what he cared about the most. Today he had hunted quite a few second-tier demonic beasts. As for the first-tier ones, he hadn't paid them much mind. After reaching level 10, hunting first-tier demonic beasts only increased his experience by about 0.1%, not even at the second tier. After leveling up to 15-inch, the experience dropped to a mere 1%, and at level 20 it further plummeted to 0.5%. Attribute points, 49710. Indeed, with the achievement points surpassing 40,000, hunting second-tier exotic beasts awarded 50 achievement points each, and today alone I hunted between 8 to 900. I also killed many at the first tier. Should I upgrade the domain, or gunmanship, maybe even space? He had already decided that there was no immediate need to upgrade luck. Thus, the most crucial enhancements would be in the domain and gunmanship. Of course, upgrading space is vital since it boosts combat power. The first level offers a 1.5 times increase, and the second level would undoubtedly be higher. However, the required attribute points for this are unknown at the moment. Let's give it a try. Attempt to upgrade the domain, gunmanship and space. Spending 1000 attribute points, the elemental space was raised from the first level at 0.00% to 1%. Good grief, spending 1000 points only for a 1% increase. Can't upgrade any further. Attribute points are now precious. Good steel must be used on the blade's edge. Spending 1000 attribute points, the endless domain was upgraded from the first tier at 0.00% to 1%. Similarly, it took 1000 attribute points for a 1% increase. This means that to achieve 100%, one would need 100,000 attribute points. Currently, I don't have that many attribute points, nor would it be cost effective, so let's try gunmanship. Spending 100 attribute points, the apocalyptic gunmanship was improved from the first tier at 0.00% to 1%. This is feasible. Upgrading to the second tier only requires 10,000 attribute points. Let's upgrade the apocalyptic gunmanship first. Spending 100 attribute points, the apocalyptic gunmanship was enhanced from the first tier at 1% to 2%. Spending 100 attribute points, it was increased from 2% to 3%. Spending another 100 attribute points, it was raised from 3% to 4%. Spending 100 attribute points, the apocalyptic gunmanship was advanced from 99% in the first tier to 0% in the second tier, consuming a total of 10,000 points. The gunmanship was upgraded. The higher the tier, the stronger the power of the gunmanship. Notification: your apocalyptic gunmanship reaching the second tier can unleash 2 beams of gun energy with speed, armor penetration, and piercing, all increasing by 10%. Although these improvements might not count towards combat power, their force is substantial. Continuing, spending 200 attribute points, the apocalyptic gunmanship was advanced from the second tier at 0.00% to 1%. Spending 200 attribute points, it was increased from 1% to 2%. Spending another 200 attribute points, it was raised from 2% to 3%. Spending 200 attribute points, the apocalyptic gunmanship was advanced from 99% in the second tier to 0% in the third tier, consuming a total of 20,000 attribute points. The apocalyptic gunmanship has reached the third tier. Notification: your apocalyptic gunmanship reaching the third tier can unleash 4 beams of gun energy with speed, armor penetration, and piercing, all increasing by 20%. Now at the third tier, with a significant increase in power, he could now unleash 4 bursts of Spear Light, enhancing penetration, defense, braking, and speed by 20%. Continuing on, he spent 400 attribute points to elevate his Apocalypse Spear technique from the third tier at 0.00% to 1%. Beyond this third tier, each 1% increase required another 400 attribute points. It was clear that reaching the fourth tier was impossible now due to a shortage of attribute points. Deciding to use up the remaining points anyway, he quickly reduced his points to just 110. Unable to advance further, his Apocalypse Spear technique had now reached the third tier at 44%. Taking a deep breath, he settled the upgrade of his attribute points. Next, it was time to check his equipment. A considerable amount of gear had dropped today, most of which were of bronze level and ordinary white quality. There were only a few rare red items, and as for silver level, there were just 3 pieces. Suchen then accessed the equipment panel next to his main panel. This panel allowed for the equipping of items which would not show externally except for weapons and clothes which were visible. Items like clothes, helmets, necklaces, bracelets, and rings could all be worn. Every warrior's panel typically displayed outfits and weapons alongside bracelets, rings, necklaces, and helmets, 8 pieces in total. Medals, boots, gems, auras, and capes were considered special equipment and were much harder to acquire, nearly as challenging as exclusive items. Suchen looked at the wearable options and donned them, automatically prioritizing those that offered the highest combat power, best quality, and strongest effects. In just 10 seconds, he was fully equipped. His weaponry included an exclusive Flaming God Spear with an impressive combat power of 88,888. Other items included a silver-level white shirt and helmet, each with a combat power of 1,000 but no special attributes. A bronze-level red necklace and a pair of white bronze-level bracelets, each with 800 and 600 combat power respectively, and a silver-level red ring and a bronze-level ring, each contributing 1,800 combat power, again with no special traits. His teacher had once said that only equipment of king's level and above, and specifically golden items, came with special traits. Thus, aside from his exclusive weapon, his other equipment lacked special traits. Although the gear was not of the highest quality, wearing the full set combined with the amplification from the Yuan Realm Space instantly boosted his combat power by 8 to 9,000. His total combat power now stood at 144095. System, version 1.0. Name, Suchen. Level 20, 0.06%. Luck, plus 20, 0%. Combat power, 144095. Mount, none. Wealth, none. Skills, Apocalypse Spear technique basic, third tier, 44%. Special ability, Infinite Domain SSS, first tier, 1%. Space, Yuan Realm Space SSS, first layer, 1%. Attribute points, 110. Note, combat power equals base self plus equipment, X amplification factor. Turn off the virtual screen. Time to sleep. I'll be heading home tomorrow afternoon. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School has a new dungeon specifically designed for beginners and I don't want to miss it. It's been 3 days already. After practicing diligently for 2 days, upon returning, I'll give my all to challenge the school's dungeon. I heard there are rewards too. But of course I'm not just in it for the rewards. Enhancing my strength and level is the true path to power. I wonder how Shinger is doing. The thought of Luo Shinger, who possesses an SSS tier talent, crosses my mind. Every team wants her on their side because of her talent, which should make leveling up quite fast for her. Soon after, I start to make my bed and before long I drift off into sleep. The next morning I wake up early, wash up, eat something, and start looking for mythical beasts to battle. Today's battles feel much more intuitive than yesterday's, and after reaching the third tier of the Apocalypse Spear technique, my spear thrusts emit 4 terrifying beams of light with much faster speed than before. Boom boom boom. Attribute points plus 50, attribute points plus 10, experience plus 0.1%, experience plus 0.05%. Now hunting second tier mythical beasts only yields 0.1% experience and first tier beasts give pitifully low experience. However, today I'm not out for leveling up but for grinding attribute points. To level up, I definitely need to hunt third tier mythical beasts. Time passes by minute. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I start heading back towards the city, dealing with any mythical beasts I encounter along the way. By evening, I finally reach the city gates. After a quick check, they let me in. I'm finally back. Returning to the city always brings a sigh of relief. No matter how strong you are outside, it never feels as safe as being back within the city walls. Now I can finally relax. Taking a bus for over half an hour, I arrive at Xinjiang Residential District. Knock, knock, knock. I tap on the door. Inside, Grandma Moron Lan is watching TV. Hearing the knocking, she becomes excited. Could it be Xiao Chen returning? Generally at this time no one else visits their home except for me. Open the door, didn't bring the keys again, says Grandpa Su Jing Tian. Our residential area is not new and hasn't upgraded to fingerprint locks. We still use keys and I often forget mine. Got it, Moron Lan retorts with a glare at Su Jing Tian as she gets up to open the door. Grandma, I greet Moron Lan happily as I see her. It's only been a few days, but I've missed my grandparents dearly. After all, this is the first time I've been away from home for so long. Xiao Chen is back, let Grandma have a look. Oh my, you've lost weight. I'd go take a shower first and Grandma will cook you something nutritious. You need to be fattened up, Moron Lan says as she hugs me tightly, examining me closely. Perhaps it's her eyesight or just her concern, but she insists I've gotten thinner. No Grandma, I haven't gotten thinner, I've gotten more toned, I respond, feeling the warmth and happiness in my heart as I step into the room. Upon greeting Grandfather Su Jing Tian, the elderly man appeared as calm and tranquil as ever. How has your harvest been? Su Jing Tian glanced at Su Chen. Though his tone was mild, his curiosity was immense. Grandfather, I've had a good couple of days. I've reached level 21, Su Chen dutifully responded. Yes, level 21. I was level 20 last night, and this morning, after hunting several beasts, I advanced to level 21 and gained a total of 50,000 attribute points. What? Su Jing Tian uttered, his reaction seemingly unsurprised, as if everything Su Chen said was expected. However, it took a moment before the realization dawned on him, his expression changing suddenly. Level 21? I thought you said level 2, which is quite normal or even quite good for a first outing. 2 or 3 days to reach level 2 is indeed not bad. Level 21? Could I have misheard, or did you misspeak? His gaze fixed on Su Chen, full of inquiry. Grandfather, it's level 21, Su Chen confirmed again. Level 21, yes. Did you find some opportunity? Su Jing Tian stared at Su Chen, knowing his grandson's character well enough to trust he wasn't lying. There was no need for lies. It meant he truly had reached level 21. How did you achieve this? This isn't just about talent. Even for an SSS rank, reaching level 5 in 2 or 3 days of a first outing would be impressive. But level 21 suggests you must have found something extraordinary. Grandfather, I was just lucky. I got a special weapon, Su Chen explained, stretching out his hand to reveal the blazing spear, which immediately filled the room with a sweltering heat. The blazing spear, capable of consuming everything in flames, remained controlled in Su Chen's hand, not spewing fire at random. Indeed, you were lucky, Su Jing Tian remarked, looking astonished at the blazing spear in Su Chen's hand. Although not a martial artist himself, he knew quite a bit, having had a son and daughter-in-law who were powerful figures. Grandfather, I'm going to take a bath, Su Chen said, putting away the blazing spear and heading to his room. After training in the wilderness without a proper water source, he hadn't been able to bathe. He hadn't noticed it before, but once home he felt uncomfortable all over. After a thorough bath supervised by his grandmother, who made sure he ate until he was full, Su Chen tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep until dawn was nearly breaking. The next afternoon, Su Chen was woken up by Luo Xing'er dragging him out of bed. Brother, you're sleeping like a pig. Do you know what time it is? Luo Xing'er's voice was soft and sweet. Her fair, tender hands tugged at Su Chen's, pulling him up from the bed. You're the pig. A tiny one at that, Su Chen muttered, rubbing his eyes and looking at the pretty young girl in front of him, her faint fragrance pleasing to his nose. You're the big one. Guess what? I've reached level 9 now. Isn't that amazing? Come on, praise me, Luo Xing'er insisted, preventing him from lying back down to sleep. Meanwhile, with a smug expression, she boasted about her achievements. Over the past 2 days, she teamed up with several other talents which boosted her level to 9. She rushed back this morning, quickly showered, changed her clothes, and the first thing she did was come to brag to Su Chen. I'm not sure when she developed this annoying habit. Xing'er is impressive, Su Chen responded half-heartedly. Level 9? Is that strong? Little sister, you're being careless. Your brother here is already at level 21. Do you know what level 21 means? He scoffed dismissively. Don't just lie there, get up, you get up. Luo Xing'er huffed. This guy is too dismissive. With That expression and tone, it hardly sounds like you're complimenting someone. You might as well have dismissive written on your forehead. Just go outside. How can I get up with you staring like that? Suchin sighed helplessly. Once Luo Xing'er had her eyes on him, things rarely went his way, mainly because she was so clingy and he just couldn't handle her. It was clear that continuing to sleep was no longer an option. No sleeping. I'll wait for you, Luo Xing'er said with a blush, releasing Su Chen's hand and walking out of the room while also reminding him, get up. Wash up, dress properly. Before she left the room, Grandma, I'm going out with brother, we won't be back for lunch, Luo Xing'er called out to Moron Lan as soon as Su Chen stepped out. Go on, Moron Lan waved her hand with a smile. She was very fond of Luo Xing'er, almost as if she was seeing a granddaughter-in-law. Time flew by quickly. 3 days passed. During these 3 days, 2 were spent with Luo Xing'er clinging to him, shopping non-stop. Su Chen's legs were about to give out. Despite Luo Xing'er's petite size, she shopped with an energy that seemed inexhaustible, never tiring at all. This day, early in the morning, the two left the residential district and headed towards the school. Brother, after this dungeon, let's team up, Luo Xing'er chirped happily as they walked, seeming forever free from worries or troubles. Today we're going to school because Jiangcheng No. 1 High has dungeon resources. It's a dungeon for beginners training. If you succeed in awakening, you get one chance to enter the dungeon. If you give it up, there won't be another chance because this dungeon only opens once every 6 months. It's said to be a mysterious dungeon from ancient times. Xing'er, do you know about hidden classes? Su Chen stopped walking, looking seriously at Luo Xing'er. He felt deeply for the girl. Ever since her awakening, she had been extremely careful, fearing that her talent might hurt Su Chen's pride. Even though she never said anything, Su Chen could tell. Yes, I know. But awakening a hidden class is very difficult. It's said that 50 years ago in our Jiangcheng, someone awakened a hidden class called the Forbidden Space Mage. Initially his talents were not impressive, but later he rose powerfully, becoming the strongest in the Great Xia Empire at the time, hailed as a monstrous powerhouse who dominated an era. Luo Xing'er didn't know why Su Chen brought up hidden classes, but she answered anyway. Hidden classes are hard to awaken, since it's a hidden profession even after awakening. No one knows except for oneself. 50 years ago, in Jiang City, there emerged an unparalleled era-defying prodigy. This prodigy's natural talent upon awakening was not high, but it was terrifying to the extreme. Eventually, it was revealed that he had awakened a heaven-defying hidden profession. I too have awakened a hidden profession, the God of Fortune, Su Chen spoke up. This lie he had thought of at the moment he obtained the system. Since his own luck could be enhanced, why not claim it was a hidden profession? In fact, even if he didn't admit it, some would suspect, for how could he, a mere F-level Doomsday Gun God, be so contrary to heaven? He surely must have awakened a hidden profession. His monstrous and defiant nature would soon become known to others. Rather than let others speculate, he might as well tell Luo Xing'er first. At least it would ease her cautiousness. Sometimes lies are not meant maliciously. It's not like he could admit he had a system. What, you've awakened a hidden profession, really? Upon hearing this, Luo Xing'er was stunned into petrification. Disbelief was written all over her beautiful face, nearly exclaiming aloud. But remembering they were outside, worried about being overheard, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her face filled with shock as she stared at Su Chen. Look, Su Chen nodded. He glanced around to make sure no one was nearby and then manifested his blazing flame god spear. This can prove it, my exclusive weapon. Oh my brother, you're too amazing. Luo Xing'er saw Su Chen's blazing flame god spear flickering with destructive flames and colorful brilliance. It was simply too cool. At the same time, she cast a detection spell and discovered the information about the blazing flame god spear, including entries, burst time and location. She was dumbfounded for a long time before she could react. The exclusive weapon had appeared 2 days ago. According to the timing, her brother must have obtained it on the same day they went to the wild, likely from hunting a first-tier exotic beast. Indeed, it was the luck of a hidden profession, the God of Fortune. Incredible, totally incredible. Hidden professions are supportive, and without any doubt, every hidden profession, just like the SSS tier, has its own heaven-defying attributes. For instance, my brother's hidden profession, the God of Fortune, has an insane drop in loot rate. Otherwise, how could he possibly obtain such exclusive equipment? With such a heaven-defying exclusive weapon, his combat power is naturally high and leveling up is naturally fast. Don't tell anyone else, Su Chen said. By the way, what level are you now? Luo Xing'er nodded obediently, her curiosity piqued about Su Chen's level. With such a divine exclusive weapon, soloing was unbeatable. And fast leveling was definitely expected. Level 21 Su Chen answered. Awesome, that's great. I am SSS tier, you are SSS tier, and your hidden profession is even more terrifying than SSS tier. In the future, as we become stronger, none of us will be left behind. Hehe. Luo Xing'er was very happy, even happier than when she reached level 21 herself. Envy was part of it, but more so she was happy for Su Chen. After all, she was an SSS tier source of life. Indeed, she was an SSS tier chaotic ice. Phoenix, you are an SSS tier support, and I'm in charge of blasting equipment. Su Chen smiled as they walked and talked together. Before long, they arrived at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Since it was Sunday, the school was almost deserted except for the occasional awakened martial artist who passed by. Luo Xing'er, Luo Xing'er, Luo Xing'er. Everyone greeted her along the way. The popularity of her SSS level talent was beyond imagination. As for Su Chen, he was completely ignored. Despite being a successful awakener, his F-rank status made him the least respected among martial artists. Brother, you're being ignored, Luo Xing'er commented, nodding slightly in response to those greeting her. Her eyes filled only with the reflection of Su Chen. Now that she knew about Su Chen's hidden profession, she didn't have to be so cautious anymore. The feeling was wonderful. Let them ignore me, Su Chen chuckled. I don't care about being taken seriously by others, I'm not that vain. After this dungeon, they'll change their tune. Luo Xing'er smiled, her intelligence shining through. She knew that even if Su Chen hid now after this dungeon, he could no longer keep his abilities a secret. Could an elephant hide behind a small tree? Of course not. Soon, the two reached the school plaza and waited for another 20 minutes. The principal was sitting on the stage with about a dozen martial artists who clearly weren't teachers from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. No need to say these people were likely representatives from other universities drawn to the school by the news of an SSS level talent like Luo Xing'er. Luo Xing'er, please come here, the principal called out as he gestured for her to approach. These are professors from Kyoto University and Jiangnan University. Do you have any preferred university? Speak your intentions or conditions. As Luo Xing'er nodded and looked towards the recruitment representatives on the stage, one spoke up. Miss Luo Xing'er, if you choose our Kyoto University, we'll provide you with 1 billion in resources annually along with the highest quality dungeon resources. What do you think? Another added. Miss Luo Xing'er, I believe you've heard of Jiangnan University, your hometown university. We can offer 1 billion in cash, 1 billion in resources, the best dungeons, and even a unique item tailored for you. At this moment, each university representative highlighted their advantages and the benefits they were offering, eagerly awaiting Luo Xing'er's response. After all, she was an SSS level talent, the most extraordinary kind that could potentially bring the dead back to life with the right training. I would like to bring my brother with me, Luo Xing'er suddenly said, her gaze shifting towards the distant Su Chen. And his treatment should be the same as mine. Your brother, is he also SSS level? Upon hearing Luo Xing'er's condition, there was a moment of surprise. It was the first time they encountered such a situation, bringing her brother along and insisting on equal treatment for him. Since the treatment has to be the same, is your brother also SSS tier? How come I haven't heard of another SSS tier at Jiang City No. 1 High School? Could there be a mistake? No, he's F tier, Luo Xing'er answered. As she spoke, she waved Su Chen over, her lively eyes twinkling with mischievous glee. If Su Chen saw that grin, he'd definitely know she was up to her old tricks again. Su Chen, what are you doing here? Get in line properly. Zide Long was initially stunned when he heard the terms Luo Xing'er was proposing. By the time he regained his composure, Su Chen was already approaching. You in F tier, what crowd are you joining? Don't interfere with Luo Xing'er, one of the teachers said. I'm sorry, Ms. Luo Xing'er, but it's really impossible for F tier talents like him to enter our university. Yes, Ms. Luo Xing'er, our university can offer you higher treatment, but we really can't admit him. An F tier talent should only go to a regular university. An F tier trying to enter a top 10 university in all of Dacia. A few more amiable teachers added their words laced with smiles, clearly only out of respect for Luo Xing'er's SSS tier status. Other teachers simply wore their disdain openly. No matter how they looked at Su Chen, they found him displeasing. If it weren't for you, Luo Xing'er would have chosen our university already. Alright then, I'll think about it, Luo Xing'er said, adopting an obedient demeanor but with a hint of disappointment, and left with Su Chen to join the other students in line. I can't handle you, Su Chen glared at Luo Xing'er. The two had grown up together and Su Chen knew every move she was going to make. Just now he realized that she was playing her little games again, subtly stirring up resentment. By the way, brother, which university are you thinking about? Luo Xing'er asked with a chuckle. Haven't decided yet. What about you? Su Chen replied, University. I haven't decided either. Brother, why don't we go to Kyoto together? Sister is there too. Even if we don't go to Kyoto University, there are several strong universities in Kyoto, Luo Xing'er suggested, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as she looked at Su Chen. Okay, we'll go to Kyoto then. But I need to ask Grandpa and Grandma to see if they can move to Kyoto. Su Chen nodded. Strong schools and resources have their advantages, and in this world there are countless circles. Being in a strong circle means a lot of competition but also many benefits. However, he needed to ask his grandparents. They were old and he needed to take care of them. Little F, you're also going to the instance? Just then a piercing voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Su Chen didn't need to look to know who it was. Are you brain damaged? Luo Xing'er didn't wait for Su Chen to speak up and started scolding. A C-tier talent daring to call himself a genius and looking down on F-tier. Who gave you the courage? Silly dog. Su Chen glanced at Chen Hui and couldn't help but laugh. This silly dog, so foolishly adorable, who are you calling? Chen Hui, hearing this, flared up. Damn it, although it was just 2 words, it somehow felt amusing. Calling the silly dog, Su Chen chuckled. He's just cursing at a foolish dog. Quiet. Just as he was about to retort, the voice of Principal Qi Delong rang out, bringing silence. The instance will open promptly at 9 o'clock. Before the instance begins, let me explain the rules and precautions. The training instance at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School is the most controversial due to its difficulty level. Since there's controversy, it means that the instance could be dangerous, so choose carefully later. Our school's instance has 4 options. 1. Normal level, containing beasts of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd rank with a training period of 3 days, after which you'll be teleported out. 2. Hard level with beasts up to the 4th rank and a training period of 7 days. 3. Desperate level, where according to those who survived, beasts of the 6th rank have appeared with a training period of 10 days. 4. Catastrophe level, no one has ever entered nor returned. The hints from the instance suggest the presence of beasts of the 7th or 8th rank and possibly other humans with a survival rate of less than 0.00001%. I do not recommend choosing the desperate or catastrophe levels, as these, despite being training instances for beginners, are virtually a certain death. Principal Qi spoke unhurriedly. The instance at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School is specifically designed for beginners. Therefore, there is an age limit. Only those under 18 can enter. This instance is different from others because it offers 4 choices, allowing you to select the difficulty based on your own strength and circumstances. Alright, you have 10 minutes to choose. Form 4 lines from left to right. The teleportation to the instance will appear after 10 minutes. As Qi Delong spoke, a teacher brought out signs numbered 1, 2, 3 and 4. Brother, which level will you choose? Luo Xing'er tugged at Su Chen's sleeve and asked. Beep, a random mission triggered. Choose the catastrophe level. Reward, 200,000 attribute points, exclusive equipment. As Su Chen was hesitating, a prompt sounded in his mind. What the heck, does the system even have this feature? I didn't know about it. And there's even a random mission. Moreover, choosing the catastrophe level means a reward of 200,000 attribute points and a piece of exclusive equipment. Damn, the system knows too well. Whenever there's something bizarre or difficult, the system always pops up. And now, with the school's instance having a catastrophe level, it gave him a random mission to choose it. Catastrophe level it is, Su Chen replied, since the system suggested it couldn't be a trap, right? He didn't choose it just for the 200,000 attribute points and the exclusive equipment. He wanted to challenge himself because he had a heart for adventure. Yeah, right. Luo Xing'er was stunned, thinking she had heard wrong, looking at Su Chen with questioning eyes. It's just a beginner's instance, said Su Chen. No choice, it's the random mission the system gave out. Be careful, I'll choose the hard level. After a moment, Luo Xing'er took a deep breath and began to speak. Hidden profession, god of luck. The luck must be very good, plus I have a special weapon. Besides, this is just a newbie's dungeon, it surely isn't dangerous. Be careful yourself. Su Chen instructed. Even the difficult level is dangerous. Fortunately, yesterday Su Chen gave her 2 silver grade and 3 bronze grade items, which significantly increased her combat power. Luo Xing'er nodded her head in agreement, reluctantly leaving to join the team representing the difficult level. There weren't many who chose the difficult level, only 6 people. The rest all chose the normal level. As for the desperate and catastrophe levels, not a single person chose them. Su Chen, aren't you going to the dungeon? Qi Delong asked, seeing that everyone else had chosen their teams and only Su Chen hadn't moved. Su Chen didn't answer but walked towards the catastrophe level spot. The normal level represented by the number 1 occupied 97%, the difficult level represented by number 2 had only 2%, however, the spots representing the desperate and catastrophe levels numbers 3 and 4 were completely empty. At that moment Su Chen arrived at position 4. "Student, this is the catastrophe level," said the teacher holding the number 4, thinking Su Chen had made a mistake. "Does this student have an IQ of 20? I chose the catastrophe level," Su Chen replied indifferently. What? Choosing the catastrophe level? You must be joking, seeking attention, courting death." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, everyone was shocked, not just the students but the teachers on the podium as well. Boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone was shocked, for mysterious beams of light appeared in the sky. The lights, as if with precise targeting, quickly enveloped down, covering the designated 4 areas. Hiss hiss, the normal level teams, all the people vanished into thin air. The difficult level people also disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the light above Su Chen enveloped him. He felt a mysterious force pulling at him. In the face of this force, he had no room to resist. His body, wrapped in the light, vanished on the spot as if evaporated. On the plaza, originally nearly 200 students, now not a single one remained. All had been transported away. He went to the catastrophe level. Why such recklessness? An F grade, although very poor among warriors, is still high above a normal person. Alas, it's just one less F grade. Luo Xing'er, who chose the difficult level, should be able to return safely. This student's mental state isn't right. Fortunately, it's just an F grade. If it were S grade or above, it would truly be a waste of talent. On the podium, all the teachers came to their senses and began discussing an F grade choosing the catastrophe level dungeon. This mindset isn't right. Also, it's just seeking attention. Fortunately, it's an F grade. If it were a genius, that would truly be a waste of good talent. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you here to wait a few days, or?" Principal Chi said with a smile. In the past, he had no presence in front of these recruitment teachers. Now his status has skyrocketed. The reason is simple. A great SSS prodigy has emerged at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. As a result, he speaks more freely than before. This is Su Chen's first teleportation. How does it feel? It's hard to say. It's somewhat like being in an elevator, swoosh, swoosh. But this elevator is more like an observation lift where you can see the outside, except now everything outside is pitch black. With only the legendary mysterious substances flowing vaguely, this scene lasts for about 10 seconds before it abruptly stops. Su Chen feels as though he's been thrown into the air, then he lands light as a feather without the harsh impact of a free fall. The air is filled with an ancient scent. Opening his eyes, he finds himself in a wilderness temporarily devoid of humans and exotic beasts, posing no threat and suggesting a momentary safety. "Welcome to the world of Qing Luo. I am the spirit of Qing Luo. You are the 98,071,239,527th person to come here, but all those who came before you have died. Your current number is 9527. Whether you survive in the world of Qing Luo depends on your luck." Rules: please complete the tasks of Qing Luo World within 20 days. Tasks: hunt down 6,666 first-tier exotic beasts, 5,555 second-tier beasts, 4,444 third-tier beasts, 3,333 fourth-tier beasts, 2,222 fifth-tier beasts, and 1111 sixth-tier beasts. After completing these tasks, you will be transported to the Qing Luo Tower. Passing through the Qing Luo Tower will mean you have completed the mission. Reward: an exclusive special void artifact from Qing Luo World. Ethereal voice echoes in the void, sounding both close at hand and far away, creating a sense of floating uncertainty. As the voice fades, a stream of light appears in front of Su Chen. The light vanishes, turning into a light screen about a foot in size, which is an information panel. Name: Su Chen. Age: 18. Origin: Galaxy World, Blue Star, Great Xia Empire, Zheng City. Level: 21. Current task: 6,666 first tier, 55 second tier, 44 third tier, 33 fourth tier, 22 fifth tier, 11 sixth tier. Pass through Qing Luo Tower. Task in progress. Countdown: 19 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 11 seconds. Hearing the spirit's voice, Su Chen feels numb. 20 days to hunt so many exotic beasts, or perhaps hunting these beasts is just a threshold. The real test is the Qing Luo Tower. Even as a threshold, it's a daunting chasm for a novice. No wonder all those who came before him, all 98 billion awakened martial artists, died here. This task is evidently extremely difficult. Moreover, now he's the only one left in the entire Chengluo world. At this moment, a profound sense of loneliness fills his soul. It would be a lie to say he doesn't feel alone, but although the task is tough, the reward is indeed heavenly. Just the suffix of the equipment alone is enough to get the blood pumping. Silence. After the spirit of the equipment spoke, the entire world fell silent, not a single sound could be heard. Deep congratulations on choosing the Cataclysm level reward. Attribute points *2000000 exclusive equipment treasure box *1. At that moment the system notification rang out. Thankfully, the system was there. It was a companion, so it wasn't lonely, even though the system wasn't human or even a thing. First, let's boost up. Hearing the reward had been credited, the mood instantly became wonderful. 200,000 attribute points and an exclusive equipment treasure box, these were exactly what I needed most. With 200,000 attribute points, I could at least upgrade the elemental realm space and the endless domain once, not to mention I had an unused 50,000 attribute points already, and now was the perfect time to upgrade. My heart was also filled with anticipation for that exclusive equipment treasure box. Exclusive, whatever it was, it would be helpful. Opening up, Su Chen found a relatively secluded place. Although there were no people in this world, making it no different from a single-player game, human habits dictated that only in hidden places could one feel a bit safer. Then, communicating with the system through my consciousness, the exclusive equipment treasure box began to open. Opening successful. Congratulations on obtaining Heart of the Rules, exclusive. 5 seconds later, the exclusive equipment treasure box successfully opened and I obtained an exclusive item named Heart of the Rules. With such a name, without seeing the item, Su Chen couldn't quite understand what it was. But this didn't affect his excitement. This was an exclusive piece of equipment after all. Then, with a thought, he took the exclusive equipment out from the elemental realm space. It was a necklace. The necklace shimmered with multicolored brilliance like a miniaturized galaxy. Don't rush to wear it. Let's check the attributes first. Exclusive equipment, roughly equivalent to divine artifacts. This describes the power of exclusivity. But this was no divine artifact. Moreover, there's a world of difference between exclusives, so not all exclusive equipment is amazing, or not, it all depends on the attributes. Name, Heart of the Rules exclusive rank, unranked attributes, multicolored combat power, 88888 effect 1, 50% chance to bind the target when attacking effect 2, 100% soul resistance effect 3, 100% toxin immunity effect 4. 300% damage rebound. Excited heart, trembling hands. Seeing these attributes, Su Chen almost roared out. These attributes, this power, who dares to say it isn't defiant? Not to mention anything else, just the combat power alone is 88,888 points, which breaks the norm compared to regular equipment. Normally, weapons and clothing have higher combat power than ordinary jewelry, but exclusive equipment breaks the rules. The necklace's combat power matched that of the weapon, the Flame God Spear. The attributes of the attributes made it hard to tell whether the weapons were more powerful or the necklace was stronger. Both exclusives were terrifying, or rather, each had its advantages. It's like comparing the first place long jumper with the first place high jumper. There's simply no basis for comparison. Take a deep breath, calm yourself down, then proceed to enhance your domain and meta-realm space with attribute points and see what level your combat power can reach. Spending 1,000 attribute points, your meta-realm space is upgraded from the first tier 1% to first tier 2%. Spending another 1,000 attribute points, it goes from first tier 2% to first tier 3%. Another 1,000 points take it from first tier 3% to first tier 4%. Spending 1,000 attribute points, your meta-realm space moves from first tier 99% to second tier 0% at a cost of 99,000 attribute points. Your meta-realm space has reached the second tier. With the upgrade of the meta-realm space, the dimensions are now 100 li in length, width and height, and the overall combat power has increased by 200%. Just as you guessed, after upgrading the meta-realm space, the enhancement further increases. It went from 150% to 200%. That means now your combat power enhancement has reached 2 times. A single point increase in power actually results in an increase of 2 points. Continue, spending 5,000 attribute points, your meta-realm space is upgraded from second tier 0% to second tier 1%. Testing it out, each upgrade now only increases by 1% per 5,000 attribute points. That means to upgrade the meta-realm space to the third tier you'd need 500,000 attribute points. Forget it, not enough attribute points. let's upgrade the domain first. Spending 1000 attribute points, your endless domain is upgraded from first tier 1% to first tier 2%. Spending another 1000 attribute points, it goes from first tier 2% to first tier 3%, another 1000 points take it from first tier 3% to first tier 4%. Spending 1000 attribute points, your endless domain moves from first tier 99% to second tier 0%, again at a cost of 99,000 attribute points. The endless domain upgrade reaches the second tier. The current combat power is 10,000 inch, and within a 300 by 300 by 300 radius centered on yourself, it reduces the target's damage and attack by 50%. After reaching the second tier, the domain area expands from 100 by 100 by 100 to 300 by 300 by 300. The reduction of target damage and attack increases from 40% to 50%. The accompanying combat power increases from 1,000 to 10,000. The reward of 200,000 attribute points just wiped it out. After upgrading, Su Chen reveals a happy smile on his face. The system rewards are well timed, perfectly upgrading both the endless domain and meta realm space by one level, not a single attribute point extra, just perfect. Afterward, Su Chen replaces the Heart of Rules and switches to the information panel. System version 1.0. Name Su Chen. Level 21, 2.16%. Luck plus 20, 0%. Combat power 385902. Mount none. Wealth none. Skill Apocalypse Spear Technique Basic, 3rd tier 44%. Ability Endless Domain SSS First Tier 2% Space, Meta Realm Space SSS First Tier 2% Attribute Points, 53010. Note: Combat Power equals Base Self plus Equipment, X Enhancement Multiplier. Having switched out a piece of exclusive equipment, Su Chen's combat power soared from a 1.5x boost to a 2x multiplier, reaching an astonishing 385000. This was more than double his previous capabilities. Let's get started, Su Chen murmured as he shut down the virtual screen and emerged from his hiding spot, breaking into a rapid run. Unfortunately, his only flaw was his slightly slower running speed. Facing a grueling 20-day mission, Su Chen estimated a high density of exotic beasts. After all, the mission involved eliminating a staggering total of 20,000 demonic creatures. Completing such a task in a short time would be impossible if the beasts were sparsely populated. Therefore, he was confident that the Qingluo world must be teeming with them. Roaring sounds, as if responding to his thoughts, echoed around him. It hadn't been 10 minutes into his run when he heard the continuous roars of pack living beasts reverberating like a tsunami, making the very space around him seem to quiver. Excellent, Su Chen observed as he eyed the dense, swarming beasts, excitement surging within him. None of these beasts were above the 6th rank, which meant little concern for him. After all, his combat power was now 385000. With a cry of enthusiasm, he charged towards the beasts. Boom, boom, boom. His flaming spear appeared in his hands, thrusting forward and instantly unleashing 4 destructive spearlights. At the same time, countless beasts lunged at him as if intent on devouring him. But then something miraculous happened. The beasts attacking him were severely injured or even killed by the rebound damage Su Chen inflicted, which was 300%. This meant that if an opponent attacked him with a force of 1000, he could rebound 3 times that force back at them. Paralyzed, just standing here, I could rebound you to death, Su Chen exclaimed, thrilled to the core. Standing amidst the herd, he let the beasts attack him, each one either severely wounded or killed by his rebound. However, Su Chen realized something crucial. Rebound damage only worked if the target attacked him first. If they didn't attack, there was nothing to rebound. Realizing this, Su Chen acknowledged that while rebound damage was powerful to quickly slaughter large numbers of exotic beasts, he would need to attack en masse. His ice rain firestorm covered an area of 300 by 300 meters, engulfing any beast within its reach. Boom, boom, roar, hiss. The flaming spear thrust forward and the ice rain firestorm erupted. Attribute points surged. Plus 10, plus 50, plus 100, plus 200, plus 500. Beasts vanished by the scores, reduced to ashes with not even a trace left. After all, the highest among these beasts were only 5th rank, with a combat power of around 50,000. Against his 385,000, they stood little chance, especially since in the Endless Realm the damage and attack of the targets were reduced by 50%. A 1st rank exotic beast yielded 10 attribute points, a 2nd rank 50 points, and a 3rd rank 100 points. Level 4 beasts yield 200 attribute points. Level 5 500 points. Suddenly attribute points skyrocket. experience points surge as well, experience gains of plus 20% plus 50% plus 30% plus 5%. Buzz, congratulations, you've leveled up to level 22 power plus 120, a golden glow surrounds you. Suchin levels up, reaching level 22. Buzz, congratulations, you've leveled up to level 23 power plus 140. Buzz, congratulations, you've leveled up to level 24 power plus 160. Buzz, congratulations, you've leveled up to level 25 power plus 180. Buzz, congratulations, you've leveled up to level 32 power plus 400, all within half an hour. Suchen's level jumps directly to 32, an astounding 11 levels. It's nearly unbelievable. He feels utterly numb. Suchen thinks of it as a dimensional strike, like a champion stepping into a novice's arena. At this moment, Suchen is completely immersed in his slaughter. Before him, beasts from 1st to 5th level are no more significant than ants. Time ticks by minute by minute. It must be evening by now. As the sky gradually darkens, while fighting, Suchen looks for a place to settle. In this Qing Luo world, he is alone with no other humans to worry about, only the beasts. Exhausted from fighting all day, it would be strange if he weren't tired. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, he moves swiftly, leaving the battlefield. 20 minutes later, Suchen arrives at the edge of a lake. There's a cliff by the lake, and on the cliff a cave which Suchen has previously scoped out. The cave isn't large, just about a dozen square meters, but it's enough for him to rest and sleep. Having a water source is even better for bathing and cleaning up. Then he enters the cave, blocks the entrance, takes out bottled water and dry food, and begins to eat and drink. After half an hour, he's full and refreshed. With a thought, his information panel appears. Level 1 Beasts * 6666 completed. Level 2 Beasts * 5555 inch remaining 1162. Level 3 Beasts * 4444 remaining 1937. Level 4 Beasts * 3333 remaining 2010. Level 5 Beasts * 2222 remaining 1328. Level 6 Beasts * 1111 remaining 725. The task of hunting beasts is progressing. Level 1 completed, Level 2 nearly done, Levels 3 to 5 more than half completed, and Level 6 almost there. All these in just half a day. It looks like he can complete the mission within 3 days. Level 60, who could fathom this? Entering the instance just 1 day ago, his level soared from 21 to 60. If he told anyone, they wouldn't believe it. It's like something out of a dream, but it's the truth. From level 21 to 60, his combat power has reached 28,500. At level 60, his power was boosted by 1,500 points. Now, Suchen's combat power has reached 442,000. As for attribute points, they leave him feeling numb. First order exotic beasts, 6,666 times 10 is equal to 66,660. Second order exotic beasts, 4,393 times 50 is equal to 219,650. Third order exotic beasts, 2,507 times 100 is equal to 250,700. Fourth order exotic beasts, 1,323 times 200 is equal to 264600. Fifth order exotic beasts, 894 times 500 is equal to 447,000. Sixth order exotic beasts, 386 times 1000 is equal to 386,000. The total points gained are 163,4610, remaining balance 168,7620 points. Besides attribute points and levels, there's a whole pile of equipment in the Yuan realm space, including some golden ones. However, at this moment he's too lazy to switch them out. Sleep. Suchen turned off the information bar and the virtual screen, lying down on the simple bed, and soon fell asleep, mainly because the battle during the day was too exhausting. What? Little Chen went to the disaster level copy. Old man, did you get it wrong? Xinjiang Community Building 6 Room 906. Moronlan was petrified for a long time before she could react from the shock, her face constantly changing expressions. This news was undoubtedly thunderous and even devastating to her, said by Qi Delong. Su Jingtian spoke in a calm tone, as if nothing really bothered him, leaning on a cane, sitting on the sofa with his eyes slightly closed. Why would little Chen go to a disaster level? Although it's a newbie training copy, it's still a guaranteed death. Moronlan couldn't understand, really couldn't. She couldn't fathom why Suchen would go to such a disastrous level, which was certain death. Not just for a newbie, but even for the strong, it was certain death. Moreover, the kind of newbie training copy that the strong couldn't even enter. He's fine. Don't worry, you have to believe in him, Su Jingtian said, comforting his old partner. Speaking of which, if the two were seen together, they would definitely be mistaken for grandfather and granddaughter, because although Moron Lan was over 60, she still looked only about 30. Moreover, she was a natural beauty, extremely beautiful. Both Su Chen and his father, they fully inherited her beauty. But still, it's a disaster level. How can I believe in him, this child, just like his father? Moron Lan murmured, her mind in turmoil. The pain of her son and daughter-in-law disappearing on the ancient battlefield hadn't fully subsided, or perhaps it was a pain she could never forget in her lifetime, so she placed all her love on her grandson Su Chen. But what about the results? Su Chen went to the disaster level copy. Whose personality does this resemble? Qingluo world. The next day, this was Su Chen's second day in the copy. Early in the morning he woke up, sat up, stretched lazily and moved his body. Fully energized, he washed up, ate something, and after half an hour he was ready to continue fighting. Boom boom boom. A while later the battle began. However, now at level 60, hunting exotic beasts below 6th order hardly gave him any experience. Hunting a first order exotic beast, the experience only increased by 0.00001%. Even hunting a 6th order exotic beast only gave 0.2% experience. It is evident how little experience one gains from hunting tier 5 and tier 4 beasts. Unfortunately, there's no way around it given the absence of tier 7 creatures. Hunting a tier 6 beast yields plus 0.2% experience plus 1000 attribute points and drops items like the God of Life's exclusive gear. Suddenly Su Chen hears a distinctive sound, a feature he had asked the system to implement to notify him only when exclusive or special items appear. At this moment, that alert sounds, indicating the drop of an exclusive item, causing a subconscious shiver of excitement in him. Exclusive, oh exclusive, he thinks, here it is again. But with so many beasts around now, I won't check the gear yet. My combat strength is sufficient for now. I'll look at it tonight. Boom boom boom. The beasts are densely packed, like a tidal wave of creatures that seems endless. Su Chen immerses himself completely in the slaughter, entering a state of self-forgetfulness that makes him invincible. Wherever he goes, the beasts turn to ash. Time ticks by minute. Suddenly, at some unknown point, the beasts before his eyes mysteriously vanish. What was once a mass of creatures fades away as if they were merely shadows, disappearing so thoroughly as if they had never been there. This is the first time he has witnessed such a phenomenon, and he even wonders if he is seeing things or hallucinating. 9527. Congratulations on completing the slaughter mission. You are the 2025th person to achieve this. From now on in the world of Qingluo you will not see any beasts. In 3 days you will be transported to Qingluo Mountain for the final assessment. Good luck, announces the voice of the spirit at this moment. Hearing this, Su Chen suddenly realizes that the world of Qingluo only provided him with the exact number of beasts needed for his mission, and once he completed his task the other beasts would disappear. No wonder they vanished right before his eyes. He hadn't expected that he would hunt so many beasts in just 2 days. 3 days, he decides to rest well for 3 days. Lying down where he is, in a Qingluo world now devoid of beasts and humans, Su Chen feels no threats, allowing him to relax completely. A world without people is lonely, but what would it be like if it were also devoid of all living beings? At this moment Su Chen is the most qualified to speak on this. In the entire Qingluo world he is the only human left. Yesterday and today there were still beasts, but after completing his mission, they have all disappeared. The vast world is now indescribably lonely. Thankfully, it's only for 3 days. After that, he will be transported to Qingluo Mountain for the final assessment. Whether or not he can leave the Qingluo world will depend on Qingluo Mountain. Qingluo Mountain, the center of the Qingluo world, rises 100,000 feet into the clouds, its peak invisible. Atop the mountain, there is a palace made of crystal that appears modest from the outside but is a different world inside, like an independent small world filled with bird songs and floral fragrances, akin to a fairyland. For how many thousands of years has it been like this? Deep within the palace on a swing sits a breathtakingly beautiful woman, swinging gently, just so. On her peerless beautiful face was written a tale of solitude, for in the entire world, in the entire palace, she was alone. Moreover, she had been alone in this place for countless years. The divine lady, a whole 10 million years had passed. Within the palace, a misty voice emanated from a colorful butterfly. 10 million years indeed. Could he come before me in this palace? The divine lady's gaze drifted into the distance. That gaze, it seemed as though it could pierce through the entire world. In her eyes lingered a glimmer of hope, but more so there was loss. For every time hope arose, it turned into disappointment. After so many times she grew weary of this hope, yet she couldn't help but anticipate, which left her feeling uneasy. It was difficult. However, his performance was enchantingly remarkable, surpassing anyone before. The voice of the colorful butterfly filled with awe. Being a bird, it showed no expression, but it could not conceal anything from the divine lady. "Oh, how long might he need to pass the first trial?" the divine lady inquired. She was eternally bound within the palace, oblivious to the world beyond. "Divine lady, he has already passed the first trial," the butterfly announced. This was the cause of its astonishment. Before this man, over 900 billion people had come to the world of Cheng Luo, but only 2024 had completed the slaughter task. Many on the last day, virtually none finished within the first 10 days, yet this man, he had completed the slaughter task in merely 2 days. "Oh, he has already passed the first trial." The divine lady showed a hint of surprise. There was surprise, but not much, because the slaughter task was just the beginning. The real test was the Cheng Luo Tower, sunset, breeze, lake. Su Chen lay on a massive rock, utterly at ease. After battling for a day, relaxation brought on fatigue. In the lonely world, he could only comfort himself. As dusk deepened, Su Chen plunged into the lake for a refreshing bath, changed into clean clothes, and then entered a cave. He took out mineral water and dry food. Of course, there were plenty of snacks in his spatial ring. Half an hour later, fully fed and quenched, he tidied up a simple bed. Then with a thought, he retrieved his exclusive gear from the Yuan realm space. At this moment he was filled with a sense of ceremony. After all, this was exclusive equipment. When he took out the exclusive equipment, Su Chen was puzzled, disappointed, very disappointed. Was his luck really insufficient? It should be noted, a person could wear 8 pieces of equipment and his exclusive items were only a weapon and a necklace, with 6 slots still lacking exclusive gear. But he had never imagined that today's exclusive drop would be another necklace. One couldn't possibly wear 2 necklaces. Let's check the attributes. Perhaps it's better than the Heart of Rules. Name: God of Lives. Exclusive rank: unranked. Description: colorful. Combat power: 88888. Effect 1: when attacked, 50% immunity to damage and attacks. Effect 2: 50% chance to ignore attacks. Effect 3: healing recovery speed increased by 500%. Effect 4: summons the Thunder Sacred Beast. After reading the attributes of this Heart of Life, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Well, that's something." However, the attributes of this necklace weren't very beneficial to him. Of course, the attributes were sensational, seemingly tailor-made for Luo Xing'er. Well, Xing'er is just lucky, Su Chen thought as he stored the Heart of Life. He planned to give it to Luo Xing'er after leaving the dungeon. Next, Su Chen proceeded to replace all his equipment: weapon, Flame God Spear, exclusive combat power, 88888, clothing, gold grade combat power, 6000, no additional effects, helmet, gold grade combat power, 6000, no additional effects, necklace, Heart of the Rules, exclusive combat power, 88888, bracelets, gold grade combat power, 6000, no additional effects, rings, gold grade combat power, 6000, no additional effects. He was now fully decked in a perfect gold set, shimmering with a golden radiance which looked extremely cool. Of course, it couldn't compare to the exclusivity of his other gear. Even so, with this change, his combat power immediately increased by 33,000, with an overall increase of 66,000 after enhancements. First, I need to think about where to allocate my attribute points, Su Chen pondered. With over 3 million attribute points to use, he knew he had to make the most of them. After all, opportunities to earn such points were rare, and it might require re-entering the dungeon or heading to the battlefield to accumulate more. Thus he had to utilize these points wisely. Gun skills, luck, domain space, each was crucial. He decided to upgrade his spatial domain first. Ding, spatial domain upgraded, now spans 500 li in length, width and height, increasing overall combat power by 250%, costing 500,000 attribute points. The spatial domain reached its 3rd level combat power bonus of 250%, dimensions now reaching 500 li. Ding, endless domain upgraded. Current combat power 50,000, reducing damage and attack by 60% within a 600 by 600 by 600 space centered around himself, costing another 500,000 attribute points. The domain's coverage had doubled and it now reduced the target's damage and attack by 60%. After these upgrades, Su Chen considered further enhancing his luck, as higher luck would increase the drop rate and the chance of obtaining rare items. Upgrading luck by 1% costs 20,000 attribute points, meaning a full 100% upgrade would require 2 million attribute points. Similarly, further upgrades to the spatial domain would follow this pattern, remaining attribute points 272, 6810. After upgrading both space and domain, he still had over 2.7 million points left for enhancing his luck and other critical attributes. Luck is crucial and it must be elevated. After all, increasing luck by consuming attribute points isn't unreasonable. Luck 21 points, luck 22 points, luck 23 points, luck 30 points. Now, to enhance luck by 1%, it requires the consumption of 50 attribute points, meaning to raise luck by 1 point you need 5,000 attribute points. Having attribute points makes things easier. Quickly, Suchin used up 50,000 attribute points, pushing his luck to 30 points. Congratulations, your luck has reached 30 points with a burst rate and drop rate of 30% and a premium drop rate of 2%. Continue, luck 31 points, luck 32 points, luck 33 points, luck 40 points. The higher the luck, the more attribute points it consumes. These 10 points of luck took 100,000 attribute points from Suchen. Congratulations, your luck has reached 40 points with a burst rate and drop rate of 40% and a premium drop rate of 3%. Continue, luck 41 points, luck 42 points, luck 43 points, luck 50 points. Another 5,000,000 attribute points were spent to elevate luck to 50 points. Seeing this consumption, Suchin didn't want to increase it further. Congratulations, your luck has reached 50 points with a burst rate and drop rate of 50%, a premium drop rate of 4%, and a special drop rate of 0.001% has appeared. Even though the chance is slim, there's at least a 0.001%, that is, a 1 in 100,000 chance of obtaining special equipment. For now, no more increasing in luck, Suchen muttered to himself, because continuing to increase it would mean consuming 10,000 attribute points to increase by 1%. Now, it's just the marksmanship that needs improving. Consuming 400 attribute points, your Apocalypse gun technique has improved from Tier 3 44% to Tier 3 45%. Consuming 400 attribute points, your Apocalypse gun technique has improved from Tier 3 45% to Tier 3 46%. Consuming 400 attribute points, your Apocalypse gun technique has improved from Tier 3 46% to Tier 3 47%. Consuming 400 attribute points, your Apocalypse gun technique has improved from Tier 3 99% to Tier 4 0%. The Apocalypse gun technique has ascended to Tier 4. Note: your Apocalypse gun technique reaching Tier 4 can unleash 8 gun shadows, speed plus 30%, armor breaking plus 30%, penetration plus 30%, combat power increase by 110%. Goodness. After upgrading to the 4th tier of the Apocalypse gun technique, not only has the gun shadows become domineering, but the speed, armor breaking, and penetration have all reached 30%, and what shocked Suchen even more was the combat power increase, 110%, which is 1.1 times. It might not seem much, but that's an increase of 10%. For a moment, Suchen felt tremendously excited. Continue increasing. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your Apocalypse gun technique has improved from Tier 4 0% to Tier 4 1%. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your Apocalypse gun technique has improved from Tier 4 1% to Tier 4 2%. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your Apocalypse gun technique has improved from Tier 4 2% to Tier 4 3%. Consuming 1,000 attribute points, your Apocalypse gun technique has improved from Tier 4 99% to Tier 5 0%. This step alone has consumed 100,000 attribute points. Upgrade the Apocalypse Spear technique to the 5th level. Note: reaching the 5th level of your Apocalypse Spear technique allows you to unleash 16 spear lights, increasing speed by 40%, defense penetration by 40%, and piercing by 40% with a combat power amplification of 120%. There's potential there. Continue. It costs 5,000 attribute points to raise your Apocalypse Spear technique from 5th level 0% to 5th level 1%. It costs another 5,000 attribute points to go from 5th level 1% to 5th level 2%. It costs 5,000 attribute points to go from 5th level 2% to 5th level 3%. It costs 5,000 attribute points to go from 5th level 99% to 6th level 0%. The cost in attribute points is becoming quite frightening. This time upgrading has used up a total of 500,000 attribute points. That's enough. No more upgrading for now. Note: Reaching the 6th level of your Apocalypse Spear technique allows you to unleash 32 spear lights, increasing speed by 50%, defense penetration by 50%, and piercing by 50% with a combat power amplification of 130%. The cost is indeed terrifying, but the combat power is genuinely strong, a 1.3 times increase. Your own combat power has increased significantly. System version 1.0 name, Suchen level 61, 1.13%. Luck, plus 50, 0%. Combat power, 828750 mount, none wealth, none skills, Apocalypse Spear technique basic, 6th level 0%. Special ability, Endless Realm SSS 3rd level 0% space, Primordial Realm Space SSS tri-level 0% attribute points, 146, 3210 note, combat power equals, base self plus equipment, X amplification multiplier, within level 100 I am invincible. Suchen looked at his spear technique and combat power as well as his exclusive equipment and domain, a confident smile spread across his face. With 828000 in combat power he could dominate anyone under level 100, according to what his teacher taught. Most warriors at level 60 have a combat power between 30,000 and 100,000, of course this refers to ordinary warriors. There are also some monstrous beings with terrifying combat power, however even these monstrous beings cannot compare to his combat power. Closing the virtual screen he took out a gaming console and started playing a single-player game. What else to do? Reward himself? As the saying goes, a little indulgence soothes the mind, too much harms the body, and excessive force leads to destruction. Time passes, 3 days go by. During these 3 days, Suchen has been utterly bored. Boom boom boom, in the early morning azure thunder appears in the sky carrying terrifying bolts of lightning. Following this, a mysterious light appears enveloping Suchen. Seeing this, Suchen is not alarmed. He knows this must be the teleportation of the Qing Luo world about to transport him to Mount Qing Luo. Hiss hiss, the teleportation begins, but it quickly ends, lasting only about 3 seconds. This indicates that the distance isn't far. Whoosh, the teleportation ends. Suchen appears at the base of a massive mountain. The mountain, like a world of its own, rises into the clouds. It's unclear just how tall it is. 9527. You have 15 days. The voice of the spirit of the tower rings out briefly as the voice falls. A Cyan pagoda emerged from the void, its height unknowable as its pinnacle vanished into the clouds. Whoosh, the door of the first layer of the pagoda swung open. Suchen didn't hesitate. With a flash he stepped inside. Roar, just as he entered, before he even had a chance to look around he was greeted by the roar of a beast. A first-tier exotic beast charged at him with incredible speed. Seeing this beast, Suchen was taken aback. Are you kidding me? He thought. After all, he was a level 61 powerhouse with a combat strength of 820,000. Is this beast really my test? However, as he found amusement in the situation, he suddenly realized a problem. His body was completely immobile, as if his soul was being suppressed. He couldn't even move a finger. At this discovery his laughter died in his throat. Damn it, this Qingluo tower tests the spirit. He cursed silently. Under the suppression of the soul, what would you do when faced with a beast? No wonder everyone who came here before had perished. It all made sense now. Chomp, the beast's gaping maw was now right before his eyes. Suchen couldn't believe his carelessness. As the beast was about to devour him, though shocked, Suchen did not panic. His Heart of Rules offered damage reflection and a 100% resistance to soul attacks. Bang! True enough, just as the beast was about to touch him, it was repelled by an invisible force and sent flying. No matter what, he was a level 61 powerhouse. Even without damage reflection, a first-tier beast couldn't breach his defenses. Boom, the beast crashed to the ground lifeless. At the same time, the suppression on Suchen's soul dissipated, triggered by the Heart of Rules soul resistance, meaning he was now completely immune to soul suppression. Congratulations on passing the first layer of Qingluo Tower. Reward, double experience scroll. One day, *10 announced a spirit's voice, confirming his passage to the next level. That's it, I really passed, he thought, somewhat incredulously. Whoosh! A beam of light swept over Suchen, transporting him to a different environment. Upon arrival he felt the pressure on his soul again, but it was countered by the Heart of Rules. Roar! A second-tier exotic beast appeared, rushing at him like lightning. This time, Suchen didn't even bother with damage reflection. He extended his hand and his flaming god spear thrust forward. Boom! 32 destructive spear lights instantly shredded the beast into pieces. Congratulations on passing the second layer of Qingluo Tower. reward, triple experience scroll, 1 day, *10. The reward was again experience scrolls. Whoosh, another sweep of light and Su Chen entered the third layer of the Qingluo Tower. Now facing a third-tier exotic beast, Su Chen felt a tingling in his scalp. How many layers does this Qingluo Tower have? If there are 100 layers, am I doomed? He wondered. With a thrust of his spear, the third-tier beast was obliterated. Congratulations on passing the third layer of Qingluo Tower. Reward, 10-fold experience scroll, 3 days, *10. It was still experience scrolls, but this was 10-fold. Moreover, the duration of the scroll had reached 3 days. Whoosh, the fourth level, boom, the beast perished. Congratulations on passing the fourth level of Qingluo Tower. Reward, 10-fold experience scroll, 7 days, *10. The rewards were getting better, however Su Chen's mood grew heavier. Whoosh, the fifth level, boom, the beast lay down annihilated into ash. Congratulations on passing the fifth level of Qingluo Tower. Reward, double attack scroll, 3 hours, *10. Now it turned into attack scrolls. However, in terms of rarity, these attack scrolls were countless times stronger than the experience scrolls. Once used, one's combat power would double for a limited duration. Whoosh, boom, the sixth level, the beast was slain. Su Chen's heart tightened more and more. Since he had come to the world of Qingluo, he had hunted tier 6 beasts and had not encountered tier 7 beasts. Of course, with his combat power he could instantly kill tier 7 beasts, but Qingluo Tower didn't specify the highest level. He had no idea at all. Who wouldn't panic? Congratulations on passing the 6th level of Qingluo Tower. Reward, 5-fold attack scroll, 6 hours, *10. At this moment he no longer cared about rewards. Fortunately he had 100% soul resistance, otherwise he would have been slightly injured by now. Whoosh, swiftly Su Chen was enveloped in light, moving to the 7th level of Qingluo Tower. The 7th level without any suspense. Inside was a tier 7 beast, dead. The spear in his hand blasted out. Instantly, icy rain and celestial fire appeared and the tier 7 beast was instantly killed. Congratulations on passing the 7th level of Qingluo Tower. Reward, 10-fold attack scroll, 12 hours, *10. The voice of the spirit, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, or perhaps since the spirit itself was not a living being, it definitely had no emotional fluctuations. Whoosh, Su Chen was transported to the 8th level. A tier 8 beast appeared. Boom, boom, a spear exploded, the destructive spear light piercing through the tier 8 beast. The tier 8 beast died. Congratulations on passing the 8th level of Qingluo Tower. Reward, wind striding boots, a special reward. This reward made Su Chen's heart tremble. Special equipment had appeared, however at this moment he had neither the mood nor the time to check the attributes and inscriptions of this equipment. Whoosh, his body was swept by light, transported to the 9th level. A tier 9 beast appeared. The tier 9 beast died. A combat power of 820,000. It wasn't just talk, one spear and it was done. Congratulations on passing the 9th level of Qingluo Tower. Reward, Wings of Space Special 9527. Congratulations on successfully passing through Qingluo Tower. Reward, Qingluo's world-shattering godly special with an additional Qingluo Palace *1. When Su Chen heard that he had passed the 9th level, his heart trembled, because this announcement was the same as before. Next he would be transported away, entering higher levels. He feared that Qingluo Tower had dozens of levels, each level featuring different tier beasts. Did he still have a chance to survive? Just as he felt panic, the voice of the spirit continued, letting him hear a wonderful message. He had cleared it. Qingluo Tower was actually just 9 levels. Could it be this smooth? He was somewhat incredulous. Humming streams of light fell before him, transforming into scrolls and equipment. The last streak of light was a palm-sized crystal sculpture, an exquisitely beautiful palace. Su Chen didn't hesitate at all. He directly put the scrolls equipment in the crystal palace into his Yuan realm space, because he noticed that this space was trembling and collapsing. Thunderous roars echoed. Yes, the world of Qingluo was collapsing, a scene that was utterly shattering to the mind. The scenario was beyond his wildest imagination. Damn, the whole world was disintegrating. What should I do now? Who knew that the world of a cataclysmic level instance would collapse? For a moment Su Chen didn't know what to do. Fortunately, at that moment he was swept up in a golden light which, like an arrow piercing through time and space, carried him through distant dimensions. The world of Qingluo vanished in the blink of an eye behind him. Phew, as long as he wasn't destroyed along with the world of Qingluo. But he had no idea where he was being transported to. Hissing, the golden light bobbed him through time and space. After a few minutes everything went dark. He entered into dark matter. After traveling through the dark matter for a few minutes, light appeared again. Suchin discovered that the golden light enveloping him had vanished, and he was standing on the ground. The place was familiar. Upon looking, good heavens, he was back. It was the plaza of Jiangqing No. 1 High School, the same place from which he had been transported into the cataclysmic level instance. Unexpectedly, he had returned to the same spot. Suchen, Suchen. At that moment, a voice called out. The voice was initially filled with doubt and uncertainty, and then it turned to astonishment. Qin Shuyao, the teacher of Class 8 Inch Grade 12 at Jiangqing No. 1 High School, as 10 students in Class 8 had awakened and the class had even produced an SSS level and a C-level individual, she had drawn a lot of attention. While the awakened students went into the instance, she had been waiting here, also taking statistics. Seeing Suchen, Qin Shuyao was incredibly shocked, not because of his talent but because Suchen and F-level had actually chosen to enter a cataclysmic level instance. To see Suchen return alive was unimaginable. How could she not be shocked? Ms. Qin, Suchen called out as he saw Qin Shuyao. Is it really you, Suchen? You came out of the cataclysmic level instance? Qin Shuyao ran over to him, examining Suchen closely. It was definitely her student. He was the handsomest in the class, even though his awakened talent wasn't great. Hearing that Suchen had chosen a cataclysmic level instance, Qin Shuyao was incredibly surprised. Now seeing Suchen return with her own eyes, it was no wonder she was shocked. Miss Qin, it's really me. Suchen replied, a smile on his face. The teacher before him was a favored daughter of heaven, seemingly having reached level 88, a beauty with great talent, naturally seen as a goddess by many. What was curious, however, was how such a celestial daughter had ended up teaching at Jiangqing No. 1 High School. How did she manage that? Alright, let's confirm this. Qin Shuyao is still incredibly shocked. A calamity level instance. Ever since the mass awakening, no one was known to have emerged from a calamity level instance. At least there were no public records of anyone doing so. Yet, Suchen managed to do it. A novice at level F, he walked through a calamity level instance and came back unscathed. She was very curious, but everyone has their secrets and naturally she wouldn't ask. She then asked Suchen to come over to confirm and sign. Suchen nodded. He looked around and saw that in Class 8 11 people had awakened. Except for him and Luo Xinger, the others chose the normal level instances. Out of the 9 who chose the normal level, 8 returned. It seems that the one who didn't return must have died in the instance. Normal level instances, while not highly dangerous, still posed a threat to novices facing strange beasts. It was remarkable that 8 managed to return. Teacher Qin, I'm heading back first. After signing, Suchen bid farewell to Qin Shuyao. Goodbye. Qin Mengyao nodded and waved her hand. She watched as Suchen left the school. 10 minutes later, Suchen was back at apartment 906. Knocking on the door, he felt very happy, of course. He was glad to be back safely. His grandparents must have known he went into the calamity level instance and were surely worried. Now that he was back, they must be relieved. Who is it? From inside, the voice of Moron Lan came, lacking her usual vitality and seeming listless. Moron Lan approached the door, peered through the peephole, and was startled to see Suchen. Immediately her face lit up with surprise and joy. Our precious grandson is back. She hurriedly opened the door. Old man Xiao Chen is back. Our Xiao Chen is back. Upon opening the door, Moron Lan hugged Suchen tightly and then shouted into the room. Her joy was unmatched. Oh! From the study came the usual calm voice of Su Jingtian, as if he never worried about anything. Still he came out leaning on a cane and scrutinized Suchen with a satisfied nod. Xiao Chen, tell grandma, what was the calamity level instance like? What kind of mission was it? Moron Lan eagerly questioned Suchen. The calamity level, it's indeed a calamity level. Although it's a novice stage, Suchen is also a novice. Honestly, even a level 100 expert might not be able to complete it. So how did Suchen manage it? On the side, Su Jingtian didn't speak and even pretended not to listen, but his ears were perked up. Clearly he was also very eager to know. Grandma, grandpa, the calamity level instance I entered was called the Qingluo world. The spirit within said that 980 billion people had appeared there before, but everyone who went in before had died, so I was the only one left. The mission was to hunt different tiers of strange beasts, specifically 66 of tier 6, 55 of tier 5, 44 of tier 4, 33 of tier 3, 22 of tier 2, and 11 of tier 1. After completing the hunts, I was transported to a place called Qingluo Tower. After passing through the Qingluo Tower, one could leave the Qingluo world, and there were many rewards obtained during the challenge. The ultimate reward was a piece of special equipment. Su Chen sat between Su Jingtian and Moronlan, politely greeting them and briefly sharing his experience. Of course, he omitted what needed to be omitted and lied where necessary. In fact, apart from matters related to the system, there wasn't much else to lie about. What kind of impossible mission was this? Moronlan listened to Su Chen's words, her expression changing. How did her grandson manage to do it? He had actually completed the task of hunting exotic beasts. But that was just the beginning, or rather just a threshold. The real test was the Qingluo Tower, which actually had nothing to do with combat power. It belonged to a niche profession. By sheer coincidence, Su Chen was immune to the tower's tests. Well done, Su Jingtian finally spoke, looking up at Su Chen. Grandpa was right. The Qingluo Tower tests the soul. When I was teleported inside, I couldn't move at all, not even my fingers, and I could only watch as the exotic beast charged at me. If it were anywhere else, I wouldn't even spare it a glance. Luckily, I obtained a piece of equipment that resists soul attacks. Su Chen was immensely impressed. The old man, though not talented, knew quite a bit. The old man should be proud. He had a monstrous son and a grandson just as exceptional. From now on, only show your equipment to those you trust, Su Jingtian said seriously. Equipment attributes and terms once seen by others are like revealing your hand. Su Chen nodded in understanding. He certainly wouldn't foolishly show his equipment to others. Showing off equipment was essentially just bragging. What was the point? Strength was what truly mattered. By the way, you must be level 60 by now, Su Jingtian remarked. It would be strange if you hadn't reached level 60 after hunting so many exotic beasts. If it weren't for knowing that Su Chen had a special weapon, he wouldn't believe Su Chen could complete such a formidable task. Grandpa, I'm level 61 now, Su Chen replied. Levels were not something one could hide. Rest well for a while. When school starts, come with us to Kyoto, Su Jingtian said, not giving Su Chen a chance to argue, and walked towards his study with the aid of a cane. Xiaochen, do you have a preferred university? If so, I'll discuss it with your grandfather. If not, we will go with what your grandfather suggested to study in Kyoto. What do you think? Seeing Su Jingtian leave, Moronlan asked Su Chen. With his grandson's capabilities, any university would be eager to have him. Grandma, I haven't really thought about it, Su Chen replied. To him, which university he attended didn't really matter. All right then, after a while we will go to Kyoto. You go take a bath and rest first. Grandma will cook for you. We should celebrate properly. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Moronlan was overjoyed. She also wanted Su Chen to go to college in Kyoto, but she didn't want to force him. If Su Chen didn't want to go to Kyoto, then they wouldn't go. Okay, Grandma. Su Chen nodded and headed to his room. He entered the bathroom and enjoyed a nice bath. Although the world of Qingluo was safe, it was never as safe as home. After soaking in the bath for half an hour, he felt extremely refreshed. Then, the three generations of the family gathered together for a meal, enjoying a warm and joyful dinner. At 9:30 p.m., Grandma told Su Chen to go back to his room and rest early. After returning to his room, he washed his face and brushed his teeth. Lying on the bed, he rested for a while. Then, with a thought, Su Chen took out a piece of equipment from the Yuan realm space. This equipment, obtained as a reward inside the Qingluo Tower, was named the Wind-Striding Boots, a special piece of equipment. This included items like shoes, a belt, gems and aura metals, a cape and wings. Generally speaking, such special equipment was incredibly hard to come by, just like exclusive items. However, these pieces of equipment were supportive and their attributes were better than regular items, though not as good as exclusive ones. Of course, this wasn't an absolute, but rather relative. The equipment, shimmering with colorful brilliance, floated in front of Su Chen. It was a pair of boots. First, he checked the attributes. Name: Wind-Striding Boots, Special, Grade, No Rank, Colorful Combat Power, 66666. Effect 1, Speed plus 300%. Effect 2, Automatically Master the Body Technique Shadow Following Form. Effect 3, Agility of Body Technique plus 300%. Previously he felt he was too slow in escaping, but now with the Wind-Striding Boots his speed had increased by 300%, and he had also automatically mastered a body technique Shadow Following Form, making his agility 300% better. While it might not seem as powerful as exclusive equipment, it was still impressive. Besides, it added 66666 to his combat power, putting them on. He then took out another piece of equipment from the Yuan realm space, which he had obtained as a reward for clearing the 9th level of the Qingluo Tower, named the Wings of Space. From the name alone, Su Chen had a rough idea of what it was. Wings, probably for flying. Indeed, a pair of beautiful, cool wings appeared in front of him, thin as cicada wings. if not for the colorful brilliance one might even think they were transparent. Name: Wings of Space, Special, Grade, No Rank, Colorful Combat. Power: 66666. Effect 1, Assist in flight, allowing free soaring between heaven and earth. Effect 2, Speed plus 300%. Effect 3, within 100 miles, the place conceived in mind can be reached instantaneously. These wings indeed allowed for flight. There was another effect, teleportation. Within 100 miles, any place conceived in mind could be reached instantly. This was heaven-defying. For him now, this was absolutely a heaven-defying existence. Su Chen took a deep breath, for the upcoming appearance would be the final reward of the Qingluo world, the Qingluo brilliance. Just the suffix of this piece of equipment alone can drive one mad, a god-tier exclusive piece with 3 suffixes. Who understands? Who has seen such a thing? Perhaps I should knock heads with the Heavenly Emperor before taking a closer look at this equipment. Come out, my friend, and show yourself. With a mere thought, the equipment materializes before him, radiating a spectrum of colorful light. This piece is a metal that glimmers with dazzling, colorful brilliance, embodying an indescribable, chaotic aura that makes it look profoundly mysterious. Cool, awesome, epic. Words fail to describe this metal. Let's check the details. Name: Qingluo's World Illuminating God Exclusive Metal. Grade: Unique Attributes: Colorful Combat. Power: 666666. Effect 1, Grants Resurrection with a 100% chance. Effect 2, Summons the Qingluo Divine Bird with a 100% chance. Effect 3, Ignores the pressure exerted by high-tier beings, adding 300% to the force of Realm Lords. Effect 4, During combat, there's a 50% chance to unleash Qingluo's World Illumination, controllable, covering an area of 1000 by 1000 by 1000 meters. Effect 5, During combat, triggers Qingluo's World Destruction, controllable, increasing damage by 1000%. Note: once equipped, it cannot be dropped, disappear, or be traded. Every single attribute is uniquely powerful. The first attribute alone petrifies Su Chen, a resurrection. That means I can come back to life. The second, summoning the Qingluo Divine Bird. Isn't that like summoning a pet? The third, ignoring the pressure from higher beings, the so-called force of Realm Lords, which he still doesn't fully understand. The fourth has a 50% chance to unleash Qingluo's World Illumination, a mass attack that he can control, meaning he can choose whether or not to deploy it. The fifth, capable of unleashing Qingluo's World Destruction, also controllable, amplifies combat power by 1000% for a limited time, 10-fold increase in power. This equipment, how to put it, invincible. After reading the attributes, Su Chen is completely numb. Just adding 666,666 to combat power, each attribute defying the heavens. This piece of equipment is unique. Once equipped, it can't be traded, won't disappear or fall off. In plain terms, it's bound to him. Trade? No way he'd sell something with a resurrection effect. Next, Su Chen dons the wind riding boots and space wings and finally puts on Qingluo's World Illumination. His combat power skyrockets. Now his combat power has reached 342,874 points, 3.42 million combat power, from just 820,000 originally. With the addition of 2 special pieces of equipment and Qingluo's World Illumination, his combat power has rocketed to 3.42 million. Then Su Chen takes out the crystal-carved palace, but he can't make out what it is. The host level is too low. With no permission to view, the system responds. Fine, level 61 is still considered too low. He might not have viewing rights, but it doesn't matter, at least for now. He doesn't want to know. Following this, he closes the virtual screen. His consciousness enters the Yuan realm space, organizing rewards. Actually, there's not much to organize, just some experience scrolls and attack scrolls, but these scrolls are incredibly precious. As for the equipment, I'll deal with it when I'm free. Su Chen is back. Which Su Chen? Inside the office, Principal Qi Delong heard Qin Shuyao's words and was momentarily stunned, even finding Qin Shuyao's surprise somewhat exaggerated. Isn't it just a student returning from a dungeon? What's there to be so surprised about? 95% of the students from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School who went to the dungeons have come back. Only Luo Xing'er and a few others haven't yet, because the hard-level dungeon takes 7 days. Su Chen, who is Su Chen? In his view, there's only Luo Xing'er and that student with A-level talent. As for the others, he couldn't care less. Our Class 8 Su Chen. Qin Shuyao responded, sighing inwardly. This world is just like this. People with poor talent are directly ignored and treated as invisible. Oh, as long as he's registered, that's fine. Qi Delong responded indifferently. If it were Luo Xing'er who had returned, he would definitely care. As for the others, it didn't matter. Principal Su Chen is an F-level talent, the cataclysmic spear god Qin Chuyao continued. F-level, I know, the principal replied impatiently. What's most common among awakened warriors? Of course, it's F-level. So what, is F-level something great now? Teacher Qin, what's going on with you, making it sound like F-level is on par with S-level? He came out of a calamity-level dungeon, Qin Chuyao persisted. So he came out, so what? He's just an F-level, there's basically no danger in ordinary dungeons, right? You just said, what, that he came back from a calamity-level dungeon. Shi Delong's impatience was apparent on his face. What's going on today? Teacher Qin, can't you handle things properly? Don't you see I'm very busy? But when he mentioned ordinary dungeons, something clicked. You said he came back from a calamity-level dungeon. Calamity level, it's a taboo existence. In the history of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, no one has ever ventured into a calamity level. This time, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School had an SSS level student attracting teachers from all major colleges to recruit, and on the day of the dungeon a joke happened. An F-level student chose the calamity level. If you ask what's been most famous at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School these past few days, it's definitely Luo Xinger's SSS level and Su Chen's choice of the calamity level. One is a source of pride, the other a joke. And now you're telling me he came back from the calamity level? You must be joking. Yes, Principal Qin Chuyao said, seeing the principal's reaction and finally feeling relieved. F-level talent came back from a calamity level dungeon? In one piece, Principal Shi Delong's expression changed. Although just an F-level surviving a return from a calamity level dungeon, what does that mean? A miracle, right? Came back alive, and in one piece, Principal Su Chen returned unharmed. Would you rather he came back incomplete? Qin Chuyao was speechless. This principal, unimpressive. Sometimes you really don't think before you speak. Even if you look down on F grades, there's no need to make it so obvious. Time passed, 2 days, early in the morning. Shaochen, time to get up. Today is the day Xinger returns from the instance. You go to school to pick her up. I was sleeping comfortably when my grandmother woke me up. Grandma, what time is it? Su Chen rubbed his eyes and checked the time. It's only 8 o'clock. Besides, Xinger will come straight back to school from the instance. She knows the way from school. Do I really need to pick her up? Grandma, aren't you spoiling her a bit too much? Hurry up and get up, Moronlan said without giving Su Chen a chance to retort. I'm fed up with you too, Su Chen muttered. When Luo Xinger was home, she too liked to drag him out of bed. Just when Luo Xinger had gone to the instance, now Grandma was calling him again. Both the young and the old were really annoying. No choice but to get up. He knew Grandma doted on Luo Xinger, treating her like a granddaughter-in-law. Plus, Grandma and Luo Xinger's grandmother were close sisters. Get up, wash up, change clothes and leave the room. Here, eat this on the way. Moronlan saw Su Chen coming out and handed him milk and buns, clearly not intending for him to sit down and eat. Got it. Su Chen took the milk and buns reluctantly, quietly resisting. Still, he put on his shoes and left. After finishing the buns and milk, he arrived at the school. It was not even 8:30. However, at this moment near the school square's main podium, there were already about a dozen people waiting who Su Chen recognized as university admissions teachers. Today marked the 7th day of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School's instance, meaning those who entered the difficult level are returning today. Of course, their target was solely Luo Xinger, and that A-grade talent. Su Chen, are you here to pick up Xinger? Qin Chuyao saw Su Chen and called out. Yes, teacher. Qin Su Chen nodded, walking up to her side. Didn't he go to the calamity level? Indeed, he chose the calamity level. Then how is he back? Are you seeing things? If I remember correctly, he was the one who chose to enter the calamity level instance that day. Seems like he's Luo Xinger's brother, but his talent is F grade. What's going on? This student, didn't you go to the calamity level instance? Why are you back? At this moment, those university admissions teachers also noticed Su Chen. Soon their eyes revealed shock and curiosity, because they realized, wasn't this young man the one who went to the calamity level instance a few days ago? How is he here? What's going on? Isn't one allowed to return from the calamity level? Su Chen looked at the teacher and retorted. His gaze was like looking at a foolish dog. Damn it! This teacher, no standards, doesn't think before he speaks. This student, I did not say that. How can you speak to a teacher like that? A teacher from Kunlun University got rebuked by Su Chen and was left speechless. It took a long while for him to recover, then he posed with a professor's lofty attitude. He was after all a recruiter from a prestigious university, and he didn't have to be polite when dealing with anyone above an S grade. As for those below S rank, he never considered them as equals. Let Alone someone who was just an F rank. Coming back from a calamity level dungeon thinking you're something special, foolish, Su-Chen couldn't care less about him. I'll remember you, the enrollment officer from Kunlun University. At this moment his face alternating between red and white was rebuffed by an F-rank student. Where does he put his face now? But he found himself at a loss for words. The seconds ticked by. At 9 o'clock anomalies appeared in the sky. Moments later several beams of light descended rapidly toward the ground, and when the light faded several figures appeared. They were the students who had chosen to enter the difficult level dungeon 7 days ago. 5 people, 5 returned. Luo Xing'er was among them. Zhang Yuding came back, Luo Xing'er came back, Gao Mingyao came back, Zhong Kueixing came back, Wang Ziguang came back, Ling Lingqi didn't make it back, died inside. The figures landed, the light vanished, the enrollment officer approached. There were originally 6 who chose the difficult level dungeon that day, but now only 5 returned. The missing one was Ling Lingqi, undoubtedly dead inside. Brother, Luo Xing'er's beautiful face showed happiness, but her eyes couldn't hide her worry. She knew Su-Chen had entered the calamity level, although she knew her brother was the hidden profession, the god of luck, and he had a special weapon. His main profession was still just F rank. After all, how terrifying is the calamity level, truly a life and death ordeal. How could she not worry? What she hadn't expected was, upon returning from the dungeon, the first thing she saw was a familiar figure who was looking right at her. At that moment she could no longer contain her excitement and ran towards Su-Chen, ignoring all the teachers. A beautiful young girl running towards him with the scent of the breeze, finally standing in front of him, her delicate little hands tightly grasping his. You've lost a bit of weight, Su-Chen said, stretching out his hand and pinching her vibrant little face, a gentle smile on his face. You've changed, brother. Weren't you in the calamity level dungeon? How are you back? Luo Xing'er puffed her cheeks, her voice soft and mushy. At the same time inside she was incredibly surprised and curious. Brother, weren't you in the calamity level dungeon? How are you back? You know, normal level takes 3 days, difficult level 7 days, desperate level 10 days, calamity level must be much longer. How come you were waiting for me when I came out of the dungeon in 7 days? Mission completed, just came back. Su-Chen smiled. The duration of the calamity level dungeon outsiders don't know, only those inside know. Luo Xing'er, Kunlun University's teacher. Kids these days, such double standards. Xing'er, go register, remember to write down the level. Oh, Su-Chen, your level isn't written down, write it together. Qin Shuyao approached Luo Xing'er and told her to go register and confirm with a signature. At the same time, she remembered Su-Chen hadn't written down his level because she was too shocked at the time and had momentarily forgotten. All right, teacher, Luo Xing'er replied as she went to register. With Su-Chen, the two were inseparable, almost as if they were conjoined twins, not leaving each other's side even for a moment. At the registration desk, the other 4 had already completed their registrations. Zhang Yuding, level 14, Gao Mingyao, level 14, Wang Ziguang, level 13, Zhong Kueixing, level 13. Their talents were either grade A or C. It was normal for them to reach level 13-14 in a 7-day instance, which is considered above average. Now it was Luo Xing'er's turn to register. She wrote down level 25 in the level column. Luo Xing'er, you reached level 25, impressive, truly befitting an SSS grade talent. This is what a difference in talent looks like, level 25-inch matching her talent perfectly. Our Jiangnan University must secure Luo Xing'er as a student, she truly belongs at Kyoto University. Seeing the level Luo Xing'er had written, the other 4 students as well as the teacher were utterly shocked, each of them showing a look of envy. An SSS grade talent is indeed powerful. Despite everyone facing the same novice difficult instances, others were only around level 13-14, yet she was at level 25. Who could compare to her? Of course, no one would falsely report their level, as there was no need. If you falsified your level, the school would find out immediately. A high-level martial artist could cast a detection spell and see your true level immediately. Su-Chen, write down your level. Qin Shuyao flipped through Su-Chen's information, curious to know. Surviving a disaster level instance was nothing short of a miracle. So how high was his level? Could it be higher than Zhang Yuding and the others? Teacher Qin, do I have to write the true level? Su-Chen nodded, preparing to write. But he hesitated and looked up at Qin Shuyao, unsure of how many levels to write. Definitely the true level. This information needs to go into the Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school database and eventually into the Great Xia Empire's database. Qin Shuyao smiled slightly. This little guy is really interesting. Is he thinking about falsifying his level? No, that won't do at all. You can't be playing around like this. The teacher from Kunlun University spoke up in a relaxed tone, seemingly for Su Chen's benefit, but everyone knew that this Kunlun University's recruitment teacher held a grudge against Su Chen. You fool, you actually guessed it right this time. Since I can't falsify it, I won't write level 20 then. Su Chen calmly looked at the teacher. No, the fool, and sighed inwardly. This teacher is sick in the head, and not just a little. While speaking, he wrote 61 in the level column behind his name. Su Chen Yu. Qin Shuyao's expression changed dramatically as she saw the level Su Chen had written. She immediately cast a detection spell on him and saw his level. It was just a level, but even. So, she was so shocked she was momentarily lost for words. Level 61, how could that be? To think Su Chen had only awakened less than half a month ago and he had spent several days at home during that time, yet his level had reached 61. Who would believe such a thing if it were told? If it weren't for her use of detection magic, she would never have believed it. Luo Xing'er, with her SSS level talent, was only at level 25, which was already incredibly impressive. But here you are, with an F level talent at level 61. What, not even level 1, how many levels are there? What, level 61, 61, what in the world, level 61, truly level 61, how is this possible? Seeing Qin Shuyao's expression, the teachers present for the enrollment along with the principal all curiously asked. Eventually, they all came over, saw that Su Chen had written level 61, and for a moment none of them believed it. They looked at Su Chen with odd expressions, unable to comprehend how he could be so audacious. They had said no cheating, yet he had the gall to cheat so blatantly. If you're going to cheat, at least make it believable. Writing level 61, who would believe that? However, several teachers cast detection spells on Su Chen, and after seeing his actual level, they were as shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Brother, you level up so fast. You were only level 21 before going to the dungeon, and now you're at level 61. You're even higher than a few of the teachers here. Luo Xing'er's eyes curved into crescents as she looked at Su Chen. She knew his level must be very high given he was level 21 before entering the dungeon, so how could he not be after returning from a cataclysm level dungeon? Yet she never imagined his level would be so extraordinarily high. Without even starting university, he had already stepped into the ranks of the strong. Hearing Luo Xing'er's words, several teachers, still in shock, almost spat blood. That's a challenge. Mr. Su Chen, consider joining Kunlun University. Mr. Su Chen, Jinan University can offer you the best treatment. Mr. Su Chen, have you considered Kyoto University? Amidst their astonishment, several recruiting teachers spoke to Su Chen. Although he was only F level, he had survived a cataclysm level dungeon alive. Moreover, his level was so high. Such a student was worth recruiting, even potentially on par with or superior to SSS level in some aspects, like in levels and dungeon experiences. I'll consider it, thank you, Su Chen replied with a smile, politely declining. Then, under the reluctant gazes of the teachers, Su Chen and Luo Xing'er left the school together. Bro, you're amazing. As they left the school, they walked towards the Qingjiang residential area. Luo Xing'er held Su Chen's pinky with her little hand, clinging to him. Honestly, the two had rarely been apart for such a long time since their childhood. Just lucky, Su Chen smiled. By the way, bro, this is for you. In the difficult level dungeon, she encountered a mysterious side quest and got a reward. Not sure what it's used for, but see if you can make use of it. Luo Xing'er seemed to think of something and extended her delicate little hand. On her finger she wore an ancient-looking ring. In her palm suddenly appeared a diamond-shaped crystal about the size of a thumb, containing mysterious energy and emitting colorful glows. Clearly not a simple item, though he also wasn't sure what it was. Luo Xing'er passed the crystal to Su Chen. As Su Chen took the crystal, information appeared on it. Name: Fragment of the World. Grade: None. Effect: when a world falls, a fragment of that world appears containing the miraculous power of the world's master. Upon seeing this, Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. It was a fragment of the world. Could it be used to upgrade his own Heart of Rules? He decided to keep it first and study it later. Thank you, Xing'er. Oh, I have something for you. After safely storing the world fragment, Su Chen took out the God of Life from his space in the Origin Realm and handed it over to Luo Xing'er. The colorful radiance was dazzlingly bright, and within this light was a necklace, exclusive equipment. Wow, what about you? Luo Xing'er, seeing the colorful brilliance, immediately knew it was exclusive equipment. Only exclusive equipment could emit such colorful light and have colorful descriptions. She was incredibly excited, but her first thought was of Su Chen. What about you? If you give this to me, I have mine. This one suits you perfectly, Su Chen said with a smile, gently tousling her smooth hair. Really? Luo Xing'er was still skeptical, gazing earnestly at Su Chen. Is exclusive equipment really so amazing? In the instance zones, I only got a gold tier item with gold descriptions. I really want the exclusive equipment, but I don't want to affect you. Really take it, Su Chen insisted with a stern look. Okay, thank you, brother. Luo Xing'er's eyes lingered on it as if to confirm its reality. Finally, she accepted the stunning necklace without hesitation and began to inspect its descriptions. Immediately, the attributes of the god of life were displayed before Luo Xing'er. Seeing the attributes, her beautiful face showed a mix of emotions. This was too incredible. The exclusive item seemed tailor-made for her. Yay, I'm going to be invincible. Luo Xing'er couldn't contain her excitement any longer and cheered loudly. She then put on the God of Life, instantly multiplying her combat power. Your level is too low, rest for a few days, and then I'll take you out into the wild. The college entrance exam might not be important for us, but strength is. Su Chen pinched Luo Xing'er's cheek, thinking. You'll be invincible with just tens of thousands in combat power? That's too early. If you knew I had over 3 million in combat power, I wonder what Xing'er would think. Luo Xing'er nodded obediently. Hand in hand the two headed home. Upon reaching the neighborhood, they first went to Luo Xing'er's house. Knock knock knock. Grandma, I'm back. The door opened and it was Luo Xing'er's grandmother. Grandma, Su Chen greeted. My darling Xing'er, Grandma missed you so much. Little Chen come, and Luo Xing'er's grandmother was overjoyed to see them pulling both Su Chen and Luo Xing'er inside. Their household situation was similar to Su Chen's, with the only difference being that Xing'er's parents were still around, though they too were on the battlefield. Xing'er and her sister had been raised by their grandparents. Grandpa, Su Chen greeted as he entered the room. Luo Xing'er fetched him slippers. He was a frequent visitor here, so much so that he had his own room and daily necessities at Xing'er's house. Xiaochen, come over, join me for a game, urged Luo Xing'er's grandfather, waving at Su Chen. Luo Tianxian, a man of a more unrestrained character, quite unlike Su Jingtian's demeanor. Okay, Su Chen responded skillfully, pulling out a go board from the drawer and settling down in front of Luo Tianxian. After a game, Su Chen lost. Xiaochen, what level are you now? Luo Tianxian inquired. He was a formidable figure, an exceedingly powerful one. Grandpa, I'm at level 61 now, Su Chen replied. What, level 61? Luo Tianxiang exclaimed, already aware that Su Chen had ventured into a cataclysmic level dungeon and had returned unscathed. His curiosity about Su Chen's current level was piqued. Hearing that Su Chen was at level 61, Luo Tianxiang was taken aback, examining Su Chen with a serious gaze. He then cast a detection spell, confirming the level 61 status. He was immensely shocked and also showed a look of envy. As a supreme being, he suspected that Su Chen might have a hidden profession. Otherwise, it was nearly impossible for someone of F tier to reach level 61 so quickly, not to mention an F tier. Even an SSS tier couldn't achieve that, let alone surviving a cataclysmic level dungeon. It's just good luck, Su Chen humbly answered. After leveling up, focus on enhancing your skills. Skills become crucial later on. When you reach level 100, skills become a hurdle, especially for a fixed profession like yours, where the skills are the hardest to cultivate, but once mastered, their power is tremendously fearsome. The Apocalypse Gun God profession, your gunmanship is terrifying. The Apocalypse Gun technique, known as a divine skill, but with too low of a talent it's hard to advance. The lowest talent with the most contrary divine skill, haha, it's like starting in hell mode, young man, Luo Tianxiang earnestly said, bursting into laughter towards the end. As a supreme being, his cultivation, experience and knowledge were naturally incomparable to a novice. A monstrous talent with powerful skills is undoubtedly formidable. A monstrous talent with weak skills cultivates incredibly fast. Weak talent with powerful skills is like starting in a pit. If weak talent is paired with weak skills, the cultivation speed is naturally normal. Grandpa, is the Apocalypse Gun technique a divine skill? Su Chen asked. He knew Luo Tianxiang was right. Without the system, he would have been doomed. Fortunately, the system could enhance his skills. The Apocalypse Gun technique, also known as the Chaos Demonic God Gun technique, regarded as one of the 6 pinnacle skills of output professions, calling it a divine skill was not an exaggeration, or rather the Apocalypse Gun technique was a super divine skill, only downgraded because it was too difficult to cultivate. By the way, Xiaochen, how is your gunmanship? Luo Tianxiang asked earnestly. Although Su Chen wasn't his biological grandson, he was still a relative, being Su Chen's grandfather's cousin. Grandpa, my gunmanship is now at the 6th stage, Su Chen responded. Sixth stage, that shouldn't be considered high, right? In front of a supreme being, there's no need to hide. Moreover, there's really no need to hide this. Sixth stage, are you serious? Luo Tianxiang suddenly stood up, staring at Su Chen as if he was a monster. This little fellow, you must be joking. Let me tell you, you better not joke about these things with me. I have a weak heart, Grandpa. I'm not joking, Su Chen replied seriously like a well-behaved child. I've been careless, I've been too careless. While there's still some time before school starts, I logged into my virtual account and entered the virtual space. There are many interesting things there that can help you improve faster. Plus, there are rewards. Luo Tianxiang sat down. Although he couldn't see the level of Su Chen's marksmanship, he had watched the kid grow up and knew his character well. He's not one to lie, and besides, there's no need to lie about this kind of thing. Today he felt his pride was hurt. Today his heart took a beating. Grandpa, you look really pale. Here, let Xinger show you an equipment to cheer you up. It's a gift from my brother. At this moment, Luo Xinger, who had just finished her bath, came over. Seeing her grandfather's pale face, she couldn't help but feel curious. What's wrong? Oh well, I have to indulge him a bit. She then displayed her equipment information, the exclusive equipment of the God of Life. Exclusive equipment, such amazing attribute terms. You two little rascals, I don't want to see you. Luo Tianxiang saw the attributes of the God of Life's equipment and his expression changed again. He had exclusive equipment too, but compared to Luo Xinger's, his seemed less appealing. At this moment he felt terrible. Earlier Su Chen had offended his pride, now his granddaughter was twisting the knife. Today has not been kind to him. You call this cheering me up? With those words he stood up and went towards his own room, not wanting to see Su Chen and Luo Xinger anymore. Giggles. Seeing Luo Tianxiang's reaction, Su Chen and Luo Xinger couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. At noon, Su Chen and Luo Xinger, along with the sulky Luo Tianxiang and Grandma, had lunch together. After eating, Su Chen and Luo Xinger ran off. This little guy, so annoying. Watching Su Chen and Luo Xinger leave, Luo Tianxiang started to complain, sounding like a nagging wife in front of his spouse. Careless, right? He and Xinger are a natural pair. Su Yunji, Luo Xinger's grandmother's name, looked at her husband and couldn't help but laugh. What about Xinger? Luo Tianxiang agreed with his spouse's view, but then he thought of another granddaughter, Luo Bingqing, Luo Xinger's sister. Never mind. Hearing this, Su Yunji also felt helpless. Let's pack up. We'll go to Kyoto in a while, Luo Tianxiang said. Time flew and 5 days passed. Brother, how long will we be in the wilderness this time? Leaving the residential area, the two waited at a bus stop. Luo Xinger carried a small backpack which made her look more like she was going shopping than heading out for wilderness training. Su Chen, on the other hand, carried a backpack that cleverly concealed his spatial ring. Come back when you reach level 50, the college entrance exam isn't far away, you need to put in the effort, said Su Chen. It's really boring to be idle at home every day, better to go out and gain some experience in the wilderness. The college entrance exam is crucial for others, but for the two of them it's negligible. However, the rituals and processes still need to be observed. This so-called college entrance exam is actually a test of a martial artist's strength, level 50-inch ha. When will that be? Upon hearing this, Luo Xinger's eyes widened in surprise. Brother, are you joking? According to teacher Qin, once a martial artist awakens and reaches level 15, they are guaranteed university admission. As for getting into a prestigious university, that depends on their strength and talent. And here you are asking me to reach level 50, hunting 5th and 6th order beasts accelerates leveling, Su Chen explained. Luo Xinger's combat ability was already quite high. It would definitely be a waste of time for her to hunt 1st or 2nd order beasts, so we should directly target 5th and 6th order beasts. Indeed, she agreed. The bus is here, brother, let's get on quickly. Luo Xinger, realizing this, hurried Su Chen towards the bus. This bus circled the city, running only 3 times a day, morning, afternoon and evening. Half an hour later, Su Chen and Luo Xinger alighted at the east gate of Jiang City. This time, without registering, they left the city and headed towards the wilderness. Xinger, can you fly? Su Chen asked. No, can you? Luo Xinger shook her head, her gaze turning towards Su Chen. That's an interesting question, he replied. Generally, only the most powerful can fly with swords or control their flight through the air. Me, a mere level 25 shrimp, how could I fly? I rely on my 2 long legs to run. What about you? Can you fly? Watch this, said Su Chen with a smile. Behind him, a pair of wings, like phantom shadows emitting colorful glows, appeared, looking incredibly cool. The wings, spanning 2 meters wide, unfurled. Wow, brother, take me flying. Luo Xing'er was astounded upon seeing the phantom wings behind Su Chen, her eyes filled with excitement and envy, much like a child who sees a beautiful toy in the hands of a peer. Let's try. Su Chen nodded. He extended his hand, encircling Luo Xing'er's slender waist. Even though her dress was between them, he could feel her firm and smooth skin, a delightful sensation. Luo Xing'er tightened up as Su Chen held her. Although they often teased and played, they had never embraced like this. A blush appeared on her pretty face. Swoosh! At that moment, Su Chen activated his shadow-like movement technique. With the speed of wind stepping, in an instant he carried Luo Xing'er, flying haphazardly through the air, unable to maintain a straight line. It was like a novice driver unable to control the direction well. The two fluttered about like headless flies. Bro, please stop already, Luo Xing'er called out. Her dress was torn by branches and thorns. Let's just walk. We can find a spacious area to practice later. Both Su Chen and Luo Xing'er stumbled and fell to the ground. Laughter echoed through the wilderness, filled with their joy. Given their current physical condition and strength, even without the ability to fly, their speed was unmatched by ordinary people. By evening, they had left the city nearly 100 miles behind. The area they were in now was extremely dangerous, at least for others, because it was frequented by 5th and 6th tier mystical beasts. But for Su Chen, this was no concern at all. Brother, are we going to team up tomorrow? Inside a cave, they had settled down for the night. They took out bottled water, beverages, snacks and dry food from their spatial rings, chatting and eating. No need to team up. You fight and I'll back you up, Su Chen replied. Luo Xing'er was a support-type healer with an SSS tier talent. Even as a support, she had a significant combat ability, although it wasn't as overwhelmingly powerful as her support skills. To put it simply, as an SSS tier support, her main roles were healing and recovery, but she could also fight with combat talent on par with an S tier. After all, as long as the combat power is sufficient, even a basic attack could finish the target. Okay, fine. Be honest, you just want to see me make a fool of myself, don't you? Luo Xing'er pouted, then her eyes shifted as she looked at Su Chen, scrutinizing him like a criminal. Such a sly-mind, Su Chen chuckled. Who's sly? I'm a girl, Luo Xing'er grumbled in protest. Right, she's not just any girl but a beautiful, invincible heroine destined to save the world, Su Chen added playfully. Eat up, let's rest early after we finish. We need to get up early tomorrow. Su Chen stuffed the half-eaten piece of bread into Luo Xing'er's mouth. Muffled protests came from her, filled with bread, unable to articulate her objections, just making sounds. Always bullying her, Luo Xing'er thought, while Su Chen moved to his makeshift bed to play some offline games. Later, after eating and drinking her fill, Luo Xing'er, in a most unladylike manner, rubbed her belly. She looked around the dim cave, lit only by a weak lamp, feeling scared despite the simplicity of the setting. Bro, I'm a bit scared, she said softly as she approached Su Chen, eyes pleading him to invite her to join him. Why aren't you scared when you're in the dungeons? You've been in the dungeons for 7 days without fear, haven't you? Su Chen didn't even look at her. What's there to be afraid of now? Weren't you brave in the dungeons? But that was different. I had no one to rely on. Now I'm with you, Luo Xing'er murmured, pouting slightly. When one has something to rely on, certainly protection is needed. Go to sleep early. Su Chen put down his phone and glanced beside him, then shifted his body to the other side. He muttered something and then closed his eyes. Luo Xing'er nodded happily. The next day, early in the morning, Su Chen dragged Luo Xing'er out of bed. What time is it? Luo Xing'er rubbed her eyes, still groggy and clearly not yet awake. 7:30. By the time you dawdle, it will be 8:30 before we can set off, Su Chen said. While speaking, he had already taken toiletries and a large bucket of water from the Yuan realm space and went outside the cave to start washing up. Wait for me, Luo Xing'er puffed her cheeks and followed Su Chen out. Sure enough, by the time the two had finished washing up and eating, it was almost 8:30. Get ready, let's start looking for exotic beasts to fight. A few minutes later, the roaring of exotic beasts could be heard. A 5th-tier beast 10 meters long and 3 meters high looked extremely fierce. Xing'er, go! Su Chen looked at the fierce beast and shouted to Luo Xing'er, you're just being silly, wait until I summon the sacred beasts. Luo Xing'er glanced at Su Chen. Can't you speak nicely? Following that, Luo Xing'er lightly called out. The space compressed and the air was filled with a terrifying aura. Immediately 2 thunder sacred beasts appeared. These beasts, resembling Qilins, were 10 meters tall and 20 meters long. Moreover, they contained destructive thunderous power filled with a force of devastation. Roar! As soon as the thunder sacred beasts appeared, one of them roared and its huge paws struck the 5th-tier exotic beast. The other thunder sacred beast, however, stayed to protect Luo Xing'er. Seeing this, Su Chen's face showed surprise. This is one attacking and one defending. With a crack, the destructive power harshly hit the 5th-tier beast. With a loud crack, the beast was directly killed. Good. Luo Xing'er, who was still in shock, saw the exotic beast killed by the Thunder Sacred Beasts and became extremely excited. She was shocked by the Thunder Sacred Beast's fierceness and strength. Having such sacred beasts, she could take off directly. As a support type, she did not have an advantage in output or defense, being quite fragile, but now with a sacred beast to guard her, she no longer had to fear her defensive weaknesses. Try sitting on it, Su Chen suggested to Luo Xing'er, pointing at the Thunder Sacred Beast. In theory, since the Thunder Sacred Beast was summoned by Luo Xing'er, it should be able to serve as a mount, providing even better protection for her. Try it. Okay, Luo Xing'er heeded Su Chen's suggestion, looking at the Thunder Sacred Beast with a mix of anticipation and fear. After all, this was a sacred beast and it also had destructive thunder. Then, on tiptoes, her body lightly floated up, finally landing on the back of the Thunder Sacred Beast. After awakening, they were no longer ordinary people. Although unable to fly, their physical quality was better, light as a feather. Otherwise she could not have jumped so high. Wow, it really works. Luo Xing'er was originally a bit worried, but as she sat on the back of the sacred beast, the thunder did not harm her at all and she was relieved. For a moment she was extremely joyful. You fight on your own, I'll practice flying. Oh, here, take this, Su Chen said to Luo Xing'er. With the protection of the Thunder Sacred Beast, Luo Xing'er naturally faced no danger, so it was fine for him to support her from behind. The area was open, perfect for flying practice alone. Suddenly he thought of something. With a thought, he took out a scroll from the Yuan realm space, a double experience scroll. After use for one day, hunting exotic beasts would yield double the experience. Now Luo Xing'er's level was not high, and at level 25 hunting 5th order exotic beasts, her leveling up was super fast, so double experience would suffice for now. Later, when her level was higher, they could use the 10-fold experience scroll. What is this? An experience scroll double? Thank you, brother. Luo Xing'er took the scroll, somewhat puzzled, then checked its effects and discovered its utility, instantly becoming overjoyed. Swoosh swoosh. Su Chen no longer paid attention to Luo Xing'er but began practicing his movement techniques. Yesterday he had been holding Luo Xing'er with one hand, and since it was his first time flying he hadn't controlled it well and had no experience. Now without Luo Xing'er he was more relaxed and more immersed. Soon he mastered the flying skills and speed. Gradually his figure appeared continuously in the sky and on the ground, his speed incredibly fast. Wherever he passed, only trails of afterimages were left. About an hour later Su Chen had completely mastered it. Swoosh, his figure flashed and he soared into the air, floating as if unaffected by gravity, stepping forward in the air, each step spanning tens of meters. His body shaking, he flew forward like a bolt of lightning. Finally he arrived not far from Luo Xing'er and saw her fighting, nodding in satisfaction. Because Luo Xing'er was not entirely reliant on the Thunder Sacred Beast, the beast only protected her. More often it was Luo Xing'er who took action to hunt the exotic beasts. Only by fighting on her own could she grow faster, otherwise having strength without combat skills and experience would not make one a true strong person. Time passed, minute by minute, and by noon Luo Xing'er stopped fighting. I'm so tired. Brother, help me rub my shoulders, she said as they withdrew the Thunder Sacred Beast and came to an abandoned building. This building, a 1,000-year-old structure, was still intact despite the millennia, showing its quality had not been compromised. Inside the building, Luo Xing'er drank water and coquettishly asked Su Chen to rub her shoulders. Su Chen gave her a look. You're pretty, but don't get carried away, he teased. Pouting, Luo Xing'er murmured and grumbled. What level are you now? Su Chen asked. Too lazy to cast a detection spell. Level 37, Luo Xing'er replied, immediately forgetting her previous grumbling, visibly excited because she had reached level 37. In the dungeon it had taken her 7 days to level up from 9 to 25. Result: training in the wilderness with my brother for a morning, I leveled up from 25 to 37. You know, the higher the level, the slower the progress becomes and the difficulty increases almost geometrically. It looks like by tomorrow or the day after I could reach level 50. The main reason, it's not because I was hunting high-level beasts while being low-level myself. After eating, I'll set you up with some equipment. Oh, and don't summon the Thunder Beast this afternoon, Su Chen said. Currently Luo Xing'er is dressed in a mix of bronze and silver gear because the drop rates are just too unpredictable. Even though she's an SSS grade with 10 points in luck, she hasn't managed to get any good equipment. What kind of equipment? A full set of silver maybe? That's a little too optimistic. No matter what Su Chen says, Luo Xing'er listens. Ever since we were young, she's been like Su Chen's little shadow, although they often tease each other now that they're grown up. Let's eat first, Su Chen said, ignoring Luo Xing'er and focusing on his food. I'm full, Luo Xing'er muttered, her mind on the equipment rather than the food. She quickly finished her egg yolk pie, not even touching her favorite snacks. Trade. Su Chen glanced at Luo Xing'er, who was looking demure and ladylike, her eyes blinking, leaving him at a loss for words. Then he activated the warrior screen. Everyone who is awakened has won. It can be used for trades among other things. Equipment can be given in person or traded via the screen. Wow, a full set of perfect golden gear. Luo Xing'er accepted the trade. Su Chen didn't bother with arranging or matching, he just handed over a full set of golden gear. Seeing what Su Chen gave her, she was overjoyed. In the afternoon, dressed in her new golden gear, Luo Xing'er was full of confidence. Naturally, she felt confident. Now with the gold set, the blessing of the god of life, and the bonus from her SSS grade talents, her combat power had reached an impressive 130000. A newbie with 130,000 combat power, who would believe that? Boom boom boom. Su Chen didn't team up in the morning because he wanted Luo Xing'er to level up and improve her combat skills and experience. In the afternoon, he teamed up with Luo Xing'er. They left their usual spot and ventured further into the wilderness to hunt for 7th tier beasts. He was now level 61, not far from 62, so hunting 6th tier beasts was too slow. They had to go for the 7th tier. Brother, you're so strong. Seeing Su Chen fight, Luo Xing'er was extremely excited. 7th tier beasts were like ants in front of Su Chen, who wielded the blazing god spear. With one thrust he unleashed 32 spear flares. Ice and fire rained down, covering a radius of 300 meters. In front of his spear flares and celestial fire, all the beasts turned to ash. She couldn't even get a hit in. Only now did she realize just how extraordinary her brother was. No wonder he could complete cataclysmic level dungeon quests. In fact, she didn't fully grasp the extent of Su Chen's power. Ahead was a deserted city formerly known as Yichang, now called Zone 293. The area was teeming with exotic beasts. Su Chen paid no attention to the excited Luo Xing'er, his gaze was fixed on the distance. There once stood a city known previously as Yichang. 1,000 years had passed and that place had long become the domain of exotic beasts. Now, they were not far from it, and he planned to venture inside for a hunt that afternoon. You're not planning to level me up to 50 today, are you? Luo Xing'er asked. Why not? We can't waste the experience scrolls, Su Chen replied. Double experience scrolls, effective for 1 day. They'll expire after that, so we really can't waste them, he continued. With a whoosh, he reached out, grabbed Luo Xing'er by her slender waist and flew towards Zone 293. About half an hour later, Su Chen and Luo Xing'er arrived at Zone 293, which was overrun with exotic beasts, mostly of the 6th and 7th tiers. Summon, Luo Xing'er called out, and summoned the thunder sacred beasts, 2 of them. One served as a mount, the other as a combatant. Then, the battle began. Boom boom boom. Su Chen's attribute points soared continuously, and his experience also rapidly increased. Hunting 6th tier beasts yielded low experience, but killing 7th tier ones gained them 5% experience each. Buzz, congratulations on leveling up, you are now level 62, and his combat power increased by 1600. Soon a golden light enveloped Su Chen, and as it faded, a chime sounded, signaling his level up to 62. Post-level up, his combat power had increased by 1600 points, with the total gain reaching 5200 points. The higher the level, the more terrifying the combat power granted. Continuing at this rate, what would it be like when he reached level 100, bestowing 10,000 combat power? Meanwhile, Luo Xing'er's level was skyrocketing. Under the assault of icy rain and heavenly fire, swathes of exotic beasts fell. Golden light flashed continuously around her. Wow, this leveling is thrilling. Luo Xing'er danced around, her excitement indescribable. With a low level, high experience came naturally, and leveling up was fast. Once she reached level 60, however, it would slow down. Tomorrow we can go home, said Su Chen. The two were several hundred meters apart. Team up. As long as team members are within 1,000 meters, they can share experience. Boom boom boom. Zone 293 erupted with devastating icy rain and heavenly fire. The beasts' roars were earth-shattering. At that moment, Zone 293 seemed like the apocalypse had arrived. Time ticked by second, evening approached, and by then Su Chen and Luo Xing'er had nearly cleared all the exotic beasts in Zone 293. Now, Su Chen had reached level 73 and Luo Xing'er had achieved level 74 thanks to her double experience scroll. Level 74, wow, I didn't expect to reach level 74, Luo Shinger exclaimed, halting the battle. She looked as though she was about to fall apart. Even though she was a support-type healer, the battle had taken its toll, yet at that moment she was ecstatic beyond words. After a full day she reached level 74, something she wouldn't have dared to dream of, but reality had other plans. In fact, Su Chen and Luo Shinger had reached level 70 some time ago, but leveling up past 70 was as slow as a snail's pace. Hunting 7th-tier creatures only yielded 0.02% experience. How was anyone supposed to level up like that? Yet, in the face of that devastating group attack, Su Chen gained 2 levels and Luo Shinger 4. Just before school started, Su Chen announced that they would stop leveling up for now. I'm almost sick of hunting beasts, he said. However, their equipment in the Yuan realm space was plentiful, stocked with bronze, silver and gold items, but no diamond level gear had dropped. It seemed that only 9th tier beasts, or even higher, could drop diamond level equipment. Brother, are you going to Kyoto? Luo Shinger asked. Su Chen nodded. Get some food and drinks ready. Delighted by the confirmation, Luo Shinger was very happy because she was also headed to Kyoto. The next day, well after sunrise, Su Chen and Luo Shinger finally woke up. Today there would be no fighting, where they would have been up much earlier. After waking, they washed up, ate and packed their things ready to return to the city. Whoosh whoosh, Su Chen, holding Luo Shinger by her slender waist, sped through the air. What would usually be a day's journey took them only an hour to reach the city gates and enter, feeling the immediate comfort of safety. Bro, goodbye, Luo Shinger waved as she headed towards her home. She lived in Building 2 while Su Chen lived in Building 6, close enough that they could see each other from their balconies. Goodbye, Su Chen waved back and walked towards Building 6. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm home. Su Chen greeted his grandparents who were tidying up. Xiao Chen, you're back. Go take a shower. We'll tidy these things up and then start cooking. His grandmother, Moron Lan, greeted him warmly. Okay, Grandma, Su Chen replied, placing down his backpack and heading to his room. At 9 in the evening, Su Chen greeted his grandparents and returned to his room. In the blink of an eye, a screen appeared before him, not the system's virtual screen, but that of a warrior's. Although the system screen was already integrated with the warrior screen at the 2nd level, you could say it was a warrior screen, where you could say it was the system's virtual screen. System, connect to the virtual world. Su Chen communicated with the system. The connection was successful within 2 seconds as indicated by the system's prompt tone. A beam of light enveloped Su Chen and soon his consciousness entered a virtual world, while his body was well protected by a light shield to prevent any physical attacks while his mind was immersed. The virtual world was quite similar to the outside world, filled with a sci-fi feel. Warriors, once awakened, could enter this virtual world, which mirrored the real world with 95% similarity and 30% pain sensation. If the soul is strong enough, it can forever dwell in the virtual world. Greetings, Master. I am the spirit of the virtual world at your service. Anything that occurs within this realm is within my knowledge. Oh, and you have the privilege to name me once you enter the virtual world. Upon his arrival, Su Chen found himself in a cityscape dominated by towering skyscrapers, all impeccably clean and orderly. At that moment, a palm-sized sprite appeared before Su Chen, whirling around him with a voice as clear and melodious as a bell. You shall be called Xior, he decided. Xior. I wish to sell some equipment, said Su Chen, casually bestowing a name upon the sprite. With a name, communication became more convenient. After all, one must have a way to address others, right? Master, it is like this. The virtual world's marketplace allows the buying and selling of any resource with the fairest prices. There are 2 ways to sell equipment. One is to directly entrust it to the virtual world's marketplace, which entails a 20% discount and handling fee. This method has the advantage of immediate cash out without the need to wait for other warriors to buy. The second way is to place it yourself in the virtual world's marketplace and wait for other warriors to come and buy it with a handling fee of 5%, explained Xior without a hint of hesitation, clearly understanding everything. Show me the prices, Su Chen replied, already making up his mind. Bronze, 300, 1,000, 5,000, silver, 10,000, 40,000, 100,000 gold, 40,000, 100,000, 300,000 diamond, 200,000, 500,000, 100,000 glory, 1,000,000, 5,000,000, 100,000. Currently, Master cannot access the prices for champion level equipment unless you possess such items. Xior continued, its tiny body ceaselessly circling Su Chen. The crisp voice reached Su Chen's ears. Curiosity piqued upon hearing the prices of glory level equipment. Such power these items must confer. A common piece costs 1 million each and a golden one 10 million. Currently he cannot access champion level prices due to insufficient rank. All equipment I entrust to the virtual marketplace for sale, Suchen decided after reviewing the prices. He then proceeded to sell all the equipment stored in his dimensional space and space ring. There was no use keeping them. At your service, Master Shior responded, beginning to tally the equipment by quantity and color. Each level of equipment came in 3 colors: common white, rare red and perfect gold, each priced differently. Master, you have sold a total of 621 bronze level items earning 423,100 gold coins. You have sold a total of 585 silver level items earning 19347,000 gold coins. You have sold a total of 87 gold level items earning 724,000 gold coins. Your total earnings amount to 270,101,000 gold coins. Moments later, the settlement was complete. Su Chen had earned a total of 27.01 million gold coins, a sum he had never encountered before. Now in the vast empire of Daxia and indeed the whole world, gold coins serve as the universal currency, possessing significant purchasing power. For an average family of 3, a month's normal expenses might amount to about 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins. Now, tell me about the competitions, Su Chen said to Shior as they ventured into the virtual world. The primary purpose was to understand the competitions and to familiarize oneself with the virtual world because, as teacher Qin had mentioned, after awakening much of the time during university would involve competitions and assessments that are intertwined with the virtual world, even extending to larger worlds and stages. It could be said that the virtual world is mankind's second home. Master, the competitions are categorized into human, earth, heaven and divine rankings. The conditions for the human ranking are: enter before the age of 20. This includes rankings like Jiang City, Jiangnan Province, and the Empire's human rankings. For the Earth ranking, one must enter before the age of 25, for the Heaven ranking before the age of 30, and the Divine ranking has no age restrictions. Currently, Master can compete in either the Jiang City or Jiangnan Province human rankings, Shior explained. The competitions have 2 modes: a closed mode which does not allow spectators, and an open mode which allows other martial artists to watch. Injuries and deaths in the virtual world do not result in real harm, only 30% of the pain is felt, Shior continued. Su Chen understood. There were rankings in competitions, and these were divided into human, earth, heaven, and divine rankings, each with its own set of rules. Competitions took place in arenas, and there were both closed and open modes. He understood this well. Strong fighters often competed in the virtual world during their free time to earn money, essentially through live streaming. Watching these competitions could also help other martial artists improve their own skills. Shior, I want to compete now. Is there anything I need to prepare? Su Chen inquired. His skills in the art of the Apocalypse Spear were already at the 6th tier, and he wondered what rank he could achieve. There's no need to prepare. You can directly match. Would you like to match now, in open or closed mode? Shior responded. You forgot to tell me that in competitions we only compare martial skills unrelated to combat power or levels, Shior added. Let's go for the closed mode. Match me, Su Chen decided. Shior had made everything clear. Competitions were definitely not about combat power or levels, but purely a contest of skills. Matching in progress. Matching complete. Countdown 20, 19, 18, 17. Soon, the match was successful. After the 20-second countdown ended, Su Chen was enveloped in a flash of light and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was on a massive arena with a diameter of several hundred meters. On the opposite side of the arena, a young man appeared simultaneously. His identity was blurred, obviously concealing his true identity to avoid recognition. His details were displayed: name, XXX age, 18 points, 0 skill, vast expanse sword technique, win rate XX%. Su Chen noted the information of his opponent. It was just that his name was hidden. He was a swordsman, the same age as Su Chen, and also had 0 competitive points. His win rate was also invisible. It looked like this opponent was either competing for the first time or he had been losing all along, otherwise his points wouldn't be 0. With no hesitation, the opponent's figure flashed and a sharp sword light burst from his hand. The speed of the sword light was incredibly fast. However, to Su Chen this sword technique was as slow as a turtle crawling, and its power seemed pitifully weak in his eyes. Although Su Chen did not practice sword techniques, he was at the 6th level of spear techniques. Knowledge and principles are universal. Watching the sword light approaching, the long spear appeared in Su Chen's hand. this spear was not the fiery god spear but the most common long spear in the virtual world, the same for all competitors. With a casual swing of his spear, the destructive spear light instantly shattered the sword light. At the same time, the body of the opposing warrior was turned into fragments and then disappeared. Su Chen won and gained 10 points as the victory announcement sounded. Following the victory, Su Chen's figure disappeared from the arena and reappeared at his original position. At this time, his competitive information in the virtual world appeared. Name: Su Chen. Age: 18. Skill: Apocalyptic Spear Technique. Level: 6th, 0%. Points: 10 in human ranking, unranked earth ranking, unranked heaven ranking, unranked god ranking, unranked win rate. Calculating. The information was simple, however Su Chen was puzzled as to why the win rate was still being calculated since he had only participated in one match and had won it. Master, the win rate starts to be calculated after 100 matches, Xior explained as if guessing Su Chen's confusion. So that's how it is, the win rate comes out after 100 matches, Su Chen said and continued to matching. Match successful, countdown 20, 19, 18, 17. The matching was fast, completed in just 2 or 3 seconds. When the countdown ended, Su Chen was transported to the arena. The battle began and ended in 1 second. It was a one-hit kill. His 6th level apocalyptic spear technique was invincible. Continue plus 10 points, continue plus 10 points, continue plus 10 points, continue. Su Chen kept asking Xior to match him and each match was a one-hit kill with no opponent lasting a single round. This was normal. On the competitive arena, only skill mattered, power and levels were suppressed and everyone's strength was equal. Under such circumstances, Su Chen's 6th level spear technique was naturally unbeatable unless he met someone with skills at the 6th level or higher. Time passed by the minute and the second. Congratulations, you have gained 1,000 points and entered the Jiang City People's ranking at the current rank of 92,801. After 100 matches, Su Chen continued winning. His points had reached 1,000, entering him into the Jiang City People's ranking. Before reaching 1,000 points, he didn't even qualify for the rankings. At this moment his rank was beyond 90,000, that is to say, there are 90,000 people in Jiangcheng whose scores have reached 1,000 points or more. Despite Jiangcheng's population of 160 million and an awakening ratio that indicates 32 million martial artists, there are fewer than 1 million martial artists aged 18, 19 and 20. Moreover, in the competitive arena, losing a battle means points are deducted. Victory could yield between 1 to 10 points, but a defeat could cost 5 to 10 points. In such circumstances, accumulating 1,000 points becomes exceedingly difficult. Therefore, it's quite normal for Su Chen to be ranked after 90,000, but he has just crossed the threshold into the rankings. As he progresses, the stronger the competitors become and the higher the chance of failure. Each point could drastically change his rank. Xior, what's my current win rate? Su Chen casually asked, too lazy to check the information himself. Master, your current win rate is 100%, please keep it up, Xior responded. 100 matches, all victories, naturally it's 100%. How do I enter the Jiangnan province rankings? Su Chen inquired. It wouldn't also be based on points, would it? Master, you need to be in the top 1,000 in Jiangcheng's rankings and have over 2,000 points to enter the provincial rankings, Xior replied to Su Chen. I figured it was still points. Of course, points are indeed the best way to measure and calculate rankings. Keep matching me, said Su Chen. He discovered that his mental exhaustion wasn't as rapid in the virtual world. With his current mental state, staying in the virtual world for a day wouldn't be a problem. Since it was night outside, he planned to continue competing. When he felt mentally exhausted, he would simply go out to sleep and recover. Matching. Successful match countdown, 20, 19, 18, 17. In Jiangcheng, within the age limit of 20 years, there are nearly 1 million martial artists, and at this time, unless in the wilderness, city-based martial artists would either compete in the virtual world or watch competitions. It can be said that just as in reality one can improve levels, combat power and skills, the same can be achieved in the virtual world. 3, 2, 1 countdown over. Su Chen was transported to the arena. His opponent was also a gun user. As soon as Su Chen appeared, his opponent unleashed 4 destructive gun flashes towards him. A single gun move produced 4 gun flashes, a symbol of a third-tier gun technique. Break. Su Chen pointed towards his opponent. Instantly his gun flash appeared, but it was many times more powerful than his opponent's, not even on the same level. Now he could completely replace a gun with his finger. Boom, a muffled sound echoed. the opponent turned to ash and the gun flash also vanished. Su Chen wins, plus 10 points. Congratulations, you've moved up to rank 80832, another quick victory, gaining 10 points. Due to these 10 points, his rank had changed significantly from over 92,000 to now 80,000, showing how big of a difference these 10 points made. With more people, a difference of just 1 point could mean a huge disparity in rankings, let alone 10 points. Continuing on to Su Chen's victory brought another plus 10 points. Congratulations, you've entered the rank of 75,013. Another win and plus 10 points later, congratulations, you've entered the rank of 50,001. The victories kept coming. Congratulations, you've entered the rank of 41,650. Soon after, congratulations, you've entered the rank of 1111. An hour had passed. Su Chen had fought in 120 continuous battles, each ending with a one-hit kill. Now his points had reached 2,200 and his rank was 1111. However, he decided not to continue as he was too tired. I'll come back tomorrow, he thought. Time flew by day. Unconsciously, a month had passed since his awakening. Today was the day of the college entrance examination. Jiang City had 1461 high schools. From primary to middle school and middle to high school, students didn't need to take exams. They could go straight from primary to high school, completing a full 12 years of compulsory education. Thus, there were over 1,000 high schools. It could be said that for every primary school, there was a corresponding high school. This year, a total of 324,681 students had awakened. Brother, hurry up. In the room, Luo Xing urged Su Chen. Today was the day of the college entrance exams. Although with her talents she could directly choose a university and was even sought after by the top 10 universities, the college entrance exam was an experience every student had. Naturally, she didn't want to miss it. It's still early, isn't it just 6:30 a.m.? Su Chen grumbled in response. Why drag me out of bed so early? Besides, last night I pushed my ranking to first place in Jiang City, entering the provincial rankings with 4,600 points, ranked 102nd. The further I went, the stronger the opponents became. I even encountered a genius who mastered 5th-level sword techniques before the age of 20. Clearly a genius. So last night in the virtual world I spent too much mental energy. I still want to sleep. Getting up, washing up, having breakfast, don't these things take time? Plus, we have to take a car to the school grounds, Luo Xinger said. Right, all the students in Jiang City will go to the Jiang City school grounds for the exam. Only the school grounds have such large facilities and space, she continued. You go out first, I need to get dressed. Su Chen sat up, speaking reluctantly. Last night he shouldn't have let Luo Xinger stay over. She claimed it was to supervise him getting up. Worried about being late for the exam. Now, this was the situation. Quickly, Luo Xinger said haughtily, her hands clasped behind her back as she walked out proudly. Once outside, she changed her demeanor completely, obedient, cute. Since their grandmother had already prepared breakfast, she quickly went to help serve the porridge and fetch chopsticks. A little while later, Su Chen finished washing up and getting dressed. He walked out of the room and joined the family at the dining table. After the exam, we're going straight to the capital, Su Jingtian announced at the breakfast table. If it hadn't been for waiting for Su Chen's exam, I would have moved to Kyoto days ago. Su Chen replied, nodding while eating his breakfast. Soon after finishing their meal, Luo Xinger and Su Chen left home together, taking a car to the school grounds for the exam. It seemed the exam would involve testing their skills. Brother, how's your marksmanship? Luo Xinger asked Su Chen as they waited for the bus. Every martial artist possesses a strong supplementary skill, and for the martial arts college entrance exam, such skills are a requisite. 6th rank, Su Chen replied. Didn't you hear when I was talking to Grandpa at your house last time? Besides, our field training also showed its 6th rank. Oh, I forgot, I controlled my own marksmanship during our field training. So fast, my skill is only 3rd rank, Luo Xinger exclaimed in shock. 6th rank? That's unbelievable. I thought being at 3rd rank was already strong, but I didn't expect you to have reached 6th rank. It's beyond my imagination. 6th rank, that's a level many martial artists might not reach in decades. 3rd rank is already very good, Su Chen replied earnestly. Really, 3rd rank is quite high, especially since you only awakened a month ago. Others who awaken can't even reach 1st rank in a month. The bus arrived and they boarded it. 20 minutes later, they reached the school grounds. Getting off the bus, they saw countless students all there for the high school martial arts exam. Luo Xinger, Su Chen, this way. Su Chen heard a familiar voice. As they approached the entrance of the school grounds, without needing to look, he knew who it was. Following the voice, indeed it was teacher Qin Chuyao Qin. Beside her, quite a few students had already gathered, all from Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Teacher Qin, they greeted as they walked over. Let's wait here for a bit, we'll go in at 9 o'clock sharp, Qin Chuyao instructed. Apart from Qin Chuyao, there were 4 other teachers responsible for Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. With so many schools and a large number of students, maintaining order was essential. Good morning, by the way, which university are you planning to apply to? At this moment Chen Hui came over and spoke to Luoshinger. It's a secret, Luoshinger replied. And you little f. Chen Hui, feeling snubbed, turned his gaze to Su Chen, who was annoyingly close to Luoshinger, even keeping a hand in Su Chen's pocket. At this moment he thought, Luoshinger is an SSS grade monster, I can't afford to offend her, but you a little F grade I can handle easily. Silly pheasant, if only your brain was a bit lighter you wouldn't be here seeking a sense of superiority. Su Chen glanced at Chen Hui like he was an idiot. C grade, always seeking a sense of superiority and achievement in front of me. C grade, where do you get the face? You're the silly pheasant, your whole family is silly pheasants. Why would I seek any sense of superiority? Just because I'm C grade, can't I call you little f? You dare say you're not an F grade talent? Chen Hui's anger flared upon hearing the words foolish ro dear. Your whole family are foolish ro dear. Luoshinger spoke up. If it wasn't about Su Chen, all was fine, but once Su Chen was mentioned, trouble brewed. Chen Hui, quiet down, Qin Chuyao chided softly, unable to bear it any longer. Can't you be a bit more flexible in your thinking? Although Su Chen is an F-grade talent, aren't you surprised that he came out of a calamity-level dungeon? Su Chen is already at level 61, and you're only at level 16, is there even a comparison? Yes, teacher, Chen Hui replied, no longer daring to make a sound. However, he still glared fiercely at Su Chen as if threatening him. As time ticked by, it was 9 o'clock, all the students had arrived. Line up and follow me, we are in the first zone, Qin Chuyao announced, leading the 197 awakened students of Jiangcheng First Middle School towards the schoolyard, which was vast and filled with an aura of slaughter. Shortly after, they arrived at a huge lawn. This was Zone 1, where 300,000 to 400,000 candidates from Jiangcheng gathered, divided into several areas, about 10,000 students each. Quiet, let me explain the rules of the exam. The exam consists of level, skills, combat power. The first zone has 10 exam entrances. Once you pass through the detection devices at these entrances, they can ascertain the true level of a candidate. Then you perform your specialized skills, and after the scores are given, you can leave. Finally, there's the assessment of combat power. Each category can earn up to 9 stars, and the higher the combined star level, the better the score. Note, wearing equipment given by elders counts as cheating, purchasing equipment from the store counts as cheating, and using temporary items to boost health and combat power counts as cheating. Students caught cheating will have all their results annulled and will be banned by all universities, announced a man in military uniform from the podium. Upon hearing this, many candidates secretly removed their equipment, which were either temporarily borrowed from elders, gifted by them, or expensively bought from stores. Using such items in the exams was considered cheating. After all exams concluded, aside from the top 100, others could check their scores once the exams are over. Students are to participate orderly, the military man concluded. The martial artists exam was straightforward, testing only level skills and combat power. Xingers Su Chen, both of you give it your best. The top 100 receive substantial rewards and resources. Qin Chuyao whispered encouragingly to Su Chen and Luo Xinger. Yes, teacher Qin, we will. They nodded in response, then followed Qin Chuyao towards the entrance of the exam. The order of the test was according to school numbers, so Jiangcheng First Middle School was at the very front. Brother good luck, Luo Xinger cheered as she and Su Chen approached the 10 exam entrances and split up to enter simultaneously. Good luck, Su Chen nodded and made a cheering gesture before walking into the examination entrance. Inside, there was a sophisticated device emitting a mysterious glow from its crystal surface. As Su Chen approached, a beep sounded. Level assessment complete, please proceed to the skill test. He stepped through the illuminated area beneath the crystal, and a prompt sounded. On a nearby LED display, his basic information appeared along with his level. Level 72, just a few steps away was the skill testing area. A simple spear appeared in Su Chen's hand, which then burst forth with a destructive spear light. 32 spear lights struck the testing crystal simultaneously. With a loud boom, ripples spread through the space, but soon everything returned to normal. The LED screen displayed the results. Apocalyptic Spear Technique Tier 6. Another beep followed. Spear Technique testing complete, please proceed to the combat power test. Su Chen approached a device similar to a punching force tester which had a maximum measurement of 300,000. This was sufficient for most prodigious students who had awakened just a month ago. Average students were around level 10 with about 10,000 to 20,000 in combat power. 300,000 was far beyond the reach of ordinary students. Raising his hand, Su Chen punched the device. A dull thud resonated, carrying terrifying destructive power. A red line on the device shot up instantly to the maximum. This meant that Su Chen's combat power exceeded the device's limit of 300,000. The exact figure was unknown, but it was at least 300,000. A beep sounded. Combat power testing complete. Evaluating results. Please check the results later. Thus, Su Chen's examination concluded, taking barely 20 seconds from entering the entrance to finishing. As he stepped out, Luo Xing'er had also completed her exam. Brother, she ran over to Su Chen, taking his hand as they walked towards the resting area. They would have to wait for all awakened students to finish before the results were announced. If one was in the top 100, the results would be announced on the spot. How did it go? Su Chen asked. Luo Xing'er replied, it went well. I'm level 74, definitely first place, and my combat power is over 100,000. My skill level is tier 3. With these results, I'm sure to be in Jiang City's top 100. What do you want to eat? My treat. Having sold equipment in the virtual world for 27 million gold coins, Su Chen possessed a fortune that most people couldn't earn in several lifetimes, some even formidable characters couldn't easily produce. I want bubble tea and chicken wings, she responded. Let's just go buy it together, suggested Luoxing as she began to count on her fingers. After a brief consideration, they decided to head out together. They greeted Qin Chuyao and left the military school grounds, knowing well that there wouldn't be any snacks to buy there. It took them almost half an hour to leisurely make their way back, each carrying milk tea and snacks. This is for you, teacher. Qin Su Chen and Luoxing also bought some for Qin teacher and 3 other instructors. Thank you. Qin Chuyao happily accepted the milk tea. Honestly, after being busy all morning, I was really hungry and thirsty. As time ticked by around 3 in the afternoon, the exams for all 33 districts had concluded. Now everyone could check their results on the virtual screen. A military man announced that the scores were available. The results are out, finally out. It felt like an eternity waiting. I wonder how many stars I got. If each item is out of 9 stars, most people only get 2 or 3 stars. Getting an overall 8 stars is quite good. Does Jiangcheng have such great talent awakening this year? With my C-grade talent, I'm only ranked 528th. I got 4.5 stars. Not bad. I managed to get 6 stars, ranked 4,202nd. To enter the top 10 famous schools, you need at least 10 stars. I got 5 stars. I can only go to the most ordinary university. After the announcement that the scores could be checked, all students began to look up their results. Some geniuses didn't bother. They believed they could make it into the top 100, so checking was pointless for them as their scores wouldn't show up yet. Hey little F, how many stars did you get? Got 3 stars? Dude, I'm a C-grade talent. But I got 10 stars. See the difference now? There was always one annoying guy who clung like a plaster, never leaving them alone. At that moment, Shen Hui hurried over, boasting loudly about his achievement and stepping harshly on Su Chen. 10 stars, huh? That means there's a chance to get into one of the top 10 schools, though it's just a slim chance. To truly get into one of those schools, you need more than 12 stars. With 10 stars, you can get into some really good universities. Boasting was indeed his right. Su Chen hadn't expected this annoying guy to score 10 stars. How impressive, Su Chen chuckled, dismissing him. Damn it, why does this annoying guy always have to be a thorn in my side? Is it like he's got a vendetta against me or something? When will this ever end? 10 stars is indeed impressive. Luoxing didn't even glance at Su Chen. Hearing his words, she smiled knowingly, aware that Su Chen was about to make this annoying guy uncomfortable. After all, that afternoon, they were set to leave Jiangcheng for the capital and wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. Alas, I can't match up to Xing'er. I'll just have to be the early bird that works harder. Chen Hui paused, a bit thrown off. Su Chen wasn't calling him annoying anymore, and even Luoxing seemed to have changed her tune. It seemed that women truly admire strength. Now that he had 10 stars, even Luoxing's tone towards him was different. We must strive harder in the future. Only by doing so can we attract more attention from Luo Xing'er. Though somewhat slow, there's still hope. Luo Xing'er nodded, trying hard to suppress her laughter. What a silly creature, utterly lacking in perception. Now, they are announcing the ranks from 51 to 100. Those ranked within this range will receive 2 million gold coins and an invitation from a prestigious school. A loud voice filled the air over the field, echoing across the entire area. Such high rewards. From rank 51 to 100, each individual gets 2 million in prize money and an invitation from a prestigious school. How enviable! Only those with a talent grade of A or higher could make it into the top 100. Who could they be? Upon the announcement, all the students in the field were seething with excitement. 2 million gold coins isn't something every family can afford. Ordinary families might not even have 100,000 gold coins. Even for a warrior family, 2 million is a considerable fortune. Besides the money, there are also invitations from the top 10 prestigious schools. Immediately, many who believed themselves to be within the top 100 started to check their scores on the warrior screen. There must be over 1,000 who think they can make it into the top 100, but there are only 100 spots. Naturally, many find themselves ranked outside of the top 100 and some even beyond the 500th rank. I'm ranked 88th. And I'm 99th, a bit low. These ranks were lower than I had estimated. I should be within the top 20, rank 58, not too bad. Many think they are geniuses, and some indeed are. Upon checking their scores and finding themselves within the top 100, they were overjoyed. Others felt disappointed, feeling that their rank did not match their abilities and talents. 5 minutes passed. Now they are announcing the ranks from 11 to 50. Those ranked within this range will receive 5 million in prize money and invitation from the top 10 prestigious schools and 20 million in resources. The voice in the air announced again. This time it was for ranks 11 to 50. The prize money has increased to 5 million. Not only that, but the prestigious schools are now the top 10 and they could also receive 20 million in resources. Oh heavens, this is what I've been yearning for. 5 million in cash and invitation from the top 10 prestigious schools. Can I make it into the top 50? Everyone was boiling with excitement. Even those who didn't make it into the top 10,000 were caught up in the moment, just enjoying the spectacle. Let's see, Luo Xing'er spoke up. This is the top 50 after all. Let's take a look. Su Chen nodded. Luo Xing'er then activated the warrior screen to start checking the scores. At this moment she felt torn. She wanted to see her score. Yet at the same time she didn't, hoping to be in the top 10. Unable to decide, Luo Xing'er sighed deeply after checking. Her face lit up with excitement. This meant her results weren't within the bottom 50, they had to be in the top 10. The top 10, just thinking about it was thrilling. She was filled with anticipation and waited eagerly for the announcement of the top 10. Now, the results and rewards for the top 10 were about to be revealed. In 5 minutes, the announcer's voice would ring out again. Now the top 10 results were about to be disclosed. At this moment, all other sounds quieted down. As the top 10 results were announced, everyone fell silent, their hearts brimming with curiosity. Not just the students, but also the recruiting teachers from various universities, eager to know who made the top 10 so they could compete for these outstanding candidates. 10th place, Zhang Han, 12 stars, 10 million in prize money, 30 million in resources. 9th place, Shang Wanyan, 12 stars, 10 million in prize money, 30 million in resources. 8th place, Huang Jinrong, 13 stars, 12 million in prize money, 40 million in resources. 7th place, Chen Ke, 14 stars, 13 million in prize money, 45 million in resources. 6th place, Lin Chia, 14.5 stars, 14 million in prize money, 50 million in resources. 5th place, Jun Xiao, 15 stars, 15 million in prize money, 55 million in resources. 4th place, Luo Xing'er, 16 stars, 18 million in prize money, 60 million in resources. Quickly, the 4th to 10th places were announced, including their star ratings and the prizes and resources they earned. Now everyone's greatest expectation lay in the top 3. For a moment everyone speculated who they might be. It was known that Luo Xing'er was the only SSS level talent in Jiangqing City, an SSS level talent ranked 4th. What about the talents of the top 3? Although Luo Xing'er was of SSS level talent, her specialty was more supportive, not giving her an edge in the rankings. Ranking 3rd would have been miraculous for her. The top 3 weren't SSS level, so they must be S level. This year, Jiangcheng had several S-level talents. 3rd place, Xiao Xiang, 17 stars, 20 million in prize money, 65 million in resources. 2nd place, Zhu Yan, 17.5 stars, 25 million in prize money, 70 million in resources. The announcer knew how to keep the audience in suspense, announcing only the 2nd and 3rd places before pausing. Everyone was eager to know the 1st place. However, Luo Xing'er had an idea who it was. Her eyes gleamed as she looked at Su Chen. At that moment she was curious about how many stars Su Chen had scored. This year's first place from Jiangcheng number 1 middle school and also the highest score ever recorded. First place, Suchin, 27 stars, 50 million in prize money, 200 million in resources. The announcement finally came, declaring Suchun from Jiangcheng number 1 middle school as the first place. His score was 27 stars, 27 stars, a perfect score, as the highest possible was 27 stars, 27 stars, full star rating. How could this be? It seemed unbelievable, a full star score, how extraordinary, surely there must be some mistake. A full star rating. It seems he's the 9th one in the history of the Great Xia Empire to achieve this. The excitement is palpable not because of the prizes and resources but because of the full star rating. The first place is a full star rating. The college entrance exam tests for level skills and combat power with each category able to score up to 9 stars, so 27 stars make a full star rating. Isn't Luo Xing'er the only one at Jiang City First Middle School with an SSS ranked talent? Could there be a mistake? A full star rating, and it appeared in Jiang City First Middle School, Suchen? This name sounds so familiar, I remember now. He's the one who went to the calamity level with an F rank. What? An F rank talent scored a full star rating. The exam star rating is impartial, no one can influence it, so cheating is out of the question. Maybe we've been looking in the wrong direction. Suchen surely isn't just an F rank. You mean, a hidden profession? We must get Suchen to Kunlun University. Forget Kunlun University, you should be aware of your own limitations. You were the one who looked down on him the most. In the staff room of recruitment officers, everyone was shocked upon hearing the first place name and score. Soon people remembered who this Suchen was. Instantly, everyone set their sights on him. Such an extraordinary talent must be recruited to their own school. Brother, congratulations, Luo Xing'er said joyfully to Su Chen. At this moment she seemed almost ready to fly, even happier than if she had been the one to rank first. It didn't surprise her that her brother was first, but what did surprise her was that Suchen scored a full star rating, 27 stars, truly beyond her expectations. A full star rating means that whether in combat powers level or skills, one must meet and even exceed the highest standards. The main reason she came fourth was that her level reached 74, which was certainly the highest among all candidates. Thank you, Suchen smiled, not surprised or overwhelmed. Who else could be first but me? You, a full star rating, you first place? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Hui was dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. After a long while, he looked at Suchen with disbelief. How could this be? Isn't Suchen an F-rank talent? I've always called him Little F. How did he become the first in Jiang City and also a full star rating? It turns out I was the clown. Don't be like that. I still prefer when you call me Little F with that arrogant manner. You need a bit more confidence. Only 17 stars difference between 10 stars and 27 stars, Suchen laughed. The silly guy is quite amusing. He looks foolish, but he's not smart at all. Suchen and Luo Xing'er greeted their teacher Qin Chuyao, who approached with a happy smile. Her two students, one ranked fourth and the other first in Jiang City, one with an SSS ranked talent and the other a full star rating. As a teacher of such prodigies, how could she not be delighted? Teacher Qin, Suchen and Luo Xing'er greeted. Do you have any universities in mind? The recruitment officers might seek you out soon? Qin Chuyao inquired. As a teacher, it's her duty to safeguard her students, making sure they aren't misled by recruiting teachers. This concerns the lifetime future of her students. Ms. Qin, my brother and I are heading down to Kyoto. Luo Xing'er spoke up to Qin Chuyao. Is everything arranged at home? Qin Chuyao asked, already knowing the answer in her heart that she was worrying unnecessarily. But this was for the best, as there was no need to worry about the two promising students being misled. Luo Xing'er nodded. That's good. I wish you a future as splendid as the vast skies. Oh, and we'll meet in Kyoto, Qin Chuyao said with a smile, a hint of slyness in her eyes. Ms. Qin, can we go back now? Suchen asked. Since the recruiting teachers were coming to find him and Xing'er, there was no better time to leave. You guys go ahead. I'll take care of the matters concerning the bonuses and resources, Qin Chuyao told them, signaling Suchen and Luo Xing'er to leave. Goodbye, Ms. Qin. Bye-bye, Ms. Qin. Suchen and Luo Xing'er waved at Qin Chuyao and then left the school grounds. Just after Suchen and Luo Xing'er had left, a group of recruiting teachers arrived, only to be informed that the two had already gone home. Even the teacher from Kunlun University, who had previously found the F-grade student displeasing, now realized how dazzling and handsome the young man was, radiating a brilliant aura. Although Luo Xing'er and Suchen had left, the recruiting teachers didn't give up. They inquired about the contact information and even the addresses of Su Chen and Luo Xing'er. Half an hour later, Luo Xing'er and Su Chen returned to Qingjiang residential area. Grandpa, grandma, grandfather, grandmother, the two greeted as they saw the four elders together. Very good, very good. Su Jingtian and Luo Tianxiang nodded in approval, clearly aware of the examination results of the two. One ranked fourth and the other first in Jiang City with full stars, Xing'er Xiao Chen. We are going to Kyoto now, let's go, Su Yunji said. It turned out the four elders were waiting there to head to Kyoto immediately. Following that, Su Chen and Luo Xing'er along with the four elders took a vehicle directly to the spaceport. Buzz. Within half an hour, the six people boarded a spacecraft bound for Kyoto. In today's world, with countless exotic beasts between cities, the journey wasn't facilitated by high-speed trains or buses of the past, but only by powerful spacecrafts capable of withstanding attacks from exotic beasts. Beep, your personal account ending in 6667 has received a transfer of 50 million gold coins, bringing the current account balance to 77137635 gold coins. On the spacecraft, Su Chen was resting with his eyes closed when the notification sounded. He had just received 50 million gold coins naturally as the reward for ranking first. At the same time, Luo Xing'er also showed a look of surprise. Needless to say, she had received the transfer as well. Hee, I'm a little rich girl now, she exclaimed joyfully. Luo Xing'er spoke with happiness. Luckily, we were in a private VIP cabin, just the six of us, otherwise we would have attracted a lot of attention. This time, Jiangqing City has been very generous with the rewards. However, having accepted Jiangqing's rewards, we must also lend a hand whenever Jiangqing needs us in the future. Otherwise, do you think the prize money is that easy to get? Luo Tianxiang said. Jiangqing, giving so much prize money to the top 100 is just to leave a good impression early on and to forge a bond. Grandpa, it's only right. After all, we were born in Jiangchang. We are people of Jiangqing, Su Chen replied. To Luo Tianxiang, as people of Jiangqing, even though we are going to study in the capital, one thing that will never change is that we are from Jiangchang. Brother, when we get to the capital, you have to take care of me. You got the most prize money, Luo Xing'er said to Su Chen. Xiao Chen, how much prize money did you get? Moron Lan asked, curious. They knew Su Chen and Luo Xing'er's exam results, but they were not sure about the amount of the prize money, hence the question. Grandma, the first prize is 50 million plus 200 million in resources, Su Chen replied. 50 million in cash and 200 million in resources. These resources, well, they are a bit intangible. It's like when some supermarkets announce a big sale of 10 million, but it's actually at most 1 million worth of goods. But even so, 200 million in resources is quite a lot. 50 million. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Su Yunji, Luo Tianxiang, and Su Jingtian were all incredibly surprised. They had heard that the rewards this time were generous, but they hadn't expected them to be this substantial, directly 50 million. I also didn't expect the prize money to be so much, Su Chen smiled. Truly, he hadn't expected there to be prize money for the top 100, let alone 50 million for the first place. 50 million gold coins. At Kyoto University, all are top geniuses. After arriving there, make sure to interact well with them, in school only. The real prodigies receive more training and attention. Don't hide your talents, Luo Tianxiang said. After all, Jiangcheng is just a city under Jiangnan province. How can it compare with the capital? The capital is the heart of the entire Daxia Empire, a place all prodigies and powerhouses yearn for. Being an S grade in Kyoto University is just ordinary. This year, it's said that Kyoto University has recruited 16 SSS grade prodigies, and there are many SS and S grades as well. Grandpa, I understand. Su Chen and Luo Xing'er nodded seriously. It seems that apart from hiding some of our strengths and trump cards, we should display the rest and show off our prodigious talents. That way we can be noticed and gain more resources. It makes sense. If you hide your talents and appear ordinary, who would want to give you resources? 2 hours later, the spacecraft landed smoothly in the capital. Afterwards, the group took a car to a villa district. The villas here, each with a large space between them, were all super luxurious. In the highly valuable capital, such villas were extremely extravagant. Brother, goodbye. Luo Xing'er and her grandparents live in villa number 8. Su Chen, Su Jingtian, and Moron Lan reside in villa number 9. Goodbye. Su Chen waves his hand and then follows Su Jingtian into the villa. Master, Madam, young master, the villa is immensely large. By Su Chen's estimation, it's about 8,000 square meters in size, filled with lush greenery, potted plants and valuable trees and flowers, all arranged in an antique and elegant manner. It's truly a world of its own. At This moment, an elderly butler looking every bit the part hurries over and bows deeply in front of Su Jingtian, greeting him joyfully. Apart from the butler, there are several other servants in the villa. Su Jingtian responds nonchalantly while Moron Lan nods slightly and Su Chen remains unmoved, shocked, his mind filled with surprise. Could I be from some prestigious third-generation family? Next, a servant leads Su Chen to his room, a luxurious suite that includes a living room, a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, a recreation room, 2 bathrooms, and even an office. Everything is sumptuously luxurious, from the thick plush carpeting to the opulent furnishings. This place is worlds apart from the Qingjiang residential area in Jiangcheng. After familiarizing himself with his room, Su Chen takes a quick shower and changes into clean clothes before heading downstairs to eat. In the grand dining room, only his grandparents and he are eating, with a few servants attending to them. Get to bed early today. Tomorrow you need to register at school, and everything has been arranged by Afu, Su Jingtian tells Su Chen during the meal. No wonder we had to come to Kyoto today, so Kyoto University has already started its registration. Understood, Grandpa, Su Chen replies, his heart filled with anticipation for this new beginning, this new start. Or perhaps it is Kyoto University that is just the beginning. By the way, I wonder if I'll meet my sister there. The next day, bright and early, Su Chen gets up, washes dresses, and walks downstairs. Brother, good morning. At the breakfast table, a stunningly beautiful young girl clutches a bun, sipping her milk, and mumbles a greeting to Su Chen, her hands full. You're only saying good morning now, you didn't sleep here last night, did you? Su Chen walks over and sits down as the nanny serves him breakfast. Of course not, today is registration day, so I came over early to wait for you. Aren't you lucky? Luoshinger pouts and shakes her head, swallowing her bun before speaking again. Lucky? I'm extremely lucky, Su Chen laughs. The breakfast is made by Grandma as he's grown accustomed to it. 10 minutes later, Su Chen and Luoshinger leave the living room. Young master, here is your school card and your car keys. Which car would you like to drive today? The butler waits outside, greeting Su Chen as he comes out and handing him a crystal card, which is Kyoto University's school card with his basic information on it. This information can sync with the martial artist's holographic screen. After handing the card to Su Chen, he opened a box. Inside the box, there were over a dozen car keys. Su Chen looked ahead and saw, in the semi-enclosed garage of the villa, a long line of luxury cars, including several super cool sports cars. Although Su Chen was not a car expert, he could tell that the cheapest one was probably worth tens of millions. He hadn't seen them yesterday. It seemed they had been moved out from the enclosed garage. Pointing at a silver one, Su Chen said, that silver supercar. Young master, here are the keys. Each key has a number corresponding to the number on the parking spot, the butler said as he found the key for the silver supercar and handed it to Su Chen along with the other keys. There were a total of 16 luxury cars. Got it, Su Chen nodded. He then placed the key box on a cabinet in the garage, holding onto the key of the silver supercar. Brother, let me drive, Luoshinger said excitedly. Do you even know how to drive? You didn't learn when you had the chance, and now even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to drive it. Su Chen glanced at Luoshinger. During the summer vacation of his senior year in high school, he had specifically gone to learn driving, and Luoshinger had also gone along. However, Luoshinger didn't learn and even said she didn't need to drive as long as she could sit in his passenger seat. Humph! Luoshinger pouted and snorted haughtily, sitting angrily in the passenger seat, turning her face away, refusing to look at Su Chen. Humphing is useless, Su Chen said as he started the car and drove towards the villa gate. The villa was not far from Jingdu University, just a 10-minute drive. Soon the silver supercar, like a silver meteor, smoothly stopped in front of Jingdu University. Today was the first day of registration at Jingdu University. Of course, only a few of the top schools had registration today. As for other universities, they would wait half a month because the national college entrance exams had just ended yesterday. Registration today was mostly for those who were specially recruited by Jingdu University. The exams were just a formality. The entrance was bustling with excitement and curiosity from countless freshmen, while the returning students were also full of enthusiasm welcoming the new students. The low rumble of the supercar drew the attention of many. Wow, what a cool supercar! This supercar must be worth tens of millions, probably around 30 million. Registering in a supercar must be a rich second generation, huh? Wow, aren't you guys just noticing the car? The girl in the car is so pretty, a stunningly beautiful girl, delicate and elf-like. And I saw a handsome guy, so handsome even more than the car, the crowd murmured as they gathered around, finally shifting their gaze to the people inside the car. The car was cool, but the people were even more beautiful and handsome. Senior sister, can I drive the car in? Suchin slowly drove the car to the school entrance and asked a charming senior sister who was seductively playing with her hair. Sure, but you need to register first and then apply for a parking spot. Are you a freshman? You haven't registered yet, right? I'll take you to register. Lu Bing's eyes sparkled intriguingly. What a handsome junior he is. Taking advantage of his na-a-vit, first get him on your side, no trick him first. Senior sister, I've already signed up, Suchin said with a smile, waving his student card. He didn't even need to deal with the hassle of registration himself. The butler had taken care of it without him knowing. Is that so? Then let me take you to apply for a parking spot. Lu Bingning was utterly astonished. Registration only started today. Since you're a new student, when did you sign up? Senior sister, can you see me? At this moment, Luo Shinger said with a beaming smile at her. Fingers pinched softly at Su Chen's waist. Nice to meet you, junior sister. Lu Bingning came back to her senses and finally noticed the girl in the passenger seat. Better not to have looked, for now she felt a surge of jealousy. This cute, beautiful girl was too gorgeous, elf-like even, and crucially, she was sitting in the passenger seat. Wasn't it obvious what her relationship with this handsome junior was? Goodbye, senior sister, Luo Shinger said with a sweet smile, waving her hand. Su Chen brushed away Luo Shinger's hand from his waist and the car slowly headed into the school. The security, seeing his student card, did not stop him. After all, these security guards were quite discerning. Anyone who could enter Jingdu University was either a genius or a top-tier legacy. These were not the kind of people they could afford to provoke, so they tended to turn a blind eye. This spot is good, let's park here. Soon Suchin drove the car to a spot not far from the school's parking garage. The spot was spacious and covered by several surveillance cameras, a perfect 360-degree no blind spot location. He then parked the car. Hey, who allowed you to park here? Just then a discordant voice rang out, clearly questioning and reproaching. Suchin turned his head following the sound. It was a group of 20-something-year-olds and a beautiful senior sister, likely students from previous years. As freshmen didn't carry such an air of defiance. Can't I park here? Suchin asked. He wasn't foolish. Clearly someone was picking a fight. You can park, but you can't park here because this spot is reserved for senior Chen Xiao, who has always parked here. You look like a freshman, move your car immediately. Apologize to Senior Chen and he might forgive you this time, said one sycophant who was actually cautious due to the luxury of Su Chen's car. Otherwise, with his typical lackey's bravado, he would have taken action sooner. Reserved spot? I thought this place was no parking. Well, since it's allowed, this spot is mine from now on. You must be this Senior Chen, right? Remember, if anything happens to my car, you won't be able to handle it. Suchin said with a smile. A bunch of fools. What nonsense about Senior Chen? Don't provoke me, careful or I'll break your legs. With that, Suchin approached the young man in the center, smiling as he spoke. Then he took Luo Shinger by the hand. Ready to leave? Stop right there. How dare you speak to Senior Chen like that? Do you have a death wish? Do you know who Senior Chen is or who his brother is? It seems you don't want to get along at Kyoto University anymore. The lackeys and a few others thought Su Chen was going to apologize and admit his mistake. But to their surprise, this freshman actually threatened Senior Chen. This was completely unexpected. These new students need a lesson to learn their place. Think you're a genius? What a joke. At Kyoto University, who isn't a genius? Freshmen like this only learn through a beating. Today he needs to be taught a lesson he won't forget. Who to provoke? You had to provoke Senior Chen Xiao. Didn't you know who he is? His brother? This is endless, isn't it? I don't care who he or his brother is. It turns out Kyoto University has its fair share of idiots and morons too. What a disappointment. Keep babbling and I'll cripple you. Suchin frowned. This is never ending, isn't it? Just my luck to run into such a mess as soon as I arrive at school. I didn't expect Kyoto University to also have idiots. While speaking, he gave a cold look to the lackey. He didn't want any more interruptions. Keep babbling and I'll cripple you. Being a lackey, what good can you be? What a pathetic mess. Trying to act tough here. Remember, I am Chen Xiao S plus level talent level 48. Chen Xiao couldn't hold it anymore. He stepped forward, his whole body bursting with a terrifying aura. As he spoke, his fingers casually flicked and instantly several sword lights appeared, enveloping Su Chen. The school rules permit sparring as long as no weapons are used. You must be from the previous batch, S plus only level 48? You really don't know how useless you are. Su Chen smiled. S plus and only level 48? What? A waste, and you dare to brag about it? You really have thick skin." In a blink, a destructive aura formed around him, followed by a spear light piercing through space, shredding the sword lights without any resistance, and struck Chen Shao directly. Chen Shao spat out blood, a terrifying wound opening on his chest. The spear light was slightly off, otherwise he would have been dead. "Don't provoke me. If there is a next time, you and your entire family will vanish from this world, Su." Chen's voice was as sharp and cold as his spear. Now, he didn't even need to use his fingers as a gun, a mere look could unleash a destructive spear light. "Level 48 and you dare to brag?" Thinking this, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Level 48, if he really wanted to level up, he could have reached level 100 before coming to Kyoto. Su Chen and Luo Xing left under the terrified gazes of the others. Such terrifying skills. Mocking Senior Chen at level 48. "Senior Chen, how are you? Should we tell Senior Xiaofeng?" Seeing Su Chen end Luo Xing leave, the lackey and others quickly came forward to care for Chen Xiao, also shocked by how terrifying the new student was. What kind of freshman is this? Are freshmen really this powerful? Moreover, as a freshman, isn't it inappropriate for you to mock a senior at level 48? Could it be that you have surpassed level 48? "I'm going to kill him." Chen Xiao fumed, his pride severely wounded. He didn't even consider that if the other party hadn't held back, he would already be dead. "Senior, this car." A sycophant glanced at the supercar parked in Chen Xiao's designated spot and asked, "Should we smash it?" In the past, someone unknowingly parked here and ended up having their car demolished. This kind of thing they're familiar with. Check his background. Chen Xiao was not foolish, daring to be so bold and being so strong. Surely he was no ordinary person. Therefore, even if they wanted revenge, they needed to thoroughly investigate the opponent's background first too. "Avoid kicking an iron plate." Yes, the sycophant nodded in agreement. Then a beautiful senior who was with Chen Xiao cast a healing spell on him, finally stopping the bleeding, though his wounds would not heal anytime soon. A 6th-tier skill, it's this powerful. Luo Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just now, Su Chen's gun brilliance was simply too cool. It didn't require any physical gun. Just a look was enough to release a devastating blast and defeat the opponent. Lucky it happened. At school, if it were in the wilderness or on a battlefield, Chen Xiao would already be a corpse. After reaching the 6th tier, one could grasp the essence of the gun. Each skill's essence depends on the cultivator. "By the way, which class are you in?" Su Chen asked. Last time he took Luo Xing leveling, and by the end in zone 293 they had hunted countless exotic beasts, virtually clearing the entire area. That time he not only gained levels and equipment but more importantly attribute points. Just that day he had gained 2.81 million attribute points, and now his balance stood at 4.27 million attribute points. With 4.27 million attribute points, he could enhance his skill's domain and space anytime. The higher the skill tier, the more formidable the strength. The essence of a skill is crucial for future level advancements. After reaching level 100, breaking through relies heavily on essence. Many people level up quickly, but once they reach level 100, they often get stuck there for life. "I'm in class 2," Luo Xing replied. Nowadays, universities are just like high schools with a fixed class and tutor system. Moreover, there are 2 ways to graduate from university: reaching level 100 or completing 4 years of study. Either way qualifies for graduation, where one can choose to continue studying. "I'm in class 1, Su Chen said. As to why he was in class 1, it must have been arranged by the housekeeper. How he did it, however, is none of his concern. "Brothers, see you this afternoon." Soon the two reached their academic building. Although they were in classes 1 and 2, their classrooms were far apart, as university studies involved martial arts knowledge and might even include practical combat. Each classroom and its occupied space was significantly large. "Good afternoon." Su Chen waved and headed towards class 1. Shortly after Su Chen arrived at the classroom was spacious, but it wasn't really a classroom anymore. It resembled a dance rehearsal space. At the moment, there were already about 20 students inside, the boys radiantly handsome and the girls youthful and beautiful. After all, each one of them was a chosen prodigy. In front of the podium sat a woman in her 20s. Strikingly beautiful and exuding an aura of haughty sophistication, her presence was so commanding that it kept all the prodigies in the room very quiet. "Hello, instructor, I am Su Chen," he said as he entered the room and scanned around, guessing that this beautiful, haughty woman must be the instructor. He thought to himself to take a seat first while waiting for the 2 other students who hadn't arrived yet. The haughty instructor nodded, signaling Su Chen to find a seat. "Yes," Su Chen replied, and after looking around he took a seat in an empty spot. Including himself, there were now 28 people in the classroom, and with 2 more expected. There would be a total of 30, about half an hour passed before another student arrived, the last one. It was 9 o'clock when this student entered, and upon her arrival, the students couldn't help but show expressions of admiration, for she was a breathtakingly beautiful girl about 18 years old, but with a cold demeanor that seemed to keep others at a distance. "Hello, instructor," the girl greeted as she entered the classroom. Let's start with introductions, your level, talents, and profession. You start," the instructor said. "By the way, I am your instructor Nangong Shen, a 99 level healer of the SSS Wood tier capable of reviving all things. From now on you are under my guidance." The haughty instructor stood up and walked to the podium. Her face was exquisite, her skin like jade and her figure perfect with long, slender legs. In 2 words, she was flawless. After coming to the podium, she began her introduction and the students were utterly amazed. Indeed, the instructor tasked with guiding these prodigies was herself an extraordinary figure and moreover a level 99 instructor. She looked incredibly young, only a few years older than the students, yet her level was so high. Her introduction was very assertive, simply stating, "From now on you are mine." That's the aura of a true domina. "Hello, instructor," the students greeted one after another, still in shock. This was to be expected. How else could one manage such a group of prodigies if not being exceptionally powerful herself? Besides, those who came to study at Kyoto University were either incredibly talented or had powerful backgrounds. Could an ordinary instructor handle them? "Hello everyone, my name is Inha Jean. I am 18 years old with an SSS tier talent in the Ice Wind category, specializing in attack, currently at level 50." For the stunning girl introduced herself. Hearing her name, everyone was surprised. Was her surname In or Inha? But her talent was undeniably strong, an SSS tier with a specialization in area attacks. No wonder the level reached 54, level 54, that's really strong. SSS rank, impressive, so beautiful, our class is full of goddesses. Inha Jean, I'll remember you. After Inha Jean finished her introduction, everyone in the classroom was shocked. All 18 years old, yet the gap is so huge. You should know, it's only been a month since everyone awakened their powers. For many geniuses, reaching level 20 within a month is quite an achievement, yet Inha Jean shot straight to level 54. It's really frustrating how people can differ so much. Everyone find your seats. After Inha Jean introduced herself, Nangong Xian asked her to sit down. For a moment, all the male students in the classroom showed an eager look, hoping Inha Jean would sit near them to have the advantage of proximity. However, they were disappointed. "Hello, Inha." Jean walked over to the seat next to Su Chen and greeted him, then she sat down. She appeared gentle and reserved, cold and proud, yet her demeanor was generous and appropriate. "Hello." Su Chen looked at Inha Jean, his expression calm, but inside he was curious. He felt as if he had seen this woman somewhere before and felt very familiar with her, but he couldn't remember where because he had always been in Jiangcheng, only going to school and back home. The people he knew were just Xinger and the others. Then one by one the other students went up to introduce themselves. There were 30 students in the class, 12 boys and 18 girls, and these girls were all very beautiful. Those who had introduced themselves all had great talents. The lowest was AB rank, and AB rank talent meant a strong background, otherwise they would feel inferior in this class. Su Chen remembered only 4 people: Inha Jean, SSS rank level 54, Zheng Hanming, SSS rank level 33, Shengwan Xiao, B rank level 21, Wang Fu Mingsheng, a rank level 32. The other 3 were fine. But this Huang Fu Mingsheng, as he walked to the podium, even gave Su Chen a challenging look, jealous of Inha Jean sitting next to Su Chen. Although his talent wasn't S rank or higher, he came from a very powerful background, one of the top 10 wealthy families in the capital. "It's your turn," Inha Jean reminded Su Chen. "Thank you." Su Chen was stunned. "I know, I was just about to stand up when you reminded me." He felt a bit. "You're welcome." Inha Jean nodded, her cold proud face slightly smiling. Seeing Inha Jin's expression, Su Chen was speechless. Then he walked to the podium. "Hello everyone, my name is Su Chen. I'm 18 years old, F-rank talent, the Annihilator Gun God, currently level 72. "Thank you." After Su Chen introduced himself, he left the podium and returned to his seat. The classroom was silent, dead silent. Everyone stared at Su Chen, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief, or rather beyond disbelief there was also incredulity. "F-rank? Are you sure you're not joking?" Even with the strongest background, it's impossible to get an F level into Kyoto University, let alone place them with the genius class. "Are you sure you're not talking about an SSS level?" Also, this so-called level 72, could it be level 27 instead? Suchin, you must be joking, an F-level apocalypse gun god at level 72, huh, that's the worst joke I've heard. Did Suchin walk into the wrong school? Inside the classroom, shortly after, it erupted into a buzz of discussions. Whether it's F-level or level 72, both are unimaginable. Level 72, you dare say that? Even an SSS level like In Hajin is only at level 54. The other SSS levels haven't even reached level 40. You actually say you're at level 72, I might as well say I can transform 72 times. For a moment, several people looked at Suchun with eyes that clearly saw a joke. They were sure Suchun was lying, maybe not about being F level, but definitely about being level 72. Gradually, some turned their gazes towards the instructor Nangong Xian. Silence. The reliability of Suchen's introduction, let's put it this way. All of you tied together wouldn't be a match for him. Nangong Xian, holding a slender teaching stick, tapped it lightly on the podium, commanding everyone's attention and quiet. Then she announced that there was no falsehood in what Suchin said. However, what Suchin didn't expect was that Nangong Xian would say the entire class tied together wouldn't be his match. Wow, that's stirring up enmity. In one word, absolute. Indeed, if it really came to a fight, the whole class together wouldn't stand a chance against him, including instructor Nangong Xian. After all, with over 3 million in combat power, who the hell could withstand that? No way. Is he that powerful? Is he really F level? Since when did F levels become so mighty, awakening for a month and rising to level 72? How is that possible? Must be some super powerhouse leveling him up. Are you stupid? Leveling with someone can't exceed 5 levels. It must be that an elder gave him powerful equipment. Damn, you're stupid again. If equipment is eluded by oneself and is too advanced, it will be restricted. Otherwise, any high-level warrior could take a newbie and level them up dozens of levels. In minutes, inside the classroom, for a moment it was almost a riot. Everyone looked at Su Chen in shock, admiration and awe. F level, level 72 in 1 month. How did he do it? This is the best thing ever. Your high school teachers, are they incompetent? Didn't they teach you the basics? Well then, let me tell you again, high-level warriors can't effectively level up newbies because there's a cap beyond 5 levels and experience gains are restricted. Also, if a newbie wears equipment that isn't looted by themselves and is too advanced, that too is restricted. Tell me, after your awakening, which dungeon did you go to? Nangong Xian sighed, because she actually heard such idiotic questions. Didn't your high school teachers teach you this? I'm a beginner at the difficult level. I'm also at the difficult level. I'm at the ordinary level. I'm at the difficult level. I'm at the desperate level. Upon hearing the question from mentor Nangong Xian, everyone began to respond. 90% chose the difficult level, as they were all either A level or above S level. Only In Hajin chose the desperate level. Hearing that In Hajin was at the desperate level, everyone was incredibly surprised and looked at him with admiration. Then Nangong Xian turned to Su Chen and asked, what level will you choose, Su Chen? Everyone paused and turned to look at Su Chen. Could there be something different? F level. That should be the ordinary level, right? It couldn't be the difficult level, could it? Mentor, I choose the disaster level. Su Chen stood up and replied. The mentor interestingly seemed to be drawing hostility specifically towards him. What? The disaster level? The disaster level. I finally see someone who has come out of the disaster level. No wonder he actually came from the disaster level. Is the disaster level difficult, Su Chen? It seems the disaster level isn't that hard after all. Shock, uproar. This was even more shocking than when Su Chen initially said he was at level 72, the disaster level, a level where death is almost certain. In the history of the Great Xia Empire, not a single person has ever come out alive from the disaster level, never. Su Chen, tell us about the situation inside. The disaster level. Nangong Xian, holding a teaching stick, pointed at Su Chen, signaling him to come to the podium. The disaster level, each stage has different difficulties. The disaster level I went to might not be as difficult as you imagine. After entering, the spirit of the weapon appeared and told me I was the 98 billionth person to enter there. I can't remember the exact number, but it was 98 billion and my serial number was 9527. The spirit said that everyone who had entered before me had died. To leave alive, I had to complete 2 tasks. The slaughter task, kill beasts of levels 1 through 6A. Total of 66-66-55-55/44-44/33-33/22-22/11-11 of them. After completing this task, then move on to the next task, which is passing through stages. This task is the true essence of the disaster level. The previous slaughter task was just an appetizer. True life or death situation because once you enter the stage area you cannot move at all and the beasts come to attack you. The final stage involves a level 9 beast. Suchin walked to the podium and calmly recounted the tasks in the world of Cheng Luo. Of course, he omitted and hid a lot, not even mentioning the name Cheng Luo world. As he spoke, everyone was completely petrified. It's not as difficult as we imagined, is it? Isn't this difficult? Who are you mocking? The novice levels are usually opened a week after awakening, meaning many haven't even gone through outdoor training and their levels aren't up to par for the dungeons, yet you went straight to the disaster level. Even a level 60 powerhouse might not complete the first slaughter task unless maybe a level 100 big shot could. But really, who starts off at level 100 as a newbie? Let's talk about the second task. Being unable to move and letting strange beasts attack you'd certainly be a goner. No wonder billions have gone in there without a single survivor. Suchin, how did you manage to get through the last challenge? Someone curiously asked. The slaughter task, let's not talk about that. It's impossible to complete. So let's discuss the final task. Compared to that, the slaughter task is merely an appetizer, even if it's just an appetizer. No one in the class could complete it. It's confidential. If you must know, it's just good luck, Suchin replied with a smile, then he bowed slightly to Nangong Xian before leaving the podium to return to his seat. Alright, on the first day of registration, there are only 30 of you in our class. That's it for today. Classes start tomorrow, remember at 9 o'clock. I don't like students who lack a sense of time, Nangong Xian said, announcing the end of the day. Goodbye, instructor. Goodbye, instructor. Goodbye, instructor. Students love hearing the school bell and announcements of holidays, and it's no different in university. At that moment everyone stood up and walked towards the classroom door, including Suchin. Suchin, where do you live? Behind him, the voice of Inha-jin reached his ears. Even though it was only the first day of school, her voice was distinctively aloof and crisp, a pleasant sound that one could remember after just one listen. By the riverside, Suchin answered. Then we're not going the same way, by Inha-jin said, waving her hand. She bid farewell to Suchin and then they parted. Wait, do you recognize this? Just a few steps away, Inha-jin seemed to recall something and asked Suchin. What? Suchin turned around to look at Inha-jin. This, Inha-jin said, her expression neutral as she held up a necklace. The material of the necklace was unclear, but in her hands it resembled a galaxy suspended in the heavens. The pendant sparkled with the brilliance of galaxy stars. It looked very beautiful. I don't recognize it, Su Chen shook his head. The necklace is beautiful, but I've really never seen it before. You must be joking. It's our first meeting. How could I possibly recognize your belongings? Oh, Inha-jin uttered, her voice still cool and crisp, but with a hint of disappointment. She then turned and walked in another direction, quickly disappearing around the corner. Brother, at that moment Su Chen, who had been lost in thought, heard the soft and sweet voice of Luo Xing'er. Her voice brought him back to reality. You're also done with classes? Yes, Su Chen looked at Luo Xing'er. Let's go, take me shopping. It's our first time in Kyoto and we should enjoy and explore while our studies aren't too demanding. Luo Xing'er stretched out her delicate little hand, naturally grabbing Su Chen's. This gesture was smooth and without any awkwardness. Then let's go, Su Chen nodded. The two of them walked hand in hand, occasionally accompanied by Luo Xing'er's bell-like laughter, which easily revealed how happy and joyful she was. As the two left around the corner, Inha-jin watched the distant figures, her eyes filled with reluctance. It wasn't until their silhouettes had completely disappeared that she finally moved away. Brother, I got hit, Chen Xiao lamented in a classroom at school, his voice quivering like a young lady's. At this moment he was complaining to his older brother. Although he knew his brother looked down on him, his status at school was entirely due to the reputation of his elder brother. Without that, his A-level talent would mean nothing. And today someone had dared to challenge him, and that person had even dared to fight back. Worse still, they had insulted his level 48. What about level 48? With a level talent, isn't it normal to reach level 48 in 1 year? Isn't getting hit also normal? Who hit you? Chen Xiaofeng asked with a face full of disdain, truly despising his half-brother. His talent was mediocre. He only bullied others in school by leveraging his brother's reputation. Kyoto University was the best institution in the Great Xia Empire. B levels were at the bottom, A levels were everywhere, and S levels were common. Chen Xiao only bullied those with lesser talents and weaker backgrounds. Wasn't it normal to get beaten by a real prodigy, a freshman? He took my parking spot and hit me, mocking me for being only level 48. He didn't even respect you, brother. If he had just insulted me, I could bear it, but he insulted you too, brother. I can't tolerate that. Can you endure this like a turtle, brother? Chen Xiao grew more excited as he spoke, thinking to himself that he was truly a genius. Although his talent and strength were inferior to his brother's, his ability to stir trouble was not weak. "What a disgrace, bringing shame to our Chen family," muttered Chen Xiaofeng, who really felt like kicking this pathetic excuse for a brother. At the same time, he knew his brother was exaggerating. The other party didn't even know who Chen Xiaofeng was. How could they insult him? It was all his illegitimate brother stirring up trouble, but what of it? Even if he knew the other party hadn't insulted him with the mood already set, could he just let it go? Where would he put his face? Chen Xiaofeng's face, although it wasn't all that important. "Brother, the other party has no background, probably just from out of town, just grandparents, and at most some stinky money," Chen Xiao replied, having already found out. That dog of a freshman had no significant background, just from out of town with a bit of dirty money. In a place like Kyoto, a little bit of money didn't make a difference. What mattered was a powerful background and influence. "Let me know if there's a chance." Bullying a freshman, it's a bit embarrassing, Chen Xiaofeng concluded, now reassured. No background and newbie from out of town, easy to bully. With that, he left nonchalantly. The next day in the morning, Su Chen and Luo Xinger drove to school. The parking spot gone. The spot he had parked in yesterday was already taken, and there were several people waiting there. Seeing the scene unfold, Su Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. "You beat the small one and the big one comes," he mused. There stood Chen Xiao, the senior who had been beaten the previous day, surrounded by his lackeys. Among them was a young man with a commanding aura, clearly the center of attention. Everyone seemed to shrink in his presence. "Brothers, someone is looking for a beating again," Luo Xinger remarked casually without a hint of worry on her face. "In school no one dares to kill. As long as you don't kill anyone, the school's powerful healing magic can bring people back. Besides, brother is already at level 72, his strength is terrifying. Even a level 100 warrior might not be his match." She wasn't worried at all, in fact she was somewhat excited. "Since they're asking for it, let's satisfy them," Su Chen said. He got out of the car and walked forward. "This parking spot is mine, others have no business parking here." "Are you the one who beat my brother?" The commanding young man looked at Su Chen, a smirk spreading across his face. "Yes," Su Chen nodded, relieved that the sycophants didn't step forward to speak, sparing him some annoyance. "I despise nothing more than incessant whining from lackeys. You have two choices. 1. Apologize and pay 20 million for medical and emotional damages, and I'll personally make an appearance for a fee of 30 million. 2. I beat you into submission and you pay 40 million for damages and 60 million for my appearance fee. Choose one." "You have 10 seconds, Chen Xiaofeng said indifferently, trying to settle matters with money. Using money to solve problems? Just because you have some money doesn't mean you can escape, otherwise prepare to be beaten until you beg for mercy and then pay double." Su Chen responded with a smirk, feeling a bit sinful himself. 2 days at Kyoto University and I've already encountered 2 idiots. And they're not just any idiots. Medical and emotional damages for 20 million and an appearance fee of 30 million. Who do you think you are? Su Chen scoffed. "You think too highly of yourself. Very well, very well. Seems like you don't know who I am," Chen Xiaofeng, the young man retorted, puffing himself up. "I'll have you know, I have an S-grade talent, level 66. Ranked 99th on the Pride of Kyoto University list." Scared now? Chen Xiaofeng thought Su Chen would comply and pay up, but instead Su Chen outright called him an idiot. This was a blow to his face, especially in front of his useless brother and the lackeys. "This freshman doesn't know my reputation," he thought. "I'm S-grade, level 66, ranked 99th. An idiot." Su Chen's eyes were full of disdain. "S-grade talent? Level 66, ranked 99th. What use are those? Still a useless one. What did you just say?" Chen Xiaofeng was completely stunned. Initially, he thought the freshman was unaware of his reputation, which is why he dared to be disrespectful. He had expected that once he revealed his background, the freshman would immediately come to flatter him. He had never anticipated being called useless by a freshman. This was beyond his imagination. After all, he was considered one of the elite even at a top institution like Kyoto University, ranked 99th on the heroic ranking. What an honor it should be. But at this moment for him it was nothing short of a colossal humiliation. Instantly he erupted with a terrifying aura and 8 fearsome blood-red spear lights appeared before him. The emergence of these spear lights twisted the space within 100 meters radius. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen realized that Chen Xiaofeng's spear technique had reached the peak of the 4th tier, just a step away from the 5th tier. However, in his presence, Chen was merely trivial, calling You useless, do you still feel I have wronged you? Su Chen's eyes blinked and the air around him trembled. Then a spear light burst forth. Seeing that he produced only one spear light, Chen Xiaofeng and a few lackeys almost burst out laughing. A single spear light indicated merely the first tier of spear technique. However, before their laughter could escape, their expressions changed drastically, because Su Chen's spear light was imbued with a destructive spear intent. Yes, this spear light was brewed from a profound spear intent. Boom! A dull sound echoed as Su Chen's spear light collided with Chen Xiaofeng's, shredding the 8 spear lights with its overwhelming intent. Simultaneously, Su Chen's spear light carrying with it the spear intent penetrated Chen Xiaofeng's defenses. Thud! A muffled sound followed as Chen Xiaofeng was impaled by the spear light and pinned against a large tree. At this moment the spear light still hadn't dissipated, solid to the extreme. How could this be, as senior Chen Xiaofeng lost, defeated? Chen Xiaofeng was not even on the same level as him. Could a freshman be this powerful? Such a terrifying spear light. They had kicked an iron plate. At this moment Chen Xiao and the few lackeys' faces underwent a drastic change. Seeing Su Chen, they couldn't help but shiver. I've lost. Chen Xiaofeng, his face twisted in pain, conceded. Although Su Chen didn't intend to kill him, the pain was unbearable. He wasn't foolish, on the contrary, he was quite intelligent. Now he realized this freshman was terrifying and couldn't be measured by usual standards. If this weren't a school setting, you'd be dead. Now let's talk about compensation for emotional distress. Su Chen's eyes were icy cold as he approached Chen Xiaofeng. Isn't there compensation for emotional distress? Then let's have a good talk about it. I really don't have much gold, at most 5 million. Chen Xiaofeng, enduring his agony, said. He could only offer up to 5 million gold coins, his scholarship, family contributions, and what he had taken from others. After all, he was just a student without much wealth. You guys, Su Chen's gaze turned towards Chen Xiao and the lackeys. We didn't provoke you. Yes, we never did. This has nothing to do with us. The lackeys could only argue, merely temporary workers. When it came down to it, who would foolishly side with Chen Xiao? I've beaten you, now it does involve you, Su Chen said with a smile. His eyes blinked and instantly the destructive spear intent erupted. What? No, this won't do. I'll pay. I will also pay. Seeing Su Chen's actions, they were dumbfounded. Such a tactic was indeed an eye-opener. They surely didn't want to suffer and quickly bowed their heads. In no time, Chen Xiao and his lackeys gathered 5 million gold coins, and together with Chen Xiaofeng's 5 million each, they transferred a total of 10 million to Su Chen. So poor Su Chen remarked disdainfully, you guys act all high and mighty, you shouldn't be this broke. While speaking, he walked behind Chen Xiao's car and fiercely kicked its rear. The car was jolted by the force and moved several meters away. Hearing Su Chen calling them poor Chen Xiao, his lackeys and Chen Xiaofeng felt so angry they could almost spit blood. They rob our money and then complain it's too little. Is there no justice in this world? Su Chen parked the car and dusted off his hands. He and Luo Xing'er then left, completely ignoring Chen Xiaofeng and the others. Brother, let me do it next time, Luo Xing'er said excitedly. You looked so cool when you were fighting just now. It's so much fun and I didn't get to join in, which is a bit regretful. Next time I definitely want to be involved. She even hoped someone would cause trouble for Su Chen so she could take action. Go to your class, Su Chen said as he ruffled her hair. What a personality. Act more like a lady, brother. By Luo Xing'er shook her head to settle her tousled hair and waved her hand as she parted from Su Chen to head towards her own classroom. Soon after, Su Chen reached his classroom, just barely making it before the tutor Nangong Xian entered nearly late. Good morning, tutor. Good morning, the students greeted the tutor in unison as she arrived. Good morning, Nangong Xian nodded. Only then did Su Chen return to his seat and sit down. Nangong Xian then began to explain the curriculum of Kyoto University. You're all at the university now, and since all students are martial artists, the focus is naturally on improving your levels, combat power and skills. Now let me tell you about the courses at Kyoto University. You are all aware that our goal is to make ourselves stronger, but that includes levels, combat power, skills, dungeons, combat experience and team coordination. Most of you are freshmen, ranging mostly from level 20 to 40 inch, so the focus is still on improving levels, combat power and skills. The school will only teach you knowledge and provide capable geniuses with manageable resources, which naturally include dungeon resources. Of course, there will also be rewards. Beyond that, everything else must be achieved through your own efforts, Nangong Xian said seriously. University is just an auxiliary part of education. It doesn't necessarily make you powerful. Whether you can become strong still depends on yourself. After awakening, you have a novice dungeon, At university you also have dungeons, but the quality of the dungeons depends on your own efforts. The way to strive is through the Tianjia list and the Daxia Empire people list. The higher your rank, the higher the level of dungeon you will access. In a week we will cut off your best scores and allocate dungeon resources based on these scores. Right, the school does not restrict fighting, but you can't kill anyone, Nangong Xian added, casting a meaningful glance at Su Chen. It was clear that she was aware of the incident that occurred this morning or perhaps yesterday. Did you get into a fight? Yinhua Jin asked Su Chen softly after catching the tutor's look. Her usual cold demeanor softened when she spoke to him. Yeah, ran into some troublemakers, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Fighting is quite normal, isn't it? After all, we're all martial artists, and in this world martial force can solve everything. By the way, the resource rewards from the local area have been transferred to the school. The school will distribute these resources in batches to you when you're not out in the field or in a copy. Try to spend more time in the virtual world to adapt yourself, either watching or participating in competitions, Nangong Xian continued. She then repeated the conditions for this instance's resource. The resources are divided into 5 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and legend. These instances have been attempted countless times by others. The higher the level, the better the resources. Of course, almost no one has been to the catastrophic level and very few to the desperate level. A bronze common instance certainly can't compare to a silver common instance. So, securing a higher level instance is crucial. The human rankings are naturally the Great Daxia Empire's rankings. Outside the top 10,000 in the human rankings, you qualify for a silver instance. Top 10,000 to 1,000 you get a gold instance. Top 999 to 10 a diamond instance. Top 9 to 1 a legend instance. If you achieve these rankings within the Daxia Empire, you'll qualify to enter the corresponding instance, but this only applies to Kyoto University. For the genius rankings, top 500 to 300 qualifies for a silver instance, top 299 to 100 a gold instance, top 99 to 10 inch a diamond instance, top 9 to 1 a legend instance. This is the competition within Kyoto University. If you can't make it on the human rankings, there's still the genius rankings. If you can't make it there, maybe you'll secure a spot on the human rankings. If you can't make it onto either, then you'll just have to settle for a bronze instance. Alright, everyone can now head to the virtual room, Nangong Xian concluded, walking towards the classroom door. The students quickly followed, heading to the virtual room with her. The virtual room, reminiscent of a computer lab from a millennium ago, is where students collectively learn basic computer operations and knowledge. It's here that they collectively enter the virtual world. Soon the 30 students along with Nangong Xian arrived in the vast sci-fi themed virtual room. The chairs resembled gaming chairs. Nangong Xian signaled for all students to pick their seats and sit down. Su Chen sat down with Yinhua Jin taking the seat next to him. Beep beep beep, the sound echoed as all the students settled down. The virtual room fully enclosed. Simultaneously, a light screen enveloped each student's seat, serving as physical protection. Let's enter the virtual world where we won't be disturbed or attacked, Nangong Xian declared. After she spoke, she quickly connected to the virtual realm and soon entered a meditative state, her consciousness presumably having moved into the virtual world. Su Chen followed suit, entering the virtual world swiftly. Upon his entry, streaks of light and shadow appeared around him, and his classmates also entered the virtual world one by one. Once inside, the seating arrangement remained unchanged. Just like in the real world, the virtual world allowed gambling, but everyone was advised to gamble within their limits. Nangong Xian suggested that during competitions, opting for the public mode would be beneficial, as it not only provided a chance to earn gold coins but also helped in training oneself under external pressures, unlike the private mode which lacked these advantages. The virtual world is 95% similar to our reality, Nangong Xian observed, surveying all the students before adding. Indeed, being watched during a competition adds a lot of pressure and external influence, which is helpful for training and overcoming psychological stress. Teacher, what are we supposed to do now? A student curiously asked. Yet, teacher, are we competing or just watching today? Another chimed in, eager to know what was next. Are we competing ourselves or just watching? You'll be watching. Su Chen, I've arranged a match for you, Nangong Xian said with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. There's definitely a catch, he thought. It was clear the teacher had everything planned, though except for Luo Tianxiong, no one else knew about the level of his martial skills nor which opponent had been arranged for him. Su Chen, you can do it. Su Chen, you can do it. The class cheered, surprised by the sudden announcement. Just yesterday the teacher had claimed that no one in the class could match Su Chen, which had left many feeling challenged since they all considered themselves exceptionally talented. Now with Su Chen entering the arena, it was the perfect opportunity to see if his skills really surpassed. There's Su Chen, the Pride Battle Arena number 8. Let's head to the spectator stands, Nan Gongxin told him. She then directed the other students to the stands, and shortly after her figure vanished, she had obviously moved to the Pride Battle Arena number 8. Swiftly, the other students also disappeared. Su Chen, left alone, felt bewildered. Damn, I didn't even agree to compete. Oh well, he called out to Xior, Pride Battle Arena number 8, let's get going. Everyone is waiting there anyway, it's just a competition, win or lose it. Doesn't matter, besides, with my level 6 spearmanship, unless I face a level 7 opponent, there's really nothing to fear. Within just 2 seconds, Xior had gathered all the necessary information and relayed it to Su Chen. Next match at Pride Battle Arena number 8 features a strong contender, number 1921 from the Great Xia Empire's list with a level 6 spearmanship. Will you challenge him? 30 seconds to challenge, Su Chen responds, 6th level spear technique, a powerhouse ranked 1921. On the Earth list, not just any list but the Earth list, the only requirement for the Earth list is to be under the age of 25. How many prodigies and monsters under 25 can there be across the vast Daxia Empire? To enter the Earth list is incredibly difficult, not to mention being ranked 1921. Just by looking at the opponent's spear technique level, one can tell they are not to be trifled with. But what is there to fear? Am I not also at the 6th level? No worries, let's upgrade a level first. System upgrade: the Apocalypse Spear technique. Su Chen communicated with the system to upgrade his Apocalypse Spear technique. It cost 10,000 attribute points to increase from 6th level 0% to 6th level 1%. It cost another 10,000 attribute points to go from 6th level 1% to 2%, and so on until 10,000 attribute points took his Apocalypse Spear technique from 6th level 99% to 7th level 0% at the cost of 1 million attribute points. Su Chen has upgraded his Apocalypse Spear technique to the 7th level, 1,000,000 points. Moreover, the next upgrade will require 50,000 attribute points for every 1% increment. That means advancing from the 7th to the 8th level will need 5 million attribute points. Consuming 1 million attribute points, the Apocalypse Spear technique reached the 7th level. Notification: your Apocalypse Spear technique at the 6th level can unleash 64 spear beams, speed plus 80%, defense penetration plus 80%, piercing plus 80%, spear intent plus 64, combat power increase plus 140%. Following this, a notification sound rang out. After the spear technique upgrade, a single thrust released 64 peerless spear beams, increasing speed by 80% with both defense penetration and piercing also at 80%. A significant enhancement. Besides, it also contains 64 spear intents. The combat power boost went from 130% to 140%. Challenge application successful. The countdown will end and enter the public arena as you have hidden your spear technique level. Please be informed, Master. Countdown: 20, 19, 18, 17. The voice of the sprite Xior sounded. The challenge application was successful. It will enter the arena in 20 seconds. Meanwhile, Xior has hidden his spear technique level. The countdown decreases second by second. Su Chen's mood became very calm. Although he had reached the 7th level, since the opponent was only at the 6th level, he decided to play along at the 6th level first. 3-2-1. As the countdown ended, Su Chen's figure was swept up in a beam of light, disappearing on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on a huge arena. The arena, circular in shape, was about 500 meters in diameter. It was surrounded by densely packed spectator seats in a circular tiered arrangement. Su Chen glanced around briefly. The audience was packed with probably over 100,000 people. At the same time, he saw Nangong Xian and the others. Hello everyone, this is the Prodigy Battle venue number 8. This person here is Lei Yiming, ranked 1921 on the Earth list with 33 consecutive victories and a 6th level in spear technique. Not far from the arena there was a host. The microphone's voice echoed throughout venue 8 where he was introducing Lei Yiming at that moment. Lei Yiming, ranked 1921 in the Earth ranking, had achieved 33 consecutive wins in the battles among the young elites. Lei Yiming, his name resonated as the host finished his introduction, eliciting cheers from the crowd. In this world where the strong are revered, everyone worshipped the powerful, and clearly Lei Yiming was regarded as a formidable figure by countless attendees. According to the records, he was ranked first in Jiang City and 97th in Jiangnan Province. He was known for his marksmanship, though the level of his skill was kept confidential. The host's gaze then shifted to Su Chen on the stage, causing him to pause in surprise. The youth appeared far too young. Upon reviewing his information, first in Jiang City and 97th in Jiangnan Province, it was clear he was a prodigy, but still not on the same level as Lei Yiming, who was ranked 1921 in the Earth ranking. It wasn't just about being the top in Jiang City. Even the top ranker of the Great Xia's human ranking might not be a match for someone on the Earth ranking. The disparity between the human and Earth rankings was vast. You keep your marksmanship level a secret, but what's there to hide, he thought. By the looks of it, this youth must have awakened his abilities just this year, hardly a month ago. Even if his talent was exceptional, at best he might possess first or second tier marksmanship skills. Nevertheless, as a seasoned host experienced in managing the stage, he wouldn't let his emotions get the better of him. What a joke, he muttered under his breath. A challenger ranked 97th in a provincial human ranking daring to face off against someone ranked 1921 in the Earth ranking. Had he no idea about the chasm between the two rankings? Perhaps only someone in the top 10 of the Great Xia human ranking might stand a chance against Lei Yiming, who could annihilate his opponent with a single shot from his 6th tier marksmanship, obliterating any human ranking prodigy. The moment was electric. The crowd boiled with excitement, though many were displeased, feeling this was not a true battle of elites but rather a dismissive gesture. A challenger ranked 97th in a provincial list fighting against someone ranked 1921 in the Earth ranking? Isn't this just trivializing the audience? They thought. Nearby, at Kyoto University, about 20 students were stunned after seeing Lei Yiming's profile. What is this strategy? Su Chen, a newcomer, taking on someone ranked 1921 in the Earth ranking with 6th tier marksmanship? They're not even on the same level. Initially, they believed Su Chen's opponent would be a martial artist with 2nd tier skills, a gap not too vast, allowing Su Chen to at least gain some combat techniques and experience even in defeat. But with the revelation of the opponent's marksmanship level and ranking, their opinions shifted drastically. Su Chen entering the fight was nothing short of a massacre waiting to happen, a massacre that would only be if his opponent was in a good mood. Otherwise, a single shot could end it all swiftly. Everyone quiet down. The battle will only last a few seconds, the host hurriedly consoled the audience, no longer concerned with preserving Su Chen's dignity. In the world of the weak, there was little dignity to speak of. Hearing the host's comments, the audience finally settled down a bit. After all, the audience was king. Even in a virtual world, they had paid 1,000 gold coins each for their tickets to witness the spectacle. In a stadium filled with 100,000 spectators, a countdown echoed through the air. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its end, the entire crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on Lei Yiming. They knew that in just moments Lei Yiming would swiftly defeat his opponent with a single shot. They were there not to see a battle, but to witness Lei Yiming's devastating marksmanship. As for who his opponent was, they hardly cared. For Lei Yiming's adversaries, the outcome was invariably the same: defeat. Sorry kid. To quell the crowd, Lei Yiming chuckled, his tone casual yet tinged with disdain, a normal reaction given his rank as 1921 on the prestigious leaderboard, a position many looked up to. Remember, my name is Lei Yiming, he stated as the countdown ceased. I'm not interested in remembering your name, Su Chen replied with a smile, showing total disregard for the notorious Lei Yiming. Lei Yiming did not say anything further. He knew how to set the mood, and at that moment the atmosphere was charged. With a sneer, Lei Yiming raised his hand, and a barrage of gunfire surged towards Su Chen at an incredible speed. The audience erupted. Lei Yiming's Tier 6 marksmanship was simply too impressive. However, they also realized that the opponent was too weak to provide Lei Yiming with a real challenge, which would have showcased even more impressive attacks and skills. Many in the audience felt a twinge of regret, even blaming Su Chen for his apparent weakness. Tier 6 marksmanship? Just that, it's all show, some murmured. As the overwhelming gunfire approached, Su Chen remained unexpectedly calm, his eyes fixed on the devastating marksmanship curled into a faint smile. Is it really interesting to put on an act at this time? He said quietly, his words eliciting annoyance from the crowd. Pretending to be something when you're about to be defeated, what's the point? Just when everyone thought Su Chen was about to be instantly defeated, his eyes flickered slightly and suddenly he unleashed a devastating burst of gunfire. His single shot met Lei Yiming's 32 shots. The disparity was huge, and everyone thought, as expected, this guy is not only weak but also pretentious. But then the unexpected happened. Su Chen's single shot of gunfire shredded through Lei Yiming's 32 shots and hurtled directly towards him. The crowd was stunned. What's going on? A Su Chen's single shot destroyed Lei Yiming's 32 shots. This completely overturned their understanding. Meanwhile, some in the crowd began to sense that something was off. How could a Tier 1 marksmanship deflect a gun? Moreover, Su Chen didn't even use a gun yet his gunfire appeared. 6th rank, you're also a 6th rank. Lei Yiming's face drastically changed. He, being a formidable fighter, immediately sensed something was off. With just a blink, a spear light appeared, and it effortlessly shattered his 32 spear lights. What did this imply? It showed that the young man before him had also reached the 6th rank in spear technique. Only those at the 6th rank could represent spears with their intentions and transform intentions into spears. He could do the same but not as casually or powerfully as Su Chen. Bring out your strongest power, Su Chen said indifferently. By his side, the rebounding spear light spun rapidly. The opponent, a 6th rank fighter from the local leaderboard, was indeed strong. Let's see how strong you are, Lei Yiming grunted, feeling a strong threat. After all, the young man before him was also at the 6th rank in spear technique, and what was more terrifying was his youth. Being so young and already mastering the spear to the 6th rank, how could one not be fearful? Boom boom boom. In a moment, Lei Yiming's spear lights erupted, clashing continuously against Su Chen's. In the arena, the air twisted wave after wave. Both were 6th rank spear techniques. On the competition platform, it was a contest of skill unrelated to combat strength or level. With their realms being nearly equal, defeating one another was not a matter of moments. On the 500-meter diameter stage, spear lights crisscrossed and the air was filled with the scent of destruction. What's happening? He wasn't instantly killed. He's too strong. 6th rank. That young man is also at the 6th rank in spear technique. This is truly a battle of the geniuses. Incredible, it looks like he's stronger than Lei Yiming. Oh my, such a dominating battle. Two 6th rank spear techniques clashing. I misjudged. I didn't expect this young man to also be at the 6th rank. In the stands, 100,000 spectators were petrified. Just now, Su Chen's spear lights had shattered Lei Yiming's, revealing his strength, and Lei Yiming had also acknowledged Su Chen as a 6th rank. How could they not be shocked? None had thought that Su Chen, so young, had achieved the 6th rank in spear technique. From the looks of the fight, Su Chen's technique surpassed Lei Yiming's. 6th rank against 6th rank, this was truly a peak duel. 6th rank, truly 6th rank. Nangong Xian's eyes lit up. She was a pride of heaven and unrivaled genius, otherwise she wouldn't have reached level 88 at 26 years old. However, her skills had always been stuck, unable to break through to the 6th rank, now stuck at 5th rank 99% for over a year, nearly driving her to despair. A few days ago, while reviewing new student profiles, she noticed Su Chen because someone had mentioned his strength, but she didn't believe it until now. She had arranged this match without expecting Su Chen's spear technique to truly be at the 6th rank. Su Chen's spear technique has reached the 6th rank. How did he train? It's too strong. It looks like Lei Yiming, ranked 1921 on the local leaderboard, can't beat Su Chen. With his 6th rank spear technique, Su Chen could possibly enter the top 3 on the Kyoto University's list of prodigies. He's kept a low profile indeed. Su Chen is incredible. His classmates were also utterly shocked. Initially, they didn't respect Su Chen, thinking he was just at a slightly higher level, but now, after witnessing his combat situation, they were completely convinced. Up the 6th level of spear technique. No wonder the instructor said that even if the entire class teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for Su Chen. He truly is formidable. If this is all the strength you possess, then there's no need to continue. Su Chen stood on the platform unyielding from start to finish. He didn't move at all because his spear's brilliance was all a manifestation of his intent, battling his opponent from a distance. Defeating me won't be that easy, Lei Yiming knew in his heart. Su Chen was stronger than him. If he wanted to win, relying solely on spear technique was practically impossible. It would come down to combat experience and skills. Seeing Su Chen's words, a scornful smile appeared on Lei Yiming's face. Defeating me, Lei Yiming, won't be that simple. Oh, is that so? Su Chen too smiled, his eyes blinking gently. In an instant, the destructive spear intent twisted the space around, and then 32 spear lights enveloped the whole arena with their devastating intent. His spear technique was at the 7th level, but he could control the number of spear flashes, making it difficult for others to determine the level of his spear technique, at least not with certainty. If he unleashed 64 spear flashes, his level would be unmistakably clear as 7th level. The 32 spear lights, carrying destructive intent, struck Lei Yiming in a flash. Fear and unwillingness filled Lei Yiming's eyes, but It was too late, or rather there was no way to counter it because the opponent's spear technique was too terrifying. As the spear lights hit him, Lei Yiming's body disintegrated and eventually he vanished completely. Su Chen was victorious. After a long while the host announced Su Chen's victory. Actually, even without the announcement, everyone knew Su Chen had won. Su Chen, Su Chen, Su Chen. At that moment the venue erupted with cheers like a tsunami. Lei Yiming was strong, indeed strong, but that was before Su Chen appeared. When Su Chen demonstrated his terrifying spear technique, it shook everyone. To their core, that spear technique was simply too frightening. Just the technique itself was enough to make countless warriors lose their will to fight, let alone engage in battle. With a whoosh, Su Chen's figure disappeared from the platform. In reality, the entire fight had lasted less than a minute. In that minute, Su Chen had treated Lei Yiming merely as a target. Otherwise, with his spear technique, he could have killed Lei Yiming with a single strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Su Chen returned, Nangong Xian and the others also teleported out from venue number 8. Su Chen, you're too strong. How did you cultivate the 6th level spear technique? I didn't expect your spear technique to reach the 6th level. Strong, truly strong. I'm only at the 2nd level of sword technique. 6th level, that's too far for me. I can't help but admire you. A crowd surrounded Su Chen, chattering incessantly. Su Chen's strength had completely shocked them. This is what made the difference. While they were still at the 2nd or 3rd level skills, Su Chen had already reached the 6th level and even thrashed Lei Yiming, ranked 1921 on the Earth ranking. If it were them facing Lei Yiming, they wouldn't even have the courage to fight. Su Chen, work hard these next few days. Whether it's the man ranking or the genius ranking, strive to obtain a legendary copy. Alright, it's either you watch or you compete. Whether you can get good duplicate resources depends on your effort. As a mentor, I can only bring you this far. Generally, a martial artist can sustain half a day in the virtual world. But it varies from person to person. Manage it as you see fit, and if you feel mentally exhausted, exit the virtual world. Nangong Xian looked at Su Chen with satisfaction. This little guy, his marksmanship is indeed against the heavens, too strong. Since his marksmanship is at the 6th tier, then he should definitely secure a spot in the top 10 of the Daxia People's List or the Kyoto Geniuses List. As long as you get within the top 9 in either list, you can obtain legendary duplicate resources. With that said, her figure disappeared. She had left the virtual world and returned to reality. Goodbye, Su Chen. Goodbye, Su Chen. After Nangong Xian left, other classmates greeted Su Chen and then they started doing their own things. Some watched, others competed. Most of them competed, as only by achieving a certain rank could they obtain good duplicate resources. Though not aiming for diamond or legendary duplicates, at least they shouldn't end up with ordinary ones. At least a silver one, right? Su Chen nodded, slightly acknowledging them. After everyone left, he also started to have Xior match him for the competition. He was already the top in Jiangcheng, ranked 97th in the provincial list with a score of 6,000 points. Just one more point and he would surpass the provincial list and enter the Daxia People's List. In fact, his ranking on the Daxia People's List was not low. He hadn't cared about this leaderboard for a while, so he controlled his score, preventing himself from entering the Daxia Empire People's List, staying at 97th in the Jiangnan Province People's List. Xior match me, said Su Chen, today. He wanted to use this time to push his ranking higher. Matching in progress. Countdown to successful match, 20, 19, 18, 17. The match was quick. It took only 3 seconds to find a match, followed by a 20-second countdown. 3-2-1. When the countdown hit 0, Su Chen was swept away by a beam of light and teleported away. When he reappeared, he was on the arena. It was a closed mode, so there were no spectators around the arena. Name: Zhang Kuixing, age 18, points 6001, win rate 51%, swordsmanship tier 5, 17%. On the arena, Su Chen saw the opponent's brief information, which was not hidden, so he could read it at a glance. Of course, if he really wanted to, even if the opponent hid the information, the system could help him see the complete information. Generally, though, there was no need for that. 601 points. Already on the Daxia Empire People's List, but the win rate isn't very impressive. Tier 5 swordsmanship, can't withstand a single blow. Hiss, whoosh, the opponent made a clean and precise move. Seeing Su Chen appear, the long sword in his hand moved, bursting out terrifying sword energy. The sword energy rolled towards Su Chen. Break! Su Chen's eyes blinked. Instantly, the air twisted, forming a destructive spear light containing a domineering spear intent. In that moment, the spear light struck towards the opponent. Crack, hiss, a soft sound. The battle has concluded. The whole process took merely a second, a true swift kill. Su Chen victory points plus 10, current score 6,010 points. Congratulations Su Chen on entering the Great Xia Empire's rankings, currently placed at 10,298. The notification announced. Declaring Su Chen's victory, he earned 10 points, accumulating a total of 6,010 points. He also entered the Great Xia Empire's rankings at position 110298. This meant that there were 110,000 people ahead of him who had surpassed 6,000 points. However, he had just entered the rankings of the Great Xia Empire. With just a slight increase in points, his rank would skyrocket. Shower continue matching. Su Chen said to the sprite shower, matching, match successful, countdown, 20, 19, 18, 17. Match successful. Su Chen quickly entered the next battle, points plus 10, inch points plus 10, points plus 10. His rank in the Great Xia Empire's rankings climbed, 110,001st, 102,888th, 100,003rd, and finally first place. Time passed, minute by minute. Su Chen didn't waste a single moment, averaging 2 matches per minute. Nearly 4 hours had passed unconsciously. In other words, Su Chen had been continuously fighting for nearly 4 hours, 2 matches per minute. In each match he instantly defeated his opponent. After all, it was the 7th tier spear technique. As the points increased, Su Chen's score reached 10,000 points. Su Chen victory points plus 10, current score, 10,000 points. Congratulations Su Chen on topping the Great Xia Empire's rankings. The notification sounded. Su Chen topped the list, becoming the number 1 in the Great Xia Empire's rankings with a full 10,000 points. His score was more than 300 points above the second place. Don't underestimate these 300 points. They became an insurmountable gap for countless peerless geniuses as the battles towards the end involved only the top elites. So tired. That's it for today, Su Chen said as he exited the arena. After nearly 4 hours of continuous fighting, pushing his score to 10,000 points, reaching the top of the Great Xia Empire's rankings, it would be strange if he weren't exhausted. With that, he exited the virtual world. Awesome Su Chen. Brother Chen, you're too strong, number 1 in the Great Xia Empire's rankings, so formidable, incredibly strong. Brother Chen, your spear technique is amazing, seeing the living top of the rankings. To push from the provincial rankings to the top of the Great Xia Empire, I'm impressed. His classmates greeted him as soon as Su Chen left the virtual world. They were still in shock, but indeed it was true. One after another, they congratulated Su Chen, showering him with compliments. Just lucky, haven't you guys finished your class yet? Su Chen smiled. Now he was the top of the Great Xia Empire's rankings. Even as you speak with modesty, everyone knows your strength. Whether you are high profile or low key, it doesn't affect your status in the eyes of others. The class has ended, but seeing you still battling, I wanted to watch you climb to the top of the leaderboard. Someone responded and others nodded with smiles. Although they were envious, they were more happy for Su Chen. After all, they were not enemies but classmates who might rely on each other in the future. A true prodigy. To become strong, mere jealousy is useless. One must become stronger themselves. That is the true path. Su Chen, come to my office, said the instructor Nangong Xian, who had just arrived. After speaking, she turned and left the simulation room, heading towards her office. Su Chen, momentarily stunned, quickly followed, curious about why the instructor wanted to see him. Soon Su Chen arrived at Nangong Xian's office. It was simple and spacious. His first impression of the instructor's office. Instructor, what is it? Su Chen asked. Good, you've reached the top of the leaderboard. Your marksmanship skills should qualify you for the Earth list without any issues. How about this? Don't get involved in the Kyoto University prodigy list. It's okay to be high profile sometimes, but not too often. Continue competing tomorrow, cross 10,000 points and enter the Earth list. This way fewer people will know you're the top of the human list, Nangong Xian said earnestly. Prodigies can be high profile, but being too much so can make you a target. After all, humans are constantly at war with different tribes and beasts. These groups keep a close watch on human prodigies. I understand, Su Chen nodded. In fact, he hadn't planned on competing for the top spot in the Kyoto University prodigy list, as it was ultimately just for a spot in a legendary dungeon which he had already secured. There was no need to compete further. That's all for now, you can go home, said Nangong Xian, waving her hand to indicate that Su Chen could leave. Kyoto University only has classes in the morning. The rest of the time, students arrange their own schedules. However, as all are prodigies, even those who entered through connections or backgrounds are not lacking in talent. In such a competitive environment, even the laziest are inspired to strengthen themselves. Thus, even after classes, they continue to compete in virtual worlds to enhance their skills. Goodbye. Instructor Su Chen waved his hand and then left the office. In the following days, the competitive atmosphere at Kyoto University was charged. With the start of the new school term and new faces around, both new and old students had access to a dungeon. The quality of the dungeon resources depended on one's abilities to compete for them. The Prodigy List and the Daxia Empire Human List are standards by which prodigies are measured, and Kyoto University allocates dungeon resources based on these rankings. The higher the ranking, the better the resources. Unconsciously, 7 days have passed, marking the end of the ranking period. All is quiet now, as the rankings have been tallied. According to the Great Xia Empire's People's List and Kyoto University's Genius List, this time around many from Kyoto University have secured substantial copy resources. Particularly in our class, 2 individuals obtained legendary copies, 4 secured diamond copies, and 3 got gold copies. Everyone is aware of their rankings. For those who didn't get the better copies, don't give up. There are plenty more opportunities ahead. Even if you didn't get a copy above the silver level, the ordinary copies at Kyoto University are still much stronger than those in high school. This morning, Nangong Xian entered the classroom with a joyful smile because 2 people in the class had qualified for the legendary copies. As a mentor, how could she not be happy? Mentor, are we going to the copies today? Someone asked. Yes, the copies will be opened at noon. Nangong Xian replied. The list would be announced in the morning, and by afternoon, they would head to their respective copies. Then Nangong Xian announced the list. Su Chen and In Hajin had secured resources for the legendary copies. Su Chen was formerly first on the Great Xia Empire's People's List. However, he no longer held that position because he had moved up to the Earth List, ranked at 491819. This rank was quite low, indicating he had just made it onto the Earth List. After all, the requirements for the Earth List are quite broad. Anyone under 25 can make it onto this list provided they have the requisite strength. With countless prodigies and strong contenders in the Great Xia Empire under 25 making it onto the Earth List by the hundreds of thousands, it's quite normal. Of course, there's a reason he's ranked in the 490,000s. The main reason is that he had stopped competing. With his 7th level marksmanship, it's not out of reach to say he could make the top 10 of the Earth List, but definitely the top 100. In Hajin obtained a legendary copy through Kyoto University's Genius List, where she ranked 6th. Aside from the legendary copies, 4 others obtained diamond copies and 3 obtained gold copies. The rest could only go to ordinary copies. The competition was fierce. Once again, it's emphasized that each tier of copies is divided into ordinary, challenging, desperate, and cataclysmic. Choose according to your ability. This morning, there are no classes. Everyone should rest well. At 11:30 a.m. gather promptly at the school spell formation square to enter the copies. Nangong Xian concluded and then left the classroom. This morning, these 3 hours without classes are meant for everyone to conserve their energy and stamina as they will enter the copies at 11:30. As for which level of copy the students choose, that's up to them. The school provides only the copy resources. The rest depends on the students' luck and effort. Which level are you choosing? In Hajin asked in a low voice. Cataclysmic, Su Chen replied quietly. His combat power was already very high, sufficient to handle all combat-related tasks, having obtained the resources for a legendary copy. It would be a waste not to go big. If you're going to do it big. Let's soar by entering the cataclysmic level. Good luck and be careful. I'm also choosing the cataclysmic level. In Hajin made an encouraging gesture before finally declaring her decision. She too chose the catastrophe level instance. After all, she possesses SSS grade talent. Go for it, she said. Su Chen, upon hearing that In Hajin was also preparing for the catastrophe level instance, paused subconsciously. Though he said nothing, he made an encouraging gesture towards her and then left the classroom to look for Luo Xing'er in class 2-inch, wondering how she was faring. Recently, the 2 of them had been going to school and returning home together, occasionally spending time together at home as well. However, due to the competitions, Luo Xing'er spent much of her time in the virtual world and he hadn't asked about her situation or what instance she had obtained. Brother, over here. At the foot of the building housing Class 2, Luo Xing'er, seeing Su Chen, was immensely happy and waved at him. Xing'er, how's it going? Su Chen sat down next to her and asked. Diamond instance, I'm preparing for the desperation level, she replied, pouting her attractive rosy lips. Although she was an SSS grade talent, her skills didn't give her an edge, so obtaining a diamond instance was quite an achievement already. Legendary instance, preparing for the catastrophe level, Su Chen answered. Choosing catastrophe level again, you must be careful, Luo Xing'er said, her voice laced with concern, knowing full well the terrifying strength of Su Chen. Still, it was after all a catastrophe level and even a legendary one from Kyoto University, taking advantage of the time. Before entering the instance, the two left the school and bought a lot of daily necessities and dry food, making good use of their space rings. Time flew by quickly, and around 11:10 Su Chen and Luo Xing'er returned to the school and went to the formation plaza, which was already crowded with countless students all preparing for their respective instances. Even those who hadn't secured high-tier instances had to participate. Kyoto University, one of the top 10 prestigious schools of the Great Xia Empire and consistently ranked among the top 3, attracted the creme de la creme. Apart from some members of major families, those who wished to enter Kyoto University had to have at least a B-grade talent, which meant not many students could enroll. Each class had about 8,000 students, so the university had around 30,000 students on campus throughout the year. At that moment, all the students were queuing by class for ordinary instances. Students with silver, gold, diamond, and legendary instances were given priority to enter their instances. The plaza fell silent as the principal, an old man whose unremarkable appearance belied his formidable power, it was said that he had surpassed level 150 years ago, began to speak. He spoke of the opportunities and risks in the instances and urged caution in their selection. Without further ado, as the mentors had already briefed the students, the principal, a figure of high status, wasn't keen on mincing words with the youngsters. Now, please, students with silver instances, choose your instance, he instructed. The silver instance had 3 options, all similar in quality, and whether to choose an ordinary, difficult, desperation, or catastrophe level depended on the students' own aspirations. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in less than 10 minutes, the students who achieved the silver copies made their choices and finally entered the simulation. Most of them chose the difficult level, a few went for the desperate level, no one dared to select the calamity level. After all, the calamity level was akin to a certain death. Now, it was time for the students who obtained the gold copies to make their selections. There were 3 types of gold copies as well, showcasing the abundant resources of Kyoto University. These were gold-level simulations. After all, whoosh whoosh whoosh, fewer students had obtained the gold copies and their choices were similar to those with the silver ones. Most selected difficult, a few chose desperate, and none went for calamity or normal levels. With such a rare opportunity presented by a gold copy, naturally no one would waste their chance on a normal difficulty, especially since those who had obtained a gold copy were students with top terrifying talents and strengths. Brother, keep it up. It was now the turn for the diamond copies. Luo Xing'er and Su Chen waved at each other, then stood at the spot designated for the desperate level of the diamond copy, waiting for the teleportation to begin. Good luck, Su Chen waved his hand. Soon the students with diamond copies were enveloped in a golden teleportation light and transported inside. Now, those with the legendary copies, please choose your simulations, the principal said, eyeing a few students not far from the magic circle with a satisfied smile on his face. These were the top 9 candidates from the Daxia Empire list and Kyoto University's prodigy list, an absolutely extraordinary bunch. However, there were only 11 legendary copies in total, 9 for those on Kyoto University's list and 2 from the top 9 of the Daxia Empire list, whose status and power were unquestionably higher and more prestigious. After all, the Daxia Empire list was a competition among all prodigies under the age of 20 across the entire empire, while Kyoto University's list was only within the university. With the legendary copies, there were only 2 options available. Soon, under the envious eyes of countless peers, these 11 students made their choices. 9 chose the desperate level and 2 chose the calamity level. Impressive, the lowest level was desperate. 2 freshmen choosing the calamity level. Could it be they actually chose the calamity level? How desperate or confident must they be? The desperate level was already terrifying, let alone the legendary copies of Kyoto University, which were immensely more challenging than the initial simulations after awakening. Unexpectedly, of these students, 9 chose the desperate level and not a single one went for normal or difficult. Even more terrifying was that 2 freshmen directly went for the calamity level. Have you thought this through? The principal looked at Su Chen and Inha Jin, making a final confirmation. After all, this was the calamity level of a legendary copy. Even he wouldn't dare to venture there. Of course, with his current level, he could no longer enter these simulations but was destined for the great world and extraterritorial battlefields. Principal, we have made up our minds, Su Chen and Inha Jin nodded in response to the principal. Initiate the teleportation. The principal said no more and let the magic circle master do his work. Boom boom boom, the magic circle activated and 11 beams of mystical spacetime light appeared in the sky. the light descended, enveloping Su Chen and the others. Then, with a spin, the light vanished, taking them along with it. Along with the light, Su Chen and his companions vanished. At this moment, all 11 peerless demons on the formation were transported away. The two newcomers really bold, unaware of their fate. Haha, if you knew who they are, you certainly wouldn't say that. They are indeed the chosen talents, but opting for a calamity level, such blind confidence. That male newcomer ranked first on the Daxia Empire's human list and now has entered the ground list. Moreover, it's said that he has experienced a calamity level event before. The female newcomer is also an SSS tier demon. That's strong, a newcomer topping the Daxia Empire's human list. No kidding, right? At the formation square, countless students whispered among themselves. The 9 who chose the extreme level, they didn't garner much discussion, for they are all top demons known from the Kyoto University Pride List, familiar figures whom countless students look up to. But the two newcomers, they were unknowns, and yet they managed to get the legendary copy. And then they chose the calamity level. How could this not stir up discussions? Now lining up to enter the copies, the principal spoke, his interest lacking, or rather in his eyes only those who obtained a copy above the silver level were worth noting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, within the light of spacetime, Su Chen swiftly navigated. Although he and Xinghe Jin chose the same legendary copy and both were calamity level, the transport light did not merge, so they were not together. Of course, the final destination must be the same world, only the landing points might not be together. Time ticking away second by second. With the experience of the previous copy now during transport, he felt no unease. He had personally experienced a world collapse. Naturally, he wouldn't mind the transport. About 20 seconds passed. Suddenly, there was light. The transport ended. Su Chen instinctively kept himself afloat in the air, wary of being smashed to death. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. Wilderness. Yes, the place where he appeared was a wilderness, devoid of humans and creatures, similar to the situation when heading to the Qingluo world, perhaps a protective mechanism to prevent those transported from landing disastrously. Su Chen slowly descended to the ground, waiting for the spirit of the device to appear, because each world has its own spirit of the device. So, what kind of copy is this time? What is the task? Waiting. About 10 seconds later, the voice of the spirit finally rang out. Welcome to the Panglai Fairyland. I am the spirit of the Panglai Fairyland. Currently, there are 99,999 people in Panglai Fairyland. You can stay in Panglai Fairyland for a month. After a month, Panglai Fairyland will not retain any creatures, so you must obtain a method to leave early. The spirit provides you with 3 methods. 1. Lucky Slaughter. Panglai Fairyland will release 999,999 ordinary beasts. Beasts ranging from 5th to 9th rank ordinary beasts can drop diamonds and even king-level equipment, releasing 99 Beast Kings. Beast Kings will drop exclusive equipment. Those obtaining exclusive equipment can secure a spot. 2. The first 10 people to gather a complete set of Diamond Perfect equipment and the first 10 people to gather a King-level Perfect set will gain a spot. 3. The words of the immortals. Those who obtain a spot will be transported to Panglai Celestial Mountain to comprehend the words of the immortals. This will be the final test and reward. The voice of the spirit echoed, the rules echoed in his ears. Soon the spirit of the device finished announcing the rules and Su Chen understood them. The task was simple: secure a spot to leave within a month. If no spot was obtained by the end of the month, eradication awaited. Only those with a spot would survive. The task seemed simple because it involved obtaining equipment, and yet the Beast King was guaranteed to drop loot. Simple indeed, but was it truly easy to accomplish? Not at all. There were 99,999 contestants tasked with hunting 999,999 ordinary exotic beasts, which ranged from the 5th to the 9th rank. Could an average person even kill one? And even if they could kill an ordinary exotic beast, would it drop any equipment? Could they gather a perfect diamond set or a perfect king set? Moreover, there were only 5 spots for the diamond perfect set and 5 for the king's perfect set. The Beast King was a guaranteed loot monster. In the entire Panglai Fairyland, there were only 99 Beast Kings. Could you find one? And if you found one, could you kill it? Hence, the seemingly simple task was, in fact, impossible to complete. Another point: adding them all up, there were only 109 spots available, but with 99,999 people in Panglai Fairyland, this meant that at most only 1 in 1,000 had a chance to secure a spot. As for the words of the immortals, that was a matter to be considered only after securing a spot. Choosing this disaster level was the right move, Su Chen muttered to himself. This instance these rules were tailor-made for him. With high luck the rate and drop of loot were high, with high combat power hunting exotic beasts was fast. Summoning, Su Chen spoke. The Qing Luo glorious world started to operate and it had a feature which was summoning the Qing Luo divine bird. He hadn't tried it yet. Buzz boom, suddenly the space twisted, a blue phantom appeared and soon after it transformed into a gigantic divine bird. The divine bird spread its wings spanning 100 meters, its entire body emitted a blue radiance. The terrifying pressure was suffocating. With a swish, Su Chen's figure flashed and he leaped onto the back of the Qing Luo divine bird. The back of the Qing Luo divine bird was spacious and sitting on it felt comfortable. With a chirp and a whoosh the Qing Luo divine bird let out a clear cry and then turned into a streak of light soaring towards the sky at an incredible speed. What Su Chen had to do now was to hunt for exotic beasts. It wasn't easy to come by such an instance, so naturally he had to greatly enhance himself, level attributes, equipment. He needed everything. Of course, with his current combat power and strength he would not use the Qing Luo divine bird in combat unless absolutely necessary. Summoning the Qing Luo divine bird was just for utilizing its speed and defense. Panglai Fairyland was vast and ordinary exotic beasts were relatively plentiful. But there were only 99 beast kings. With bad luck one might not even encounter a beast king by the end of the instance. Hunting a beast king, guaranteed exclusive drop. Just thinking about it was exciting. Sitting on the back of the Qing Luo divine bird, Su Chen glanced at the divine bird. Name: Qing Luo divine bird. Grade: divine level. Race: subdivine race. Note: the Qing Luo divine bird, a divine bird of the Qing Luo subdivine race, was born with the strength of a beast king and could grow to the peak of divine beasts. The Qing Luo divine bird enhances itself by devouring the essence of exotic beasts. Status: 1-star beast king, 0%. Upon seeing the information of the Qing Luo divine bird, Su Chen was astonished. This truly is a divine beast. It's just not mature yet. Once it matures, it will become a peak divine beast. Moreover, the summoned Qing Luo divine bird can strengthen itself by hunting exotic beasts and absorbing their essence. It already possesses the strength of a 1-star beast king. It seems that when I hunt demonic beasts, letting the Qing Luo divine bird absorb the essence of the exotic beasts will kill two birds with one stone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Qing Luo divine bird's speed is incredibly fast. However, Su Chen noticed that in the places he flew over there were no exotic beasts, not even any creatures besides plants and trees. This was strange. Knowing that he has been riding on the back of the Qing Luo divine bird for nearly 3 hours, a distance of tens of thousands of miles without seeing a single exotic beast was indeed odd. Isn't Panglai Fairyland supposed to have 999,999 ordinary exotic beasts and 99 beast kings? Why haven't I seen even a shadow of them? Su Chen mused to himself, puzzled. If this continues, what's the point for me? Swoosh, chirp, chirp. Continuing to fly. About half an hour later the Qing Luo divine bird slowed down. At the same time it started chirping crisply. The Qing Luo divine bird is Su Chen's summoned beast, so it shares a mental connection with him. At this moment it was communicating and transmitting information to Su Chen. It turns out that exotic beasts have appeared ahead. Looking up, indeed there was a dense mass of exotic beasts. At the center a destructive aura was emanating. Needless to say, among these exotic beasts there was a powerful presence. Tens of thousands of exotic beasts and a beast king. So that's how it is. Su Chen estimated that there were tens of thousands of exotic beasts, with a terrifying exotic beast in the middle, presumably the beast king. Recalling the rules of the artifact spirits, 999,999 ordinary exotic beasts and 99 beast kings. In this place that meant 11,111 ordinary exotic beasts and 1 beast king. These exotic beasts were all gathered together nest by nest. Finding one nest meant finding them all. For him, this was simply too comfortable, but for other warriors it was a disaster. Clusters of exotic beasts and a beast king. How could they fight if their strength was weaker? But for him, these were minor issues, even good ones, because he excels in group attacks. Absorb the essence. Focus on that beast king, Su Chen told the Qing Luo divine bird. The battle would be his to engage in. While the Qing Luo divine bird was responsible for absorbing essence and keeping an eye on that beast king. Chirp, chirp. As if responding to Su Chen, the Qing Luo divine bird chirped. Swoosh, Su Chen's figure flashed. The wings of space unfolded, hovering in mid-air. With a stretch of his hand the flame god spear appeared in his grasp and then he thrust it forward. In that moment, 64 devastating spear lights, containing unmatched spear intent, crushed everything in their path. at the same time. The ice rain heavenly fire also appeared. Boom boom boom, the devastating spear lights, the devastating spear intent, the devastating ice rain heavenly fire crushed everything under heaven. Instantly, the dense mass of exotic beasts perished. Hiss hiss, the spiritual essence was rapidly devoured by the Qingluo divine bird. Experience plus 0.15%, experience plus 10%, experience plus 2%, attribute points plus 1000, attribute points plus 2000, attribute points plus 5000, attribute points plus 10,000, experience plus 5%. As the mythical beast was destroyed, Su Chen's attribute points soared and his experience climbed. Hunting these beasts was exhilarating, the experience surged, attribute points skyrocketed. However, Su Chen suddenly remembered something. Damn, he forgot to use the double experience scroll. Without any hesitation, he reached out and a scroll appeared in his hand. He then activated the scroll. Double experience scroll used successfully. Experience plus 0.2%, experience plus 20%, experience plus 4%. The double experience scroll doubled the experience gained. Buzz, congratulations on leveling up. Current level 73, combat power plus 2000. As a golden light appeared, it circled above Su Chen's head and finally entered his body. A notification sound rang out. He had leveled up. His current level had reached 73. With the level increase, he gained 2000 combat power. Boom boom boom. The battle continued. 10,000 ordinary mythical beasts, including those of ranks 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. The experience gained and attribute points varied, but the sheer number was overwhelming. Time ticked by. Su Chen's hands wielded the blazing divine spear, continuously thrusting it forward. This world seemed like it was the apocalypse, with flames engulfing the sky resembling hell itself, swathes of mythical beasts vanishing without a trace. About an hour later, Su Chen stopped fighting because all ordinary beasts had been slain. His level had risen from 73 to 87, mainly because there were too few of the 8th and 9th rank, otherwise his level would be even higher. Now he faced a frightful Beast King, the Beast King indeed powerful. It stood 100 meters tall, resembling a small mountain, its body imbued with terrifying demonic power. Its blood-red eyes glowed like lanterns. Insignificant human, you should die. The Beast King slowly rose, its eyes emitting a blood-red glow. The voice was dull yet carried an endless pressure. Fortunately, Su Chen had equipment to resist the pressure, otherwise he too would have been suppressed by the Beast King, just a beast, whose insignificance was clear to all. Su Chen's gaze was icy. Mythical beasts, humanity's natural enemies, had invaded humanity 1,000 years ago, leading the world to its current state. Insignificant, who really was insignificant, seeking death, the Beast King's massive paw swiped, instantly unleashing a devastating attack. The one to die is you. Su Chen's blazing divine spear thrust towards the Beast King. The spear's light pierced through space. In an instant, with a force of over 3 million, it struck the Beast King. Boom, a muffled sound. The Beast King was hit. At that moment, the Beast King's paw came crashing down, but Su Chen swiftly dodged the attack. Boom boom boom. With the wings of space and wind-walking boots, his figure was like the wind. Su Chen moved rapidly in the air, continuously landing attacks on the Beast King while the Beast King couldn't even touch the hem of his garment. What infuriated the Beast King even more was Su Chen's rebound damage. The terrifying rebound damage had given the Beast King a hard time. It was over. Su Chen, filled with excitement and anticipation, fired a shot at the Beast King's head. The excitement stemmed from having hunted the Beast King, and the anticipation was for the special equipment that was about to drop. With a loud bang, the destructive brilliance of the gun fiercely struck the Beast King's head, instantly grinding its skull to pieces. Blood exploded into the air, and finally, the massive body of the Beast King heavily fell to the ground. Hunting the Beast King. Experience plus 50%, attribute points plus 100,000. Drop. Imperial Battle Garment *1. A notification sounded. It had dropped. The exclusive item had dropped. By hunting this Beast King and causing the exclusive item to drop, which was a piece of exclusive clothing, Su Chen was relieved. His biggest fear was that the exclusive item would drop and be unusable. Besides, he gained plus 50% experience and his attribute points increased by 100,000. Congratulations, Su Chen has successfully hunted the Beast King, obtaining an exclusive item and gained 1 slot, the voice of the spirit announced. With this slot, he would be able to leave the Panglai Fairyland when 1 month was up. Hissing to the side, Qingluo Bird was frantically devouring the essence. And notably, the aura on Qingluo Bird had changed a lot, much stronger than before. Chirping at this moment, Qingluo Bird chirped clearly. with a claw movement through the air it immediately extracted a giant inner core from the dead Beast King. Qingluo Shinbird then directly swallowed the inner core, huffing as Qingluo Shinbird devoured the Beast King's inner core. Its body burst out with a mysterious aura. Su Chen looked at Qingluo Shinbird, which had now become a 4-star Beast King, 38.182%. Excited, Su Chen waited on the spot, allowing it to devour all the essence here, because who knew when they would encounter another nest of exotic beasts next time. Perhaps in this instance they might never encounter exotic beasts again. 20 minutes later, all the essence of the exotic beasts had been devoured by Qingluo Shinbird. Let's go. Su Chen lightly leaped onto the back of Qingluo Shinbird, transforming into a streak of light. Qingluo Shinbird flew towards the sky. He had completed his mission, killed the Beast King, and obtained the exclusive equipment. It seems I still have some way to go to kill the Beast King, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Panglai Fairyland on the edge of a remote sea area. Inhai Jin, hearing the spirit's announcement, she looked up at the sky, a sweet smile spread across her exquisite and beautiful face, then her gaze fell ahead because not far away she had already spotted exotic beasts. Yes, exotic beasts, and not just a few, but a whole nest. 11,111 regular exotic beasts, one Beast King. Seeing these exotic beasts and the Beast King, Inhai Jin's eyes revealed a hint of determination. Then with a flicker of her body she transformed into a streak of light like a galaxy and disappeared. When she reappeared she had already entered among the exotic beasts. The great battle erupted at that moment. This Su Chen is strong indeed, having so quickly killed the Beast King. How fortunate indeed. An exclusive item was looted, greatly enhancing his powers. From the 99 Beast Kings now only 98 remain. In the mystical realm of Panglai the voice of the spirit could be heard by all. Thus every martial artist in the realm knew that Su Chen had slain a Beast King and obtained an exclusive item. The specifics of the item were not disclosed by the spirit, but it was clear that this exclusive must be immensely powerful. After all, this was considered the first major loot drop in Panglai, a premier exclusive. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Qingluo divine bird swiftly maneuvered through the skies, flying for 4 full hours. Regrettably, Su Chen encountered no more mythical beasts. As dusk approached, he decided not to seek out more creatures but to find a place to settle down for the night. Looking forward to exploring the exclusive items stored in his elemental realm space, the Celestial Emperor armor. Swiftly Su Chen found a cave and landed. After surveying the spacious and dry caves suitable for resting, he made some simple arrangements and had the Qingluo divine bird guard the entrance. With a thought, he summoned the exclusive item from his elemental space, a radiant multicolored light emerged, the hallmark of the exclusive item. The Celestial Emperor armor, when not worn, was merely the size of a palm. Its attributes were as follows. Name: Celestial Emperor armor. Exclusive. Tier: unranked. Attributes: multicolored combat power, 88888. Effect 1, 50% chance to ignore attacks during combat. Effect 2, defense increased by 300%. Effect 3, 50% immunity to water-based attacks. Effect 4, on receiving an attack, a death transfer occurs, placing teammates and companions within a 1,000 by 1,000 meter radius into an undying state. This standard exclusive featured 4 potent attributes, with the most terrifying being the 4th. In a 1,000 by 1,000 meter radius, any teammate or companion facing death from an attack would undergo a death transfer, essentially entering an undying state. Could one say this wasn't defying the heavens? It was astoundingly so. Without delay, Su Chen donned the Celestial Emperor armor. Beep! The Celestial Emperor armor and the blazing spear triggered a bond. Both were upgrading. As he wore the armor, a notification sound indicated the activation of a bond. At that moment, both the Celestial Emperor armor and the blazing spear were upgrading. Hearing this, Su Chen's face showed a look of astonishment. Such synergy between clothing and weapon was unexpected, clearly indicating set properties. Moreover, the bond between exclusive items meant even more overpowering effects and might. Su Chen's heart swelled with endless anticipation, eager to see what enhanced forms the Celestial Emperor armor and blazing spear would take upon completion of their upgrades. The attributes of the two-piece set are stable, upgrade successful. Name: Celestial Emperor's Battle Garb. Exclusive bond. Tier: unranked. Entry: colorful. Combat power: 888888. Effect 1, 90% chance to ignore attacks during battle. Effect 2, defense increased by 500%. Effect 3, 90% immunity to water-based attacks. Effect 4, when attacked, death transfer occurs. Teammates and companions enter an undead state covering an area of 5,000 by 5,000 meters. Name: Blazing Divine Spear Exclusive Bond Tier, Unranked, Entry, Colorful, Combat Power, 888888, Effect 1. Attacks deal 500% flame damage, Effect 2. Penetration increased by 500%, Effect 3. 90% immunity to fire-based attacks, Effect 4. 50% chance to unleash Ice Rain Inferno. Covering an area of 2000 meters x 2000 meters, after forming bonds the exclusive items saw a tremendous increase in attributes. Just the combat power skyrocketed tenfold from 88888 to an impressive 88888. It really took off, completely took off. Besides the explosive increase in combat power, other entries also underwent significant changes. These attributes are defying the heavens. Suchen looked at the two pieces of equipment and muttered to himself, it seems that exclusivity really does matter. If weapons and garments can form bonds, what about bracelets and rings, necklaces? They surely can form bonds too. The equipment forming such miraculous bonds is truly unexpected. Then Su Chen glanced at his current combat strength, a bit shocked. Current combat power, 970,8600 points, 9,700,000 combat power, that's normal. Just the combat power from the bond between the Celestial Emperor's battle garb and the Blazing Divine Spear is over 1.7 million, plus 250% from the Yuan realm space and 140% from spear techniques, which boosts the combat power by 5.91 million. The final combat power is 9.7 million, that's 9.7 million combat power, almost reaching 10 million. That means just a few more diamond level perfect equipment pieces or king level perfect equipment and his combat power could reach 10 million. What if another exclusive appears, then forms a bond? Unimaginable, but it's something to look forward to, especially since it's only the first day of the month. 99 Beast Kings, he has only hunted one, there are still 98 left. Then Suchen glanced at his attribute points, quite a lot indeed. Mainly because he left over 1 million in the Qing Luo world, leveling up with Luo Xing'er in Area 293, hunting the exotic beasts of Area 293 and thus gaining a hefty sum of attribute points. Previously he hunted 11,111 ordinary exotic beasts and beast kings, gaining a lot of attribute points. Now his attribute point balance reached 24216,038 points, well 24.21 million attribute points. Considering the 11,111 beasts of ranks 5 to 9 plus 1,000,000 from the Beast King earning over 20 million points and a balance of 24.21 million is not hard to explain. Dungeons, the harvest is truly the greatest. Su Chen's mouth curved into a smile. It was the first day, if luck was on his side and he encountered another wave of exotic beasts, he could gain another 20 million attribute points. Then his skills, domains and spaces would surely level up. He turned off the virtual screen and pulled out a mat, a blanket and a quilt from his spatial ring, quickly arranging them. Next he took out some bottled water and dry food, starting to eat and drink to conserve his energy for tomorrow's hunt for exotic beasts. By the riverside, in the evening, a supercar stopped at the gate of Villa number 8. The gates of the villa slowly opened, allowing the supercar to drive inside. After parking, a stunningly beautiful young woman descended from the car. She appeared to be in her 20s, tall and perfectly proportioned with long, slender and incredibly enticing legs. However, her aura was cold, making her seem as aloof as ice. She was youthful yet mature, cold yet seductive, a perfect blend of a pure desire and an ice queen. Grandma, the woman greeted Luo Tianxiang and Su Yunji as she got out of the car. A rare smile appeared on her exquisite face. Xing'er is back, Su Yunji replied with immense joy. Luo Bingqing, Luo Xing'er's sister, the peerless talent from Kyoto University with an SSS grade talent, but this year she left school to train on the extraterrestrial battlefield. She just returned from there on a space shuttle. Are you hurt? Where are your parents? Luo Tianxiang glanced at his granddaughter, immediately noticing her injuries, which were severe enough that no ordinary healing arts, not even those surpassing level 100, could cure. The support healing systems in the extraterrestrial battlefield are strong. Xing'er shouldn't have returned with such injuries unless something happened. Grandpa, Mom and Dad are fine, Luo Bingqing reassured him, not wanting to worry him. My injury is a bit tricky, so I came back to recuperate for a while before figuring out what to do. By the way, where are Xiaochun and Xing'er? Since their grandparents had come to Kyoto, Xiaochun and Xing'er must have come too, she thought. Luo Bingqing spoke with a smile, trying to keep the mood light while she thought of her sister and Su Chen. Xiaochen and Xing'er went to the instance today, Su Yunji explained. Luo Bingqing curious asked how is Xiaoqin's talent. Xing'er has the same SSS grade talent as you, Luo Tianxiang said. Xiaoqin is F grade, but he has a hidden profession that's quite extraordinary, even more terrifying than SSS grade, which is why his skills have improved to the 6th tier in just a few days. Besides his skills, other aspects are also beyond what we imagined. Really, what's Xiaoqin's hidden profession? How is he doing now? Luo Bingqing wasn't surprised by her sister awakening an SSS grade talent. After all, she was SSS grade 2. What intrigued her was Su Chen's hidden profession. Is there any use in it? It's mainly because his hidden profession is too unconventional. Not sure, however, it should be related to luck, as he rose to prominence during his first field training and managed to emerge unscathed from a calamity level instance. When he was in Jiang City, he trained with Xing'er for 2 days and Xing'er reached level 74, this time at Kyoto University. He chose a legendary instance, opting for the calamity level. Luo Tianxiang mentioned Su Chen, his eyes filled with envy. As a martial artist, he naturally envied Su Chen's talent, of course not the apparent F grade but the hidden profession. However, the F grade talent, the apocalyptic spear god, is also incredibly powerful. Although it is difficult to cultivate once mastered, it is truly terrifying. Calamity level, that's great. Listening to her grandfather, Luo Bingqing was utterly shocked. Her beautiful and exquisite face showed a constantly changing expression, and finally her eyes were filled with excitement. Seeing his granddaughter like this, Luo Tianxiang was puzzled. Being an old fox, he could infer a bit. Hearing that she came out from a calamity level instance so excited, he wondered if she had discovered something on the outer battlefield and was planning to take Su Chen with her. Or maybe it's related to your injury. Grandpa, don't ask. You'll know in time, Luo Bingqing said, knowing she couldn't deceive the old fox and her family. As she spoke, she headed towards her room. It looked like once Su Chen returned, she would take him away. Su Yinji saw Luo Bingqing going upstairs and smiled. Having raised her 2 granddaughters, she knew their personalities well. To become true strongmen, they had to emerge from life and death and through fire and blood. Luo Tianxiang said real strongmen are never born in schools, they are never born in greenhouses. Strongmen represent slaughter and life and death. Without experiencing life and death, how can one be considered a strongman? Panglai Fairyland. The next day, Su Chen woke up, moved his body a bit, got up, washed, dressed, ate and packed up. He left the cave, sat on the back of the Qingluo divine bird and flew towards the sky. He didn't hold on to the possibility of finding a mythical beast today, as Panglai Fairyland was too vast and mythical beasts were clustered together. Either he wouldn't find any, or he would find 11,111 ordinary mythical beasts and 1 beast king. Encountering a cluster meant striking it rich. Of course, that was for him. For others, encountering mythical beasts was undoubtedly a disaster, as who could deal with 11,111 mythical beasts and 1 beast king alone? Even a level 100 martial artist couldn't handle it. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the Qingluo divine bird flew swiftly while Su Chen lay on its back sleeping. He had communicated with the Qingluo divine bird. If they encountered a mythical beast, it would wake him, otherwise it should not disturb him. Indeed, he didn't find any mythical beasts the entire day, but he did hear some good news. Inhajin successfully hunted a beast king, obtained an exclusive piece of equipment and secured a spot. Unexpected indeed. She was that strong too. Su Chen was astounded when he heard the news. Inhajin was a demoness in strength, he admitted that, but he hadn't expected her to be capable of hunting a beast king. After all, it was impossible to hunt a beast king without a combat power of at least 1 million. You see, when he hunted a beast king, his combat power was over 3 million. Of course, he didn't use his full strength during the battle with the beast king, so it wasn't a desperate fight. If he had fought desperately with 1 million combat power plus his special talents, he could definitely kill the beast king. This meant Inhajin's combat power was close to 1 million. Honestly, he was genuinely happy for Inhajin. After all, she was his classmate and they had chosen the same copy. By the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th day in the Panglai Wonderland, aside from encountering a strange beast on the first day, Su Chen hadn't encountered any more. Not just strange beasts, he hadn't come across any creatures or even a single human. Then, on the morning of the 9th day, just half an hour after Su Chen had left his resting place riding on the Qingluo divine bird, the bird began chirping, alerting Su Chen to the presence of a strange beast. Whereas the strange beast, Su Chen, who had been lost in thought, was suddenly jolted awake. Energized by the boredom of the past 8 days, he was thrilled at the prospect of finally encountering a beast. Since it was hard to find such beasts, finding one meant there must be a whole nest of them, and surely one of them would be a beast king. A Beast King meant guaranteed exclusive equipment. In the 8 days, aside from Minhajin, 3 other people had also hunted a Beast King, showing just how rare these beasts were and how difficult the Beast Kings were to kill. It also illustrated how strong those warriors were. Roars from afar reached his ears. Suchen looked towards the source and saw, as expected, a dense swarm of strange beasts in the distance. Old routine. You absorb the essence and I'll kill the strange beasts. Keep an eye on the Beast King, don't let it escape, Suchen told the Qingluo divine bird. Of course, this was a joke. The idea that a Beast King could escape from him was laughable. Even when his combat power was over 3 million, he hadn't used his full strength. Now, with nearly 10 million in combat power, killing a Beast King would be a breeze. The Qingluo divine bird chirped in response, and then in a flash, Suchen turned into a streak of light soaring towards the swarm of beasts. Soon he was above the swarm, his wings of space unfurled, hovering in the air. He thrust his flaming divine spear forward. Instantly, a destructive spear light filled with the intent of the spear rolled down towards the strange beasts. At the same time, ice rain and heavenly fire descended. Now, with his combat power tripled and his equipment stats more powerful, the force was terrifying to the extreme. Boom, 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 a spectacle of destruction unfolded. Swathes of strange beasts were obliterated. Experience plus 0.15% plus 0.3% plus 0.22%, attribute points plus 1000 plus 5000 plus 2000. As the strange beasts were destroyed, Suchen's experience rapidly increased, though at level 87 leveling up was much slower than before, no longer as terrifying as on the first day. Even so, his experience was quickly accumulating. After all, every one of his strikes could destroy countless exotic beasts. His attribute points skyrocketed crazily as the number of points gained from hunting these beasts was fixed. A buzz sounded. Congratulations on leveling up, you are now level 88. Combat power plus 5000. With a flash of golden light, Suchen's level increased. Now he had reached level 88, the same level as his mentor Nangong Xian. No, wait, the mentor was at level 99. With the level increase, he gained 5000 in combat power. This wave of beasts, once defeated, would surely level him up again. Suchen muttered to himself, there are still plenty of exotic beasts left. Fight, destroy. This had already surpassed the imagination of ordinary warriors. Every strike from Suchen was cataclysmic. About half an hour later, Suchen ceased his battle. The ordinary beasts were done, only the Beast King remained. His level had now pushed to level 90, 22.12%. Awakened, death awaits you. Suchen looked at the Beast King and said calmly, his mouth curling with disdain. The last Beast King, he had held back some of his power to fight it just to improve his own combat skills and experience, but now there was no need for that. The Beast King with blood-red eyes roared at Suchen, causing the space around them to twist and shatter. Whoops, this is a beast that does not speak human language. The end comes with its attack. Resign yourself. In Suchen's hand, the blazing divine spear erupted with a destructive blow. In an instant, the spear's light struck the Beast King. Boom, boom, the destructive light of the spear instantly killed the Beast King. The massive body of the Beast King heavily fell to the ground. Killing the Beast King gained experience plus 20%, attribute points plus 100,000. Drop. Icebound Scepter, holy, exclusive. When the Beast King fell, a notification sounded. The experience increased by 30%, mainly because his level was too high. The same hunt for a Beast King, but the experience bar was different. Aside from experience, there were definitely attribute points. Monsters that must drop loot. Exclusivity is essential. However, when Suchen heard the notification, his heart was full of surprise followed by disappointment. Surprise, because this exclusive had something different about it, an additional suffix, holy. Since owning the Qingluo's glorious world, he understood that the more suffixes, the more powerful it was. Disappointed, because the icebound scepter was a weapon. He already had a weapon. That means the equipment was redundant. He couldn't use this icebound scepter. Congratulations, Suchen, for successfully hunting the Beast King, obtaining an exclusive item and +1 spot. 2 days later, he would automatically be transported to the skies of Panglai Immortal Mountain. The spirit of the weapon spoke again. This time, it announced that Suchen, by hunting the Beast King, had obtained an exclusive item and +1 spot. He alone had hunted 2 Beast Kings, obtaining 2 exclusives. For a time, countless warriors within the Panglai fairy realm envied and hated, wishing they were the ones who had killed the Beast King. After all, this was a matter of life. Only by killing the Beast King and obtaining exclusivity could one earn a spot to leave the Panglai fairy realm alive. Of course, the first to collect a complete set of Diamond Perfection or King's Perfection could also earn a spot to leave. Damn, only 2 days left. Su Chen heard the voice of the spirit within the device and felt a sense of regret. If only there was more time, he could have had more opportunities to find exotic beasts and beast kings. But with just 2 days, the chances of encountering such creatures were significantly reduced. After 2 days, he would be transported to Panglai Immortal Mountain, and he was curious about the language of the immortals there, though he didn't hold much hope. It seemed that only by obtaining 2 exclusive items could one reach Panglai Immortal Mountain, the mythical paradise. In the wilderness, Inshu Jin was running swiftly. Her last hunt for a beast king had left her injured, mainly because there were too many ordinary exotic beasts, 11,111 of them. Killing these beasts had drained her energy completely, and just as she was exhausted, the Beast King awoke and chased her all night. It wasn't until the next day that she managed to slay the Beast King, a victory that came with great cost as she had to rest for 3 days. However, the rewards were terrifying. Her level had reached 77 and she had obtained an exclusive item that significantly boosted her combat power. Now, hearing that Su Chen had once again slain a Beast King and obtained an exclusive item and would be transported to Panglai Immortal Mountain in 2 days, she felt that only by hunting 2 more Beast Kings could she be transported to Panglai Immortal Mountain sooner. She was eager to find another pile of exotic beasts, which would allow her to level up and obtain another exclusive item and then be transported to Panglai Immortal Mountain. In the initial days at Kyoto University, the university was almost empty. Aside from the mentors, no one could be seen because the students had all gone to the dungeons. As time passed, those who went to the bronze-level normal dungeons gradually returned, making the school lively once again. 3 days passed, then 7. Students who had entered the normal and difficult levels of the dungeons had mostly returned. Those who hadn't were likely to have fallen within the dungeons. Although the mortality rate in the normal and difficult levels wasn't high, death was a common occurrence for martial artists. Where there is combat, there is the possibility of death. Time passed quickly. Now, the school's mentors and the principal were becoming increasingly anxious because in just over a day the students who had entered the ultimate level dungeons would return. Those students were the real geniuses of Kyoto University, and losing even one would be a great loss. It's really nerve-wracking, said Nangong Xian in the office. From her class, 2 students had managed to enter the legendary dungeons and both chose the Calamity level dungeons. The level of difficulty in the legendary Calamity level dungeons was indescribable. Survival was almost impossible. It could be said that entering a Calamity level dungeon was almost certainly a death sentence with almost no chance of return. Even though Su Chen had experience with Calamity level dungeons, that was only at the beginner's stage. After all, each Calamity level dungeon was different. Who could guarantee survival through one dungeon and then another? I hope you all return safely, sighed Nangong Xian. As a mentor, she could only guide the students in their cultivation and impart knowledge, but she could not help them through the dungeons. Whoosh whoosh! After the Qingluo divine bird devoured the essence of the Beast King Su Chen and the divine bird departed, sitting on the back of the Qingluo divine bird, they swiftly traversed through space. Although there were only 2 days left, Su Chen was not one to waste time. Even a sliver of opportunity must be seized. 4 opportunities are reserved for the prepared. What if they encountered another mystical beast within these 2 days? By then his level could rise to 91 and he could gain over 20 million attribute points. Flying directly, he sat cross-legged, his expression serene and content. With a mere thought, an item of equipment appeared before him from the space of the Yuan realm. Although this weapon was not usable by him, checking its information was feasible. It was his first encounter with such a unique item appended with the sacred suffix. Curiosity stirred within him, for it would be false to claim otherwise. Name: Icebound Scepter's sacred exclusive grade, unranked attributes, colorful combat power, 555555. Effect 1, increases ice damage by 400%. Effect 2, grants 50% immunity to fire damage. Effect 3, defense increases by 300% when attacked. Effect 4, increases attack speed by 50%. Effect 5, 40% chance to unleash a barrage of ice peak sword rain covering an area of 300 by 300 by 300 meters. After reviewing the information, Su Chen thought that if he did not possess the Blazing God Spear and was an ice-type user, this weapon would indeed be a divine artifact. Each attribute was extraordinary, and with a combat power of 555,555, it was several times higher than typical exclusive items, equivalent to a complete set of other exclusives. indeed the more suffixes the stronger it appeared. "Oh gods, grant me another beast king and a nest of mystical beasts." Suchen prayed silently as he stowed the icebound scepter. It seemed as if he was about to encounter another wave of mystical beasts and a beast king. Chirp chirp. Just after he finished praying, the Qingluo divine bird chirped twice. Hearing this, Suchen frowned, wondering if he was hallucinating. Could it be true? Chirp chirp. The Qingluo divine bird's melodious chirping sounded almost heavenly. It gave Suchen a jolt. This sound, it meant they had encountered mystical beasts. Mystical beasts. He had just prayed for this, and right after his prayers, the Qingluo divine bird had chirped. Could prayers actually be this effective? "Well, let's see," he murmured, his spirits lifting as he looked toward the horizon where a dense swarm of mystical beasts gathered. It seemed he might have a hidden profession as a god of prayers. Suchen mused to himself that from now on he should pray more often, or rather pray for even greater things. Of course, he was only joking. In this world there was no such thing as a god of prayers. If prayers worked, why bother with effort? As usual, Suchen said to the Qingluo divine bird. With that, his figure flashed, disappearing from the bird's back and reappearing above the swarm of mystical beasts, his blazing god spear ready in hand. The battle, or rather the slaughter, was about to begin. Boom! The gunfire, piercing through the air like a ray of light, finally hit the beast. The second bullet unleashed a catastrophic storm of icy fire, as if heralding the end of the world. The monstrous creatures were obliterated in droves. Experience plus 1%, experience plus 0.6%, attribute points plus 10,000, attribute points plus 2,000. Such slaughter was what Suchen relished the most. For every shot brought gains, experience and attribute points skyrocketed. Buzz! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 91, combat power plus 7,000. A flash of golden light, reminiscent of a golden dragon, enveloped him. After the glimmer subsided, the light seeped into Suchen's body. A notification sounded, level up. His level had reached 91 and the combat power provided by the level up was 7,000 points. However, the actual combat power Suchen gained was not just 7,000 but rather 24,500 after all calculations. Level up. There's nothing more exhilarating than battle. Thus, ignoring everything else, Suchen continued to fight. Time ticked by second. Half an hour passed, and this time when he ceased his assault, the Beast King had fallen. Killing the Beast King. Experience plus 20%, attribute points plus 100,000. Drop, Ring of Light, exclusive. The notification rang out. Thankfully, the equipment wasn't duplicated and was of a type he could use. He was really worried it might be a type of weapon or armor or something he couldn't use at all. That would have been truly frustrating. After all, it's terribly disheartening to finally get an exclusive item you can't use. This time, he got the Ring of Light, which he could definitely use, especially since he didn't yet have any exclusive rings or bracelets. Congratulations, Suchen, on slaying the Beast King and obtaining an exclusive item slot +1. Due to occupying too many slots, he would be transported to Panglai Fairy Mountain in a quarter of an hour. He should prepare. The voice of the spirit announced that he had gained another exclusive item, signifying another slot obtained. However, since he occupied too many slots, he would soon be transported to Panglai Fairy Mountain. Clearly, it meant he had slain too many beasts and was no longer allowed to gain experience, equipment, or exclusives in slots. Hearing this, Suchen was baffled and annoyed. Come on, really? Can't handle it, huh? He grunted, frustrated but helpless, as one must bow under the eaves, and in this fairy realm of Panglai the spirit was the ruler and one had to follow its rules or face elimination. This wasn't just empty talk. Immediately Suchen urged the Qingluo divine bird to absorb faster. In a quarter of an hour he would be transported to Panglai Fairy Mountain. Chirp chirp. As if responding to Suchen, the Qingluo divine bird chirped twice and continued to devour the essence, much like a fervent eater. Time swiftly passed, and once the Qingluo divine bird finished absorbing the essence, Suchen hurriedly stowed it away, though where exactly he wasn't sure, perhaps inside the Qingluo Medal of Honor. The countdown to teleportation was about to begin. 30, 29, 28, 27. As the seconds ticked by, the voice of the device spirit echoed again. The countdown appeared. 3, 2, 1. As it ended, Suchen was swept away by a force of spacetime, a faint glow enveloping him. Then, in an instant, Suchen vanished from his spot as if evaporated. The teleportation concluded swiftly in about 3 seconds, a mere shiver's time. Keep teleportation over, and suddenly everything brightened before his eyes. Suchen landed steadily on the ground, his gaze sweeping around. Safe, no threats. The place was a series of continuous mountain peaks. Being amidst them, one could not discern their true form, yet everything here seemed like a fairyland, breathtakingly beautiful. Welcome to the Panglai Fairy Mountains, the voice of the device spirit announced, outlining the rules of the Panglai Fairy Mountains. The mountains were 9 in total, each peak overlapping the next, and atop each peak stood a celestial stele. Deciphering the scriptures on these stelae was crucial for cultivation. When the scriptures from all 9 stelae were merged, the language of the immortals would reappear. Each deciphered scripture promised rich rewards. Note: no fighting is permitted on the Panglai Fairy Mountains, but there are no other limitations. As the voice faded, the world quieted down. What is the language of the immortals? Who cares as long as there are rewards? Su Chen looked towards the mountains. How high they must be, and with 9 overlapping peaks, each one taller than the last, it was like a mountain within a mountain. Only by deciphering and cultivating the scriptures at the summits of all 9 peaks could one truly pass. Damn, isn't this a test of talent and culture? Scriptures, who understands them? Taking a deep breath, Su Chen summoned the Qingluo divine bird. The device spirit had made it clear, as long as there's no fighting on the Panglai Fairy Mountains, anything goes, whether running or flying up. Summoning a divine beast to fly up seemed reasonable enough. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Qingluo divine bird appeared, and Su Chen climbed onto its back. As its wings flapped, the divine bird soared towards the summit of the first mountain. The speed was fast, yet this first mountain was even higher. After about 10 minutes of flying, they still hadn't reached the summit, despite the Qingluo divine bird's almost divine speed. SSS, the air tore with fierce winds. Finally, after 15 minutes, the Qingluo divine bird reached the summit of the first mountain. While they had reached the summit, it felt more like being at the base of the second mountain. It was like arriving in Chongqing 1,000 years ago, where one might think they were on the 9th level, but were actually on the first. So long, so large. Reaching the summit of the first mountain, Su Chen exclaimed in awe. So long, so large. At the summit of the first mountain, a giant stele stood towering. The stele was rectangular, about 10 meters wide and 100 meters high. This was the first time Su Chen had ever seen such a massive stele. Actually, it looks like a stele, as if it were crafted from stone. But upon closer inspection, it's not stone at all. Su Chen couldn't quite identify the material it was made from. He sighed and then shifted his focus to the scriptures engraved on the stele. The text was sparse, each character swirling energetically as if inscribed by some divine magic. Moreover, each symbol contained a mysterious power. He could recognize some of the characters individually, but pieced together, it was all a jumble. Who's who, what's what? As he pondered over the text, Su Chen's head began to swirl. It was all gibberish to him. For a moment he felt overwhelmed, perhaps destined not to understand the language of the immortals. Maybe I should just descend the mountain, he thought, rather than embarrass myself here. Just then, as Su Chen was about to give up and leave, a system notification beeped in his mind. Scan, when did it have this feature? He wondered, suspecting it to be a randomly activated function. Time ticked by, and about 2 minutes later the scan was complete and the interpretation was ready. The system had translated the cryptic text into understandable language, displayed on a virtual screen. Reading the translated text, Su Chen sighed in relief. So simple, why make it so complicated? He then sat cross-legged and began to practice the techniques described in the text, not fully understanding them yet, as they were just a fraction of the celestial language, only the very beginning. Only by integrating the scriptures from all 9 mountain peaks might he grasp their full meaning. After a while, Su Chen felt a refreshing ease throughout his body, though it didn't enhance his combat abilities. His vitality seemed purified, a sensation of lightness and joy indescribable. Gradually he entered a state of self-forgetfulness, losing track of time. After an unknown duration, a notification chimed. Congratulations, Su Chen has successfully deciphered and practiced the scripture from the first celestial stele, earning 99 spear path fruits. This alert brought him back from his trance. At that moment he felt his soul uplifted, his demeanor bright and spirited. Was it that simple? He marveled at the reward. The spear path fruits, could they aid in my spear technique practice? Without further ado he headed for the summit of the second mountain. Riding on the Qingluo divine bird, Su Chen thought to himself, good thing I have the Qingluo divine bird, or just the first mountain would have exhausted me, not to mention deciphering and practicing the scriptures. The language of the immortals seemed simple but was indeed challenging. Half an hour later, at the summit of the second mountain, Su Chen sighed again. So long, so large. The scriptures here looked somewhat similar to those on the first mountain in length and character count, but the arrangement was different. He couldn't decipher them until the system completed its scan, noting only that they looked dissimilar. Suchen directly communicated with the system for the scanning task given his previous experience. As the system processed the task, it seemed almost speechless, responding with 2 fewer characters than usual. However, details were not the focus here. The scanning and interpretation were completed quickly, displaying simple and understandable text on the virtual screen. Suchen glanced at it for a while before sitting down cross-legged to begin his cultivation practice. Unknowingly, Suchen had grown accustomed to cultivating. He couldn't remember exactly when it started, perhaps around winter. No, it was about half an hour ago. Time passed second by second, minute by minute, and before he knew it, the sky had darkened. Congratulations to Suchen for successfully deciphering and cultivating the second celestial steel, earning him 99 sword Dao fruits. He wondered if there were any devil fruits or tremor fruits among them. After completing the second celestial steel, 7 more remained, each progressively harder and more time-consuming to cultivate. Despite the darkening sky, Suchen did not stop. He then rode the Qingluo divine bird towards the summit of the third mountain. Meanwhile, in a gorge, Yinhua Jin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She had numerous grievous wounds on her body, all from battling exotic beasts. Looking at the fallen beast king, she could no longer hold back and spat out another mouthful of blood. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, adding a tragically beautiful touch to her face. Despite her injuries, a smile appeared on her face as she had finally hunted 2 beast kings, gaining 2 exclusive rewards and reaching level 82. The cost was heavy, but the rewards were terrifying. We'll meet again soon, Yinhua Jin thought as she sat weakly on the ground, her eyes shining with anticipation. Congratulations, Yinhua Jin, for slaying the beast king and earning an exclusive spot +1. Having hunted 2 beast kings, the spirit of the weapon announced that she would be teleported to Panglai Celestial Mountain in a quarter of an hour. Hearing this, Yinhua Jin's face broke into a happy smile. She giggled, suddenly thinking about Suchen. He was a formidable opponent, likely still seeking beast kings, but now he was banned from doing so. Imagining his expression at that moment probably resembled a sour face. Struggling to sit up, Yinhua Jin made a complex, mysterious gesture, and the essence of heaven and earth rapidly converged towards her. Her wounds healed visibly fast, and in just a few seconds her injuries were completely healed, even restoring her vigor to its peak. Panglai Celestial Mountain and the language of immortals. She was excited about what this language of immortals could be as she looked up at the sky, waiting to be transported to Panglai Celestial Mountain to encounter it, even though she was not sure what it exactly entailed. Time passed second by second, minute by minute. Suddenly, after a quarter of an hour, a magical light appeared in the sky, the light of teleportation. It enveloped Yinhua Jin. In the blink of an eye, both the light and Yinhua Jin disappeared, as if evaporated on the spot. During the teleportation, her heart was filled with anticipation to see the Mount Panglai, and soon Yinhua Jin was transported there. At the base of the mountain, she learned the rules. At this moment, she scanned her surroundings as if searching for someone. However, no one was in sight. They must be at the first summit, Yinhua Jin muttered to herself. Considering the time, she concluded that Suchen must have reached the first summit by now, mainly because the announcements of Mount Panglai could not be heard by martial artists in other areas. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought that Suchen was still at the first summit. At this time, Suchen was already at the third summit, diligently cultivating. With the system and scriptures to decode, he had no worries. His task was simple: to cultivate. Time ticked away. In the deep of the night, congratulations came. Suchen has successfully decoded and cultivated the scripture of the third immortal steel. Reward: 99 Dao of the sword fruits. The scripture of the third immortal steel had also been conquered. After cultivating, Suchen felt rejuvenated and his physique underwent a miraculous transformation. This change was not related to his combat equipment. Continuing on, Suchen looked up at the night sky. He couldn't sleep now. After all, time was limited and he couldn't afford any delay. Then, riding the Qingluo divine bird, he flew towards the fourth summit. Simple, wasn't it? The third steel was already complete. Meanwhile, at the first summit, in front of the immortal steel, Yinhua Jin was examining the scripture on the steel. To her, the scripture seemed like a celestial script, incredibly hard to understand, almost incomprehensible, despite her extensive knowledge. Just then she heard the voice of the artifact spirit announcing that Suchen had completed the scripture of the third steel. For a moment, Yinhua Jin doubted. Was it that simple? Otherwise, how could he have already finished the third steel scripture? It was so hard for her even to interpret it. Could it be that they were not looking at the same scripture? Time passed 3 whole hours. Finally, Inha understood the scripture of the first stele, and it took another 3 hours to fully comprehend it. By the time she completed cultivating the scripture of the first immortal stele, 9 hours had passed. In total, she spent 15 hours on the first stele. Congratulations came. Inha has successfully decoded the scripture of the first immortal stele. Reward: 99 ice wind fruits. The voice of the artifact spirit announced Inha achievement. The reward was also fruits, but the type she received differed from Su Chen's, matching her own innate talents. Wonderful! These ice wind fruits are incredibly beneficial for me, Inha exclaimed joyously. Congratulations followed. Su Chen has successfully decoded the scripture of the fourth immortal stele. Reward: 99 Tao of the hammer fruits. Just as she received her reward, the voice of the artifact spirit reappeared, announcing that Su Chen had deciphered the fourth celestial stele. Truly impressive, hehe. Upon hearing this, Inha felt a mix of admiration and curiosity, but notably absent was envy. She genuinely rejoiced for Su Chen's success. At Kyoto University, this day was marked with anticipation as numerous instructors and the dean gathered at the Magic Formation Square. It was the day when students who ventured into the extremely perilous dungeons were due to return. Each student who entered such a trial was a rare talent, and the loss of even one was considered immense. Altogether, 11 had entered the perilous level and 2 had challenged the calamity level. The calamity level had no set return date, meaning if they survived, there was no telling which day they would come back. But today was definitely the day for those from the perilous level to return. If they didn't show up today, it likely meant they had perished in the challenge. As the minutes ticked by at 9:20 a.m., streaks of light appeared in the sky, diving towards the ground. As the lights touched down, they vanished and figures emerged. The teleportation was complete. 1 by 1 inch the talents appeared before the eyes of the instructors and the dean. 1, 2, 3, only 7 returned. Seeing the number, everyone's gaze turned back to the sky, hoping more were still in transit. However, after a wait, the sky remained eerily silent, signaling that no others would return. Of the 9 prodigies who entered the perilous level, only 7 came back. Instructors Long Hao and Chen Fei Yang did not make it back. One of the returning talents, trembling as he spoke, conveyed the direness of their ordeal, affirming the dreadful nature of the perilous level. Then what of the calamity level? You've done well just to return safely. Head to the resting area now. We'll ask you some questions and you can submit your report on the dungeon tomorrow. The dean spoke, comforting the students, though his heart grieved for the lost. Lamenting would not change what had happened. After all, casualties were a part of life for warriors. Yes. The 7 students nodded, each returning to their respective mentors. Instructor, did my brother make it back? Asked Luo Xing'er, more composed than the others, perhaps because she had fared best in the perilous level dungeons, showcasing her SSS tier talent and reaping the benefits of fighting alongside Su Chen, not to mention possessing a unique piece of equipment capable of summoning the Thunder Sacred Beast. She had virtually breezed through it. Now, her primary concern was whether her brother had returned from the calamity level. Not so fast, chuckled Song Shiyu. The calamity level is a legendary dungeon with a slim chance of survival. Whether he can make it back is still up in the air, though of course I wouldn't speak such disheartening words. Luo Xing'er nodded. Right, the calamity level, but given my brother's formidable strength and luck, he probably breezed through it as well. At the summit of the 5th mountain by noon, Su Chen stood motionless like a statue, not moving an inch. He had been in this state for nearly a day, seemingly motionless like a statue. However, the mountain of the 5th layer radiated a mysterious power, continuously flowing into Su Chen's body, cleansing and subtly transforming him. These changes were invisible yet undeniably real. Time passed, unknown how long, until the mysterious power could no longer penetrate Su Chen's body, which seemed to have reached a saturation point. Congratulations to Su Chen for successfully deciphering the 6th stele scripture and earning the reward, 99 Omnifruit. Finally, Su Chen had passed the test of the 6th layer. He had successfully practiced the scripture on the 6th stele and claimed his reward. This time, it was still a fruit, but not a specific one. It was the Omni fruit. Now, with the 6th layer behind him, time was running short. He needed to hurry to the 7th layer. Su Chen opened his eyes, his figure flashed, and he sat on the back of the Qing Luo divine bird, directing it toward the summit of the 7th mountain. Meanwhile, he took out bottled water and dry food from his storage space to eat and drink, making use of every moment. His goal was the summit of the 9th mountain, to practice the scripture of the 9th stele and uncover the true meaning of the immortal's words. What exactly were the immortal's words? As Su Chen sat on the Qing Luo divine bird approaching the peak of the sixth mountain, he had already eaten his fill and his condition had returned to its peak. His gaze directed at the towering stele, he then sat down cross-legged on the ground waiting for the system to scan. Scanning. Successful scan completed quickly. After viewing the virtual screen for a while, Su Chen began his practice aided by his previous experiences. Now when it came to practicing, he quickly entered the right state. Indeed, from the scriptures of the previous steles, Su Chen understood that the scriptures of the 9 steles were actually a method of cultivation only divided into 9 parts, each part inscribed on a stele. Having practiced the 5th layer, Su Chen quickly got into the state for the 6th. A day later, congratulations, Su Chen successfully deciphered the 6th stele scripture award, 222 Omni Fruit. It took just over a day to successfully practice the scripture of the 6th stele. The reward was still Omni Fruit, but the quantity had doubled. Without any pause, Su Chen, sitting on the Qing Luo divine bird, headed toward the summit of the 7th mountain. Meanwhile, Yinhai Jin had just successfully practiced the scripture of the 2nd stele. Hearing the announcement from the artifact spirit, Yinhai Jin could only feel astonished. Only by starting to practice did one realize how difficult the scriptures were, yet Su Chen had completed the 6th stele scripture so quickly. On the 4th day, Su Chen successfully deciphered the scripture of the 7th stele reward, 333 Omni Fruit. On the 7th day, he successfully deciphered the 8th stele scripture reward, 444 Omni Fruit. The 11th day came and Su Chen had been sitting cross-legged atop the 9th mountain for 4 days straight, motionless, the mountain's mysterious power continuously entering his body, making him seem like an endless black hole. The boundless mystical forces were being devoured, as if they could never be satiated. In that moment, the first mountain, the first celestial stele, erupted with a peerless glow that shot straight into the heavens. The once pitch-black night sky was now illuminated by this unparalleled light, a vast oppressive force sweeping through millions of miles all around. Buzzing followed one after another as the 2nd, then the 3rd, and onwards up to the 9th celestial stele each burst forth with their own spectacular light. Gradually, the 9 steles rose into the sky, spinning above the 9th mountain, their dazzling multicolored lights swirling. The 9 steles formed a ring, spinning rapidly, and gradually they transformed into a ring of light. This scene was extraordinary and left the celestial beings on Mount Panglai, including the galaxy-renowned Jin and several other peerless powers, completely astounded. Without the steles, they could no longer continue their cultivation. But even with the steles, the disturbance was too great for anyone to continue meditating peacefully. What's happening? Such a miraculous scene. Could it be that he has also mastered the 9th stele? It seemed he was merging the 9 celestial steles, truly defying the heavens. Su Chen was a rare genius unseen in thousands of years. The powerhouses on Mount Panglai, watching the extraordinary light and the ring floating above in the sky, were utterly shocked. They were only at the 1st or 2nd mountain, while Su Chen had already reached the 9th. It appeared he had deciphered the scriptures of the 9th stele and was now merging the scriptures of all 9 steles. The gap between them was indescribable. At the summit of the 9th mountain, Su Chen opened his eyes, his demeanor calm as he looked up at the spinning celestial steles. He had mastered the scriptures of all 9 steles and had cultivated to a certain level. The state of the celestial steles in the sky no longer surprised him. The steles, now in the midst of merging, or rather revealing their true forms, stirred the winds and clouds of this world. Meanwhile, Su Chen gradually felt a connection forming with the 9 celestial steles, as if they were a part of his own body. This feeling was incredibly wondrous. As time ticked by, the true forms of the steles revealed themselves, no longer appearing as mere stone steles but as chaos gold, massive in size, each being 300 meters in length, 200 meters in width, and 3,000 meters in height, exuding an aura that could suppress all beings. Together, the 9 steles exerted an even more intense pressure, assaulting both the visual senses and the soul. As time passed, it felt as if all the power within the Panglai celestial realm was being devoured by the 9 celestial steles, and at this moment, from the 1st to the 9th mountain, everything began to shake as if about to take flight. The successful fusion of the celestial scriptures meant that everyone had to swiftly depart into the sky from Mount Panglai. The warning sound of the spirit within the artifact rang out. Indeed, even without the reminder from the spirit, the powerful beings on Mount Panglai would have fled. The scene before their eyes hinted at impending destruction. To not flee would be to wait for death. In an instant, several formidable demons hurried down the mountain, hoping to escape before Mount Panglai's destruction. The mountain trembled and space itself cracked and shuddered, with endless thunder shattering the void. This scene was akin to the Apocalypse. At that moment on the summit of the ninth mountain, Su Chen felt the pull of the 9 celestial steels. His body swiftly flew towards them, eventually hovering at the very center of the 9 steels. The steels revolved around him as his physical form, and even his realm underwent transformation and sublimation. Unbeknownst to him, as Mount Panglai emitted a cracking sound, it rose from the ground, shining alongside the 9 celestial steels, which seemed to be the heart of the mountain. The language of the immortals echoed in the void, spoken by the spirit of the artifact. Hearing this, Su Chen was startled. He had always wondered what the language of the immortals might be. Now it was revealed to him. When he looked clearly, he realized the truth. On each of the 9 steels, the original scriptures transformed into a single character, and together these characters formed a phrase: "I am the immortal, destined to suppress all ages." These 9 characters alone delivered an endless soul-shocking impact to Su Chen, each character seeming like a law of heaven and earth, spontaneously. Su Chen shouted the 9 characters, and immediately the 9 celestial steels burst forth in unrivaled light, while Mount Panglai emitted a destructive power that combined forces enough to turn this world into nothingness. Moreover, he discovered that he had now fully mastered Mount Panglai and the 9 celestial steels. Feeling the destructive power, Su Chen trembled in spirit. At this moment, he finally understood the essence of the immortals' language. He struggled to control this destructive force, for if unleashed, all humans within the Panglai realm would be turned into nothingness. Others did not matter, but among these people was his schoolmate Inha Jin. After a long time, Su Chen managed to control the critical point of the destructive power. After controlling it, both the 9 celestial steels and Mount Panglai began to transform rapidly, suppressing the impending destructive force. The 9 celestial steels and Mount Panglai were undergoing significant changes. In just 10 seconds, the 9 steels shrunk to 1 meter in height, rapidly revolving around Su Chen, while Mount Panglai also shrank to the size of a foot, resembling a replica in an antique shop. However, this mountain emitted a mysterious aura. Su Chen looked at the 9 celestial steels revolving around him and began to inspect them. Name: Chaos Creation Celestial Steel God Chaos Grade. Unique Attributes: Colorful Chaos Combat Power, 188-8888. Details: the Chaos Creation Celestial Steel, born from the initial chaos of the universe, is not equipment but can add 188-8888 basic combat power to its master, merging with the master without the need to be worn. Divine Trait 1: in battle, employ 1 immortal monument to double overall strength, employing 2 doubles it again to 4 times, and so forth. Divine Trait 2: when facing a destructive attack, 9 immortal monuments automatically protect and trigger absolute defense, completely ignoring attack damage. Divine Trait 3: proclaiming I am an immortal when suppressing all ages, activates 9 immortal monuments in Mount Panglai, unleashing a force that suppresses the ages. Upon reading the information of the immortal monuments, Su Chen was astounded. The origins of these 9 immortal monuments were significant indeed. Moreover, these 9 were originally the chaotic creation immortal monuments, not equipment, and need not be worn, for they had already integrated with him. Although not equipment, they could still increase his base combat power by 188-8888. No longer referred to merely by attributes, but as divine traits, each one extraordinary and unparalleled. How formidable! So this was the meaning of the words of an immortal, utterly domineering. Su Chen sighed deeply. So this was the language of immortals. Rather than calling it the language of immortals, it might as well be called a law. Continuing on, he checked Mount Panglai. Name: Mount Panglai God Chaos Tier. Unique Attribute: Colorful Chaos Combat Power, 188-8888. Details: born from the Sea of Chaos, the place where immortals attain enlightenment, not equipment, but can increase the Master's base combat power by 188-8888, integrating with the Master without the need for wearing. Note: combined as one with the chaotic creation immortal monument, its power suppresses all ages. Note: the chaotic creation immortal monument and Mount Panglai will grow with their master. Mount Panglai is powerful, however, it does not appear alone, having merged with the chaotic creation immortal monument, so it has no divine traits. After examining the 9 immortal monuments in Mount Panglai with a thought, Su Chen made the 9 immortal monuments in Mount Panglai vanish from sight. Although he did not know where they went, Su Chen could clearly feel their presence, perhaps already a part of his body. Congratulations, Su Chen, for successfully merging with the immortal monument. Reward: Universal Fruit *999. Reward: Universal Immortal Fruit *99. In the sky, the voice of the spirit once again rang out. Su Chen was curious. Where exactly was this dog spirit? Panglai Sanctuary. The early termination of transmission will start in a quarter hour. At this moment Su Chen distinctly felt the spirit seemed very weak. The voice at the end became ethereal as if the spirit was about to expire. That's it then, the extra spots, oh well. Su Chen heard the announcement and sighed, that was the end. But what to do with the 2 extra spots he had? Never mind, he had already taken the Immortal Monument and Mount Panglai. What did he care about extra spots? As for the other powerhouses in the Panglai Sanctuary, whether it ended early or on time, there really wasn't much difference. Because even if they were given more time, they couldn't kill the exotic beasts and beast kings. Death was only a matter of time. This guy not far from Mount Panglai, his hair damp with sweat from his forehead. Just now she fled from Mount Panglai as if her life depended on it, exerting all her strength, yet she failed. Her speed was simply not enough to escape the destructive radius of Mount Panglai in such a short time. However, she noticed something: an imminent universal destruction by Mount Panglai was abruptly halted. From a distance she could see Su Chen exerting his utmost to control the 9 celestial steels and the power of Mount Panglai. She realized that Su Chen was worried about killing her. She also understood that if she and Hajin were not in the Panglai realm, Su Chen would not have bothered to control the 9 celestial steels and Mount Panglai. He would have let the destructive force obliterate the realm. The words of the immortals were too powerful. Hajin sat down powerlessly on the ground, waiting for the teleportation to commence. The calamity was finally over. Time ticked by second. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a quarter of an hour, 7 or 8 beams of light appeared in the sky. These were the lights of teleportation descending and enveloping the selected powerful beings, then as swiftly sweeping them away. The teleportation light removed them from the Panglai realm. The moment they were teleported away, the Panglai realm began to collapse and the entire world entered into destruction. 20 days later, at Kyoto University, on the normally deserted Formation Plaza, only frequented when instances were activated, Nangong Xian had been coming here 4 to 5 times a day, hoping to see if Su Chen and Hajin had teleported back. As time passed, her anxiety grew due to their prolonged absence, fearing they might have perished in the calamity. She hoped for their safe return. Nangong Xian sat under the shade of a canopy, her attention far from the present, glancing occasionally at the time. It was time for her class. Moreover, the time to enter the instance had passed. She stood up, prepared to leave for her classroom. Just then the sky roared with thunder as if heralding a storm. Nangong Xian instinctively looked up. Her expression changed dramatically at the sight. In the void, 2 streaks of light followed by collapsing space rushed towards her. If the streaks were any slower, they would be engulfed and turned to ashes by the collapsing world. Fortunately, the world's force appeared and suppressed the space's destruction, eventually causing it to vanish. The 2 streaks of light swiftly landed on the formation. As the light faded, 2 figures appeared. Seeing these figures, a joyful smile spread across Nangong Xian's face, her heart nearly bursting with excitement. Inside, she reminded herself to stay calm, graceful and reserved. Yes, composed and dignified, for she was an instructor at Kyoto University and must act the part. But what could she do with the excitement brimming within her? Restraint, nothing but restraint. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself. Su Chen, Hajin, Nangong Xian spoke up. He called out. There was no other way. This was the best they could do. As he looked at the 2 of them, a smile played upon his lips. His students, both had obtained teleportation copies and both had chosen calamity-level challenges, and now both had returned alive from those calamity-level copies. As for what they had gained, it hardly mattered now. Of course, it was important, but it paled in comparison to the fact that they had come back alive. Gains? To return from a calamity-level copy, could there be no gains? Teacher, Su Chen and Hajin, upon seeing their mentor, greeted him joyfully and walked towards Nangong Xian. Good, you're back. Nangong Xian patted Su Chen on the shoulder, and while doing so he tiptoed slightly. He was not tall enough. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Su Chen and Hajin replied modestly, touched. Seeing their teacher first thing upon returning, it was clear he had been waiting for them, and what's more, the teacher didn't know their exact return time. Their meeting was such a coincidence. What did it imply? It surely meant that the teacher came here every day. Su Chen, we finally meet. Hajin turned around, looked at Su Chen and said with a smile, extending her delicate pale hand. Su Chen laughed heartily and shook her hand. Her hand was cool and soft, very comfortable to hold. Did you 2 not run into each other in the copy? Nangong Xian asked, seeing the way Su Chen and Hajin interacted, somewhat curious. You chose the same copy, you went in together and came out together. 20 whole days and you didn't meet? We didn't meet. That copy. It's a long story, Hajin replied, her voice cold and crisp, very pleasant to hear. Rest now. Go home, we'll write a copy report tomorrow. Nangong Xian looked them over, making sure they were unharmed. Then he led them towards the passage of the formation, which everyone returning from a copy had to pass through, as it had a detection function to prevent alien beings from infiltrating humanity. After successfully passing the detection, Nangong Xian told Su Chen and Inhajin to go home and rest. The copy report can wait until tomorrow. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Su Chen and Inhajin waved to Nangong Xian and then left the school together. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Driving back to the number 9 villa by the water's edge, Su Chen called out loudly as he got out of the car. Soon the door to the living room opened. Little Chen is back. Let me look at you. Oh, you've lost a lot of weight. Moronlan, hearing the noise, came out and was overjoyed to see her beloved grandson back. Following her was Su Jingtian, who was always leaned on his cane. Good. Su Jingtian glanced at Su Chen and nodded in approval. That's very rare indeed. Although the old man appeared calm, his heart was filled with excitement. His grandson had returned from a catastrophic level dungeon not once but twice. How could he not be thrilled? Don't just stand there, go take a shower, change your clothes and then come downstairs for dinner, he urged. Moronlan led Su Chen towards the living room before sending him off to bathe and change. Meanwhile, he instructed the servants to prepare the meal. This child, he's grown up so much, sighed Su Jingtian, not saying more before he settled onto the sofa lost in thought. Did you say Su Chen and Inhajin have returned? Where are they? Nangong Xian relayed the news of Su Chen and Inhajin's return to the principal. Upon hearing this, the principal was overjoyed. Kyoto University is one of the top 10 prestigious schools in the Great Xia Empire, consistently ranking in the top 3. However, that doesn't necessarily make it the number 1 in all of Great Xia. Besides, there are the Western Empire and the European Empire to consider, each with their own top talents and prodigies. Thus, the competition among universities is fierce, revolving not only around prestige but also tangible resources. A stronger school gains more resources from the human alliance. In recent years, Kyoto University has been under great pressure, leaving the principal at his wits' end. However, a while back a student from the university topped the Great Xia Empire's talent list, which had delighted him for a time. Yet, this student chose to enter a catastrophic level dungeon. Another SSS tier prodigy had also gone into the catastrophic level. As time passed, the principal's heart sank with certainty that these two prodigies might never return, a significant loss for Kyoto University. But now Nangong Xian had just informed him of their return from the catastrophic level dungeon. What an honor it was! Catastrophic level indeed, and both have returned. Principal, I've checked, they are unharmed, just a bit tired. I've allowed them to go home first and they will come tomorrow to write the dungeon report. Nangong Xian replied, her voice brimming with pride even in front of the principal. Good. It's great they're back. The rewards from a legendary dungeon like the catastrophic level must be substantial. Their growth will surely accelerate now. Soon Kyoto University will boast 2 more peerless powerhouses, but for now we need to select our top students to participate in the upcoming Battle of the Elites, the principal mused. The so-called Battle of the Elites is a global competition among university students aimed at improving their school's ranking. A higher ranking means more prestige and resources and of course rich rewards for the students. Principal, 10 students from each school, Su Chen and Inhajin will participate. That should be fine, right? Nangong Xian said, earnestly recommending her students. After all, she wouldn't be pushing them if they weren't exceptional, as the school's reputation and interests were at stake, not just her personal repute. Well, there seems to be no issue with Su Chen. As for Inhajin, take a look after he arrives tomorrow. If he seems fit, let the 2 of them participate. The Western Empire has produced 2 exceptionally strong freaks, the principal said. Without any hesitation, he agreed to recommend Su Chen. After all, being the top ranked in the Great Xia Empire's list, he definitely qualifies to participate. He has also seen the Virtual Worlds combat video. The gunplay is very strong, almost reaching the 7th level. With such skill and top-notch combat capability, he could certainly be a trump card for Kyoto University. But as for Inhajin, he couldn't guarantee her exact strength. After all, Inhajin entered the legendary instance by ranking on Kyoto University's Proud Sky list. However, she managed to return from a calamity-level challenge, so her strength must be formidable. Let Nangong Xian take a closer look tomorrow before making a decision. Okay, I will check Su Chen and Inhajin's results tomorrow. Nangong Xian nodded, then left the principal's office feeling quite expectant. How much have these 2 youngsters grown? by the riverside villa number 9 in the afternoon. After bathing and changing clothes, Suchin had his meal and went back to his room to sleep. During his time in Panglai Immortal Mountain he had not slept for several days. Although he didn't feel tired, he was mentally exhausted after relaxing. He slept for more than 5 hours, that should be enough sleep. Luo Xing'er tiptoed into Su Chen's room, opened the door, and walked in, seeing Su Chen deep in sleep. Luo Xing'er murmured to herself, recalling what Morone Granny had said, that he had been sleeping since 10 in the morning. Counting the time, he had already slept for 5 hours, he must have had enough sleep. "Brother, wake up," she said softly as she approached the bed and gently called out to him. Then she reached out to pull Su Chen. This action was all too familiar, as she had done it countless times before. In the morning, she had heard from Nangong Xian that Su Chen had returned, which made her incredibly happy. So after school she rushed to villa number 9 where she had lunch and then waited until she could no longer bear it before going to wake Su Chen. "Nightmare, this is a nightmare. The position is wrong, go back to sleep." Su Chen was awakened and muttered as he rubbed his eyes and saw Luo Xing'er. He spoke as if he intended to continue sleeping. Humph, brother, are you pretending? Seeing me is a nightmare for you?" Luo Xing'er puffed up her cheeks annoyed and pulled Su Chen's hand as if trying to pull him out of bed. You go out first." Su Chen helplessly sat up under Luo Xing'er's watchful eyes. How could he sleep now? Dreams can't be like this. After sleeping for a few hours he felt refreshed. Clearly he couldn't continue sleeping now, so he'd better get up and deal with her first and then go back to sleep at night. "Alright then, hurry up." Luo Xing'er let go of his hand, bounced out of the room and then went downstairs. As she left the room, she didn't forget to remind Su Chen. "Got it," Su Chen responded, got dressed, got out of bed and quickly left the room, heading downstairs. Once downstairs he saw his grandparents Luo Tianchao and Su Yunji also there. Besides, there was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Upon seeing this stunning beauty, Su Chen's face lit up with joy. "Sister," he greeted her warmly, "it's been nearly 2 years since we last met and you've become even more beautiful. Xiaoqing, you've grown up so much." Luo Bingqing looked over, a gentle smile playing on her gorgeous face. Her demeanor, much like her name, was proud and cold, exuding an aura that seemed to keep others at a great distance, like a celestial maiden aloof from worldly matters, seldom seen smiling or making light conversation. Now to see her smiling, it was clear how happy she was. "Grandpa, Grandma," Su Chen greeted Luo Tianjiang and Su Yunji, feeling a bit awkward since he had greeted Luo Bingqing first instead of the elderlies. Good lad. Luo Tianjiang, a man of hearty character who liked Su Chen's temperament, treated him as if he were his own grandson. He was overjoyed to hear of Su Chen's return from another disaster level challenge. This boy has entered the disaster level dungeons twice after his awakening, both times choosing the most perilous levels, which symbolize destruction and death, where survival is nearly impossible. And yet, Su Chen comes and goes as he pleases. How does one even begin to reason with that? Luo Tianjiang was eager to know Su Chen's views on the 2 disaster-level instances, or rather what differences there were between them. Hearing Luo Tianjiang's inquiry, everyone in the living room turned their gaze towards Su Chen, clearly curious as well. Well, the disaster level in Jiang City was like a beginner phase, while this time it was a legendary college dungeon. The difficulties relative to a warrior's level and strength aren't much different actually, it's quite balanced. Personally, I found the Kyoto University disaster level a bit easier. The tasks were simpler, but of course that's only in front of absolute power. Without it, both levels are deadly. Both disaster levels inevitably involve a lot of killing, Su Chen explained calmly, offering insights while carefully choosing what to reveal and what to conceal. "And how about the tasks in this disaster level?" continued Luo Tianjiang, his interest peaked as ever. A true martial fanatic, this dungeon, Su Chen began using his classmates' words, is hard to summarize in a few words. Here's the task. The dungeon spawns 999,999 ordinary beasts ranging from 5th to 9th rank, and there are 99 beast kings. Killing ordinary beasts might drop diamonds and king-level equipment, while killing beast kings always drops exclusive items. The first 5 to assemble a perfect set of diamonds and the first 5 to assemble a perfect set of king equipment earn a spot, a ticket to leave the dungeon alive. I thought I had struck it rich, but after flying for several days I couldn't encounter a single mythical beast. Finally, one day I came across a horde of them, a total of 11,111 ordinary beasts and 1 beast king clustered together. I flew for nearly 10 days and encountered 3 waves of these creatures. However, the spirit controlling the gear couldn't handle it and wouldn't let me continue the slaughter. It transported me to the last mission, which was somewhat of an Easter egg, and I completed it. Suchin briefly explained the copy mission, his tone carrying a mix of emotions. Damn it, the spirit really couldn't handle it, otherwise he might have gained 1 or 2 exclusive items, but it was also a blessing that I was transported to Panglai Immortal Mountain early. Otherwise, getting to Panglai Immortal Mountain and the 9 immortal steels would have been unlikely. This mission seemed simple, but it was actually an inescapable trap, not to mention the strength required. Anyone slightly unlucky would die there. Listening to this, Luo Tianxiang was amazed at the distribution of the mythical beasts. Seriously, 1 ordinary beasts and 1 beast king together split into 99 dens. It's incredibly hard to find just 1 den in such a vast copy. Even if you find 1, damn it, a whole den of mythical beasts plus a beast king is like delivering food. Sister, here's a piece of equipment that's just right for you. Su Chen thought of something. The equipment was precious, although he could sell it for gold coins or exchange it for something he could use. There was no need. After all, family is the most important thing. Oh, then sister, thanks you, little Chen, Luo Bingqing said, overjoyed. No matter the level of the equipment, she loved it because it was from Su Chen. Everyone was curious what kind of equipment it was. After all, this equipment came from the legendary catastrophe level copy. It must be extraordinary. Everyone looked at Su Chen, eager to know what it was. With a thought, Su Chen retrieved a piece of equipment from his spatial ring. As soon as the equipment appeared, it emitted a rainbow glow, dazzling to behold, and finally floated in front of Su Chen. Then, with a push of his mind, the equipment moved towards Luo Bingqing. Exclusive weapon, exclusive weapon. Seeing the weapon emitting a rainbow glow, everyone was amazed. Exclusive items were incredibly rare, especially weapons. Later, as they checked the weapons attributes, expressions changed rapidly on everyone's faces, and Luo Bingqing was so excited she almost jumped up. The Ice Seal Scepter, tailor-made for her. Her level was high, her talent monstrous, but she only had 1 exclusive piece of equipment and her weapon was just ordinary diamond level. Every time she went to a copy or training, she dreamed of exploding an exclusive weapon, but reality was too cruel. She never expected that little Chen would gift her an exclusive weapon, and precisely the one she had longed for. What shocked her even more was that this weapon was not just exclusive, the weapon's name was also followed by the word saint. This suffix has elevated the weapon to countless new levels. It's an eye-opener. It's my first time seeing such attribute entries. Luo Tianxiang sighed, his eyes full of envy. Damn it, living for so many years and it's the first time I've seen such impressive attributes. Is this considered a sacred weapon? Luo Bingqing turned to her grandfather and asked. Name: Icebound Scepter, Holy Exclusive Grade, Ungraded Entries, Multicolored Combat Power, 555555. Effect 1, Ice damage increased by 400%. Effect 2, Immunity to fire damage by 50%. Effect 3, defense increases by 300% when attacked. Effect 4, attack speed increased by 50%. Effect 5, 40% chance to unleash an Ice Peak Sword Rain covering an area of 300 by 300 by 300 meters. Just the increase in combat power has doubled her strength, a combat power of 555,555. 5 incredible attributes, that settles it, Luo Tianxiang said through gritted teeth. Damn it, how could he come across such a powerful weapon? It's a pity there are too few Beast Kings encountered, otherwise. Su Chen looked apologetic. It's a guaranteed drop from a monster, killed 99 but he only managed to kill 3. Damn it, you really scored. People can really drive you crazy with jealousy. After hearing Su Chen's words and seeing his expression, Luo Tianxiang was stunned for a moment before saying, this is infuriating. He stood up and walked outside the villa. Thank you, Su Chen. Luo Bingqing, happily securing the weapon, didn't even know what to say. Sister, you're being too formal, said Su Chen. By the way, how about I take you to the outer domain battlefield after a while? Luo Bingqing's eyes lit up as she spoke, watching Su Chen for his response. To be honest, she couldn't wait to head to the outer domain battlefield with Su Chen right now. The outer domain battlefield? Great. When Su Chen asked, instantly energized. What he wanted most now was to fight. It was a way to rapidly improve himself, and also his parents had disappeared in the outer domain battlefield. Disappearance didn't necessarily mean death. He had always hoped to go there one day, clinging to the hope of finding his parents. Now isn't the opportunity right here? In about half a month, isn't the Global University Student Exchange meeting starting soon? After the meeting we'll go to the outer domain battlefield, Luo Bingqing said. An exchange meeting? Is it important? Su Chen asked. Of course it's important. It's a showdown among the top talents globally, affecting the reputation and resources of the school, and it's also a chance for growth. Each university gets 10 spots. And you should have won too, Luo Bingqing explained. As a student of Kyoto University and a citizen of the Great Xia Empire, you definitely have to strive for Great Xia in Kyoto. However, she didn't elaborate on the exchange meeting because the school would explain it in due course. Later that evening, except for Luo Tianxiang, Luo Bingqing, Luo Xing'er and Su Yunji were all here for dinner. They didn't leave until it was late. Good night, Grandpa and Grandma. When it was 9 p.m., Su Chen bid his grandparents good night and then headed upstairs, continuing to catch up on sleep. Of course, I need to tally the spoils from this adventure in Panglai Wonderland. This time the hall is quite substantial. Lying on my bed, the task of organizing and counting is entirely handled by the system. Although the gains are extensive, the system quickly compiles and sorts them. A complete inventory appears on the virtual screen. Gun path fruits, 99 sword path fruits, 99 knife path fruits, 99 hammer path fruits, 99 universal fruits, 20.97 million universal immortal fruits, 99. These rewards from Mount Panglai are all fruits. Bronze level, 2,764 items. Silver level, 2,710 items. Gold level, 1,001 items. Diamond level, 323 items. Glory, 211 items. King level, 446 items. This equipment was obtained from hunting exotic beasts, including items in white, red and gold. There are hundreds of items in the Diamond, Glory and King categories, which is normal since the beasts I hunted range from 5th to 9th rank. Higher rank beasts naturally drop higher level equipment. The system organizes perfect sets of equipment. Su Chen instructs the system to assemble equipment of each level into sets. The surplus will be sold. Next, Su Chen checks the uses of the fruits. Gun path fruit enhances talent in the gun path profession. Each use increases proficiency by 30% with a maximum of 10 uses per person. Sword path fruit, knife path fruit and hammer path fruit follow the same pattern. Increase proficiency by 30% with a limit of 10 uses. A 30% increase in proficiency is not the most remarkable feature. The most remarkable is changing and enhancing professional talents. Universal fruit can enhance talent in any profession. Each use increases the current profession's proficiency by 30% with a maximum of 10 uses per person. This universal fruit works just like the sword and gun path fruits, but it can be used for any profession. Universal immortal fruit can enhance talent in any profession above the celestial rank. Each use increases the current profession's proficiency by 50%, effectively breaking through the 9th rank to advance to celestial rank with a maximum of 3 uses per person. Immortal fruits are even more extraordinary than the other fruits. These are used to enhance talents in professions above the celestial rank. Celestial rank refers to levels above the 9th rank. Regardless of the profession, there are 9 ranks, and above the 9th rank are the celestial ranks and beyond. I hadn't expected these fruits to be so extraordinary. Su Chen sighs. Each of these fruits represents a deadly temptation for any martial artist. This dungeon run has been hugely rewarding. Mount Panglai and the 9 immortal steels need not be checked now. Subsequently, Su Chen returns to the main panel of the virtual screen, curious about his current combat data. How much has it reached? After returning to the virtual screen, Su Chen realizes he forgot something. He still hasn't checked his equipment. Right, he still has an exclusive item, the Ring of Light, which surely needs to be equipped. Moreover, isn't there king-level perfect gear in the Yuan realm space that also needs to be swapped out? With this, wouldn't his combat power become even more terrifying? Checking name, Ring of Light, exclusive grade, ungraded term, colorful combat power, 88,888. Effect 1, 100% poison resistance. Effect 2, when attacking, the flame damage is increased by 200%. Effect 3, attack speed is increased by 50%. Effect 4, immunity to negative emotions is 100%. This is a normal exclusive equipment. Normal, but compared to Chung Luo Yaosher for ordinary equipment, it's quite extraordinary. Once equipped and changing other non-exclusive equipment to king-level perfection, wow, the attributes of the king-level perfect equipment are really strong. After Su Chen put on the equipment, he took a look at the king-level perfect equipment. This glance made him gasp in surprise. He saw the king-level ring. Combat power plus 200,000 points. All the other king perfects also add 200,000 combat power. Then Su Chen checked his diamonds and glory. The combat power of these equipment is very high. Or rather, starting from the diamond level, the attributes of the equipment are very high. Now let's just talk about the gold equipment: bronze, combat power plus 1000 points, silver, combat power plus 1800 points, gold, combat power plus 6000 points, diamond, combat power plus 20,000 points, glory, combat power plus 60,000 points, king, combat power plus 200,000 points. The higher the level of the equipment, the more terrifying the attributes. No wonder those high-level martial artists, even without exclusives, are so powerful. Turns out high-level equipment is so strong. Originally thought exclusives were the best. Now I understand, exclusives are strong in their attribute entries, but ordinary equipment, the higher the level, the higher the combat power. While later Su Chen finished equipping system version 1.0 name, Su Chen level 93, 6.01%. Luck plus 50, 0%. Combat power 2586375 mount, Qing Luo Divine Bird Wealth 77.36 million skills, end of the world spear technique basic, tier 7 0%. Special ability, endless domain SSS, tier 3 0%. Space, Yuan Realm Space SSS, 000%. Attribute points, 83.15 million. Note, combat power equals base plus equipment, X amplification multiplier. Goodness, seeing his own combat power reach 25.86 million. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Originally at 9.7 million after switching to king level in the Ring of Light, as well as integrating 9 immortal steels and Mount Panglai, and including the 250% from Yuan Realm Space and 140% from 7th tier spearmanship, his combat power has now directly reached 25.86 million, over 20 million combat power. Besides combat power, his attribute points have also reached 83.15 million. The Panglai Fairyland copy is really strong, soaring to the heavens. Alright, time to sleep. I'll upgrade the space domain and spearmanship when I have time. Su Chen closed the virtual light screen, feeling a bit tired. Normally, with so many attribute points, he should upgrade Yuan Realm Space Endless Domain and End of the World Spear Technique, but he's a bit tired now. After all, the attribute points won't run away, he'll upgrade them when he has time. Besides, he's at home now, very safe, no need to rush to improve himself. The next copy, or the outer domain battlefield, pushing to level 100 advancing the spear path to the heavenly tier, Su Chen muttered to himself, setting the goal. In a moment he drifted into dreamland. The next day, early in the morning, Su Chen was dragged out of bed by Luo Xing'er, a scenario to which he had long since become accustomed. He wasn't curious about why Luo Xing'er was up so early. It was a given that if it was a school day, she would inevitably come to his house and pull him out of bed. Take it easy, take it easy. A girl should be more reserved, Su Chen muttered, rubbing his eyes, still groggy with sleep. Who didn't have a bit of morning crankiness? Oh, he used to have it too, but ever since Luo Xing'er grew up, his morning grumpiness had all but vanished. It wasn't like he could scold her. She was so small, a single punch would make her cry, and then he'd have to console her. That was a thankless task he preferred to avoid. Reserved? I am very reserved. Look, isn't this graceful? Upon hearing this, Luo Xing'er giggled and struck a ladylike pose, the epitome of elegance. Indeed, she was quite wild at home, but outside she was the belle of the ball, the school beauty adored by all, a goddess dreamed of by countless proud young men, yet unattainable. Let's go, Su Chen said. He acknowledged that Luo Xing'er was beautiful, but he had grown somewhat immune to beauty. His sister was a stunning beauty and ice queen. Luo Xing'er was a breathtaking beauty. Inha Jin was also very beautiful, so was their tutor Nangong Xian. It seemed that the girls he encountered were seldom less than beautiful, at most just ordinary. That was just the circle they were in. Yes, Sir. Luo Xing'er made a face and left the room to go downstairs. Su Chen got up, washed up, dressed, and went downstairs. He saw Luo Xing'er at the breakfast table eating like a little hamster. Isn't sister going to school? Su Chen asked as he sat opposite Luo Xing'er. She's also at Kyoto University. She hasn't reached level 100 or completed 4 years, so she's still studying, Luo Xing'er replied. She had left with Luo Bingqing, who drove to school while she came to Su Chen's place. Xing'er, what level are you at now, and what tier are your skills? Su Chen inquired. At Kyoto University she was a diamond copy player. She had chosen the dire level, which should yield considerable gains. I used the triple experience scroll you gave me. I'm already level 84. As for skills, only 4th tier at 77%, Luo Xing'er answered. She was proud of her level, as she had reached level 84 after just 2 instances. However, she felt somewhat disheartened about her skills as they were only at 4th tier 77%, which, while high compared to other martial artists or prodigies who might not even reach 4th tier in several years, still left her feeling unsatisfied. She felt she had a significant gap to close with her brother and sister. Here, take this. One every 5 days. Su Chen glanced at Luo Xing'er and took out 3 omnipotent fruits from the spatial realm. He could have given her more, but he chose to limit it, perhaps to encourage her to strive harder. Worried that she would use them up too quickly, though her skills improved swiftly, such sudden and unexpected gifts might weaken her reliance on the treasures. So he decided to give her only 3 for now and more later. What's this? Thank you, brother, you're the best. Luo Xing'er looked at the fruit about the size of her fist, momentarily stunned. What kind of fruit is this? I've never seen it before. However, she soon realized that this was no ordinary fruit but a rare and precious treasure. She quickly took it and examined it closely, not forgetting to express her gratitude, a truly polite and well-mannered child. Luo Xing'er's cheeks puffed out as she gazed at the fruit, and soon she understood all about the miraculous, universal fruit. At that moment her pretty delicate face lit up with excitement. No way, next time there's a dungeon, I'm coming with you. I didn't realize there were such magical treasures in this world. This is great, I'm about to reach the 5th level of skills too, Luo Xing'er said excitedly. The universal fruit could enhance her professional talents. After enhancing her talents, she would learn skills even faster. Moreover, consuming this fruit would immediately improve her skill proficiency by 30%. With 77% at level 4 inch plus this 30%, she would directly reach level 5. You'll have to work hard then. Have you finished eating? Su Chen ate quickly, prioritizing speed. Taking more than 20 minutes was disrespectful to the meal, let alone for breakfast. Come on, you're rushing me even for eating breakfast, Luo Xing'er replied as she put away the fruit and continued eating. In 3 minutes, the two changed shoes and left the living room, driving to school. Soon, they arrived at the school. The parking spot was empty. Clearly, Chen Xiao and Chen Xiaofeng were too scared to bother Su Chen again, knowing well that Su Chen could access legendary dungeons. His strength and talents must be formidable. The brothers wouldn't dare provoke him now. Avoiding him was the best they could do. By brother, Luo Xing'er waved her little hand as she headed to her classroom. See you. Su Chen waved back coolly and headed to his classroom too. Upon arrival, the other students were already there, engaged in a heated discussion about the calamity level dungeon. Especially since the appearance of Inha Jin had shocked them, given that Inha Jin had chosen a calamity level dungeon. Inha Jin, is the calamity level dungeon difficult? How did you manage it? Really impressive that you could survive a calamity level. I wouldn't dare try even a dire level, let alone calamity level. What level are you now, Inha Jin? Did Su Chen go with you to the same dungeon? Has he returned? The classroom was buzzing with excitement and envy. After all, surviving a legendary calamity level dungeon was a matter of great honor, and surely one wouldn't return from such a dungeon without significant gains. Su Chen is here. Su Chen, tell us about the calamity level. Come on, enlighten us. Oh, the teacher is here. Upon seeing Su Chen, everyone greeted him warmly. However, when they were talking to Su Chen, they noticed that the instructor Nangong Xian had also appeared at the classroom door. Suddenly, the entire classroom fell silent, completely quieting down. It's bustling here. Have you reached level 50 yet? Have your skills reached the 6th tier? Is your combat power over a million? Nangong Xian stepped into the classroom and walked up to the podium. Her gaze swept over all the students as she launched into a martial artist's version of the soul-stirring triple question. These questions struck right to the heart. With these inquiries, among the 30 students in the class, 28 were left utterly dumbfounded. They were at a loss for words. The instructor loved to throw cold water on their enthusiasm. All right, everyone else head to the virtual room. Su Chen, Inha Jin, follow me to my office. Nangong Xian looked over the quiet students and nodded in satisfaction. Their talents might be slightly lacking, but at least they are obedient, she then arranged. For the next part of the lesson, while the others headed to the virtual room, she summoned Su Chen and Inha Jin to her office, likely to discuss the instance report. They had gone straight home after returning from the instance yesterday and hadn't written their report. Typically, after returning from an instance, it's required to write an instance report to help future adventurers understand more about the current instance conditions. However, no one had ever returned from a disaster grade instance before. Now, as Su Chen and Inha Jin had returned from such an instance, their report was especially crucial. The school and indeed martial artists worldwide were deeply concerned about the content of this disaster grade instance, coupled with a curiosity for the unknown. Soon Inha Jin and Su Chen followed Nangong Xian to her office. First, write out the instance report here. Later, I'll take it to the principal. Regarding personal secrets, do not include them in the report. Try to maintain the perspective of an observer, Nangong Xian instructed them. She was curious about how Su Chen and Inha Jin had completed the mission but needed to remind them about the confidentiality of personal secrets. After all, as their instructor, she was responsible for their welfare. Understood, instructor. Both students nodded. Then, as Nangong Xian left the office, Inha Jin said, I'll write it. He sought Su Chen's opinion. Thank you, that would be great. Su Chen nodded. Inha Jin then began to write the report with Su Chen watching. After half an hour, the report was completed and signed by both. As they had faced the same instance, one report was sufficient. Finally, it's done. This year, in the Battle of the Prodigies, we will definitely crush those incompetents from Great Xia. Over at Sistan University's Magic Array Plaza, a beam of light rapidly descended and landed on the ground. When the light vanished, a figure appeared. He was a blonde-haired young man with blue eyes and a hawkish nose, giving off a cunning and sinister vibe typical of Westerners. His name was Pu Shi, known as the top prodigy of Sistan University. It was said his talent exceeded the SSS level, rated as SSS+. After awakening, he managed to push his level to 90 within a month. Reportedly, his combat power surpassed 1,000,000 inch and his Thunder Hammer technique reached the 7th tier, making him terrifyingly powerful. Many formidable opponents stood no chance against him. Another reason was that he possessed a hidden profession and a life-bound divine skill. During the last battle of the prodigies, he was coincidentally inside an instance and missed the battle. Filled with an immense sense of regret, he resolved that this year he would dominate all challengers, especially the prodigies from the Great Xia Empire. He had just emerged from a perilous dungeon instance, having reached level 100. His combat power and skills had reached terrifying levels. Pusi Nangong Shengmingchen Beixian, wait for me. In this year's Battle of the Prodigies, you will be mere stepping stones for me. The European Union, the Royal Academy, the top prestigious school in Europe and ranked among the top 5 globally, showcases its strength. Derek, the top prodigy of the Royal Academy, had narrowly lost to the champion from Jianghan University in the last Battle of the Prodigies. However, he no longer considered the Jianghan champion a threat, instead focusing on other formidable newcomers who did not compete in the last battle but whose strength was immensely terrifying. They were bound to be his rivals this year. Alright, that's the end of the dungeon report. You can go back to the classroom. We have more classes after lunch. By the way, do you understand what the Battle of the Prodigies is? Asked Nangong Xian upon returning to the office and reviewing the completed dungeon report written by Inha Jin, nodding in satisfaction yet inwardly shocked by the terrifying level of the disaster class dungeon. If it were her, now entering such a disaster class dungeon would mean certain death with no return. Teacher, I don't know about the Battle of the Prodigies, Inha Jin said. Alright, I will explain it to you later. For now, go back to the classroom. Nangong Xian waved her hand. By the way, Inha Jin, is your surname In or Inhai? As they left the office and walked towards the classroom, neither spoke. Breaking the silence, Su Chen asked, My surname is Inhai and my given name is Jin. I also have a younger sister named Lan. Inhai Jin replied, her beautiful eyes searching Su Chen's face for something, but finding nothing, she felt a trace of disappointment. Inhai, a compound surname? This is the first time I've heard it, Su Chen thought to himself, feeling perhaps he was just uninformed. Well, it's just a surname after all, he reasoned. Su Chen. Inhai Jin stopped and called out. Yes, Su Chen answered. You need to grow up fast, Inhai Jin said. You too, Su Chen responded, somewhat puzzled by her words but thinking it perhaps just a common encouragement among classmates. Yes, I do need to grow up fast as well. Let's encourage each other. Inhai Jin smiled differently, made a cheering gesture and then stepped ahead into the classroom before Su Chen, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Su Chen watched her retreating figure, momentarily taken aback, then also entered the classroom. Inside, the other classmates had not yet returned, leaving only Su Chen and Inhai Jin together in the room, yet neither spoke. Half an hour later, Nangong Xian and the other students gradually returned to the classroom. Today's lesson is on the Tower of Heaven. Have any of you encountered this concept before? Nangong Xian stood at the podium and began the lecture. Today our topic is the Tower of Heaven. No, I haven't encountered it. I've heard a bit from the elders, but not much. I've never heard of it. The students in the class responded one after another. Only a very few students had heard of the Tower of Heaven, but their knowledge was limited. Su Chen was also curious. What is the Tower of Heaven? Needless to say, it must be related to martial artists and dungeons, so let's review the dungeon tiers. The dungeon tiers we know of are bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and legend. However, these are not the only dungeon tiers. We only know of these because these are the ones that humanity has developed. Do you know where the dungeon resources come from? This is the point of our lecture today. The resources for the dungeons come from the Tower of Heaven, Nan Gongxian stated earnestly. As she spoke, she made markings and notes on the electronic blackboard to help the students remember. 1,000 years ago, humanity was in a period of rapid development. One day, a disaster struck, accompanied by the invasion of strange beasts, leading to a catastrophic disaster for humanity. It was then that the Tower of Heaven appeared, bringing with it fundamental knowledge of cultivation that changed the worldview of that era, which is the background and worldview of today's world, awakening. Becoming stronger, it all started with the Tower of Heaven. There were prodigies who attempted to conquer the Tower of Heaven, and upon conquering it, they obtained the dungeons. 1,000 years have passed and humanity has mastered countless dungeon resources, but the highest are only the legendary dungeons. Higher-level dungeons remain unattained because no one has been able to conquer the Tower of Heaven. The Tower of Heaven appears every 30 years, and this year it is due to arrive again. The tower will remain for 1 month, so there is only 1 month for the entire world to attempt to conquer the Tower of Heaven, Nan Gongxian said, her emotions fluctuating slightly because this is another critical moment for humanity's future for the next 30 years. Whether Daxia can become stronger and advance further depends on the Tower of Heaven, or rather, it depends on Daxia's prodigies who will attempt to conquer the Tower of Heaven. Entry to the Tower of Heaven is restricted, only prodigies under the age of 22 are allowed to enter. 1 month is clearly not enough given the vast global population to compete for the opportunity to enter the Tower of Heaven. The 3 great empires erupted into several major wars. Eventually, it was decided that the Battle of Prodigies would determine who gets the slots and resources. Instructor, can we attempt to conquer the Tower of Heaven? A student asked. With so many exceptional talents worldwide, is it really impossible to conquer the Tower of Heaven? Then can our prodigies from Kyoto University attempt it? Yes, but the slots are limited. Only the strongest among the prodigies qualify to attempt the Tower of Heaven, hence the Battle of Prodigies emerged. The Battle of Prodigies occurs every year, but the true Battle of Prodigies happens only once every 30 years. Each university globally gets 10 slots, and then everyone competes together for rankings. The top 5 universities will earn the right to attempt to conquer the Tower of Heaven, Nan Gongxian explained with a smile. The chosen ones set out to conquer the Tower of Heaven, a task only feasible for those with unparalleled talents. Moreover, one must emerge victorious in fierce competition to qualify for this challenge. Clearly, among the students in the class, only Su Chen and Inha Jin possessed the credentials to partake in the Battle of the Chosen. As such, this matter was of no concern to the others. Indeed, it was something for Inha Jin and Su Chen to handle. Upon hearing Nan Gongxian's words, the classmates felt disheartened. Only the most exceptional could participate in the Battle of the Chosen, and even then securing a chance to conquer the tower wasn't guaranteed. As for the Tower of Heaven, it comprised 9 levels, with the 6th level already conquered 200 years ago. The 7th level, however, remained unconquered. Nan Gongxian explained that if the 7th level were to be taken, it would revolutionize the global martial community. The challenges in the tower grew tougher with each level, and while the 6th had been breached long ago, the 7th level remains silent and undefeated. That will be all for today's lesson, Nan Gongxian announced, deciding that Su Chen would receive a spot in the Battle of the Chosen. At the same time, she requested Inha Jin to stay behind for unknown reasons. Goodbye, teacher, the students chorused as Su Chen and the others left the classroom and walked towards their cars. Their Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing were already waiting. Xing'er's sister Su Chen greeted as he approached. Su Chen, you got a spot in the Battle of the Chosen, right? Luo Bingqing asked. Yes. What's up, sister? Su Chen replied, nodding. I was also offered a spot, but I declined, Luo Bingqing revealed, which left Su Chen puzzled. Why? He asked instinctively. I was injured during a battle in the Outer Realms, which affected my performance, Luo Bingqing said calmly, her eyes flashing with a fire of vengeance. It was clear she harbored deep resentment towards her enemy. Sister, tell me who hurt you. I'll avenge you, Su Chen declared confidently. If Luo Bingqing was injured but not killed, it meant her assailant was nearly as powerful as she was, making the situation seem more manageable. Alright, after the Battle of the Chosen, we'll head to the Outer Realms. While training there, I discovered a secret site, Luo Bingqing added. Just then, as they prepared to leave, a tall, handsome young man with a confident smile approached them, radiating a strong presence. Bingqing, he greeted, stopping not far from the trio. His gaze carried a burning intensity. When he glanced at Luo Xing'er, a flicker of greed flashed through his eyes, though it was swiftly concealed. However, when his gaze shifted to Su Chen, it was tinged with a hint of hostility. Yes, hostility. There was some, but not much, because he didn't regard Su Chen as a worthy opponent. Chen Xinghe, is there something you need? Luo Bingqing frowned slightly, but out of politeness she still responded. She knew that Chen Beixian was pursuing her, but she had no interest in him at all. In fact, she was somewhat repulsed by him. Unlike her, a student at Kyoto University, Chen Xinghe was the pride of Jianghan University, often creating coincidental encounters at Kyoto University. Both universities were in Kyoto, nearly 12 miles apart. In her presence, Chen Xinghe always carried his arrogant sense of superiority, being the top student of Jianghan University. Moreover, the Chen family was one of the top 10 wealthiest families in Kyoto. Superior indeed, but she simply couldn't stand him. Bingqing, are you free today? I just found a nice restaurant on my way here and I heard their dishes are excellent. How about we go and try it out? Chen Xinghe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. In doing so, he completely ignored Su Chen and Luo Xing'er. Sister, who is he? His gaze doesn't seem very kind. He's inviting you out right in front of your boyfriend. Luo Xing'er suddenly spoke up, visibly annoyed at being treated as if she were invisible. She also noticed the malevolent look in the young man's eyes towards her. Such a despicable appearance really deserving a beating. In her view, now was the time for her brother to step in. Chen Xinghe from Jianghan University. Luo Bingqing was momentarily stunned by her sister's remark, then quickly realized that her sister wanted her to use Su Chen as a shield. Although it was just using him as a shield, she felt an inexplicable shiver in her heart. What? Bingqing, when did you get a boyfriend? Even if you're looking for a shield, pick someone decent. What is this? Chen Xinghe was also taken aback. What? Luo Bingqing has a boyfriend? You must be joking. How can someone I fancy have a boyfriend? His heart surged with rage, feeling utterly humiliated, as he had considered Luo Bingqing off limits since the moment he met her. Then he realized it wasn't really a boyfriend, just a shield. Chen Xinghe burst into laughter, taking the opportunity to humiliate Su Chen. In his eyes, who allowed you to enter Luo Bingqing's field of vision? Dare to harbor any other intentions and I can make you disappear from this world in a minute. What nonsense. Oh, this dog dares to act cheap in front of me. Whose dog is this without a leash? If no one claims it, then I guess I have to step in. Su Chen was initially indifferent, but being insulted he felt provoked. This damn fool, even worse than the Chen brothers. After he spoke, his figure twisted strangely and then disappeared, only to reappear in front of Chen Xinghe. With a swift punch he smashed into Chen Xinghe's face. Chen Xinghe's expression changed instantly. He had not expected Su Chen to dare to insult him, let alone strike him, and what he least expected was Su Chen's incredible speed. By the time he reacted, a fist had already thundered into his face. With a loud bang, a punch landed hard on his face. Chen Xinghe felt dizzy, spitting out blood along with several teeth flying out. Bang, 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 the punches kept falling relentlessly. Chen Xinghe had no strength to fight back, he even forgot to unleash his own combat strength and skills, stunned by the barrage of blows. At that moment, he seemed like an ordinary person without any talents or strength. Bro, stop for a moment and let me kick him too, came the excited voice of Luo Xing'er. Following that, a beautiful figure rushed over, throwing punches and kicks without any technique, much like a street brawl. Chen Xinghe now felt like he wanted to die. Damn it, when did I ever end up in such a situation? This is too damn infuriating. What are you guys doing? After what seemed like an eternity, a familiar voice rang out. Su Chen and Luo Xing'er stopped their assault and quickly stepped back, creating a distance from Chen Xinghe. Instructor. Su Chen saw that it was Nangong Xian and quickly called out, then stood beside Nangong Xian like a well-behaved child. What is that thing? Nangong Xian looked in the distance, seeing something dressed like a human but with a face swollen like a pig's head. Is that thing a person? Pfft, Instructor Nangong, that's Chen Xinghe from Jianghan University. Here's what happened. Xing'er and I were waiting for little Chen after school when out of nowhere students from another school came over and started insulting little Chen, and then it just escalated from there, Luo Bingqing explained. To tell the truth, she was struggling to hold back her laughter. Chen Xinghe, is he human? I remember now, Jianghan University has a prodigy named Chen Xinghe, but how did he end up like this? Nangong Xian was completely speechless. This guy Su Chen always getting into fights. Last time he beat up Chen Xiao and his brothers, and now he's beaten up Jianghan University's top prodigy Chen Xinghe. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Chen Xiao Chen Xiaofeng Chen Xinghao, all surnamed Chen and all beaten by Su Chen. Could there be an age-old feud between the Su and Chen families? Damn it, ambushing me, I'll kill you. Chen Xingha, after suffering a severe beating, was even more devastated mentally. At this moment he could feel several mocking gazes upon him. He staggered to his feet, struggling to open his swollen eyes to find Su Chen. It took him a while to see clearly because of the swelling. I say, student, what do you think you're doing? Nangong Xian spoke up, sternly scolding, dared to bully my student in front of me, what a joke. Again, this is Kyoto University, you a student from Jianghan University come here to cause trouble. This is a provocation to Kyoto University, isn't it? He hit me first, look at what he did to me. Chen Xinghe was almost furious. The other person is a teacher, and yourself a student from another school getting beaten up in Kyoto University, that's not reasonable. As a student from Jianghan University coming here to bully freshmen, that's really an eye-opener. Let me treat you, go back to your school and write a self-criticism report, otherwise this matter escalating will do you no good, Nangong Xian said coldly. As she spoke she waved her slender hand, a mysterious power appeared, a power that seemed capable of reviving all things. When the power landed on Chen Xinghe, his injuries healed. However, his face was still swollen and several teeth were missing and couldn't be restored. Overall, it was no big deal. Anyone who wasn't a fool could see that Nangong Xian did it intentionally. With her level 99 strength and SSS grade talent in reviving all things, healing someone was incredibly easy for her. As long as you're not dead, she could save you. But today she only healed him halfway, clearly on purpose. You just wait. Chen Xinghe felt stifled but was helpless. Just great, running over here from Jianghan University to get beaten up and ridiculed. Who can he even talk to about this? At this moment he wasn't foolish, knowing that staying would only add to the mockery. He had to leave quickly and find an opportunity to kill the person who embarrassed him. Of course, he didn't forget to throw a threat as he left. Trash, if you dare, don't leave. Next time I see you, I'll beat you every time. Su Chen yelled. Damn, anyone can talk big. That's enough from you. You've been in school for a month and fought 3 times. Nangong Xian glared at Su Chen. This guy, what a temperament. Just arrived at Kyoto University and already fought 3 times, truly unmatched. Advisor will be leaving first. Su Chen didn't want to confront the advisor, quickly said a word, pulled Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing and hurriedly started the car. Luo Bingqing also drove her own car. The 3 of them left the school. Soon, the 3 of them in 2 cars arrived at the riverside. Brother, goodbye, Luo Xing'er waved. Today she needed to go home to consume the universal fruit, yet goodbye. Oh sister, here is your fruit. Su Chen waved his hands, suddenly thought of the universal fruit and then took out 3 fruits from the Yuan realm space and passed them over. What kind of fruit is this? Luo Bingqing asked, taking it over. It enhances professional talent. Goodbye. Su Chen waved his hand and then drove the car into Villa number 9. Outside the villa, Luo Bingqing looked at the 3 fruits in her hands, her exquisitely beautiful face showing a look of shock, for she had already seen the information about this universal fruit. You have one too, right? Luo Bingqing put away the universal fruit and looked at Luo Xing'er. She had confirmed that her sister already had the fruit, otherwise given her personality she would have definitely asked for one. Brother gave it to me this morning. Luo Xing'er nodded, her demeanor obedient. Returning home, Su Chen greeted his grandparents before heading upstairs to shower and change clothes. After that he took out a Gundao fruit from the Yuan realm space. The Gundao fruit, similar to the universal fruit, specifically enhances talents related to gunmanship and related skills, while the universal fruit can enhance any profession. The fruit, the size of a girl's fist, was quickly consumed by Su Chen. It was sweet and melted instantly upon entering his mouth. Simultaneously his entire body felt warm as if soaking in a hot spring, and his professional talent became mysteriously enhanced, indescribable by words. Then Su Chen sat cross-legged, focusing intently on refining the Gundao fruit. As time ticked by he absorbed all the energy from the fruit. When he checked the virtual screen, indeed his apocalypse gun technique had improved by 30%, now reaching the 7th tier at 30%. He decided, before participating in the Battle of the Tianjiao, to enhance his gun technique to the 8th tier. After all, he possessed 99 Gundao fruits, over 2 million universal fruits, and 99 universal immortal fruits. Using these fruits to enhance his technique meant he could save his attribute points. 1 fruit a day, Su Chen muttered to himself as he opened his eyes softly. In Kyoto, at the Nanhua Manor, this place was the stronghold of one of Kyoto's top 10 wealthy families, the Chen family. Those living here were core members of the Chen family, including the distinguished prodigies. In Villa Number 3, Chen Tianhua frowned upon seeing his son's condition. As for his son, he really had nothing to say. Among his peers in the top 10 wealthy families, he was one of the very best, even hailed as the top prodigy of Hanjiang University, an SSS grade extraordinary talent and the future powerhouse and pillar of the Chen family. Essentially, aside from dismantling the ancestral hall, which was not allowed, the Chen family did everything they could to groom him as the successor. Chen Xinghe had always lived up to the expectations and never caused any worries, but now finding his son beaten to a pulp was utterly shocking. Who would have the audacity and strength to do this to the future successor of the Chen family? No peer could match such prowess. Dad, I was attacked by a nobody, Chen Xinghe stammered upon hearing his father's words, struggling to explain himself. Being beaten up by an unknown nobody turned into a laughingstock would be a joke among other prodigies if word got out. Thus he hurriedly made an excuse. It was a sneak attack. Nonsense, he thought. Who would believe such a lame excuse? A top-tier prodigy like you getting successfully ambushed by a nobody. Even if it was an ambush, it only shows your lack of strength. In this world, who announces 1, 2, 3 start before a fight? Ha, what a story you have, getting beaten by a nobody and still talking about an ambush. Aren't you ashamed? Seeing you talk like this, it's clear how upset you are. Stand straight and tell me the truth. What exactly happened? Chen Tianhua glanced at his son. A mix of anger and amusement crossed his face. Yes, he was actually amused by his son's words and deeds. Would you die if you told the truth? Such words are a disgrace to martial artists. But anger aside, what enraged him more was figuring out who dared to strike the heir of the Chen family. Was this a provocation against the Chen family? They must really not regard the Chen family highly. Chen Xinghe, realizing he couldn't hide the truth, had no choice but to be honest. He wasn't foolish. With the Chen family's connections and network, uncovering the truth about an incident was as easy as flipping one's hand. He then recounted the day's events without embellishment or exaggeration, which wasn't necessary anyway, since he had been beaten up almost immediately upon his arrival at Kyoto University without even exchanging a few words. This was one of the sources of his fury. Beaten without speaking, wrong, beaten after barely speaking, and continued to be beaten even when he stopped talking. And during the beating, his crush watched and a young girl punched and kicked him. As a peerless genius, he never imagined finding himself in such a situation. This would be an indelible stain in his life. Even the professor at Kyoto University, who was very skilled in healing arts, only healed him halfway, intentionally leaving his face swollen like a pig's head. Did you hear what that young man's name was? Chen Tianhua asked after hearing his son's account, his expression turning grave. Perhaps things were bad. He wasn't afraid of Luo Tianxian, but he feared another person. The Chen family couldn't afford to provoke that individual. It seemed like Luo Bingqing called him Xiao Chen, and he referred to Luo Bingqing as sister. Chen Xinghe recalled. That was all he could remember. The scenes were few, or rather he spent 2/3 of his time at Kyoto University being beaten up. Damn it, just stay at home and don't cause trouble. There are some people even the Chen family can't afford to offend. This matter ends with you. Chen Tianhua pondered for a moment and then sternly admonished Chen Xinghe. He had already thought of some terrible things. At this moment he was still scared. Dad, Chen Xinghe, seeing his father speak this way, was somewhat puzzled. Initially he had wanted to use some of the family's power to make that guy disappear, but his father's current demeanor made him fearful. Remember what I've told you, it ends here. Otherwise, for the sake of the Chen family, I wouldn't mind considering disposing of you. Chen Tianhua's gaze was sharp. This was both a warning and a threat, clearly indicating that this matter should be laid to rest, and if something went wrong he would sacrifice Chen Xinghe for the sake of the Chen family. The next day, early morning as usual, Luo Xinghe dragged him up to wash and get dressed. They left the room, went downstairs, finished breakfast, and together they headed to school. Su Chenin had Jean, you two come with me to the multifunction room. The rest go to virtual reality. Those with good grades might consider taking a couple of days off to watch the Battle of Tinjia. Those with poor grades continue attending classes. Nan Gongxin announced as she arrived in the classroom. He spoke and then left the classroom on his own. Su Chen and Inha Jin followed behind him. The other students immediately headed to the simulation room. However, the news that they might get a 2-day break to watch the Battle of the Champions filled everyone with anticipation. The global Battle of the Champions featured clashes between exceptionally talented individuals at their peak. It can be said that the most exciting battles were almost all of the SSS rank. Many competitors were even nearing level 100. Watching such battles could greatly benefit one's own skills. 3 minutes later, in the multifunction room, when they arrived, other people were already there. 8 instructors, 8 students, along with the principal and the head of teaching, were present. "All right, everyone is here," announced someone. "Based on our research decision, the school has chosen 10 of you to go to the Tongtian mountain range to participate in the annual Battle of the Champions, which occurs once every 30 years. We hope you will strive for the honor of the school and the future of the Great Xia." After Su Chen and Inha-jin were seated, the principal began to speak. "This meeting is because of the Battle of the Champions. It happens once a year and every 30 years. This year's battle will determine who qualifies to enter the Tongtian Tower and also serves as a ranking match for resources within the tower. Even if one does not qualify to enter the tower, the higher your ranking, the better the resources the school receives. Your talents and strengths are undeniable. However, when facing the enemy, you need to remain calm but also be prepared to go all out. Tomorrow you will head to the Tongtian mountain range. That's why we've gathered you here today, to familiarize yourselves with the data on your opponents. Knowing both your enemies and yourself will ensure you are never in peril." The principal continued speaking. After finishing, he looked towards the head of teaching, who activated the electronic screen. Names of schools and their remarkable champions appeared one after the other, although the exact members sent by the opposing schools were unknown. It was generally certain who their champions would be. The occasional exception was normal, such as with Inha-jin and Su Chen from Kyoto University, who were relatively unknown due to their short appearance time, making it difficult for others to know of their existence. The same was true for other schools. As time ticked by, in about an hour, they had gone through the data of over 200 top schools and their champions. Alright, that is the data on the schools and champions. You can only understand so much from this information, since everyone has their hidden strengths and cards up their sleeves. In a moment I will send this information to your warrior screen so that you can examine it closely," said the head of teaching as he turned off the electronic screen. He then addressed the students. "Do you have any questions? If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask and we can work out the solutions together." The principal spoke again, glancing over the 10 students. These 10 represented the strongest presence from Kyoto University over the past 3 years and were the hope of Kyoto University. How much ranking and resources Kyoto University could gain depended on them. "It's all up to them," the principal began, addressing the assembled students. "The Battle of the Prodigies, how shall it proceed? Will it take place in a virtual world or the real world? What about casualties?" Su Chen spoke up. "Is it a team battle or individual combat?" The principal explained. "Participants will enter a special space where no real harm can come to anyone, as per tradition. Scores are calculated based on points. Each person will have 3 chances to fight in randomly matched battles. Winning earns 1 point, losing deducts 1. Teams also get 3 random matches, with each victory earning 10 points and each loss deducting 5. Additionally, each person has 1 opportunity to initiate a challenge where a victory brings in 1 point, but a defeat costs 2 and 1 chance to respond to a challenge. Winning these earns 2 points, losing deducts 1. Teams have a single opportunity to initiate a team challenge, with a victory worth 5 points and a loss costing 10 and 1 to respond to a challenge, earning 10 for a win and losing 5 for a defeat. The highest score determines the first place. If scores are tied, the team leaders will fight with the winner ranking above the loser," detailed the principal while the head teacher recorded everything on an electronic screen. "Actually, the fight is quite straightforward. Strength is supreme, whether in team or individual combat, whether initiating or responding to challenges. All battles occur in a special space, ensuring no real injuries," the principal continued. "And the rewards?" Su Chen inquired. "Since there's competition and outcomes, there must be rewards." "What are they?" Hearing Su Chen mention rewards sparked curiosity among the other students. "Yes, what are the rewards? For the top 10, each person gets 50 million. For the top 5, 100 million each. The top 3 each receive 200 million. Significant personal contributions will be rewarded with a piece of exclusive equipment," the principal said with a smile. This little fellow is really focused on the money. But that's normal. What martial artist doesn't need resources? Rewards are motivating. "Principal, I was asking about the Tower of Heaven." Su Chen sighed, a bit frustrated. "You seem to be quite fixated on money. I was asking about the rewards for the Tower of Heaven, not personal rewards. Aren't we doing all this for the greater good of the Great Xia, for humanity?" "Oh, that." The principal paused, then continued. "Actually, the whole point of this Battle of the Prodigies for all the schools is to vie for the resources of the Tower of Heaven. Resources up to the 6th floor are usually divided during the current Battle of the Prodigies. The top 5 schools prodigies have the right to challenge the Tower of Heaven. If they succeed, they can claim 1/3 of the resources. The other 2/3 are distributed based on the school's rankings. It's been 210 years and no one has been able to conquer the 7th floor. Realizing the confusion, the principal clarified further about the rewards related to the Tower of Heaven. In essence, for all the university's prodigies engaged in this battle, if they do not succeed in conquering the Tower of Heaven, everything else is in vain. Following that, the other students asked questions and the principal answered each one. An hour later, the meeting concluded. Tomorrow at noon, 10 people will gather at the school and then take a spacecraft to the Tongtian Mountains. Driving, one person returned to the villa. Since Luoshinger still had classes, he only held a meeting today. No need for classes, so he went home first. Grandpa, Grandma, tomorrow I will go to the Tongtian Mountains with the school to participate in the Battle of Tianjiao. When he got home, he saw his grandparents and the Luotian couple drinking tea in the pavilion of the villa. He went up to greet them and then informed them that he would be away from home for 2 days. The Battle of Tianjiao, another 30 years. Upon hearing this, Luotian got excited. Unfortunately, no matter 30 years, the 7th level is fundamentally unbeatable. If someone could truly conquer the 7th level, it would be an earth-shattering achievement for humanity, causing a revolutionary change. Because today's martial artists have reached a bottleneck, only by conquering the 7th level can this bottleneck be broken. At that time, the power of the martial artists will transform fundamentally. For instance, the 6th level only contains legendary instances. The equipment dropped from these legendary instances is only for kings, so the king's level is the ceiling for martial artists. If the 7th level is conquered, the instances that appear might be of epic proportion. The equipment dropped could be of epic or legendary level. Isn't that a significant change? That's not just substantial, it's huge. It's also good to go out and gain some experience. Keep it up, Su Jingtian said calmly. Although Kyoto University is strong and Su Chen is extraordinarily talented, pushing Kyoto University into the top 5 is very, very difficult. Besides, even if it enters the top 5, so what? Because the 7th level can't be conquered, it's all in vain. Understood, Su Chen nodded. Tongtian Tower, the 7th level, is it really that hard? Su Chen was very curious because he saw that everyone who mentioned the 7th level of the Tongtian Tower seemed helpless. Needless to say, this level is difficult to conquer even with the power of the world's elites combined. How difficult could it be? Well, for a moment his fighting spirit was fierce. He wanted to try the Tongtian Tower. Then he returned to his room, took a bath and changed clothes. Then he took out a gundao fruit from the Yuan realm space and ate it in a few bites, metabolizing. In half an hour he completely metabolized the gundao fruit. The annihilation gun technique increased from 70% of the 7th rank to 60%. Before going to the Tongtian Tower tomorrow, metabolize 2 more, Su Chen muttered to himself. It's already 60%. He didn't rely on the gundao fruit because after all he completely relied on attribute points to improve the annihilation gun technique. The next day Su Chen slept in. Because he wouldn't go to the school to gather until noon, there was no need to go so early. Luoshinger also sensibly didn't come to wake him up, perhaps knowing that he was participating in the Battle of Tianjiao. So let him sleep a bit longer. At 10 o'clock Su Chen got up, washed up, dressed. He walked out of the room, went downstairs and saw not only his grandparents in the living room but also Luo Tian and Su Yunji as well as Lu Bingqing and Luoshinger. They were all here, not going to school. Luo Shinger waved at Su Chen as he came downstairs, immediately seeking praise. No one knew how hard it was for her to hold back. She had wanted to drag Su Chen out earlier, but she kept reminding herself that her brother was going to the Tongtian mountain range today to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses and she couldn't disturb his rest. She had endured for 3 whole hours. Do you know how I've spent these 3 hours? She wanted to say, it would have been okay if it were a school day, but she wasn't at school today. She had to go with her school to watch the Battle of the Geniuses. At first, I thought the sun was rising from the west, Su Chen joked as he greeted his grandparents. So annoying. From now on, don't even think about sleeping until 8. Luo Shinger pouted her rosy lips, looking adorably cross as she turned her head away, no longer looking at Su Chen and silently sulking. In her heart she was thinking, hurry up and coax me. Are you also going to the Tongtian mountain range, sister? Have you participated in the Battle of the Geniuses before? Su Chen sat next to Luo Bingqing, curiously asking. His sister, 2 years his senior and already in the capital for 2 years, naturally had the talent to represent Jingdu University in the Battle of the Geniuses, and this was a good opportunity for him to learn about it from her since she had first-hand experience and was the most authoritative on this matter. There are over 200 people going this time, Luo Bingqing continued. I participated in the Battle of the Geniuses twice, but the results weren't ideal. I couldn't lead my teammates well and the opponents were terrifyingly strong beyond what I had imagined. The best I managed was 9th place. 200 years ago, the 6th level of the Tongtian Tower was conquered by the Western Empire, so 1/3 of the replica resources are with Sisterton University, another third with the Western Empire and the European Union. Our Daxia only has 1/3 of the resources from the 6th level and the gap with the West is widening. She looked at Su Chen seriously. Thinking about the Battle of the Geniuses makes me feel powerless. I can rank within the top 5 geniuses globally on my own, but I can't lead the team. And there are several unprecedented monsters who are even more terrifying than someone of my SSS level. It's despairing how the West got the upper hand. Su Chen listened intently, sighing internally. A step behind is always behind unless you can overtake on a curve. But is overtaking on a curve that easy? I have a premonition that someone from the West will conquer the 7th level this time, Luo Bingqing continued, her statement based purely on her 6th sense. A premonition, sister, how long does the Battle of the Geniuses usually last? Su Chen was startled by her words. Is a woman's 6th sense really that accurate, and how exactly do you conquer the Tongtian Tower? Unfortunately, Luo Bingqing, having participated in the Battle of the Geniuses twice, had never seen the Tongtian Tower descend, as it only does so every 30 years, thus she also had no idea how to conquer it. Upon reaching the school en route to the Tongtian mountain range, one should inquire with the mentor. She, being a mentor, has the authority to access some confidential information from the school. 3 days for the Battle of Tenjiao, 3 days for raiding the dungeons, replied Luo Bingqing. Subsequently, the servants had prepared the meals, and everyone washed their hands ready to dine. After dinner, Su Chen and the sisters Luo Bingqing set off for school together. Stop pouting, Su Chen noticed Luo Xing'er pouting her lips and smiled. He reached out and pinched her rosy lips gently. Luo Xing'er continued to murmur, but she was just a step away from calming down. Now, after murmuring a bit, her expression normalized, though she stopped speaking to Su Chen. Soon the trio arrived at the school and it was close to the gathering time. Thus, many students destined for Tongtian mountain range had already gathered at the Kyoto University spaceport. Parked there were 3 massive spacecraft exclusive to Kyoto University. It was said that this Battle of Tenjiao included 2 freshmen. What about freshmen? They are equally defiant of the heavens. Indeed, it was rumored that these 2 freshmen emerged from a calamity level dungeon, a calamity level in legendary dungeons from which no one in the history of Kyoto University, let alone human history, had ever emerged. A calamity level signifies a near certain death. Look, that's Su Chen from class 1, he looks so young. All freshmen are 18, of course they're young. Wow, goddess Luo Bingqing the senior. Outside the spaceport, countless students gathered. Although they couldn't head to Tongtian mountain range, watching these top talents was feasible. The discussions mainly centered around the 2 freshmen representing the school in the Battle of Tenjiao, yet no one questioned their participation since surviving a calamity-level dungeon was proof enough of their capabilities. Su Chen's arrival triggered cheers, primarily for Luo Bingqing. Luo Bingqing, the top beauty and goddess of Kyoto University, ranked as the #1 campus belle, a maiden of heaven with an SSS grade talent and stunning beauty. Naturally, her popularity was no surprise. At that moment, Inhajin approached and greeted them. Inhajin, this is my sister and this is my younger sister, Su Chen introduced, nodding, then introduced Inhajin to Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing'er. Beautiful girls always seem to flock together. Soon the 3 were deep in conversation. Time ticked away. Su Chen and Inhajin were called over by Nangong Xian, who waved them over. Su Chen greeted Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing'er before walking towards Nangong Xian, then Nangong Xian led Su Chen and Inhajin into the spacecraft. 10 students representing the school in the Battle of Tianjiao boarded the spacecraft first, followed by their fellow students who came to watch. This time, 10 combatants, 10 mentors and even the principal were aboard. In addition to these, there are several retired mentors. These retired mentors, all over 100 years old, possess terrifyingly powerful abilities. They are essentially there to protect the prodigies of Kyoto University. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 20 minutes later, the spacecraft lifted off from its original position and flew towards the sky. From now on you are not allowed to move around alone until the prodigy battle is over and you return to the spacecraft. The president spoke to Su Chen and others. Now, they gathered inside the protective cabin of the spacecraft, which, despite being a protective cabin, was spacious and luxuriously extravagant to an alarming extent. Actually, the spacecraft is very safe, even the strongest beings cannot shake it even slightly. Understood, Su Chen and the others replied. After all, the Tongtian mountain range is not within the territory of the Great Xia Empire but at the center of the Pacific Ocean on a mysterious island far from the Great Xia. As the saying goes, one should not harbor ill intentions, but one must guard against others. In critical moments, there can be no slight mistakes. After all, small tricks are a Western tradition, and although 1,000 years have passed, they have not only not forgotten this tradition but have developed it even further, exceeding the original. After a brief arrangement, each mentor along with their students dispersed, but they could only stay within this protective cabin. Mentor, what exactly are we strategizing for in the Tongtian Tower? Su Chen and Galaxy Jean sat opposite Nangong Xian. Su Chen was more relaxed, leaning back on the sofa looking extremely comfortable. Wait, I'll go ask the president, I don't have this authority either. Nangong Xian glanced at Su Chen, a slight smile on his lips. This little guy, he's interested. He wants to strategize for the Tongtian Tower, but first he needs to snatch the qualification. Actually, the main reason for letting Su Chen participate in the prodigy battle this time is aimed at strategizing for the Tongtian Tower. After all, Su Chen is the only one who has come back alive twice from a disaster-level instance, and Galaxy Jean has also returned from a disaster level. If there really is hope to strategize for the Tongtian Tower, then the two of them might have a better chance. Then Nangong Xian got up and left to ask the president for authority to check the strategizing materials for the Tongtian Tower. How confident are you? Galaxy Jean asked, curious as the mentor left. She believed that Su Chen could definitely help Kyoto University snatch the qualification for strategizing the Tongtian Tower, just didn't know how confident he was about strategizing the Tongtian Tower. It depends on the method of strategizing, but we must take down the qualification for strategizing the Tongtian Tower this time. Su Chen smiled. To make a special trip and not even bring back the qualification for strategizing the Tongtian Tower would be a joke, right? In a while, Nangong Xian returned. The method for strategizing the Tongtian Tower, you two take a look. No external transmission allowed. Nangong Xian handed a tablet to Su Chen, speaking seriously. The tone was very stern. If it weren't for Su Chen and Galaxy Jean, the president wouldn't have given the authority. This authority, only each school has it. Moreover, the president can only activate it once a year. The authority is encrypted and cannot be transmitted externally. Basically, very few outsiders and prodigies know the method for strategizing the Tongtian Tower. As for why it's so strict, don't ask. Asking is just the restrictions of the Tower of Heaven. Su Chen nodded in understanding, taking the tablet and started to read it earnestly. Yinhua Jin changed her position, sitting close beside Su Chen. They were so close together that their bodies pressed against each other, her soft body carrying a faint fragrance, causing Su Chen's heart to flutter. However, he calmed himself and focused on the tablet. When he saw the information on the tablet, Su Chen's expression changed. The method of conquering the tower seemed familiar. The test of a warrior always involves innate talent in battle. The strategy to conquer the Tower of Heaven was also based on battle. However, the killing involved was too terrifying, which was why no one had been able to conquer the 7th level in over 200 years. The reason was the conditions inside the Tower of Heaven, which Su Chen had encountered before. Yes, he had faced it during the test of the Qingluo Tower. If you were to qualify to conquer the Tower of Heaven, how confident are you? Nangong Xian asked, seeing the change in Su Chen's expression. She was anxious as this was crucial for conquering the Tower of Heaven. Hope rests on you. Don't scare me. If the 7th level is like this, I am 90% confident. Su Chen did not hide his thoughts. Of course, he wasn't overly boastful either. 90% confidence was quite substantial. According to him, that was practically 100%. No wonder the prodigies of the world couldn't conquer the 7th level. Mockingly he thought, if you just stand there letting the beasts hit you, how could you ever pass? It's a joke. However, Su Chen had an item of soul resistance gear, 100% resistant. Moreover, he had 300% rebound damage, 90%. Understood. Su Chen, have you encountered such a situation before? Nangong Xian took the tablet, her beautiful face smiling slightly, her chilly goddess demeanor making her smile all the more stunning, her eyes fixed on Su Chen waiting for his reply. Not just her, Inhua Jin was also looking at Su Chen. Unless he had faced a similar situation, he wouldn't claim to be 90% confident, or perhaps his saying 90% was an understatement. Su Chen didn't speak, just nodded slightly. The last disaster level? Inhua Jin asked. Yes, Su Chen replied. Alright, you guys take a break. We should reach our destination in about 2 hours, Nan Gongxian said, standing up with the tablet and walking towards the principal's direction. Meanwhile, Su Chen took out a Gundao fruit from his spatial realm and devoured it in a few bites. Then he sat cross-legged and began to refine the Gundao fruit. By early morning he had refined one, improving his gun skills to the 7th stage at 90%. Now he was refining another, aiming to reach the 8th stage. Hissing sounds came from beside him, where Inhua Jin was also not idle, munching on a fruit herself. Time ticked by, every second, every minute. Su Chen had fully refined the spear path fruit, and his world-ending spear technique had also been successfully enhanced. His spear technique had now reached 8th order, 20%. Notification: your world-ending spear technique reaching the 8th order can unleash 256 spear lights with speed plus 100% armor penetration plus 100% piercing plus 100% spear intent plus 256 and combat power boost of 150%. When the world-ending spear technique reaches the 8th order, a single thrust can burst forth 256 devastating spear lights, 4 times the spear lights of the 7th order. Previously, each advancement doubled the effects, but now it has quadrupled, indicating that the more advanced the technique, the more terrifying and domineering it becomes. Besides, the spear light speed, armor penetration, and piercing had all increased by 100%. The spear intent had also quadrupled, reaching 256 spear intents. The combat power boost had increased from 140% to 150%, meaning his combat power had effectively increased by 10%. With a combat power of 25.86 million, a tenth of that was an increase of 2.58 million. After refining the spear path fruit and enhancing his spear technique, Su Chen closed his eyes to meditate, nurturing his spirit to face the battle in his prime state. His sister had said that the monsters from the west were terrifying. He was curious to see just how strong and monstrous they were and hoped they would not disappoint. Time passed by the minute. Approximately 2 hours later, Nan Gongxian came over. We're nearing the Tongtian mountain range. Prepare to disembark from the spaceship. Remember, do not wander around aimlessly, Nan Gongxian instructed Su Chen and Inhua Jin. She repeated her instructions. 10 prodigies representing their school in the prodigy battle, 2 of whom were her students, filled her with immense joy. Instructor, we understand, Su Chen replied. At this time, the other students also gathered, converging at the center of the protective cabin, waiting to disembark. Similarly, the other students were also being instructed by their mentors. The humming of the aerospace spaceship steadily ceased as it landed at the airstrip of the Tongtian mountain range. This place was in the heart of the Pacific Ocean. Originally desolate, the emergence of the Tongtian Tower had transformed this island into a tourist attraction, constantly inhabited throughout the year, yet not affecting the descent and exploration of the Tongtian Tower. After disembarking, head to the area governed by the Great Xia Empire, the principal spoke. Following the opening of the spaceship's hatch, he led the way down, followed by several retired mentors ensuring safety. Only after their clearance did the 10 students participating in the prodigy battle follow suit. Next, Nan Gongxian, accompanied by Su Chen and Inhua Jin, followed the principal towards the area controlled by the Great Xia Empire on the island, 1/3 of which belonged to the Great Xia Empire. The students and warriors of the Great Xia Empire naturally resided within this area, housed in luxurious hotels. From the moment they boarded the aerospace spaceship, Su Chen and the other 9 were completely separated from their classmates, and all actions were to be uniformly arranged. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, the prodigy battle begins, Nan Gongxian told Su Chen and Inhua Jin, the 3 of them living in a suite within a super luxurious hotel. This space contains several bedrooms. Though he is just a young man, in the eyes of Nan Gongxian he's merely a kid. Old Zhou, how do you feel about this year? At the Tongtian mountain range, within the territory of the Great Xia Empire, inside a luxurious private room of the hotel, a dozen men and women are gathered. These individuals are the principals of the top universities in the Great Xia Empire. They have all personally come for the once in 30 years battle of prodigies. After all, there's a chance to divide up resources, though slim, it's better than none. The speaker is Dong Changming, the principal of Kunlun University. Kunlun University is not much inferior to Kyoto University, and in some aspects it's even better, although it doesn't match the overall strength of Kyoto University. How is it going? do you think your Kunlun University can make it into the top 5? The principal of Kyoto University Sheng Wanxiu glanced at Dong Chengming and spoke without much politeness. There has always been fierce competition between Kunlun University and Kyoto University, hence their relationship is not very friendly. Your Kyoto University poached 2 of our students, didn't bring them this time. What a pity, Dong Chengming said sarcastically, clearly annoyed. 2 exceptional students appeared at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, one with an SSS level ultimate support ability and the other a top scorer in the college entrance examination, but Kunlun University missed out entirely, only to find out later that these 2 prodigies went to Kyoto University. Thus, upon seeing Sheng Wanxiu at Tongtian Mountain Range, Dong Chengming brought up the matter. Poach? Ha! Sheng Wanxiu laughed. Is there a need to poach? Kyoto University is strong and students willingly choose to come to us. Alright, you two start arguing the moment you meet. Let's calm down and talk business. The situation in the West has become more terrifying. Another principal intervened, trying to mediate. It was not the time for quarrels. They had gathered to discuss important matters. Tongtian Mountain Range is actually a rather large island located at the very center of the Pacific Ocean, covering hundreds of miles. Early in the morning, Su Chen got up early. After washing up and dressing, he took out a gundao fruit and began to devour it. It took him half an hour to completely refine the gundao fruit. Now his apocalypse spear technique had reached the 8th level at 50%. During today's battle he must ensure victory. If necessary, he would use attribute points to elevate his apocalypse spear technique, his domain and his Yuan space to a terrifying level. Su Chen secretly decided with over 80 million attribute points he needed to elevate his strength to a frightening level. Damn, are the Western prodigies really that strong? I'll beat the crap out of them. Su Chen, good morning. Walking out of his room, Inha-jin had already gotten up and greeted Su Chen. Good morning, you're up so early. Su Chen responded with a smile to Inha-jin. It's still early, everyone is up and in half an hour the Tongtian Tower will descend. Here, this is the breakfast our mentor prepared for us, Inha-jin said with a smile. Everyone was indeed awake. If it weren't for the concern of affecting their state, they would have woken him up earlier. We need to hurry, Su Chen said the moment he heard the news, rushing to sit down at the dining table to eat breakfast. He didn't need much, having just finished a fist-sized gundao fruit. 3 minutes later he choked. Why are you eating so fast? Galaxy Jean quickly patted him on the back and handed him a glass of milk. At that moment Nangong Xian walked over, looked at them and said, let's go. The Sky Tower appears only once every 30 years. We can't miss it. With that, Nangong Xian led Su Chen and Galaxy Jean out of the room to the hall where they joined other students. After gathering, the teacher, the principal, and several retired instructors led the 10 prodigies towards their destination. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a plaza surrounded by countless seats arranged in circular tiers. However, they did not head to the spectator stands but to a special area reserved for the prodigies. Get to know each other, the principal said calmly, though a hint of sorrow was hidden deep in his eyes, lacking the radiance he had at school. There's no team battle today. After the individual battles, you'll need to work together. Team battles are crucial, as you can tell from the points. As the Sky Tower had not yet descended, Su Chen and Galaxy Jean, along with the other 8 prodigies, took the time to familiarize themselves with one another. They had met at school but were not very close. Now, for the sake of the Battle of the Prodigies, they needed to deepen their understanding of each other, as unity was essential for winning the team battles, which offered the most points. Losing one could cost them 10 points. Time ticked by and the spectator stands were now filled. Su Chen spotted Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing among the crowd. Suddenly the clear sky turned ominously dark, followed by rolling thunder and streaks of lightning, as if heralding the end of the world. The Sky Tower was about to descend, a sight seen only once every 30 years, missed by 99.999999% of people. Could the 7th level of the Sky Tower be conquered this time? The challenge was formidable. Quiet down, the Sky Tower is about to arrive, someone announced. As everyone watched the sky, their excitement was palpable. The plaza could hold 100,000 people, and now it was packed, everyone's eyes fixed above, waiting for the moment the Sky Tower would appear. The thunder grew louder and the lightning more intense. Suddenly a crimson streak tore through the void, rapidly descending towards them. As it slowed, the crimson turned to silver. The fiery red had been caused by its immense speed. Buzzing filled the air as the silver Sky Tower, towering like a colossal mountain, stabilized in the void about 3,000 meters from the ground, its diameter Approximately 500 meters above at the base, a radiant glow of chaotic multicolored light suspends the Tower of Heaven motionless in the air. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment the colorful radiance descends onto the very center of the square. The light forms a massive virtual screen and a portal for transportation. This is the Tower of Heaven. Such terrifying pressure, can it really reach the heavens? To finally see the Tower of Heaven is exhilarating. Is the Battle of the Prodigies about to begin? Looking at the Tower of Heaven soaring 3,000 meters above, everyone is boiling with excitement. Although the tower is high above the square, it is crystal clear to the eye and one can feel the devastating pressure. In the face of the tower's imposing presence, everyone's heart is filled with reverence, silence, and then after a moment a misty voice emanates from above the tower. This voice is devoid of any emotion. Clearly, it is the spirit of the artifact. Upon hearing the announcement, the square falls dead silent. 30 years have passed and the Tower of Heaven has descended. I am the spirit of the Tower of Heaven. Those who wish to enter and face the trial must earn a spot in qualification. The rules of the Battle of the Prodigies remain as before, but be warned. Cheating is prohibited, and any such acts will lead to disqualification and erasure of the right to participate based on the ranking of points. The top 5 teams will earn the right to enter the Tower of Heaven, announces the Spirit. The voice spreads across the entire heavenly mountain range, clear to all, as if whispered directly into their ears. Individual battle. Each person is randomly matched 3 times, earning 1 point for a win and losing 1 point for a defeat. Individual challenge. Each person has the right to challenge once, earning 1 point for a win and losing 2 points for a defeat. Mandatory challenge. Each person must accept one challenge, earning 2 points for a win and losing 1 point for a defeat. Team battle. Teams are randomly matched 3 times, earning 10 points for a win and losing 10 points for a defeat. Team challenge. Each team has one opportunity to challenge another team, earning 5 points for a win and losing 10 points for a defeat. Passive team challenge. Each team has one opportunity to be challenged, earning 10 points for a win and losing 5 points for a defeat. Note: all battles will take place in a special space, preventing real injuries. Note: a 3-minute countdown will begin shortly for random matching. Countdown: 172, 171, 170, 169. The Spirit announces the rules once again. Finally, the countdown begins. 3 minutes. Encourage each other, fight hard. In the exclusive Hall of the Prodigies, Su Chen and Inha Jin listen to the countdown, encouraging each other. Once the battle begins, every fight is crucial to the team's ranking and every point is critical. Weaker schools often end up with negative points at the end of the Battle of the Prodigies. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ends, a beam of light envelopes Su Chen and his companions, sweeping them away, disappearing from the spot. When they reappear, they find themselves in a mysterious space. This place is vast. As Su Chen appears, so do Inha Jin and the others, not just them, but many other prodigies from various schools. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In just 5 seconds, no more participants entered. You will stay here until the end of the individual battles. Now, we will proceed with random matching. With 10 battles happening simultaneously, announced the voice of the Spirit synchronizer echoing around them. Directly opposite them, a gigantic virtual screen appeared, displaying numerous densely packed school names. Since no points had been scored yet, the order of the schools displayed was not a ranking. From the school numbers seen, there were a total of 528 schools, equating to 5,280 prodigies. Each participant would face 3 random battles. No wonder it took 3 days to conclude the Battle of the Prodigies. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the voice of the Spirit fell, beams of light descended, landing on each participant. Immediately, a number appeared on each person, with the highest number being 5,280. These numbers were completely random. For instance, Inha Jin was number 108, while Su Chen, who attended the same university as Inha Jin and was closest to him, unfortunately received the number 5,280, meaning he had the largest number in the arena. Number 1 5280, number 2 5279, number 3 5278, number 4 5,277. The Spirit's voice announced, the first match. The rules are simple. Follow the numbers. The smallest number will battle the largest number. Go for it, Su Chen, go for it. Upon hearing the prompt, the prodigy from Kyoto University glanced at Su Chen's number and spoke up, making an encouraging gesture. Su Chen was Kyoto University's first battle, and they hoped he would achieve a promising result to boost the morale. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After the numbers were announced, Su Chen's figure vanished from the spot, having been teleported away. Soon Su Chen found himself in a wilderness. Opposite him stood a Western youth, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, handsome yet exuding a cunning and sinister aura. Name: Pussy. Age: 22. School: Syston University. Level: 100. Profession: demonic hammer technique. Su Chen glanced at his opponent, displaying his information. Level 100. A prodigy from Syston University, which consistently ranked among the top 3 universities globally. During a brief meeting he had seen data on Pussy, a terrifyingly talented individual. Unexpectedly, Su Chen's first battle was against Pussy, a great prodigy from Daxia, a freshman seemingly beyond help. Pussy looked at Su Chen, a playful smirk appearing on his face. His opponent was a great Daxia prodigy, only 18 years old, a freshman. Has Daxia run out of people? Why send a freshman, he wondered aloud. After all, a freshman who had awakened only 2 months ago was now participating in the Battle of the Prodigies. A joke, indeed, Su Chen chuckled, his eyes filled with disdain. However, neither was in a rush to make a move, as both felt confident they could instantly defeat the other. Moreover, the battle rules set the time limit at 2 minutes, just not exceeding that was enough. At this moment, the plaza at Tongtian Mountain Range was in an uproar. Pushi was the first to fight. Personally, Pushi is undoubtedly among the top 5. Unexpectedly, Pushi was matched against a newcomer. Boring, it's going to be another quick defeat. No way, Su Chen is the first to fight and he's up against the strongest, Pushi. For Kyoto University's first battle, this is tough. 99% of people believe that Pushi will instantly defeat Su Chen. Even the mentors and prodigies of Kyoto University had serious expressions on their faces. Perhaps they already knew the outcome and the ending. The battle of the prodigies had just begun. Kyoto University was about to lose a point, starting with -1. Although Su Chen had managed to survive a disaster-level instance, his strength was no match for Pushi. This match was a lost cause. Su Chen was at level 93. His leveling up was indeed fast. Disaster level is impressive. Losing was normal, especially since his opponent was Pushi. Even if it were me facing Pushi, I wouldn't stand a chance. In the Prodigy's exclusive hall, everyone was watching the virtual screen. Although there were 10 scenes displayed on the virtual screen, everyone chose to watch their own Prodigy's battle. It was all down to luck with random matching. Those who were lucky enough to match with a weaker opponent effectively picked up a point, like Pushi, who could easily earn a point by just lying down. Kyoto University had hoped for a victorious start, but now the atmosphere among the prodigies and mentors in the exclusive hall was quite tense. Go ahead, make your move first, otherwise you won't even get the chance to strike, someone said. On the wasteland, Pushi stepped towards Su Chen, hands empty. Clearly he wasn't even in a rush to draw his weapon. Or rather, he didn't need a weapon to defeat Su Chen. Such arrogance, a bad habit of Westerners that never seems to change. Then it was time to teach him a lesson. Su Chen smiled and also stepped towards Pushi. The two were 200 meters apart, but as Su Chen took his first step, a destructive aura of spear intent burst forth from him. The spear intent formed into a radiant spear light. At that moment, the overwhelming spear light rolled towards Pushi. Su Chen was like a god of destruction with his spear. Boom, 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 the space trembled and shattered, and wherever the spear light passed, everything turned to ashes. Yet Pushi seemed to sense the threat of destruction. He let out a surprised yell, his face showing shock and no longer maintaining his relaxed demeanor. He stretched out his hand and a huge war hammer appeared in it. Immediately he swung the war hammer towards Su Chen through the air, directly shattering the space. At this moment he couldn't care less about his pride. Victory was more important, and he had to respond fully to the newcomer's attack, because the strength of the attack instilled a sense of fear in him, a feeling he hadn't encountered in a long time. Boom, 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 the spear light and hammer light collided, instantly collapsing the space. Meanwhile, Su Chen walked forward calmly, each step imbued with destructive spear intent and light. While Pushi's expression grew increasingly solemn, he was now very much on the defensive. The shock was indescribable. Just how advanced was this newcomer's marksmanship? Could it be that he had reached the pinnacle of the 7th level? Otherwise his mastery of the spear wouldn't have reached such a level. And what about his strength? It was beyond his wildest imagination. He could only passively defend himself. In the virtual screen, the intense battle between the two caught everyone's attention. Because of Pussy ranked among the top 5 prodigies globally, his battles were always in the spotlight and watched by countless other prodigies, as they might end up matched against him someday. Moreover, during team battles they might also face Pussy. Everyone had thought that Pussy would swiftly defeat Su Chen. However, the outcome was astonishing. Pussy was forced into a passive state while Su Chen seemed calm and composed. this scene was utterly unexpected to everyone. Was this newcomer really that strong? In the square of the Tongtian mountain range, everyone was glued to the screen. The battle displayed was so shocking that, aside from the supremely strong, the prodigies and warriors below level 100 found it beyond imagination. Despite only watching through a screen, it felt as if they were right there in the midst of it. The combat prowess and momentum of the two fighters were terrifyingly intense. Xiao Chen has become so powerful, Luo Bingqing watched the young fighter in the battle, utterly shocked. She had guessed that Su Chen was exceptional, but she hadn't anticipated him to be this powerful. Even she would only have a 50-50 chance against Pussy. He hasn't even started yet, Luo Xing'er remarked. We're just getting to the good part. His true strength hasn't even been fully displayed in combat yet. Just his spear intent and spear brilliance alone are enough to force Pussy to defend passively, let alone his actual skills, which haven't even burst forth yet. Hearing Luo Xing'er's words, Luo Bingqing looked at her, pondering, is that really the case? Boom boom boom, Su Chen advanced towards Pussy step by step, while Pussy on the other hand retreated step by step, evidently forced. The devastating brilliance and intent of the spear made him continuously back away. Although he hadn't lost yet, it was a blow to his pride. Is this all? A faint smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. The Western demon, is this all you've got? But he knew well that Pussy's strength was definitely not just this, for Pussy hadn't yet used his skills, let alone his trump cards and final moves. He wasn't instantly defeating his opponent for two reasons. One was to keep a low profile and lull the other prodigies into complacency, and the other was to draw out Pussy's skills and trump cards. Cursed be Pussy, his face showing extreme discomfort, ranked among the top 5 globally. This edition his goal was to vie for the top individual and team positions and then conquer the 7th level of the Tongtian Tower. His initial thought was that he could use a basic attack to instantly defeat his opponent. He thought too much, ending up quite on the defensive with countless eyes watching him. Don't I need to save face? At that moment he no longer hesitated. His professional skills erupted. His 8th level hammer technique unleashed a destructive force that even solidified the space around. As a massive hammer's shadow smashed towards Su Chen, if it hit, the battle would be over immediately. 8th level hammer technique. Even if he could catch it, he couldn't withstand it. Annihilation. Su Chen watched the shadow of the hammer loom. With a stretch of his hand, the flaming spear appeared in his grasp. As the flaming spear materialized, Su Chen gently flicked it, instantly unleashing 256 destructive spear lights that tore through the air. Simultaneously, a sky-covering barrage of icy rain and celestial fire erupted, transforming the world into a realm of ice, rain, and heavenly fire. The sounds of cracking, booming, and hissing filled the air. It was a clash of 8th-tier spear techniques against 8th-tier hammer techniques, a pinnacle duel. In that moment everyone was stunned. A 22-year-old mastering 8th-tier hammer techniques and an 18-year-old mastering 8th-tier spear techniques. This world was indeed mad. In the scene, space continuously shattered and destroyed. When stability returned, only one person remained standing firmly on the wasteland, Su Chen. Pushi, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen, as he had been instantly killed by Su Chen's strike. Yes, it was an instant kill. Ding, the battle is over. Su Chen wins and gains 1 point, announced the prompt, declaring Su Chen's victory and his earning of 1 point. Pushi had been slain and thus removed from the space, his defeat costing him 1 point. Originally Sistan University had no points, but now, because of him, it had fallen to -1 points. The crowd was in an uproar at this outcome. Meanwhile, the warriors and prodigies of the Great Xia Empire stood up in excitement at this moment. Yay, Su Chen, Su Chen, Su Chen! Countless prodigies and warriors of the Great Xia Empire cheered non-stop. A newcomer had strongly defeated Pushi of Sistan University. How could this not be exhilarating? It was fantastic, strong. Who would have thought? Su Chen's spear techniques had reached the 8th tier. Unparalleled, monstrous talent. 1 point secured. Beautifully done. In the Prodigy exclusive hall, the principal and all the instructors were overjoyed. They had initially thought Su Chen was undoubtedly doomed because his opponent was Pushi, but Su Chen's victory over Pushi was a great start. Another key point was that Su Chen's strength was at least on par to contend with Pushi. In fact, the reason why no team captain had been chosen for the team battle was entirely based on the performance in individual battles. Strength naturally commands respect. If the school had made an appointment, others might not say anything outwardly, but they would definitely feel dissatisfied internally, which would not be conducive to team unity. Swiftly Su Chen returned to the special space. Awesome, who would have thought? Respect. Seeing Su Chen, the other 9 prodigies from Kyoto University greeted him. although they competed with each other ordinarily from the moment they joined the battle of prodigies. They were a team a whole. The stronger Suchen was, the more advantageous it was for them. You guys also keep it up, Suchen said. He truly wanted his school's people to win. Only in this way could the school make it into the top 5. Every point was super important, every single one. Today our bad luck in matchups is used up. Next we'll take down all the points, said Lu Hanqing. Suchen being matched up with Puxi was indeed bad luck. The worst of the luck was over and Suchen had even secured this point. What could be more exhilarating than this? Next, as long as their luck isn't too bad, they should be able to secure the remaining 9 points. Afterwards, Suchen sat down and pulled out a fruit, beginning to eat it. In half an hour he had completely assimilated the Gundao fruit and his annihilation spear technique reached 80% of the 8th level. Time ticked by minute. 8 hours later, the first round of individual random matches ended. Kyoto University scored 10 points without losing any, meaning all 10 of Kyoto University's prodigies won their matches. On the other hand, Western University, with Puxi's loss deducting 1 point and the other 9 scoring, ended up with only 8 points. It seemed like only one loss, but effectively it was a loss of 2 points. The first round of individual matches had ended and now it was time for the second round of random matches. Contestant numbers 5280, 5219, 5278, 5277 with adjacent numbers paired for battle and so forth. The voice of the Qiling, spirit of the device, rang out. The battle of the prodigies from the first to the last fight spanned 7 to 8 hours, so there really was no talk of rest. As soon as the first random match ended, the second one immediately began. Although the second round's matches were random, they involved adjacent numbers battling each other. The first fight of the second round again featured Su Chen as the first to combat. The moment the Qiling's voice ceased, Su Chen was swept up in a beam of light and vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was above a wilderness. His opponent was a prodigy from the Great Xia Empire named Huang Yanchen, a 21-year-old student from Kunlun University, level 90, specializing in the vast expanse sword technique. Seeing the opponent's information, Su Chen first thought of that silly teacher from Kunlun University. Unexpectedly, his second match was against a prodigy from the Great Xia Empire. However, aiming for the top 5, Su Chen naturally would not hold back. He stepped forward, and with that single step, his annihilating spear brilliance pierced through space, overwhelming the prodigy from Kunlun University. Sizzle, sizzle, without the slightest suspense, it was an instant kill. The opponent couldn't even withstand a single strike of the spear brilliance, and the entire figure was torn apart by the spear's might and intent, quieting the wilderness. The battle had ended as soon as it began. 1 second, just 1 second, ding, Su Chen wins, scoring 1 point. The Qiling's notification sounded, announcing Su Chen's victory. Another good start. The second match, and Su Chen had kicked off with a flying start. This newcomer from Great Xia is very peculiar, remarked one of the prodigies at Western University as they gathered together. Puxi spoke up, his expression quite sour. It was normal to feel this way. Western University should have scored full points, but because of him, they now only had 8 points. Originally, it was supposed to be a perfect start, but that monstrous newcomer had defeated him as well. At this moment, he still couldn't accept this fact. It's unbelievable, Senior Puxi was just a bit careless. Your true strength hasn't been fully displayed yet, one of the Western University prodigies said, trying to comfort Puxi. Indeed, Puxi's true strength had not yet been fully demonstrated. Due to Puxi's extraordinary prowess, which surpasses everyone's understanding, a direct matchup became unlikely, thus individual challenges or team battles were the options left. Puxi spoke lightly, a strange hue flickering in his deep blue eyes. We must reclaim our honor and leave them with a psychological shadow that will last their lifetime. Forever under my shadow, he declared. 8 hours passed, and after the second individual random match ended, the voice of the weapon spirit announced the upcoming third individual random match. So far, Kyoto University had been fortunate, securing 20 points and remaining undefeated along with 4 other institutions: the Royal Academy, Han River University, Hamandan University, and Stanford University. The principal of Kyoto University, using a special transmission, encouraged their prodigy, relax your mind and push on. Achieving full points in 2 rounds is the best record in the history of Kyoto University. If we score full points in the last individual match, that will make it 30. However, the final ranking was uncertain as the competitors from the West, especially Puxi from Sistan University, were formidable. Except for Su Chen, anyone else facing Pu Shi was almost guaranteed to lose. Moreover, the Westerners had even stronger contenders than Pu Shi. Su Chen then spoke softly, "Rest for now, more battles are ahead." He then sat down, took out a gundao fruit and began to eat it leisurely. After finishing the fruit, he started to refine it. Half an hour later, Su Chen had completely assimilated the gundao fruit, advancing his gun technique to the 9th stage 10%. He had used 7 gundao fruits so far, and with 3 more he could reach the maximum potential of 9th stage. 100% potentially breaking through to a heavenly tier depending on his talent and luck. If not, he'd use attribute points to resolve it. Time passed swiftly and soon it was time for the third individual random match. The weapon spirit's voice echoed again, announcing the new numbers for the contest. As the numbers shifted over everyone, Su Chen's changed from 5280 to 2640. As the countdown began, 20 combatants vanished from their spots and entered the battlefield. From Kyoto University, Inha Jin was the first to enter this round. Each match brought a different opponent, and Su Chen, now observing his new number, was the last to enter. After about 7 or 8 hours, Su Chen decided to simply nap right where he was sitting. As the other prodigies at Kyoto University, along with the mentors and the principal in the exclusive hall, saw Su Chen soundly asleep, they were speechless and incredibly envious. Indeed, while everyone else was tense, he was the only one sleeping so soundly. That really showed how confident he was in his own abilities. "Su Chen, wake up, just." As Su Chen was enjoying his deep sleep, a gentle voice rang in his ears. At the same time, a hand gently pushed him, a faint fragrance wafted into his nose. Su Chen opened his sleepy eyes and looked around. The person calling him was Inha Jin. "What's up?" Su Chen asked. At that moment he was a bit groggy from sleep, looking around, and it took him a moment to remember that he was in a special space, participating in the prodigy battle. But that was quite a comfortable nap. "It's almost your turn," Inha Jin said, holding his forehead in exasperation. "You're here to participate in the prodigy battle and you fell asleep." Su Chen was indeed a unique case. Not only him, but the other prodigies from Kyoto University and even those from other schools were speechless at his carefree attitude. "Is it my turn already? How are you guys doing?" Su Chen shook his head and immediately became alert. He stood up ready for his random match battle. In fact, when it was his turn, there was hardly a need for matching, because he was number 2640, the last one to go on stage. His opponent was number 2639, just one number apart. "You got a point deducted," Inha Jin said. "It's fine, just 1 point." Su Chen didn't look at the other Kyoto University prodigies to avoid putting pressure on his classmates who were already feeling down from losing. His nonchalant remark eased their spirits a lot. "Su Chen, do you know who your opponent is?" Shangwan Invincible spoke up. The others looked at Su Chen with peculiar expressions. Seeing his classmates' expressions, Su Chen was puzzled. "What does that mean? Did I get matched with some unbeatable monster again?" "Who is it?" Su Chen asked. Actually, he didn't really care. Whoever it was, he just needed to defeat them. "Pussy," Shangwan Invincible replied. "Pussy? The one with the hammer and pale skin?" Su Chen was stunned. The name sounded familiar, but he quickly remembered that the person he met in his first match was also called Pussy. Could it be a coincidence? The first match was because of a size mismatch, and now in the third round they're reissuing numbers and you meet again. "The chances are incredibly slim," Shangwan Invincible added. "Yes, that's him. He's number 2639, your adjacent number." Inha Jin nodded. At that moment the people from the previous battle were teleported back. Now it was Su Chen's turn. With a whoosh whoosh whoosh, Su Chen was swept up in a beam of light. He vanished on the spot only to reappear above a desolate wilderness. Looking up, there he was, Pussy. Yes, it was Pussy who had been defeated by him in the first match, securing a victorious start for Kyoto University's team. Unexpectedly, in the third match, Pussy reappeared. Did these two men have some sort of fateful connection? It seemed like an age-old feud. Pussy, Su Chen, here they were again clashing. It must be a joke, born enemies perhaps. This was going to be a good show. Pussy had lost the first match because he hadn't used his true strength, nor had he wielded his powerful weapon. Now he was out for revenge, ready to mercilessly crush his opponent. In this world, there truly were no overnight grudges. The crowd erupted into excitement at the sight of Pussy and Su Chen on the screen. In the exclusive hall for the chosen ones, the expressions of the coaches and the dean changed dramatically. This matchup was divinely orchestrated. Out of thousands of elites, fate had them clash not once, but twice. It was truly remarkable. Without a doubt, Pussy was set on revenge, ready to wield his real power to wash away the shame of defeat. He couldn't afford to lose to Su Chin again, or he wouldn't be able to face anyone. I'm going to thrash Pusey again, Luo Xing'er remarked, a hint of shock in her voice. Did Su Chen and Pusey have some unresolved past life feud? How else could they have been matched together again? This time Pusey would use his real strength. Little Chen must not be careless. Luo Bingqing grew worried. She wasn't concerned about Su Chen's capability. After all, anyone who survived a calamity-level event had to be strong. What worried her was his complacency. If Su Chen underestimated Pusey, thinking of him as an easy opponent, trouble would ensue. Hiss hiss, above the wilderness, the air twisted eerily. The two stood 200 meters apart, neither making a move. A mad killing intent shone in Pusey's eyes. He hadn't expected to be matched with his nemesis yet again. He had planned to challenge Su Chen in a team battle to teach him a lesson, but here they were in the third round of individual random matches. This was too perfect. Last time I underestimated you. This time I won't let you leave the arena so quickly. I'll educate you on what true strength is, Pusey said coldly. As he spoke, a war hammer radiating a spectrum of light appeared in his hand. The hammer contained destructive power. This was his exclusive weapon. It was normal for a monstrous talent to possess such a weapon. How else could one be called a prodigy? Strong ancestral genes. What else do you have besides arrogance and ignorance? Su Chen chuckled and walked towards Pusey. This time there was no explosive destruction of spear intent or spear light. He didn't even bring out a weapon. He seemed not to be there to fight, but rather for a leisurely stroll. This scene and this situation were seen by many as his arrogance, taking Pusey lightly as an unworthy opponent. Otherwise, why wouldn't he take Pusey seriously? Many sighed. He had talent and strength, but his mindset was lacking. This destined him not to become a powerful warrior. Well then, enjoy what comes next. Pusey watched as Su Chen approached. Rage surged wildly. Originally, it was a good thing for Su Chen that he did not take him seriously, but as a peerless demon, being underestimated was more unbearable than death. As he spoke, his warhammer smashed down towards Su Chen with a force that contained the power of destruction. At the same time, this destructive force carried a strange aura. Wait and see if you can still be so arrogant and confident, Su Chen said with a smirk, watching the destructive hammer blow coming towards him. Step by step, Su Chen walked towards Pusey, showing no intention of making a move, not even to block. It could be said that he completely ignored the destructive blow. In an instant, the hammer's shadow smashed down 3 meters away from Su Chen, and he did not dodge or defend, allowing the hammer's shadow to fall. Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. Was he really throwing his life away to appease Pusey's anger? Just as Su Chen was about to be destroyed, a miraculous and terrifying scene unfolded. The destructive attack from Pusey stopped dead 3 meters away from Su Chen and couldn't advance any further. Even more astonishingly, the hammer's shadow seemed to rebound towards Pusey. The force of the rebound was several times more terrifying than the force Pusey had unleashed. Boom boom. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Pusey was stunned. He swung his warhammer towards the rebounding hammer shadow. The two hammer shadows collided. Regrettably, the rebounded hammer shadow directly shattered Pusey's subsequent attack and then violently smashed onto Pusey himself, causing him to spit out blood and his complexion to become extremely pale. What? How is this possible? A damage rebound. Seeing the scene unfold, everyone was shocked. This miraculous situation could only be explained by a damage rebound. Damage rebound, a feature of some godly exclusive equipment, was incredibly rare, almost unheard of. Just because it hadn't been seen didn't mean it didn't exist. This scene could only be explained by a damage rebound. With such godly exclusive equipment, how could anyone play? It was lethal. Only now did everyone realize why Su Chen had ignored Pusey's attack. It turned out to be a damage rebound. Damn it, Pusey's expression changed wildly. What to do? The damage rebound was so terrifying, it must have been at least 200%, otherwise it wouldn't have hurt him. He had anticipated encountering various situations, meeting various strong opponents and skills, but he had never expected this. For a moment he didn't know what to do. To attack meant to rebound. Attacking Su Chen was like hitting himself. Not to attack. The opponent was already steadily approaching, and any casual attack could kill him. Actually, I enjoy seeing your arrogance and confidence, Su Chen said with a smile, speaking calmly and walking unhurriedly step by step towards Pusey. With a thought, he unleashed a devastating surge of spear intent from his body. The spear's intent formed a dazzling spear light, overwhelming as it surged towards Pusey. The destructive spear light was relentless, pressing down on Pusey. At that moment, everyone was curious. What would Pusey do? More specifically, how would Pusey defend himself? If he defended too forcefully, he might direct the attack onto Su Chen, which would then rebound back to him, ultimately causing him harm. If he used too much force in his defense, he wouldn't be able to withstand Su Chen's attack and would still end up injured. However, just as everyone was wondering, a slight smile appeared on Pusey's face. It was a bitter smile, for this move was originally intended for other formidable foes and he hadn't anticipated revealing it so soon, but there was no helping it. After all, he couldn't afford to lose to Su Chen twice. His pride and dignity wouldn't allow him to lose again. Suddenly, a mysterious power burst forth from him. When Su Chen's spear intent and spear light struck him, the destructive attack bizarrely shifted into the void. Damage transfer, impressive. This technique was somewhat akin to Su Chen's damage rebound. It was getting interesting. Both men were terrifyingly powerful. Unfortunately for Pusey, his damage could not be transferred back to his opponent. Seeing Pusey's damage transfer left everyone utterly shocked. Su Chen had his damage rebound and now Pusey had his damage transfer. The unique abilities these two possessed were simply defying the natural order. Just in this individual match alone, such extraordinary abilities had surfaced. Oh, not bad, playing your trump card, are you? Su Chen smiled, stretching out his hand, and instantly the blazing flame spear appeared in his grasp. He then thrust the blazing flame spear towards Pusey. In an instant, a devastating spear light and intent emerged. At the same time, Ice Rain Inferno also appeared, covering the entire wilderness. Damn it! Pusey's expression turned to one of alarm. He indeed had a unique ability to transfer damage, but it was only effective against physical attacks. However, this blazing attack, he couldn't transfer it, and with the screen full of Ice Rain Inferno transferring the attack to Su Chen, wouldn't he, Pusey, still be the one injured? For a moment he was stunned. In that brief moment of distraction, Pusey's body turned to ash, leaving only Su Chen standing alone in the wilderness. Heh, Su Chen chuckled, defeating Pusey twice, and both times during individual random matches. 3 matches and Pusey encountered him twice, the odds being 1 in 10 million, yet he met him, and both times he lost. Even after revealing his trump card, he still lost. Pusey must have a huge psychological shadow by now. Su Chen won the match, scoring 1 point in the individual random match. The match ended and tomorrow would continue with individual challenges and passive challenges. The voice of the spirit announced Su Chen's victory and declared the end of the individual random match. Next would be the individual and passive challenges, but not immediately. The spirit allowed some rest time. Counting the time, only 8 hours remained until tomorrow. It was unexpected, but Pusey still lost. Su Chen was his nemesis. Even after revealing all his trump cards, he still lost. Pusey from Sisterton University had 2 points deducted, and now Kyoto University is temporarily in second place. The square was abuzz with discussions. It was a random individual match, and the first battle started with a peak duel. By the third match, it was still a peak duel. The fighters were still Su Chen and Pusey, which was truly remarkable. The happiest were the mentors and the president of Kyoto University. Of course, Nan Gongxian was the most delighted, as Su Chen was her student. With a whoosh 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 as the voice of the spirit tool faded, a mysterious force enveloped Su Chen and his peers, quickly transporting them to a special space before they reappeared back in the exclusive hall of Tenjiao. The president and mentors applauded as Su Chen and the others returned to the hall. The performance of the school's prodigies today had stunned both the mentors and the president. In the individual random match, they had scored 28 points, the best result in the history of Kyoto University. Well done, the president said, his face all smiles. Yesterday's worries were gone. Seeing Su Chen's performance and strength had eased his mind. With Pusey as a formidable opponent in the West, Kyoto University also had a genius like Su Chen. It was still hard to say who would ultimately prevail. The president spoke a few words, then instructed the mentors to take their students back to their rooms to rest while preparing for the individual challenges and passive challenges the next day. There would only be 2 matches, relatively more relaxed. Many, to avoid losing points from defeat, even refrained from initiating challenges. After all, winning earned only 1 point, but losing would cost 2. There was no choice but to passively accept the passive challenge. Luckily, there was only one. The performance was good, both Bingyu and Tianhua more humiliating than harmful. Nan Gongxian smiled, a rare occurrence, especially in front of her students where she was usually very serious, but in front of Su Chen and Inhai Jin it was an exception. Back in the hotel room, Su Chen took a shower, changed his clothes, then took out a gundao fruit and started nibbling on it. After finishing the fruit, he spent half an hour refining it. Now, his extermination gun technique had reached the 9th tier at 40%, The higher the gun technique, the stronger the power. Then he went straight to sleep, not worrying at all. In any case, it wasn't he who was in a hurry. His mentor would wake him when needed. Damn it, it was infuriating. Twice he had encountered this freshman from Dacia. What kind of matching was this? Pusey had almost smashed everything visible in the hotel room. He was like a lion in fury. The first time he was defeated, he could say he was careless and had not used his skills and weapons. The second time, facing Suchin again, he was completely suppressed by the opponent, and even after playing his last card, he was ultimately killed. Suchin was truly his nemesis. Sisterton University should have scored a perfect 30, but because of him, they had only 26 points now. His face was completely lost, dignity lost, made a joke in front of everyone. That's it. Pusey avoids personal confrontation with him. In team battles they can't afford to lose again. Pusey's mentor, once a defiant prodigy, is now a powerhouse. Seeing his student become like this, he frowned. Yes, mentor. Pusey took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. However, no matter how hard he tried, the image of Suchin defeating him lingered in his mind. He understood that Suchin had become his shadow. If he encountered him again, he would activate his life skill, his mentor said. Being a powerhouse, he knew how serious it was for a warrior to develop a mental shadow. If this shadow wasn't dispelled, it could ruin his life. Originally, he wouldn't have believed it so coincidental for Pusey to encounter Suchin, but today's events made him start to believe in fate. If by a 1 in a billion chance he met Suchin again, Pusey could not afford to lose. If he lost, his life would be over. Therefore, his mentor allowed Pusey to use his life skill. In the Tongtian mountain range the next day, early in the morning, Suchin woke up leisurely, although he had only slept a few hours. He felt fully refreshed. Actually, yesterday's 3 battles hadn't drained him at all. In fact, he had slept a few hours right before the 3rd battle, so he wasn't tired at all. Seeing it was still early, he washed up, dressed, and with a blink of an eye the virtual light screen unfolded. Taking advantage of the early hour, he planned to upgrade his Endless Realm and UNG space, which would provide more security. System upgrade the Endless Realm. Suchin communicated with the system to help with the upgrade. Beep, 2 million attribute points consumed. Your UNG space upgrade successful. Now at level 4, dimensions 10,000 Li. Overall combat strength increased by 300%. Beep, 10 million attribute points consumed. Your UNG space upgrade successful. Now at level 5, dimensions 30,000 Li. Overall combat strength increased by 350%. Quickly, Suchin had spent a total of 12 million attribute points successfully upgrading his UNG space by 2 levels. Now at level 5, with dimensions of 30,000 Li. The combat strength boost had reached 350%. With this, his combat strength soared once again. Next, he began upgrading the Endless Realm. Beep, 2 million attribute points consumed. Your Endless Realm upgrade successful. Now at stage 4, combat power plus 200,000 within 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 meters reduces target's damage and defense by 70%. Beep, 10 million attribute points consumed. Your Endless Realm upgrade successful. Now at stage 5, combat power plus 1 million within 5,000 by 5,000 by 5,000 meters reduces target's damage and defense by 75%. Another 12 million attribute points were spent. The Endless Realm was upgraded by 2 stages, now reaching Stage 5. Seeing the attributes, Suchin exclaimed in amazement. The realm had extended to 5,000 meters, within which it reduced the target's damage and defense by 75%. Yes, it is for defense, that is to say, within the range of his domain, both the attack and his own defense are to be weakened. The focus before was on weakening attacks and damage. Now it directly weakens both damage and defense. The nature has changed completely. Previously within his domain, although attacks were significantly reduced, his own defense was not weakened, but now even his own defense is weakened. Isn't this a total disaster? A total of 24 million was spent. His strength has surged significantly. System, version 1.0. Inch name, Suchin level, 93, 6.01%. Luck, plus 50, 0%. Combat power, 4809016. Inch mount, Xingluo Divine Bird. Wealth, 88210473. Skills, Apocalypse Spear Technique Basic, 9th order 40%. Ability, Endless Domain SSS, 5th order 0%. Space, Yuan Realm Space SSS, 5th layer 0%. Attribute points, 59.15 million. Note, combat power equals base self plus equipment x amplification multiplier. Currently his combat power has reached 48.09 million. This is quite normal. When the spear technique reaches the 9th order, the combat power increase reaches 160%. When Yuan realm space is at the 5th layer, the combat power increase reaches 350%, equivalent to a doubling of improvement. At this moment there was noise outside the room. Su Chen closed the virtual light screen and walked out of the room. He saw his mentor and Galaxy Jean preparing to have breakfast. "Good morning, mentor." "Good morning, Galaxy Jean," he greeted. "Good morning," both responded, waving him over to join them for breakfast. Su Chen sat down to eat. "Today there are personal challenges and passive challenges. Su Chen, keep an eye on the top 10 people we discussed last time and also watch their newcomers," Nan Gongxian said while eating breakfast. "Although there are only 2 matches today, they are crucial, or rather every point in the Battle of the Prodigies is critical." "Mentor, I know, don't worry, I won't lose any points. By the way, mentor, this is for you," Su Chen said, nodding. Suddenly, as if he had just remembered something, he pulled several fruits out of the Yuan realm space while speaking. "Universal fruits. I have many, and I also have the spear path fruits, plus there's a usage limit. Who better to give them to?" "What is this?" Nan Gongxian, curious, didn't take a close look. "Mentor, these are what we got in the dungeon. It's just that my fruits have limits," Galaxy Jean said. She didn't reach the height she wanted at Panglai Immortal Mountain, and the rewards she received were only relevant to her profession, not universal fruits. "Well, let me see," Nan Gongxian said, suddenly becoming serious upon hearing this. "Fruits from a catastrophe-level dungeon, could they be simple?" She then took them, and after a close examination her beautiful face showed a variety of expressions. She knew how against the nature these fruits were. She desperately needed them. 5th order 99%. "It's been over a year. I was almost losing hope, and this fruit is undoubtedly a treasure against heaven for me." "Su Chen, thank you." Nan Gongxian was overjoyed. If it weren't for the presence of 2 students here, she would have jumped up in excitement. Moments later, the 3 of them left the room and gathered with the other prodigies in the hall before heading to the exclusive hall for the prodigies. Today there were both active and passive challenges. The active challenge depends on the situation. "I wish you all great success." "Good luck," the principal said briefly. For the active challenge, it was contingent upon one's own circumstances. It wasn't mandatory to take on a challenge, especially if one's own strength was insufficient. After all, winning only earned 1 point, while losing deducted 2 points, making the risk greater than the reward. As for the passive challenges, there was no choice. If someone challenged you, you had to face it. Fortunately, this passive acceptance was only mandatory once. Any further challenges could be refused. Otherwise, the weak would become mere point farms for the strong. As time ticked by second, it was 8 o'clock. The voice of the Qiling, spirit of the instruments, rang out. "Today, each individual will complete their challenges. Everyone has the right to 1 active challenge, gaining 1 point for a win and losing 1 point for a defeat. You may opt not to initiate. Everyone must accept 1 challenge from someone else, with 2 points for a win and 1 point deducted for a loss, and may accept multiple challenges." After the Qiling finished speaking, all the prodigies were transported again into a special space. Whooshes of light and shadows dropped, placing all prodigies back in their positions from the previous day. According to the rankings of the prodigies, numbers were assigned. Those who wish to challenge, please determine your target within 180 seconds by entering their number. If you do not confirm within 180 seconds, it will be considered a forfeiture of the active challenge. If the challenger is also challenged and has a lower ranking, it will be regarded as the challenged party. If the challenged individual faces multiple challengers, the highest ranked challenger will automatically be matched, announced the Qiling as the countdown began. 180, 179, 178, 177. During the countdown, a glow appeared above each prodigy, displaying their rankings. The top-ranked prodigy was number 1, the second was number 2, and so on, complete with photos and numbers for selection. At this moment, 5,280 prodigies were making their choices, some choosing to actively challenge, others opting to abstain. After all, the stakes were high. 2 points deducted for a loss, but only 1 point gained for a win. Su Chen saw his own ranking and was surprised. Not only him, but other prodigies from Kyoto University were also incredibly surprised. "Su Chen, you're ranked 6th. Although this was a high ranking, it was still lower than expected. Given Su Chen's capabilities, a top 3 position wouldn't have been out of reach, but the higher the ranking, the greater the attention and the higher the chances of being challenged. However, this wasn't much of an issue for Su Chen. ranked 6th. This was determined by the Qi Ling based on combat assessments. Su Chen, who will you challenge? Pushi, ranked 22nd, had lost 2 matches but was still strong. Su Chen, you're not going to challenge Pushi, are you? He might just die. At Kyoto University, the 10 prodigies began discussing fervently. They all made the decision to take on the challenge. However, they chose not to aim too high in the rankings as they needed to secure their points. This was not the time for showing off. They didn't seek to achieve greatness but rather to avoid mistakes. In the end, all eyes turned to Su Chen. Su Chen's ranking was incredibly high, 6th worldwide, assessed by the Spirit based on current combat capabilities. Challenging the first ranked was inevitable, so they thought it best to test the waters first. Su Chen did not hesitate for a moment. He directly challenged the first ranked. To him, it didn't matter who was in first place, he was determined to defeat them. To push Kyoto University into the top 5, he had to face the most extraordinary talents head on. Testing the waters, there was no need. Just defeating the opponent would suffice. Challenge the first. Indeed, a battle was inevitable sooner or later. Cheers of encouragement followed. Upon hearing Su Chen's decision, everyone was initially stunned, but then they understood. If Su Chen didn't challenge the opponent might use him to score points. Moreover, during team battles, there was a 50% chance that they would face each other. Beep, you have chosen to challenge contestant number 1. Application in progress. You have successfully chosen to challenge number 1. Target locked. If you win, you will earn 1 point. If you lose, 2 points will be deducted. As Su Chen clicked on number 1, a prompt sounded, followed by the application process. About 10 seconds later, the match was confirmed. Su Chen had successfully chosen to challenge number 1, who had now become his opponent. After confirmation, Su Chen closed the virtual screen and waited for the challenge to officially begin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Proactive challenge selection complete. The battles among the top 10 will be conducted individually, while the other challenges involving 100 groups will occur simultaneously. Now announcing the challenge situation for Derek, the first ranked. This time Derek cannot initiate a challenge and has become the challenged, with the challenger being the 6th ranked Su Chen. The voice of the Spirit announced once more, laying out the small rules for the challenge. Battles for other rankings were to occur in 100 groups simultaneously, but the top 10 fights would be conducted individually. Then, the challenge situation for Derek, the first ranked, was announced. He had become the challenged and the challenger was the 6th ranked Su Chen. Su Chen ranked 6th, a high ranking, a freshman entering the global top 6. What? Su Chen challenging Derek, the 6th ranked newcomer from Daxia, challenging the globally top ranked Derek. Has he gone mad? It seemed not madness, but perhaps overconfidence. Su Chen challenging Derek, and the Spirit approved it. Surely many prodigies had applied to challenge Su Chen, and many wanted to challenge Derek, but Su Chen also challenging Derek and the Spirit approving his challenge was indeed interesting. Su Chen, you can do it. Little Chen, you can do it. Bro, you can do it. Su Chen, you can do it. In a special space, numerous prodigies were shocked. In the exclusive hall for prodigies, both the mentors and the principal were stunned. On the spectator stands, countless strong fighters and martial artists were shocked. No one had expected Su Chen to challenge Derek, who was ranked first and whose strength was terrifyingly formidable. Had Su Chen become overconfident? Many people from the West and the European Union, including many prodigies and martial artists from Daxia, felt that Su Chen was not being prudent, risking his good standing to challenge Derek. This is a classic case of pandering to the crowd. However, most of the strong warriors and martial artists of the Great Xia Empire were rooting for Su Chen, energizing him with their cheers. Suddenly, the whole arena burst into chants of Su Chen's name. As the countdown ended, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Su Chen and Derek were swept up in a blaze of light and reappeared in a different scene, an endless wilderness world. At the same time, the giant screens in the special space, the prodigy exclusive hall and the square all displayed the same scene, the battle between Su Chen and Derek. However, at this moment, neither had made a move. You shouldn't have challenged me, Derek said as he walked towards Su Chen, his voice calm and his expression icy, as emotionless as a machine. As he spoke, a scepter appeared in his hand, emitting a rainbow of light, though the aura it gave off was rather eerie. Yesterday, Pusey was just like you, blindly confident and arrogant, and in the end you saw what happened to him, Derek continued. Su Chen just smiled and also began walking towards Derek. The blind confidence and arrogance of Westerners are ingrained, a bad habit that will never change, not even understanding the lessons of history, just like what happened to Pusey yesterday. It seems they never learn. Pusey, humph, Woni Ma, you have talent, it's a pity. 200 meters is no distance at all for two monsters. Soon Derek had approached within 5 meters of Su Chen, but he did not attack. Instead, he kept walking. However, he had shifted his path slightly from the start, so even if he continued, he would not collide with Su Chen. This puzzled many prodigies and strong warriors. Even more puzzling was that Su Chen also did not stop or attack. In just 3 seconds, the two passed by each other, maintaining a distance of about 20 centimeters, and just like that, they crossed paths without colliding. Su Chen continued to walk, not stopping. However, at that moment, Derek suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face showing unwillingness as he collapsed to the ground. The voice of the artifact spirit announced the end of the fight. Su Chen wins, gaining 1 point. At that moment, the special space, the prodigy exclusive hall, and the spectator stands in the square fell silent, with everyone staring dumbfounded at the screen, listening to the artifact spirit's announcement. Su Chen, Su Chen, Su Chen. After a long time, the spectator stands in the square exploded with cheers from countless strong warriors and martial artists of the Great Xia Empire. The entire arena was in shock, and all the cheers were for Su Chen. However, they did not know exactly how Su Chen had killed Derek, but that didn't matter to them. What mattered was that the prodigy of the Great Xia Empire had defeated the top-ranked Western monster. That was enough. Not even they knew how Su Chen had killed Derek. In the exclusive hall and special space for the celestial prodigies, all the mentors and prodigies were baffled by how Su Chen had claimed victory. Doubt and fear filled everyone's hearts for a moment because Su Chen was terrifyingly formidable. With a whoosh, the scene vanished and Su Chen's figure returned to the special space at Kyoto University beside the other celestial prodigies. All 9 prodigies were utterly shocked as they looked at him, their eyes filled with endless curiosity and admiration. They had witnessed Su Chen's strength, and though they were prodigies themselves, none liked to admit defeat, but now they truly acknowledged his superiority. This was beyond their comprehension, a power on a different level. Each one of them compared themselves with Su Chen, wondering what would happen if they faced him. The outcome seemed clear, and they dared not imagine it, for it would likely be the same fate as Derek's: impressive, strong, cool. The 9 prodigies could only utter one word each because no other words could describe him. It was just a fluke. Su Chen smiled, saying this, though no one believed him. They weren't blind, neither had made a move, but Derek had already drawn his weapon. Had they really not fought? Impossible. If there was no fight, how could there be a death? They seemed to have just crossed paths, yet Derek spat blood and died. Clearly Su Chen had made a move, only that Derek was no match for him and died a formless death. It was just that no one could tell how he did it, how eerie the battle was, or perhaps there was no battle at all. Their method of fighting had been determined from the start. What exactly were they competing in? This might be the greatest mystery in today's world, perhaps known only to them. In the square, all the strong warriors and the celestial prodigies in the exclusive hall were filled with confusion and incomprehension. This puzzlement persisted, making numerous people itch with curiosity, yet frustratingly, no one knew the answer and no one came forward to clarify. But all this had nothing to do with the challenge, which continued regardless. What happened? Derek. In a corner of the special space, 10 prodigies from the Royal Academy gathered. Derek's classmates bewilderedly asked him what had happened and how he had been defeated so quickly, especially since they hadn't seen any physical exchange. Stay away from him as far as you can. Derek opened his eyes, looked at his classmates, and spoke in a calm yet serious tone. After speaking, he closed his eyes again, appearing to rest, though his expression bore a barely visible pain and discomfort. Time ticked by second by second. The pace of the challenges was much faster than individual random match battles, which had 10 groups fighting at the same time. In contrast, the challenges had 100 groups simultaneously, and an hour and a half later, the first round ended. Although there were distinctions between initiating challenges and responding to them, since there were challenges, there were also passive acceptances. The voice of the Chi spirit echoed, announcing the rules for the second round. Simultaneously, the information of all the participants appeared on the martial arts screen. Those who had been challenged were no longer displayed. The ones remaining on the screen were available to be challenged. The countdown ticked down second by second. Soon the time for making selections had passed. Su Chen found that no one had chosen to challenge him, leaving him unoccupied for this round. It made sense. Only a fool would challenge him, which gave him a good chance to rest. Inhajin chuckled and mentioned how it was a pity that no one challenged Su Chen, because if someone had, Su Chen could have scored 2 points. However, there were no fools among the prodigies present. You guys do your best, Su Chen replied, making an encouraging gesture. An hour passed, and all the challenges concluded. The individual challenges would be followed by team battles the next day. The Chi spirit's voice sounded again, and as it faded away, teleportation began. The prodigies were transported from the special space and reappeared in the exclusive hall for prodigies. Well done, well done. Seeing their own school's prodigies return, the teachers and the principal clapped happily. This challenge round had earned Kyoto University 14 points, a remarkable score, losing only 1 point during a passive challenge. Currently, Kyoto University was ranked 4th. The upcoming team battle was crucial, as winning one team battle could earn 10 points. Rest well today. Tomorrow's team battle is extremely important. Do you have someone in mind for the team captain? The principal asked, his gaze sweeping over the 10 prodigies. Su-chen, they responded without hesitation when it came to choosing Su-chen as the captain. Although none of the prodigies liked to admit defeat to another, facing someone as exceptionally talented as Su-chen, they couldn't help but acknowledge his strength and charisma, genuinely respecting him from the bottom of their hearts. Alright, Su-chen will be the captain. Su-chen, do you have anything to say? The principal asked with a smile. Looking towards Su-chen, no words needed. For the team battle we will secure every single point, Su-chen declared confidently. Excellent. The principal and teachers applauded his straightforward yet confident response. Though it was a simple declaration without pomp, it was filled with undeniable confidence. Afterwards, the teachers led their students back to the hotel to rest. In the hotel room, after taking a shower, Su-chen emerged to find his mentor Nangong Xian and In-ha-jin discussing. The sight of the two stunning beauties together was particularly pleasing to the eye. The team battle, Nangong Xian explained, involves eliminating all opponents. The team that survives wins. Nangong Xian chuckled, a laugh so enchanting it could topple cities. It's really that simple, she said. Upon hearing this, Su-chen responded, is this what a team battle is? It seems straightforward, just defeat the opposition. However, he noted that with the arrival of the Tongtian Tower, new rules might emerge, as had happened in previous instances. It all boils down to unity and strength, Nangong Xian added. During the usual battles among the chosen ones, the team battles followed the same rules, except during the sessions marked by the descent of the Tongtian Tower, when the rules might change, but not necessarily. What kind of changes could occur? Galaxy Jean asked, her face full of confusion, but Nangong Xian couldn't provide an answer. Indeed, no human could, perhaps only the spirit of the device knew. Shinger, do you know how Su-chen managed to kill Derek? In the hotel room, Luo Bingqing was baffled, lost in thought. A peerless genius herself, she would have fought alongside Su-chen if not for her injuries. Witnessing Su-chen's mysterious defeat of Derek, she couldn't fathom how he had achieved it. From the start, it seemed as though the two had an understanding, as if they had agreed to compete in some manner, leading to Derek's defeat. The two had never communicated, nor did they know each other's methods, so how could they fight in such a similar way? This was not only her question but everyone's. It had even become the greatest mystery of the year. I don't know. Brother has too many techniques, Luo Shinger said, shaking her head, indicating her ignorance. Indeed, Su-chen's arsenal was vast and enigmatic. Tomorrow's team battle. I wonder what rank Kyoto University will achieve, Luo Bingqing mused, falling into thought again, a slight smile occasionally playing across her stunning icy features. How did Derek lose? What were they competing in? How strong is Su-chen really? Will Kyoto University make it into the top 3 tomorrow? It was rumored that Su-chen was only an F-grade annihilator gun god with a hidden profession. In the Tongtian mountain range, this night was destined to be sleepless, filled with countless questions and topics revolving around Su-chen. His name had become the hottest topic in the Tongtian mountain range, even more popular than Derek, the first place contender. Indeed, even the instructors and the president of Kyoto University wanted to know how Su-chen had defeated Derek, but it involved the secrets of a martial artist, which were difficult to inquire about openly, or perhaps they knew that even if they asked, Su-chen would not reveal anything. Tongtian mountain range, the third day. Today was the day of the team battle. Early in the morning, the square was already bustling with people. Su-chen, Galaxy Jean and Nangong Xian arrived together at the exclusive hall for the chosen ones, waiting for the spirit of the device to announce the rules. On the third day of the descent of the Tongtian Tower, the team battle would proceed. Teams would be randomly matched 3 times, with each victory earning 10 points and each defeat losing 10 points. Each team also had one opportunity to challenge another team, with a victory earning 5 points and a defeat costing 10 points. Additionally, each team had one chance to be challenged passively, where a victory would gain 10 points and a defeat would deduct 5 points. The battle started at 8 o'clock. The voice of the spirit echoed, repeating the rules once more. Of course, these were just the basic scoring rules and new ones might emerge. Under the new rules for team battles, victory is achieved by eliminating all members of the opposing team. The victorious team must have at least one member remaining in the arena. Starting from this basis, each additional surviving member adds 1 point with a maximum of 9 extra points. This means the winning team can earn a minimum of 10 points and a maximum of 19. The Spirit's voice rang out again, announcing a slight modification to the rules. This tweak meant that teams could now earn more points based on how many members remained after the battle. For each additional member still present, 1 more point would be added, up to a maximum of 9 points. The direction of the rule remained the same, only enhancing the potential score. This indirectly increased the difficulty as teams had to ensure not just victory but also the survival of as many teammates as possible. It made the competition more thrilling and was a true test of team spirit, stretching the score gap even further. The modified rules surprised many. The changes were minor in wording but significantly increased the difficulty in practice. As long as you don't stray beyond 300 meters from me, you're free to do as you please, Su Chen spoke to In-ha-jin and the others. These rules seemed tailor-made for him, thanks to his equipment, which included an attribute that could revive teammates. A sort of death transfer. Hearing Su Chen's words, everyone was puzzled. Such a casual approach to leadership, and what did he imply by that? It meant that as long as they stayed within 300 meters of him, he could come to their rescue. Beyond that, they were on their own. Suddenly, the transportation began. The elites in the exclusive hall one by one teleported away. When they reappeared, they were in a special space. The first match of the team competition began with 50 groups participating simultaneously. The Spirit's voice echoed once more as beams of light descended. Su Chen received one such beam, which confirmed his identity as the team captain of Kyoto University in the Battle of the Elites. His team was assigned the number 1 inch, a number justified by his current top ranking after defeating the previous leader, Derek. As the top-ranked contender, it was only natural for his university's team number to be 1. Numbers 1 through 10 were matched against each other in their respective battles, while the rest of the 50 groups played simultaneously. This was not random matching but a deliberate arrangement. The battle started off with clashes between the very best, number 1 against number 2 inch, number 3 against number 4. Damn, the battles of the peaks, Su Chen thought. Being number 1 and representing Kyoto University, he was set to fight against number 2. It was truly exciting, fair and square, the strong against the strong. In the Battle of the Elites, were there really any weak contenders? I was just saying that among them, relatively speaking, there are strengths and weaknesses. The square of the Tongtian mountain range was boiling over after seeing the list of duels. However, inside the exclusive Hall 4 prodigies at Kyoto University, several instructors and the president, upon seeing Kyoto University starting off against the strongest university, showed changing expressions on their faces and even turned quite ugly. Su Chen is extremely exceptional and defies the natural order, but what about the other 9 prodigies? Although they are also powerful, they are quite ordinary compared to Su Chen. Can he lead them effectively? Moreover, the school labeled as number 2, in fact, holds the position of the strongest in the world. That's the Royal Academy. Yes, the school where Derek is. Inside the Royal Academy, aside from Derek's unparalleled uniqueness, each of the other 9 is terrifying because these 9 individuals are among the top 20 in the world and the power they collectively bring is unimaginable. Or it could be said, with the 10 exceptional students of the Royal Academy complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, they are simply invincible. This battle will be very difficult. The president spoke softly on the evening they arrived at the Tongtian mountain range. That night, several principals gathered to discuss matters related to the Royal Academy. Of course, the Royal Academy is just one of them. Facing the Royal Academy in the first battle is going to be tough.